Chapter 1 Struck by Lightning into the 1970s. In 2034, a mysterious virus swept across the globe, plunging the world into apocalyptic panic. With savage zombies roaming freely, humanity found itself engulfed in chaos and bloodshed. Yet on the very first day of this impending doom, Ding Ning unexpectedly obtained a mystical spring space. For an entire month, she tirelessly traversed various cities, scouring shopping malls, wholesale markets, and pharmacies to gather supplies. After laboriously collecting an ample amount of provisions, she prepared to retreat to a villa district in the mountains to rest for a spell, while also intending to acquire a few more villas. As she passed through a small forest, she caught a wild chicken, thinking that after such arduous times, it was the perfect opportunity to unwind. Thus, she whimsically set up a small cooking fire to roast the wild chicken as a reward for herself. While the chicken roasted, she ventured back into her spring space, thoroughly enjoying her inspection. Gazing at the abundant supplies stacked within, Ding Ning couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. Her future days would surely be comfortable. Upon exiting the space, she noticed the chicken would take a while longer to cook, so she decided to stretch her body beneath a nearby tree. Little did she expect, the sky suddenly darkened with ominous clouds. Boom! A startling bolt of dry lightning struck down. Before Ding Ning could comprehend the situation, the lightning had already struck her. In an instant, her body was charred on the outside, yet tender on the inside. In her moment of despair, Ding Ning couldn't help but howl at the heavens. Aw, damn you heavens! I haven't even savored the delicious wild chicken I just roasted. Let me at least have a bite before you strike me down. Tick-tock, tick-tock. The cold, icy rain pelted her face indiscriminately. Ding Ning lay amidst the weeds, gazing resignedly at the sky. She never imagined she would be reborn into a parallel universe, inhabiting the body of a plump young woman from the 1970s. The historical trajectory of this era was quite similar to the one she had lived in, save for the names of some renowned figures which had changed. Otherwise, little else had altered. Ding Ning, or rather, she was now to be called Miao Jiao Jiao. True to her name, the original owner was indeed slender and delicate. At 160 centimeters tall, she weighed a hefty 160 gene, a sight that would leave anyone envious and slack-jawed. After all, in an era marked by scarcity of resources and food, to be so stout indicated one's family must be quite well off. Yet the reality of the original owner's family was rather ordinary, and she was not well liked in her household. Her plumpness stemmed from a severe illness in her childhood, during which she was administered hormonal injections to recover. Subsequently, due to the side effects of the hormones, her body continued to gain weight, and no matter how hard she tried, she could not lose it. From a young age, she had endured much ridicule and disdain due to her weight, and her family was no exception. Upon graduating high school, she accompanied her classmate, Jia Yu, to the countryside to serve as a young intellectual. The reason the original owner found herself here was that Jia Yu had expressed a desire to forage for wild mushrooms. To please him, she had hurried to the mountains after work to collect mushrooms. On her way back, weakened from exertion, she accidentally stumbled and hit her head against a large tree, at which point the original soul of the body was replaced by hers. Recalling this, Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. Jia Yu had often taken advantage of the original owner, frequently regarding her with disdain. Yet the original owner, for the sake of one kind gesture from him, had foolishly fallen head over heels for him, leaving her at a loss for words. This time, the original body was already unwell and had initially intended not to accompany him, but a single pitiful glance from him had softened her resolve. How pitiful! This fellow was truly a coward. Why couldn't he pick his own mushrooms? Reflecting on Jia Yu's past treatment of the original owner, a glint of cold light flickered in Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes. Now that she had taken over this body, she would take responsibility for it. From now on, anyone who dared to issue orders would have to reckon with her fierce demeanor. Miao Jiao Jiao lay on the ground for a while longer before mustering the strength to rise. It was early September, and with the gentle rain falling, she needed to return quickly to change her clothes, lest she catch a cold. Oh, how she wished for her spring space to be available. The spring within could bolster her health, and she had gathered plenty of supplies and medicines. What a waste. Lost in thought, Miao Jiao Jiao suddenly felt dizzy. In the next moment, she found herself standing in her spring space. Before her was a lush expanse of green, the fragrance of grass wafting in the air, accompanied by the gentle sound of bubbling water. Miao Jiao Jiao was overwhelmed with excitement. Heavens! The divine had finally opened its eyes. It had even delivered her spring space to her. She rushed to the storage area, discovering all her supplies intact. Ha! Splendid! Oh, good! Miao Jiao Jiao gleefully bounced around within the space. At long last, her month of toil had not been in vain. Her future life would be worry-free. As for her inexplicable rebirth into a parallel universe in the 1970s, Miao Jiao Jiao was indifferent. After all, she had been an orphan in the modern world, with no family ties or attachments. Living anywhere was essentially the same. Moreover, the modern world had descended into a post-apocalyptic nightmare, far more challenging and dire than her current circumstances. Thus, it could be said that the heavens had been rather generous to her. As her thoughts meandered, the resentment from being struck by lightning dissipated significantly. Ah, but what a shame it was for that wild chicken. She hadn't even had a chance to taste it. It smelled divine. Had she known, she would have simply cooked it in the space. She regretted it immensely. Gurgle, gurgle, her stomach coincidentally growled in hunger. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes brightened, and she promptly made a decision. Since there was no wild chicken, a homemade chicken soup would suffice. She had collected quite an assortment of poultry and livestock from several farmers' markets, including birds, chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep, each in the thousands. Since the spring space acknowledged her as its master, she could control all the items within using her thoughts. With a mere thought, Miao Jiao Jiao instantly transported herself to the animal farm. However, upon arrival, a large white chicken promptly defecated on her foot. Cluck, cluck, the indignant white chicken flapped its wings, preparing to flee. Looking at the chicken droppings on her cloth shoes, Miao Jiao Jiao's expression darkened, and she swiftly used her mind to control the white chicken. She grinned wickedly. Oh, you think you're so clever, but you're just destined to be my meal. Holding the flailing white chicken, Miao Jiao Jiao made her way to the kitchen of the wooden house at the center of her spring space. Welcome, everyone, to this book. I am the author. I'm a little goldfish, and it's nice to see you again. Ahem. This is my second attempt at writing a period piece. Due to my limited understanding of that era, I have crafted a novel set in a parallel universe. It may not be entirely rigorous and might lack logic, but my aim is solely to bring you joy and laughter. So please be kind. I hope that those who pass by will consider giving a star or two. If you find it enjoyable, thank you. Chapter 2: Supplies in the Spring Space. This wooden house had always existed within the spring space. It spans roughly 100 square meters and contains 2 bedrooms, a living room, a bathroom, and a kitchen. All the furniture and arrangements inside were curated by her during the month of the apocalypse, according to her personal taste. Although the space lacked electricity, she had collected over 10 generators and several hundred gas canisters, more than sufficient for her to thrive within. Once she had cleaned the chicken droppings from her shoes, Miao Jiao Jiao proceeded to slaughter and pluck the chicken with a flurry of activity. After cleansing it thoroughly, she placed the entire chicken, along with red dates and goji berries, into a clay pot, adding some ginger, garlic, and cooking wine. Finally, she poured in the essential seasoning, the spring water, and set the pot over the stove to simmer on high heat. While chicken soup is best when simmered slowly for over an hour, it was getting late, and she had to expedite the process. Taking advantage of the time while the soup simmered, Miao Jiao Jiao made a trip to the bathroom, finally gathering the energy to examine her reflection. Gazing into the mirror, she couldn't help but twitch her lips at her appearance. This visage was indeed hard to accept, as it differed greatly from her previous self. In the words of a rural aunt, this girl has a round face with flesh, and her body is robust, clearly a sign of good health and fortune. However, the truth was, her skin was yellow and rough, her face round like a large plate, with a barrel-like waist and elephantine legs, both thick and cumbersome. Here, the description pertains solely to the female protagonist's appearance, without any relation to reality. The only 2 redeeming features: her eyes were bright, and her ample bosom. But who among girls would find such a hulking frame appealing? And perhaps she should wish for another lightning strike to revert her back? Yet the body from the modern world seemed to have turned into charred remains. the kind that would scatter with the slightest breeze. The very thought of that scene made Miao Jiao shudder. Never mind, it was best not to return. If she was to be a strong woman, so be it. As the saying goes, there are no ugly women, only lazy ones. As long as she was alive, there would come a day when she would grow beautiful. Moreover, she had the spring space at her disposal. It was a stroke of luck that she had randomly purchased a jade bracelet from a small vendor in the antique market. Unbeknownst to her, on the day the apocalypse struck, a drop of blood from her finger had landed on it while she was peeling fruit, and the bracelet vanished, giving rise to the spring space. This space was vast, divided into 4 main areas: the living area, the lake area, the forest area, and the plain area living area. The wooden cabin is situated right in the center, not far from a serene spring, flanked by 4 large warehouses. These warehouses contain the supplies collected by Miaojiao, as she manipulates the space with her thoughts. Allowing for the compression of goods, without any concern for spatial limitations, the 4 warehouses are designated for food, daily necessities, clothing, and miscellaneous items. The food warehouse is stocked with an array of grains, vegetables, beverages, fruits, cooked and frozen foods, and snacks, while the daily necessities warehouse holds items such as shampoo, towels, skincare products, toothbrushes, basins, cups, shower gel, tableware, medicines, and hygiene products. The clothing and accessories warehouse features various styles of garments, shoes, bags, jewelry, and artworks, while the miscellaneous section includes generators, cars, bicycles, and medical equipment. In her initial planning for survival in a post-apocalyptic world, Miaojiao adopted a take-what-you-can mentality, collecting whatever she encountered. After all, she harbored little sympathy, as these supplies were obtained through her arduous battles against zombies over a month. Those too fearful to leave their homes either starved or fell victim to the undead, rendering her stockpiled supplies useless to them. Having grown up in an orphanage, she had long since acclimated to the harsh realities of life. The adage "better to rely on oneself than on others" resonated deeply with her. Only by becoming formidable could one navigate various crises. Furthermore, the space possesses a preservation function, ensuring that all items stored within remain unspoiled, allowing her supplies to last at least a century for her solitary consumption. Lake area: 1,000 acres of water teeming with various fish, shrimp, crabs, shellfish, turtles, and frogs, where even the many sea creatures Miaojiao collected can thrive. Forest area: a vast expanse of forest, home to diverse fruit trees, towering ancient trees, rare species, steep mountains, cliffs, and a multitude of flora and fauna. Plain area: an expansive farm with free-range chickens, ducks, geese, pigs, cattle, and sheep, alongside fertile land cultivated with grains, vegetables, and flowers. Due to the unique nature of the spring, time flows similarly to the outside world, but with no night, accelerating the growth of plants. With Miaojiao occasionally irrigating with the spring water, seeds sown can mature in just half a month. During the previous month in the apocalypse, she successfully harvested a substantial yield of grains and vegetables, which she stored away. Currently, the fields lie bare, as she plans to replant once she settles into this era. The thought of abundant supplies fills her with immense satisfaction. Among her greatest contentments is the remarkable efficacy of the spring, which not only strengthens the body and sharpens the mind, but also purges impurities, promoting weight loss and enhancing beauty. Though it may not possess the mythical abilities described in fantastical novels, it is still quite commendable. Had she not unexpectedly acquired this spring space, she would not have endured as long amidst the chaos of the apocalypse, even with the advantages granted by drinking the spring water. The original owner had faced ridicule for her weight since childhood, leading her to frequent dieting, which proved ineffective and only worsened her health. Consequently, her current physique appears plump, yet internally she remains quite frail, easily fatigued by even minimal exertion. To avert further complications, she must promptly restore her health. With this in mind, Miaojiao immediately summoned a cup of spring water and drank it. The sweet, refreshing liquid coursed through her, and she felt an unsettling sensation within, as if countless elements surged into her abdomen, causing her to break into a cold sweat. "Ouch! My stomach hurts so much," she exclaimed. Rushing to the toilet after enduring an exceptionally eventful experience, she emerged feeling utterly drained, with a thin layer of dark residue on her skin. Hastily, she retrieved her bathing tool and scrubbed herself clean. Upon donning her pajamas, she felt rejuvenated, her body lighter and more invigorated gazing into the mirror. She noticed a slight improvement in her complexion. Her skin appeared a touch fairer and more radiant than before, yet the changes were subtle. Her body still harbors many impurities and remains weak, suggesting that she will require a sustained intake of spring water to fully restore her health. As for the beauty-enhancing properties of the spring water, she had previously tested them and found them to yield gradual improvements rather than miraculous transformations. This aligns perfectly with her intentions otherwise. Such drastic changes would undoubtedly raise suspicions among others. Moreover, as everyone toils in the rural countryside, after a couple of months of labor, who wouldn't return home tanned and weathered? Of course, there are a few fortunate individuals who are naturally resistant to tanning, and their skin is enviably fair. For instance, Bai Yin from the capital city, who boasts a porcelain complexion despite a month of hard work. She not only remains untanned, but also has developed a rosy glow. However, with the assistance of the spring water, Miao Jiao is confident that she too will become impervious to tanning. Just thinking about it brings her joy. Miao Jiao contemplated her return home, and the need to plan meticulously. Weight loss must be prioritized, otherwise every task would become cumbersome. She eagerly anticipates the day she achieves her desired physique. After all, which girl does not cherish beauty? Chapter 3. The chatter of the ants on body image. Once everything was tidied up, she hurried to the kitchen to tea. This moment, the chicken soup was ready, the clay pot lid bubbling and wafting fragrant steam. Miao Jiao turned off the stove, ladled out half a bowl of soup, and after blowing on it a few times, took a satisfying sip. The taste was exquisite. It felt heavenly, if only she could hide away in this space forever. But upon reflection, she dismissed the thought. Solitude was too lonely. The world was vast, and she yearned to explore it. Moreover, the owner of this body was now her. To repay the karmic debt, she had to bear all that the original owner had experienced. It seemed that the original owner's greatest aspiration was to successfully lose weight and gain her family's affection. With the aid of the magical spring water, she felt confident about the weight loss. But winning her family's favor seemed a tad more challenging. According to the original owner's memories, only her father had treated her with any kindness, while her mother, younger brother, and grandmother constantly scolded her with disdain. A forced affection would not bear sweet fruit. Even if she succeeded in shedding the pounds, they would likely still hold contempt for her. Unlike the original owner, she would not harbor unrealistic expectations of familial love. The year was 1974, merely 3 years before the restoration of the college entrance examination in 1977. That the original owner's hometown was a small city in the south, and Miao Jiao planned to take the exam in Beijing. After the exams, she would return home to see if the family maintained their attitude. If so, she would keep her distance to avoid distress. For her future retirement, the financial support would not be lacking. As she was not in want in this era, elementary school lasted only 5 years, while both middle and high school spanned 2 years each. The original owner had started school late, graduating high school at 18 and becoming a sent-down youth in this village just a month prior. Coincidentally, she herself had also graduated from high school at 18 in the modern era before the apocalypse crisis struck, leading to her being struck by lightning and taking over the original owner's body. Despite sharing the same age, their fates diverged dramatically, a true testament to the capriciousness of fortune. And now, she was Miao Jiao. She would live well, carrying the original owner's legacy, embracing life joyfully and without regrets. Meanwhile, in the sent-down youth compound, several individuals were seated around a table. Lin Ju glanced towards the yard and turned back, expressing her dissatisfaction. What is taking Miao Jiao so long? Everyone is waiting for dinner. Ma Fong scoffed. Who knows? She probably wants to slack off that I made dinner with Yin Yin, and she is always sulking as if the world owes her something. That it's truly annoying. Bai Yin gently patted her hand, saying, she must have been delayed by something. Let us not be too harsh that you are just too kind-hearted. Yin Yin, Ma Fong retorted, a hint of defiance in her tone, glancing at Jia Yu. Isn't that right? Brother Jia? Indeed, Bai Yin. Your heart is too soft. Jia Yu agreed with a smile, though he felt a flicker of annoyance. Miao Jiao had been up in the mountains for quite some time. According to past patterns, she should have returned by now. If he hadn't heard Bai Yin mention wanting mushrooms yesterday, he wouldn't have let that foolish girl go pick them. Heaven forbid something happened to her. He would be the one blamed. Cui Dazhuang scratched his head, saying naively, I remember she mentioned going to pick mushrooms before leaving. I hope she isn't fallen. Mushrooms? Bayena's eyes widened in surprise. She glanced at Jiayu, noting his indifferent demeanor, which stirred something within her. The oldest male sent-down youth, Wang Gang, spoke up. Let us leave some food for her. We should eat first, and if she isn't returned by then, we can go look for her. Huang Daidi, typically quiet, immediately responded, Then let us eat. All right, the others nodded in agreement. As night fell, a stout figure hurriedly descended the mountain with a small backpack. That it was Miao Jiaojiao. The original owner's body had been slightly feverish, and after bumping her head today, she felt dazed. However, after the revitalizing spring water and chicken soup, Miao Jiaojiao felt remarkably refreshed and was almost breezing down the mountain. The cool wind blew, the world was silent, and everything seemed so beautiful. Yet, Miao Jiaojiao tightly closed her mouth, her expression one of discomfort. After drinking the spring water, her clothes had become stained with a black substance. Exuding an indescribable stench, to avoid being discovered, she endured the nausea and changed out of her pajamas into the original owner's dirty clothes. Now, with the wind blowing, the odor was even more pronounced. Oh dear, it was simply unbearable. Under the great tree in the village, a group of ants sat chatting. Upon seeing Miao Jiaojiao finally returning from the mountain, one curiously remarked, Oh, little Miao, what treasures have you found up there so late? Miao Jiaojiao dared not speak, fearing that the foul odor would escape her lips. She had always presented herself as taciturn in public, so she simply lowered her head and hurried past. Fortunately, she was far enough away and quick enough that when the ants caught a whiff of the odor, it was carried away by the wind. These ants, busy with farm work all day, relished the rare moments of leisure to gossip together. Noticing Miao Jiaojiao as a silent departure, they immediately began to grumble. This chubby girl is quite rude. She never greets anyone, right? Look at how the other female sent-down youths are so polite and considerate. She is just unlikable. She is not even hardworking, always resting after a short while. All that meat for nothing. I must admit, I envy her looks. If only she were my daughter. As the topic of body image arose, the ants erupted into laughter and discussion. I don't know why, but city girls tend to be pretty. Just look at that round face, what good fortune. Indeed, with that big backside, she is bound to bear several children. They must be so pampered at home. If only she were more industrious, I would consider introducing her to someone. No way, city girls are trouble. They become like ancestors once married. That my aunt next door found a sent-down youth bride. She is so lazy. Rural girls are the best. They eat less, work hard, and can bear children. Much more cost-effective. Fortunately, Miao Jiaojiao had run far enough. Had she heard their comments, she would have been furious enough to silence them with her fist to be by the time she returned to the sent-down youth compound. Everyone had already finished dinner and was chatting in the living room. Upon seeing Miao Jiaojiao arrive, several faces flashed with discontent. The ever-kind Wang Gang stood up with a smile. You finally returned. I was about to send someone to look for you. That be why the way. Your food is in the kitchen. Please heat it up before eating. That he was one of the older sent-down youths from Shishui village. Having been in the compound for 2 years, just like Lin Ju and Huang Daidi. The others had only recently arrived, just a month ago. You actually came back, Lin Ju complained, only to catch a whiff of an indescribable stench. Frowning. Did you fall into a latrine or something? What is that smell? The others clearly noticed the foul odor as well, all pinching their noses and casting disdainful glances in her direction. Chapter 4. The hypocritical scoundrel Miao Jiaojiao awkwardly smiled. Not even bothering to greet anyone. She dashed to her room, grabbed some clothes, and headed to the rudimentary shower room. After washing up and changing clothes, she emerged to find her old classmate, Jiayu. Approaching her, before she could say anything, he immediately began to scold her. What is the matter? How could picking mushrooms take so long? Why are you so slow? Do you know how worried I was? Jiayu, true to his name, exuded a false and oily demeanor. His appearance, fair skin, a large nose, and small eyes, was barely passable that he was the original owner's high school classmate. Once, when it rained, the original owner had fallen, and he helped her up. From that moment, the original owner harbored feelings for him and often gifted him her saved goodies. This time, when sent down to the countryside, it was he who encouraged her to come. Seeking an additional free laborer, the original owner, naive and craving affection, failed to grasp this intention, while Miao Jiaojiao, having experienced the harshness of human relationships, saw through this scoundrel's true nature at a glance. He clearly despised the original owner, yet never openly confronted her, relishing in her attempts to please him. Each time he couldn't help but berate her, he would quickly follow up with sweet words, leading the original owner to believe he genuinely cared for her, thus deepening her emotional investment. How artfully he spoke, first scolding her, then offering a sweet treat. Had it been the original owner, she would likely have been moved to tears. But Miao Jiaojiao was not so easily deceived. She despised such insincerity. She must strip away this hypocritical facade. Jiayu, why are you worried about me? What is our relationship? Jiayu frowned in response. What do you mean by that? We are old classmates and comrades working together to build our country. Is it wrong for me to care for you? Oh, is that so? Miao Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow, her expression suddenly turning melancholic. Then, do you actually like me? Jiayu's expression faltered, a flicker of disdain flashing in his eyes that he quickly composed himself and with a stern face declared, Miao Jiaojiao, your thinking is problematic. We have come to the countryside for the purpose of development, not to indulge in romantic entanglements. Such discussions should not be broached again. It would be unfortunate if they fell into the ears of those with ill intentions. You fancy her? Now that is truly a laughable notion. The mere sight of that round face makes him feel nauseated. If it weren't for her slight utility, he would have long ceased to tolerate her. Miao Jiaojiao keenly caught the disdain in his gaze, letting out a cold snort in her heart. What a hypocritical charlatan! When the original owner was diligently bringing you meals and assisting you, why did you not voice any concerns about her mindset? Now that the truth has surfaced, you immediately feign innocence. Very well. Since you have said that, then I demand you to regurgitate every morsel you have consumed. With a swift turn of her eyes, Miao Jiaojiao concocted a plan. Lowering her head briefly to gather her thoughts, she raised her face, feigning tears. Brother Jia, I never expected you would speak of me in such a manner. Woe is me. I thought you harbored feelings for me. I have watched countless palace intrigue dramas. I shall not let you off easily. Jia Yuyi was utterly bewildered. How did it come to tears? If it were any other woman shedding tears for him, he might have felt a sense of pride, but this one was entirely different. Her crying was too unappealing, making him feel repulsed. All right, stop crying. How embarrassing. We share nothing but a platonic friendship. I hope you do not overthink it. Miao Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled with mockery. I have been awaiting your words. Now, do you dare to repeat that in front of all the comrades? The original owner had been in the countryside for a month, either working or trailing behind him. Everyone at the youth station knew of her affections for him, so she must confront him today to prevent any further gossip. Although Miao Jiaojiao had thick skin and was unbothered by gossip, being associated with such a scoundrel was another matter entirely. That it was better to resolve this matter swiftly to avoid future complications. After all, she could utilize that time for more pleasant endeavors. Upon hearing her words, Jia Yuyi's expression shifted. Everyone is studying right now. Why trouble others over such a trivial matter? Everyone knew Miao Jiaojiao's feelings for him, but as long as it remained unspoken, he could act as if nothing had occurred. After all, being liked by someone so unattractive and portly was hardly a source of pride. This arduous life promised no end in sight. At least this plump individual was somewhat useful, assisting him with tasks to ease his burden, and for the time being, he did not wish to sever ties with her. Thus, he spoke gently. What is the matter with you today? Why the sudden temper? Are you feeling unwell? Do not overthink it. Go rest. Hearing his insincere and perfunctory words, Miao Jiaojiao could hardly suppress her laughter. Enough of this. She would no longer dance around the issue and would confront him directly. Today, I demand you explain yourself to me clearly. Miao Jiaojiao's eyes narrowed, and she assertively grasped his collar. With the enhanced physique from the spiritual spring water, coupled with her own considerable weight, she felt no pressure in dealing with such a frail figure. Like a chick being carried, she dragged Jia Yuyi across the yard. Jia Yuyi struggled in vain, his face flushed with anger. Comrade Miao Jiaojiao, what are you doing? Let go of me. Being dragged by a woman. What of his dignity as a man? How could this wretched woman be so ungrateful? After this incident, he would certainly ignore her for a few days to teach her a lesson. Ma Fong had just emerged from the latrine when she witnessed this scene and immediately shouted, Heavens! Miao Jiaojiao, what are you doing? Let go of Brother Jia. Ma Fong and Bai Yin were both educated youth from the capital, arriving with a sense of superiority. coming from a modest workers' family in the capital. With 2 brothers and a sister, she was the youngest. Although her parents doted on her, after graduating high school and failing to find suitable employment, she had to come to the countryside to alleviate the family burden. With little savings to prepare for her journey, she had resolved to seek a benefactor in the countryside to ease her own burdens. The youth compound consisted of 8 individuals, the veteran Wang gang. A kind-hearted soul dressed in a tattered white vest, clearly a miser. Lin Ju, sharp-tongued and fierce, whom she dared not provoke, and Huang Daidi, taciturn and uncommunicative, whom she also disliked. The remaining 5 were the newcomers, among whom was the tall and clumsy Cui Dezhuang, with whom she had tried to strike up a conversation multiple times, only to be met with silence, leaving her utterly frustrated. Bai Yin, a high school classmate of hers, came from a well-off family, and although she did not know why Bai Yin also came to the countryside, maintaining a good relationship with her would ensure her needs were met to as for Jia Yuyi. He presented himself quite well, initially appearing fashionable upon his arrival. A Fong had taken an interest in him at first glance. Chapter 5. Confronting the scoundrel. While she could rely on Bai Yin for food, she also needed assistance with labor. Otherwise, it would be exhausting. Yet Ma Fong did not expect that she could not approach Jia Yuyi at all. Each time she attempted to get close, Miao Jiao Jiao would mysteriously appear, startling her on several occasions. That A Fong had initially looked down on Miao Jiao Jiao, who, with her pig-like physique, had the audacity to show face. After several frightful encounters, her disdain for Miao Jiao Jiao only deepened, leading her to frequently speak ill of her in front of other educated youths, causing a lingering bias against Miao Jiao Jiao. Achieving her desired effect, Ma Fong felt quite pleased. Recently, she had been plotting to cozy up to Jia Yuyi, and the opportunity had arrived sooner than expected. A Fong's eyes darted, her hands on her hips as she stepped forward, indignantly exclaiming, "Miao Jiao Jiao, I'm talking to you. Let go of him now. What is wrong with you? Resorting to violence at the slightest disagreement. Do you believe I won't report you to the village chief? Enough." Miao Jiao Jiao shot her a dark glare. The grievances she bore against this individual would be settled in due time. But first, she must address the issue with the scoundrel. The piercing gaze she had honed through a month of survival in a harsh world was not something just anyone could withstand. Ma Fong was nearly frightened out of her wits by that fierce look, her bravado deflating. "Well, let us discuss this calmly. Why the violence?" With a swift motion, Miao Jiao Jiao threw Jia Yuyi to the ground, her eyes narrowing. "Did you see me strike anyone?" Aye, Ma Fong stammered, her face paling as she struggled to find her voice. Jia Yuyi landed on the ground with a thud, groaning as he rubbed his sore backside. The others, engrossed in their studies in the living room, rushed out upon hearing the commotion. The night had fallen, yet the moonlight provided enough illumination for everyone to see clearly. "What is happening? Jia Yu, why are you on the ground?" Wang Gang quickly approached, offering a helping hand. Jia Yuyi, feeling humiliated by being dragged by Miao Jiao Jiao, remained silent, his face ashen. Lin Ju leaned against the door, arms crossed, watching the scene for her own amusement, while Huang Daidi stood behind, observing quietly. Cui Dezhuang, eager for excitement, stepped forward to survey the situation, scratching his head in confusion. "What happened? Were you two arguing?" Bai Yin noticed Ma Fong's unusual demeanor and stepped forward. "Ma Fong, what exactly transpired? Please explain to everyone." As soon as she saw the crowd gather, Ma Fong's courage surged. She pointed an accusatory finger at Miao Jiao Jiao, shouting, "It was she who dragged Brother Jiao over here and threw him to the ground." "Huh!" Everyone was taken aback by her words. Although they had only known each other for a month, they were all aware that Miao Jiao Jiao harbored feelings for Jia Yuyi. How could she possibly have assaulted him? Moreover, was it not a bit too humiliating for a grown man to be so easily overpowered? In an instant, the crowd's thoughts diverged, their glances at Jia Yuyi taking on a different hue. Seizing the opportunity, Miao Jiao Jiao stepped forward, her expression one of sorrow and frustration. "Yes, I was the one who dragged him here. He refused to come, and I had no other choice." The crowd was momentarily bewildered by her admission, and she continued, "As you all know, Brother Jia and I were classmates, and we came to the countryside together. He had always treated me kindly, and I thought he liked me, so I often helped him with his work. But just now, he told me he doesn't like me at all. I was so upset that I acted this way, wanting to clarify everything in front of everyone. When did I ever say I liked you?" Jia Yuyi felt a surge of blood rush to his head. his mouth feeling as though he had swallowed a fly, that if he were to like this hefty individual, he might as well throw himself off a cliff. Is that so? If you truly do not like me, why did you deliberately approach me in high school and often invite me out to play? If you did not like me, why did you insist on bringing me to the countryside as educated youth? And if you truly do not like me, why have you sought my help every time you wanted to eat or do something in this past month? Whenever I find myself feeling unwell, you are invariably the first to rush over and express your concern for me. Did I ask this not indicative of affection? The relentless inquiries from Miao Jiaojiao left Jiayu in a state of sweat-soaked distress. The implications embedded within her words were substantial. They may seem like mere trivialities, yet they laid bare the dynamics of their previous interactions. Simultaneously, she made it clear to everyone that it was her misguided belief in his affections that prompted her kindness towards him, rather than any desperate clinging on her part. Following her outburst, the atmosphere in the room shifted to one of awkwardness. Previously, onlookers had observed Miao Jiaojiao shadowing Jiayu with a degree of disapproval and disdain. Although the youth commune did not prohibit romantic entanglements among its members, the propriety of male-female relations was a serious matter. Furthermore, it must be said that Miao Jiaojiao's appearance left much to be desired. Few could find her appealing. They had only witnessed her one-sided displays of affection, while Jiayu had never reciprocated, leading them to believe that her stubbornness was the issue, leaving Jiayu with unspoken grievances. As it was their private affair, they felt it inappropriate to intervene. If Jiayu remained silent, they would not stir the pot, provided Miao Jiaojiao's actions did not overstep the bounds of propriety. They would merely turn a blind eye. However, with Miao Jiaojiao's accusations now echoing in the air, coupled with Jiayu's earlier demeanor, those present were not dull-witted. A moment's reflection revealed the truth of the situation. No wonder Jiayu had never complained about Miao Jiaojiao's persistence. It seemed he had been harboring ulterior motives all along. Was this not merely an excuse cloaked in affection, allowing him to exploit the young lady's kindness? In an instant, the glances directed at Jiayu transformed into ones rife with intrigue. Such duplicitous and insincere individuals are hardly worthy of friendship. Jiayu, this is rather unbecoming of you, asserted Tai Hanins. Cui Dazhuang, the first to voice his reproach. His penchant for revelry and a sense of justice was well known. Brother Jia, I never imagined you to be of such character, Bai Yin remarked, her expression one of disappointment. Though her words conveyed disapproval, a flicker of disdain gleamed in her eyes. This man had previously sought her favor in secret. Fortunate was she to have held herself in higher regard, or she could have found herself entangled in a troublesome affair. This fellow is a classic case of knowing a person's face but not their heart. It seems we must all tread carefully henceforth, Lin Ju remarked, her tone as sharp as ever. Having spent 2 years in the countryside as a youth, Lin Ju's temperament had been honed to a fine edge, and she delighted in interjecting her opinions. The usually reticent Huang Daidi pursed her lips, choosing to remain silent. Wang Gang cast a complex glance at Jiayu, subtly shifting away. Chapter 6. Severing Ties with a Cad. Witnessing the reactions of those around him, Jiayu felt a tumult of frustration and indignation well up within him that he had not anticipated that Miao Jiaojiao, in her folly, would air their grievances in such a public setting. Did she not profess to have feelings for him? Why then did she not spare him any semblance of dignity? Was she attempting to coerce him into declaring his affection? Bah! She ought to take a good look in the mirror before harboring such aspirations. The more he ruminated on the matter, the more incensed he became. This insistent, overweight individual was proving to be an unyielding nuisance. His misfortune lay in being ensnared by her. Now, with her meddling, it seemed everyone believed he was deliberately posturing to take advantage of her. Until now, he had maintained an image of decorum and politeness in front of others. And the thought of that reputation being tarnished was intolerable. He realized he must remain composed and clarify the situation. Otherwise, he would surely fall further in their esteem. Jiao, you are gravely mistaken that my attentiveness towards you has merely been out of regard for our long-standing friendship. Do not overthink matters. Should we not focus on contributing to our country's development? Upon hearing this, Miao Jiaojiao rolled her eyes dramatically. What a masterful deflection. He had deftly shifted all blame onto her, insinuating that she was the one overthinking things, essentially accusing her of harboring improper thoughts that AS expected. His words prompted a shift in the gaze of those present towards Miao Jiaojiao. now tinged with a different perspective. Miao Jiao had no intention of engaging in further banter with him and replied, "Very well, since we have clarified matters in front of everyone, I understand your sentiments clearly now. Rest assured, had you not assisted me in the past, I would never have considered pursuing a relationship with you. You do not harbor any feelings for me, nor do I hold any interest in you." With that, she scrutinized him from head to toe and scoffed. After all, who could possibly be fond of someone who only knows how to exploit others with their slick tongue? Jiao found himself momentarily speechless, his expression one of helplessness. Jiao, stop this nonsense. I know you are hurt, but we were once classmates. Must you be so harsh? This persistent individual had the audacity to employ the tactic of feigned vulnerability. The more he behaved this way, the more her disdain for him grew. Miao Jiao thought, is this man truly so dense that he cannot comprehend human sentiments? Hurt? What nonsense! Does he still think I am the Navi girl I once was? No way. I shall no longer beat around the bush. Let us get to the crux of the matter. Enough of this chatter. Classmates or not, you still owe me money. The mention of money sent Jiao into a frenzy. When have I ever borrowed money from you? Miao Jiao let out a cold laugh. Since high school, you have pilfered numerous valuable items from me without a thought of repayment. That do you not intend to return them? If you deny it, I have kept meticulous records. How about we reconcile our accounts? Fortunately, the original owner had a habit of keeping notes, and she could indeed produce evidence. Miao Jiao, you have crossed the line. Jiao's expression finally shifted, his teeth clenched in anger, but we have always helped each other. Discussing money is merely detrimental to our relationship. Miao Jiao seemed to have heard the most ludicrous joke imaginable. She glanced around at the others and turned back to him, smirking. Did I assure you, I have no feelings for you, that if you refuse to repay me, I shall publicly disclose your debts and let everyone see how the youth evades his financial obligations. You are utterly unreasonable. Panic flickered in Jiao's eyes, and his tone grew frantic. Fine, I will pay you. I have never encountered someone like you. The onlookers were left bewildered by the intensity of the altercation between the two. Having observed the unfolding drama, most still leaned in favor of Jiao. After all, he had maintained a respectable demeanor, while Miao Jiao's character was less than endearing. Moreover, in these austere times when resources were scarce, people were generally inclined to assist one another, fostering a spirit of mutual aid without keeping score. Thus, hearing Miao Jiao's claims made them somewhat uncomfortable and displeased. Dame Fong had always looked down upon Miao Jiao and naturally found it hard to believe her words. Miao Jiao, you are being excessively unreasonable. Brother Jia has helped you on numerous occasions. Why are you demanding money from him? He has taken many of my possessions. Should I seek you out instead? Miao Jiao shot back, suddenly enlightened. I see now. You and he must be on friendly terms, hence your defense of him. You are talking nonsense. Ma Fong's face shifted through a spectrum of colors, her anger palpable. Our relationship is purely platonic. Your thoughts are utterly depraved. Bai Yin, witnessing her follower being bullied, quickly interjected. Miao Jiao, your frivolous remarks are rather severe. Such baseless rumors should not be spread. Be cautious of the consequences of your words. Her implication was a warning to Miao Jiao against making unfounded accusations, particularly given the seriousness surrounding male-female relations at present, where falsehoods could lead to severe repercussions. That I have said nothing at all. Are we not all on good terms? Miao Jiao blinked innocently, chuckling. But Comrade Bai Yin, your words do remind me. Should my grievances remain unresolved, I shall take my case to the commune leaders and trust they will grant me justice. Bai Yin's expression faltered, clearly caught off guard by Miao Jiao's counterattack, leaving her momentarily speechless. Enough. How much do you want? Jiao's countenance darkened, as if ink were about to drip from his expression. This matter could not escalate further. It risked more than just his dignity. Upon hearing this, Miao Jiao burst into laughter. At last he was panicking. She feigned contemplation before looking up and declaring, I do not wish for much. Considering our shared history, 2 big reunions will suffice. That a big reunion was worth 10 yuan, so 2 amounted to 20 yuan. A considerable sum in the 1970s, capable of purchasing a bounty of goods. The items the original owner had given Jiao, when totaled, barely amounted to 10 yuan, accumulated over years of frugality. She had just doubled the price, for the original owner had indeed assisted Jiao with numerous tasks, and the additional 10 yuan was merely a fair compensation. Two big reunions? What? Jia Yu's voice rose incredulously. This insistent woman was truly demanding an exorbitant price. He had barely over 40 yuan to his name and had no idea how long it would take to earn more. This sum would have his available funds. It felt like she was attempting to extract his very heart. What's the matter? Unwilling to pay. Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow, smirking. Perhaps I should visit the commune leaders instead. Oh, how delightful. She would see to it that he felt the consequences of his actions. In this day and age, what one fears most is the possibility of being reported, regardless of the truth of the matter. If it reaches the ears of the commune leaders, one could easily acquire a tarnished reputation, making future days quite challenging. That I will. Jia Yu's countenance grew exceedingly grim. Can I just give you one for now? As for the other, Chapter 7. Contemplating the future, Miao Jiao squinted her eyes in refusal. No way. I want it all right now. Otherwise, fine, just wait. Jia Yu, infuriated, limped into the room, retrieved the money, and handed it to Miao Jiao. Grinding his molars as he spoke, Jiao, consider our friendship entirely severed. From now on, I will no longer assist you. You must fend for yourself. These words were a blatant threat, implying that should she face any bullying in the future, no one would come to her aid. Did Miao Jiao fear this? The formidable might of the Violence King was not to be trifled with. With a cheerful smile, she tucked the money in her pocket and declared, Rest assured, my future days will only improve, ditto, and please call me by my full name from now on. Being called Jiao feels rather nauseating, but we are not that close, so it's better not to intrude upon my space unnecessarily. Jia Yu, what should I do? I really want to hit someone. I apologize for taking up everyone's time. Let me reiterate, from today onward, I have no relation to Comrade Jia Yu. I hope there are no misunderstandings. Miao Jiao continued, Earlier, I was out in the mountains picking mushrooms that I gathered quite a few, and as an apology, I will treat everyone to a better meal tomorrow at noon. With that, she turned elegantly towards the kitchen. Her meal was still waiting. She had to at least pretend to eat before making any further moves. Seeing this, the onlookers in the courtyard exchanged glances, astonished that Miao Jiao, who usually kept to herself, had such a sharp and fierce temperament. Moreover, her attitude had shifted so rapidly. Could it be that she had experienced some provocation? Their gazes shifted to Jia Yu, who wore a face as dark as thunder, and they felt a twinge of sympathy. Losing 20 yuan was unbearable for anyone. However, they had thought it was merely a matter of 1 or 2 yuan. They hadn't realized Jia Yu had taken so much from her, which explained why Miao Jiao had exploded. It seemed that future interactions would require some caution. Wang Gang said, It's already dark. We all need to study. Let us disperse. Lin Ju and Huang Daidi had long since settled at the table in the living room, reading by the flickering light of an oil lamp. The ruckus from outside was loud enough that even if they didn't go out to see the commotion, they could still hear it. Upon hearing the final outcome, Lin Ju pointed outside. Hey Daidi, don't you think Miao Jiao is acting a bit strange? She wasn't like this before. Over the past 2 years, they had witnessed numerous young intellectuals come and go, often embroiled in various conflicts and quarrels, yet she had never seen anyone erupt so suddenly. Huang Daidi, distracted, replied, I don't know. I haven't been paying attention. Lin Ju furrowed her brows. What is wrong with you? You seem rather down lately. Are you feeling unwell? Having spent 2 years together, despite their differing personalities, they had developed a good rapport. No, I'm just a bit tired. Huang Daidi lowered her head, burying her emotions deep within. Understanding her friend's nature, Lin Ju refrained from probing further, knowing that Huang Daidi preferred to keep her troubles to herself. There was no point in pressing for answers, so she decided to let it be. With Jia Yu storming off to his room, the others gathered in the living room to continue their studies. Although they had no idea when this would all end. They were all intellectuals, and with no other forms of entertainment, studying was their only option. In the kitchen, Miao Jiao surveyed her surroundings. The mud-plastered walls and earthen stove held 2 darkened cooktops, one with an iron pot for cooking and the other with a blackened ceramic jar for boiling rice and porridge. Against the wall stood a large blue jar, with 2 wooden buckets nearby, filled with a bit of water, accompanied by a gourd ladled on the stove. A bowl of thin porridge and a few vegetable leaves awaited her as her evening meal. Though everyone typically had 3 meals a day, they only filled up on brown rice at noon, leaving them with little more than thin porridge or half a bowl of corn paste for the other 2 meals. With a bit of homegrown vegetables and pickled radish or cabbage from the commune, they managed to scrape by each day. After a day of labor, such meager rations were certainly insufficient, leaving many looking pale and gaunt. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the thought of their hardships, lack of clothing and food, scarcity of resources, and enduring toil were the hallmarks of this era. She marveled at how these individuals managed to survive. It was truly commendable. Although she often appeared carefree, having studied this part of history, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for the 10 years of turmoil. Thankfully, in a few years, the college entrance examinations and the policy of reform and opening up would usher in better days for everyone. Having also faced hardships in the orphanage as a child, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a sense of kinship with their struggles. Despite having had a somewhat filling chicken soup for dinner, she didn't waste any food. She quickly drank the porridge, washed the bowl, and exited the kitchen. She placed her dirty clothes into a basin and carried it to the nearby creek. She washed her clothes by the water's edge. She contemplated her next steps. First and foremost, she needed to shed some weight. This endeavor had to be discreet. Otherwise, others might grow suspicious. The two pivotal elements of losing weight. Control your diet and stay active. Controlling one's appetite is easier said than done. She merely needs to refrain from indulging in high-calorie, sugary snacks for the time being. That if she can manage to exercise, that would make the endeavor even simpler. Rising with the dawn, she toils until twilight, returning home utterly exhausted. Yet, this is only the beginning. She plans to take evening strolls along the paths by the fields or at the foot of the mountains after dinner. Recently, she acquired a set of fitness equipment, and when the opportunity arises, she intends to utilize it in her private space for some extra exercise. With a combination of daytime labor, evening workouts, and the support of Lingquan water, she firmly believes that within 2 months, her weight will significantly decrease. Furthermore, there is the matter of her Lingquan space, a closely guarded secret that must remain undisclosed to others. She must also ensure that she can occasionally dine alone or retreat to her space without interruption, ideally in a separate room. However, the young intellectuals all reside in shared quarters. Thus, she must devise a plan to secure her privacy. Though it may seem somewhat antisocial, her relationships with the others are rather neutral. So she need not compromise her comfort for the sake of conformity. Having been granted a second chance at life, she is determined to prioritize her own ease and convenience. She recalls a small storage room located in the back of the young intellectual's compound. It would suffice for her needs. This arrangement would merely constitute a division of space, while still allowing her to remain within the larger community, alleviating any safety concerns. The communal meals are prepared collectively, with the women taking turns cooking while the men handle the more labor-intensive tasks of fetching water and chopping wood. Although the men consume larger portions, their greater work points naturally afford them more food, leading to minimal dissent. Miao Jiao Jiao contemplates that, since she will be eating separately, it would be more practical for her to cook for herself. This way, she can conveniently prepare her own meals without the need for secrecy. Additionally, she will have to engage in agricultural work, an area where she lacks experience and physical stamina. With an abundance of provisions in her space, there is no need for her to exhaust herself for a few work points, especially when she can simply cook for herself without attracting criticism from others. However, she cannot afford to slack off entirely. She still needs to earn sufficient work points, as appearances must be maintained. Shishui Village, also known as Shishui Brigade, consists of approximately 200 households divided into 5 small production teams. All residents of the young intellectuals compound belong to the 5th team, where the work point system is straightforward. Adult males earn 10 points. Ordinary females earn 8, while minors and the elderly receive 5 points each. The caveat is that one must work a full day and demonstrate diligence to earn the full quota. Among the seasoned young intellectuals, Wang Gang, Lin Zhu, and Huang Daidi have honed their skills over 2 years and thus consistently achieve full points. In contrast, the newcomers, Cui Dazhuang and Jia Yu, have managed to earn 8 points after a month of hard work. The 3 other female intellectuals, Bai Yin, Ma Fong, and the original host, have fared poorly, each earning only 6 points. This discrepancy has understandably sparked considerable frustration from Lin Zhu, as work points are directly tied to sustenance. Losing even 1 point is a painful setback. Consequently, a meeting was convened to establish clear expectations moving forward. The new male intellectuals must earn at least 8 work points per day. while the female counterparts are required to secure a minimum of 7. The Miao Jiao muses that if she is to eat separately, earning 6 or 7 points should suffice. With these thoughts in mind, she finishes washing her clothes and, observing that everyone else is still studying or taking notes in the living room, she fetches a book to join in, under the dim glow of the oil lamp. The flickering light casts shadows as she reads. After a short while, she feels her eyes growing weary. Rubbing them gently, she glances around and notices everyone else is deeply engrossed in their studies. She cannot help but reflect. Irrespective of their personalities, the young intellectuals are quite diligent. Though they may be uncertain of when their efforts will bear fruit, they persist in their studies. Perhaps it is this tenacity that will pave the way for a brighter future for their country. Miao Jiao possesses a remarkable memory. She recalls that the first year after the reinstatement of the college entrance examination in 1977 requires students to take 4 subjects. The humanities and sciences differ in one subject, with history and geography for one and physics and chemistry for the other. The remaining 3 subjects include politics, language, and mathematics, each graded out of 100 points, culminating in a total of 400 having studied the humanities in modern high school. She had just completed her exams when the apocalypse struck, leaving her unaware of her scores. Nevertheless, she consistently performed well, so she is confident of achieving a place in the top tier, at present. She is perusing a high school language textbook. Although many concepts differ from her modern education, she is not rushed, as there are still 3 years until the college entrance examinations resume, providing ample time for her to prepare. After about an hour of reading, the seasoned intellectual Wang Gang suggests that it is quite late, and everyone should retire for the night to rest for the early morning work ahead. The others nod in agreement, gathering their books as Miao Jiao is the first to enter her room. The room is sparsely furnished, featuring a large communal bed, a table, and chair near the door. A thermos brought by Yin, and a few enameled cups. Against the inner wall stands a wooden cabinet containing assorted items, while everyone's wooden boxes are tucked neatly beneath the beds, taking up minimal space. Miao Jiao's position is at the farthest end, where her faded gray sheets and a shabby quilt lie in solitude. She removes her shoes and climbs into bed, weighing the quilt, which feels like it weighs only 3 or 4 pounds. Shishui village is situated in a region that is neither too far north nor south, while the winters are not as frigid as those in the north. Temperatures still drop to a few degrees. Currently, it is only early September, and the tattered quilt barely provides warmth, ensuring she will shiver come the depths of winter. Miao Jiao feels a pang of sympathy for the original host. What can one expect from such a family that is unwilling to spare even a bit more cotton? Moreover, it has been a month since the original host arrived in the countryside. Yet her family has not sent a single letter to inquire about her well-being, which is disheartening to contemplate. Lost in her thoughts, she is suddenly interrupted by a mocking voice. I wonder where that awful smell is coming from. It is unbearable. Glancing up, she sees Ma Fong pinching her nose in disgust and casting a furtive glance her way, clearly directing her disdain at Miao Jiao. Dumbfounded, Miao Jiao cannot fathom how she could possibly smell when she has bathed twice already. If there were any odor, surely it would have been detected during their time together in the living room. This individual seems intent on causing trouble, just as she is contemplating how to confront this issue. Fate has presented her with an opportunity. With a swift glance, she plants her hands on her hips and retorts, Ma Fong, who are you talking about? I've bathed already. Don't slander me with false accusations. If anyone speaks up, she will respond in kind. Then A Fong rolls her eyes dramatically, having previously been intimidated by this chubby girl. Outside of her obsession with Jiayu, Ma Fong usually keeps to herself. Recalling how Ma Fong had once frightened her, Miao Jiao feels a surge of indignation. Earlier, she refrained from raising her voice out of respect for the others studying. Now that they are in the room together, she feels emboldened to confront her. After all, they are all present, and Ma Fong would hesitate to act recklessly. Yet while Ma Fong may have her expectations, she is unaware that Miao Jiao is no longer playing by the rules. Chapter 9. A tussle with Ma Fong's hair. Miao Jiao adheres to the principle of taking action rather than engaging in idle chatter, that a glimmer of determination sparks in her eyes as she strides forward. Seizing a handful of Ma Fong's hair, yanking it fiercely as she declares, "Oh, you think I'm easy to bully? How many times have you spoken ill of me behind my back? It is time to settle the score. Humph. Let us settle both new grievances and old scores. I shall show you why the flowers bloom so red." Ah, ouch. Let go, Miao Jiao. Release me at once. Ma Fong was yanked so hard that her scalp tingled. Due to the angle, she was forced to bow her head, her hands scratching futilely upward, unable to grasp Miao Jiao, her heart a tempest of impatience and anger. Bai Yin, witnessing this, hurriedly stepped forward, stamping her foot in anxiety. Miao Jiao. You must release her. This is unacceptable. Let go, or I shall summon help. Lin Ju and Huang Dadi approached, one grasping Miao Jiao's arm, imploring her. Enough, Miao Jiao, cease this, but Miao Jiao, relentless, continued to tug. No, she has spoken ill of me before. She must apologize before I let go. Why should I? I will not apologize. Ma Fong's stubbornness lasted but a moment. The next, succumbing to Miao Jiao's fierce grip, she cried out, You madwoman, release me. I'll apologize. I'll apologize, is that not enough? Upon hearing this, Miao Jiao immediately halted her actions. Very well, apologize that I'm sorry. Ma Fong gritted her teeth as she uttered the words. Miao Jiao gave her another tug of hair. Raising an eyebrow. Sorry for what? Will you dare do it again next time? I want to dare. I want to dare. Ma Fong, with her hair in disarray, lay on the bed, weeping pitifully, wailing. You bully, she had miscalculated. This insufferable fat girl truly knew how to fight. Woe unto her. Her hair was nearly being yanked out, infuriating her. Finally releasing her grip, Miao Jiao delivered a parting shot. Ma Fong, heed me. It is only because everyone persuaded me that I have refrained this time. Should you provoke me again, it shall not be so easy. Bai Yin shot an angry glance at Miao Jiao, reproaching her. Miao Jiao, you are utterly unreasonable. Ma Fong has apologized. Is it necessary to be so ruthless? Miao Jiao tilted her head, smiling at her. Oh, so you mean to say that regardless of how others disparage you behind your back, you can generously forgive them, right? If you can achieve that, I shall admire you. You! Bai Yin was momentarily at a loss for words, her face flushed with indignation. Lin Ju, casting a cold glance at them, remarked, What is all this ruckus for late at night? While you all keep awake. I still wish to sleep. Should anyone dare to make noise again at this hour, do not blame me for reporting to the village chief. Huang Dadi interjected gently. All right, let us all sleep. Ma Fong, do not cry anymore, for tomorrow we must rise early to work. That Ma Fong's sobbing subsided. Just as she was about to whimper again, Miao Jiao suddenly declared, I intend to move into the storage room. Upon hearing this, Ma Fong completely forgot her tears. She dared not speak, her eyes darting as she listened intently to the others' reactions. Bai Yin remained silent. Previously, she was indifferent, but today Miao Jiao had been excessively wild. Should anything happen in the future, it might be uncontrollable, that it would be better to live apart. Huang Dadi, unfamiliar with Miao Jiao, offered no counsel, preoccupied with her own thoughts. However, Lin Ju, known for her fiery temper, retorted sharply, If you wish to move, then move. There is nothing inside, and should you truly leave, do not return. Miao Jiao understood that Lin Ju's words were harsh but bore no malice. She comprehended the underlying message. Moving would yield no benefits. Yet, she was resolute. Yes, I have made up my mind, Sister Lin. It is clear that none of us are happy here, so it is better to sleep apart. Suit yourself. Lin Ju, incensed, tossed aside her blanket and lay down. Ma Fong wiped her tears with her sleeve, smirking suddenly. You insufferable fat girl. Let this be a lesson. Living alone in that dark, filthy storage room will not be pleasant. Heh, I shall enjoy the spectacle when your misfortune befalls you. A night devoid of dreams passed. The following morning, when Miao Jiao awoke, the others were already up. She hastily got out of bed, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and made her way to the living room. Today, Lin Ju and Huang Dadi were preparing breakfast, which consisted of a simple half bowl of corn porridge and a bowl of spicy pickled cabbage. After a hearty meal, Miao Jiao announced her intention to take a day off tomorrow to tidy the storage room before moving in and to make a trip to the town for supplies. Upon hearing of her plan to move into the storage room, Wang Gang expressed surprise. That storage room is dark and damp, lacking a bed or windows. It is uninhabitable. Cui Dezhuang, accustomed to quenching his hunger with a large jug of water in the morning, burped before adding, I once saw a massive rat in there. Aren't you afraid? Miao Jiao laughed. Not at all. I will find a way to deal with it, that I'm quite adept at handling rats. There are plenty of traps and poison at my disposal. Wang Gang sighed and turned to Lin Ju. Lin Ju, you should talk to her. Lin Ju retorted sarcastically. What should I advise? If she wishes to move, let her. I cannot dictate her choices. That my advice is simple. Don't regret it when you wish to return. Wang Gang then looked at the others. What do you all think? Bai Yin shook her head. Actually do not quite agree, but she is too stubborn to be swayed. That A Fong could not hide her smugness. I have nothing to say. Huang Daidi lowered her gaze. Let her decide for herself. Jia Yu chimed in mockingly. Now that she has money in hand, she can afford to indulge herself, but he had not slept well the previous night. Just thinking of those 2 hefty bundles made his heart ache. This debt would eventually be settled with the insufferable fat girl. Hearing everyone's opinions, Wang Gang finally gave up on persuading her. Very well, you may move tomorrow. When I have time, I will assist you. All right, thank you, Brother Wang. Miao Jiao expressed her gratitude and continued. Additionally, I plan to separate my rations for cooking, so I will need to take my share out. Upon hearing this, the others were momentarily stunned. Separating for individual meals was no trivial matter, especially since they all worked in the fields to earn grain. Eating from a communal pot ensured no one went hungry, but individual meals could be detrimental for those who were not efficient workers. Before Wang Gang could respond, Lin Ju grew anxious. Are you certain? With your 6 work points a day, do you believe you can sustain yourself? Miao Jiao smiled faintly. No worries, Sister Lin. I am too plump and need to lose weight. So I will eat less. The others. This reasoning did seem somewhat valid. Ditto, you think highly of yourself. May you starve. Lin Ju huffed, no longer inclined to persuade her. With Lin Ju silent, the others followed suit. Chapter 10. The Hoe Meets the Face in a Comedy of Errors. Dong, dong, dong. The work bell rang, prompting everyone to hastily gather their belongings and head out the door to assemble at the warehouse. This was the meeting point for Team 5, and upon arrival, the team leader commenced the daily briefing. Today's tasks mirror those of yesterday. Plowing, weeding, and fertilizing, everyone must exert their utmost effort and may not slack off, lest their work points be deducted. Although the autumn harvest would not commence until the end of the month, the agricultural tasks in these days were not particularly burdensome, yet one could not afford to be negligent. Otherwise, the lazy individuals would take advantage of the situation, so the team leader always invoked the most valued work points to motivate everyone. Understood. Upon hearing this, several individuals who had considered slacking off immediately perked up. Work points equate to food. No one dared to jest about that. After collecting their tools from the warehouse, the teams ambled toward the fields in small groups. The sky was just brightening, a cool breeze wafting through, carrying with it the fragrance of blooming flowers and grass. Miao Jiao trailed behind the crowd, taking a deep breath of the air. How fresh and delightful it was. This era had its merits, such as the clean air devoid of pollution. And the people were generally warm and sincere, albeit gossipy. Yet most held good intentions. Upon reaching the designated area, Miao Jiao commenced her work. Today, she had been assigned a hoe, ready to plow the earth. That was her first time using such a tool, and she found it rather intriguing. Not having observed how others did it, she thought it was merely a matter of hoeing the soil. Thus, she began to bend over, vigorously plunging the hoe into the ground. Initially, it was manageable. The sun was not too harsh, and her arms held strength. However, as time passed, the sun blazed ever hotter, seemingly intent on drying up the very essence of life. Within less than an hour, she was drenched in sweat, her palms raw, and her arms weary. The team leader had arranged for a bucket of well water to be brought to the ridge, allowing anyone who was thirsty to drink from a gourd. Though somewhat reluctant, Miao Jiao could not withstand her thirst and took a sip from the well water. Halfway through, she seized the opportunity to magically transform the water in the gourd into spring water. A few gulps of the refreshing spring water invigorated her, filling her with energy. She silently chanted, I must lose weight. I must lose weight. Let us get moving. Time to work. Miao Jiao drained the last drop of water from the gourd and resumed her vigorous plowing. The team leader, noticing her enthusiasm, publicly praised her. Everyone should learn from our little Miao Jiao. Look how proactive she is today. She will surely surpass 6 work points. Miao Jiao stumbled slightly, clearing her throat. It seemed that achieving 6 work points was not particularly commendable. Had she not noticed the amused expressions of the surrounding uncles and aunts stifling their laughter? In the presence of those who scored full marks, she ought to humbly accept her position as a mere bronze-level participant. Ma Fong was assigned to weeding today. and her discomfort was already palpable. Upon hearing the team leader's praise for Miao Jiao Jiao, her irritation only intensified. As she continued to weed, her hands began to throb painfully, a sharp, burning sensation coursing through them. Upon inspecting her palms, she discovered 2 large blisters had formed. "Sister Lin, I've developed blisters on my hands. Can I take a break today?" she implored, displaying her hands pitifully to Lin Ju. The latter, however, was unyielding. "Don't even think about it. You've been working in the fields for a month now and still haven't gotten used to it. The rules we established a few days ago require you and Bai Yin to earn at least 7 work points daily." No slacking off. Ma Fong mumbled a few words in protest, but Miao Jiao Jiao is also... Lin Ju shot her an exasperated glance, rolling her eyes dramatically. She has managed to secure her own provisions. "And that's none of my concern. That if you had the ability, you could also secure your own food, and I wouldn't say a word. All you do is complain. Have you noticed how much more diligent Miao Jiao Jiao has been today? If you continue with this negative attitude, be wary of the team leader reporting you to the captain." Hearing this, Ma Fong sulked, feeling extremely resentful. She dared not retort to Lin Ju, instead directing her fury at Miao Jiao Jiao. If it weren't for that insufferable fatso, she wouldn't be facing such scorn. Why was she working so hard? For whom was she putting on a show? Miao Jiao Jiao, close enough to overhear the exchange, couldn't help but twitch her lips at Ma Fong's expression. People like her easily forget the pain once the wound is healed. Last night, she had yanked so much of Miao Jiao Jiao's hair and cried so pitifully. Yet now all was forgotten. Did she think Miao Jiao Jiao was someone who wouldn't dare to fight back? It appeared that last night's lesson had not been sufficient. Spotting a small figure crawling nearby, Miao Jiao Jiao, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, swung her hoe and struck at Ma Fong's face. The hoe, having recently been used in freshly fertilized soil, carried a particularly unpleasant odor along with its muddy residue. "Ah!" Ma Fong shrieked as the hoe skimmed her cheek and landed at her feet. She slumped to the ground, utterly losing her composure, and began to shout, "Miao Jiao Jiao, what are you doing? Why are you hitting me with a hoe?" The commotion drew the curiosity of others, their gazes now fixed on the scene. The earlier altercation had occurred in a flash, leaving only the involved parties aware of the context. "What are you yelling about? Are we still working or not?" The team leader approached, visibly annoyed. Upon seeing the two in conflict, his brows furrowed immediately. "What is going on?" Miao Jiao Jiao blinked innocently, removing the hoe and pointing to a centipede crushed on the ground. "Team leader, I saw a centipede here and was afraid it would bite Ma Fong, so I killed it. That I didn't expect her to accuse me of hitting her with the hoe." The team leader looked at Ma Fong incredulously. "Miao Jiao Jiao was only trying to help you. How can you say such things? She was clearly hitting me in the face with the hoe." Ma Fong protested, tears welling in her eyes, the dirt from the hoe still clinging to her nose, stinking terribly. All right, if there is nothing more to say, get back to work." The team leader shook his head in resignation. These new recruits had so much energy for trouble. This was still a relatively calm period. When the autumn harvest approached at the end of the month, they would truly feel the strain. The surrounding uncles and aunts exchanged smirks, finding the squabble trivial. How precious these city girls were, making such a fuss over nothing. Once the onlookers dispersed, Bai Yin set down her hoe and helped Ma Fong to her feet. "Stop crying. Everyone else watching and laughing." "Yin Yin, do you not believe me either?" Ma Fong pouted, as if on the verge of tears that were friends. "Of course, I believe you," Bai Yin assured, leading her to the water bucket to wash her hands with a ladle. "But right now, everyone is busy and no one saw what happened. That if you keep making a scene, others will think you are being unreasonable." A Fong anxiously asked. "What should I do then?" Bai Yin gently patted her back, her gaze meaningful. "Don't fret, there is plenty of time. Sooner or later, I will help you get your justice." Chapter 11. Seeking help from the village chief as noon approached, Miao Jiao Jiao felt as though she might spontaneously combust from exhaustion. Her back and waist aching unbearably. This body was frail. After a short while of work, she was out of breath. Had she not drunk the spring water, she would have likely collapsed long ago. Despite the fatigue, the results were gratifying. That a typical farmer could hoe half an acre in a day and earn a full work point. After a morning of hard labor, Miao Jiao Jiao had completed 1/5 of an acre. And with the afternoon ahead, she could nearly reach half an acre. This pace was quite commendable. She should be able to secure her 7 work points. With this thought, a swell of pride filled her heart. There was indeed a distinct sense of accomplishment in earning her own rations. Meanwhile, Ma Fong and Bai Yin lagged behind, still dawdling. Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow, anticipating that Lin Ju would surely scold them upon their return. True to form, at lunchtime, Lin Ju reminded them at the table, Ma Fong, Bai Yin, make sure to pick up the pace this afternoon. You must earn at least 7 work points today. Ma Fong pouted in complaint. Sister Lin, my blisters have burst. I surely can't work quickly this afternoon. Eating with chopsticks was painful for her. Why was Lin Ju so unsympathetic? Bai Yin, though relatively fine, felt discomfort in her back. Sister Lin, I am not feeling well either. Could we perhaps have a few more days to recover? After a month of idleness, suddenly being asked to speed up was challenging for anyone. Lin Ju frowned. The food you're eating now is borrowed from the brigade. When harvest season comes, work points will be deducted, and you'll have to draw from next year's rations that if your work points are insufficient and you owe the brigade, the other villagers will have opinions. Over time, you'll have to pay money to settle it. That if you want to slack off, that's fine, but when the time comes and you lack funds, you'll be the one crying. Although Lin Ju was reprimanding the two of them, she was indirectly warning Miao Jiao that if they did not work more diligently, their future would be bleak. The end of the month marked the busy autumn harvest. The best time to earn work points, that if they did not practice increasing their speed now, they would miss out. The initial earnings in work points might not draw complaints from the veteran recruits, as everyone had gone through this phase. However, if it continued, fewer work points would mean less food, that if they were still eating together from a communal pot, who would be pleased with that? Upon hearing that insufficient work points would require money to make up for it, Ma Fong's expression changed drastically. She currently had only over 30 yuan, which she had been saving to buy new clothes and cosmetics. She was well aware of her family's situation. They would only send a few winter clothes for warmth. But no extra money would be allocated for her. She glanced at Bai Yin, wanted to say something but feeling hesitant, only managing a subdued nod. Sister Lin, I understand. Bai Yin responded in kind. Thank you, Sister Lin. I know what I need to do. After all, her family was well off. If her work points fell short at the end of the year, she could simply buy food with money. No big deal. That's the spirit. Everyone has it tough. Moreover, if you earn enough work points for food, any surplus can be shared. Had it not been for the understanding that they were new sent-down youths, Lin Ju would not have taken it upon herself to educate Ma Fong. Ma Fong exchanged a glance with Bai Yin, both of them reflecting a sense of helplessness in their eyes. The labor points they earned were barely enough to cover their food, let alone any surplus to share. They chose to interpret Lin Ju's words as a form of consolation. Meanwhile, Miao Jiao remained silent throughout the meal, as she would be dining separately starting tomorrow, harboring no particular thoughts on the matter. After finishing her meal, Miao Jiao opted not to take a nap and headed straight to the storage room in the backyard. The backyard was quite spacious, with a large plot in the center cultivated with vegetables by the veteran youths like Lin Jiao. To the far left stood a rudimentary shower area and a dry toilet, while the far right housed a large storage room filled with various items. Accessing the backyard could be done directly through the back door of the main house or by circumventing the courtyard walls. As Miao Jiao surveyed the storage room, she noted that it spanned approximately 15 square meters, providing ample space. However, the absence of windows and lack of maintenance rendered it dark and damp, with a foul odor permeating the air. After standing there for a moment and finalizing her rectification plan, she returned to fetch a pen and jot down the key points, gazing at the densely filled pages. She could not help but exclaim that the workload for tomorrow appeared quite substantial. The afternoon passed swiftly, and Miao Jiao successfully earned 7 labor points. In contrast, Ma Fong, striving to avoid any deductions, exerted herself to also earn 7 points, while Bai Yin consistently garnered her usual 6 points. Before anyone could inquire, she cheerfully remarked that by the year's end, she would have money to buy food. Observing this, Lin Ju and the others felt it inappropriate to comment. After dinner that evening, Miao Jiao retrieved half a jean of brown sugar from her space, wrapped it in newspaper, and made her way to the village head's home. Although it was unnecessary to mention matters pertaining to the sent-down youth courtyard to the village head, she still needed to enlist his help for certain tasks. The village head, also the team leader, was warm and welcoming, and upon seeing Miao Jiao, he immediately rose to greet her. Comrade Miao, have you had dinner yet? Would you like to join us? Miao Jiao smiled as she placed her offering on the table. No, Thank you, village head, that I have already eaten, that I came to ask you about something. Why bring something if you're just visiting? The village head's wife, a sharp woman, cheerfully accepted the gift and said, feel free to say what you need. My husband is always willing to help. Meow Jiao Jiao explained, I plan to move into the storage room at the sent-down youth courtyard, but I lack some items and don't know whom to ask for help. Annie, could you recommend someone? Oh, what's the matter? Are you having a dispute with someone? Although the village head's wife feigned concern, her eyes betrayed her curiosity. Meow Jiao Jiao casually replied, there's nothing of the sort. Annie, did I simply wish for a bit of personal space to make things more convenient? The village head's wife responded, all right then, what do you need? Old Lee at the end of the village is a carpenter. And next door is Lou the blacksmith. Just go ask them and mention that I sent you. They will surely offer you a fair price. Meow Jiao Jiao thanked her with a smile. Thank you. Annie, I will go inquire now. The village head's wife smiled back. Go ahead, go ahead. Once she left, she quickly unwrapped the newspaper to discover the brown sugar inside. She took a little taste, savoring it, and remarked to her husband, my goodness, this girl is quite generous. Half a gene of brown sugar for just a simple inquiry. What a waste of money. The village head, sipping porridge, looked up and said, what do you know? This girl is clever. She's using your name to get things made. Forget about the price. The workers will surely put in their best effort. Besides, if the villagers find out she's living alone in that storage room, they will gossip that be why moving out under your name. No one will dare speak ill of it. The village head's wife shot him a glare. I know nothing. I just see that this girl is generous. Since she brought brown sugar, helping her with a few things is no trouble at all. The village head glanced at the packet of brown sugar before returning to his porridge. I know. No need for you to remind me. Chapter 12. Intense training in the space. After settling her affairs at the end of the village, Meow Jiao Jiao made her way toward the foot of the mountain. By this time, darkness had fallen. She ventured to a secluded spot to access her space. First, she drank a cup of spring water, then visited the restroom, and finally, she quickly removed her shoes and stepped onto the scale. The needle began to whir and finally came to a stop. Meow Jiao Jiao widened her eyes and took a closer look. 158 pounds. Quite satisfactory. After a full day's work, she had lost 2 pounds, which was commendable. She rushed to the restroom to check her reflection in the mirror. Thanks to the spring water, her previously rough skin had become much smoother. Although her complexion remained dark and yellowish, it appeared slightly brighter and more vibrant than the previous day. Meow Jiao Jiao pinched the flesh on her face, lamenting, I could easily make dumplings with this. Yet she wondered where the 2 pounds had disappeared, as her face showed no signs of change whatsoever. It seemed the journey to becoming slimmer and more beautiful was still a long one during her modern life, despite receiving support from kind-hearted individuals for her education. Meow Jiao Jiao often took part-time jobs in her spare time to earn money. During high school, after classes, she worked as a cleaning girl at a martial arts academy near her school. Each time she witnessed the bright classroom filled with people laughing and practicing martial arts, she felt a pang of envy. These individuals were carefree, cherished by their families, and could proudly practice martial arts in plain sight. Unlike her, who could only hide in the corner and observe. Sometimes, after finishing her cleaning duties, she would secretly practice for a while. Initially out of curiosity, she soon became engrossed. She was beautiful and academically gifted. But her introverted nature and long hours working part-time jobs led to mediocre relationships with her classmates, making her an easy target for bullying. Martial arts not only strengthened her body, but also empowered her to resist her bullies. Once she tasted the sweetness of empowerment, she became wholly absorbed in martial arts practice, her movements becoming increasingly skillful. When the apocalypse struck, her combat skills finally found their purpose, coupled with the enhancement from the spring water. She managed to traverse several cities and gather abundant supplies within a month of the apocalypse that demonstrate her commitment to weight loss. Meow Jiao Jiao deliberately selected several training equipment pieces to place in the yard of her wooden house. First, a long staff, sandbags, and a wooden dummy were essential tools she frequently used for martial arts practice. Secondly, a stationary bike was necessary for strengthening her leg muscles and reducing belly fat. With her equipment chosen, Meow Jiao Jiao commenced her workout for the day. First, she ran a lap around the wooden house and spring water, taking approximately 30 minutes. Then, she cycled on the stationary bike for 30 minutes, followed by 3 sets of 20 sit-ups over 20 minutes. Lastly, She practiced a martial arts routine with a long staff for 10 minutes and spent a total of 30 minutes hitting the sandbags and practicing on the wooden dummy. Thus, her workout took at least 2 hours to complete. After an intense training session, Miao Jiao Jiao collapsed to the ground, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath. Spring water. With a thought, a cup of spring water appeared in her hand. She gulped down several refreshing swigs, gradually regaining her strength. This spring water was truly life-saving. She adored it. Once her workout concluded, her stomach began to grumble impatiently. She had only consumed a bowl of porridge for dinner. And despite her earlier focus on training, she had neglected her hunger. Now that she had stopped, her entire body clamored for sustenance. Summoning an apple with her mind, Miao Jiao Jiao imagined it as a gigantic hamburger and devoured it eagerly. Surprisingly, this method of visualizing food was quite effective. The air within the space was fresh and pure, and even fruits and vegetables not grown within the space tasted far superior to those from before, making the experience quite enjoyable. After consuming an apple, her hunger was somewhat alleviated. Once she felt a bit more energetic, Miao Jiao Jiao removed her shoes and weighed herself once more. Goodness, 157 pounds, after 2 hours of exercise. She had only shed a single pound. Miao Jiao Jiao could not help but doubt that this pound was merely the sweat she had lost at the road to weight loss was indeed a long one. Exiting the space, Miao Jiao Jiao strolled back to the sent-down youth courtyard, only to realize it was quite late. She glanced at the clock in her space and noted that it was just past 10 p.m. At that moment, everyone was still studying in the living room. Upon seeing her fatigued visage, they wondered if something had happened. Linju could not help but inquire, "Where have you been? You were out for so long at this late hour." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled. "Did I not mention my intention to lose weight? After dinner, I went out to exercise for a while. From now on, I'll be doing this every evening. It will help me slim down quickly." At the foot of the mountain lies a forest dense and the terrain somewhat chaotic. As long as one can conceal themselves and enter the space, others are unlikely to notice, upon hearing her words. The others expressed mild astonishment that it was broad daylight, and after a long day of labor, they were nearly exhausted. Who had the energy to engage in physical training at night, setting aside other matters? Everyone admired her determination to lose weight, though they were uncertain how long she could maintain such resolve. After experiencing 2 provocations from Miao Jiao Jiao over the past 2 days, Ma Fong felt somewhat intimidated by her. She dared not mock her openly, instead rolling her eyes in secret, pondering that no matter how much weight she lost, she would still end up looking like a hideous creature, aside from Bai Yin. She considered herself the second prettiest among all the female educated youth, brimming with superiority, naturally unwilling for anyone to surpass her in beauty. Another individual who reacted quite strongly was Jiayu. During the day, he found himself contemplating the events of the previous night, feeling increasingly uneasy. Miao Jiao Jiao had harbored feelings for him for several years. She had once resolutely followed him to the countryside to become an educated youth. How could she possibly say she no longer liked him? Thus, the only explanations were that she was either playing hard to get or had developed feelings for someone else. However, she had only been in the countryside for a month, and her frequent interactions were limited to a few people from the educated youth dormitory. Besides him, there were only 2 male educated youths, Wang Gang and Cui Dezhuang, neither of whom seemed particularly familiar with her. Therefore, Jiayu did not believe, or perhaps did not wish to acknowledge, that Miao Jiao Jiao had moved on. Thus, the only possibility remained. She was intentionally provoking him to draw his attention and elicit a confession of affection from him. Jiayu felt his deduction was quite accurate. Look, she had even gone out of her way to exercise to make him like her. He wondered what she would look like if she successfully lost weight. If she were not unattractive, perhaps he could discreetly consider a relationship with her. After all, life in the countryside was rather dull, and if she slimmed down, it might be quite enjoyable to seek some amusement. With these thoughts, Jiayu's previously gloomy mood lifted considerably. He decided that as long as she did not cause any more trouble and listened to him, he could graciously forgive her for last night's incident. However, he felt it necessary to distance himself from her for a while. Otherwise, this woman would not know her limits and would keep throwing tantrums that Jiayu's imagination ran wild. His gaze towards Miao Jiao Jiao became increasingly peculiar. Naturally, Miao Jiao Jiao sensed the scrutiny and shot him a disdainful glare. However, In the eyes of the oblivious Jiayu, he interpreted it as her playfully flirting with him, that he felt a sense of smug satisfaction, believing this foolish girl still harbored deep feelings for him. The following morning, as soon as Miao Jiaojiao heard the sounds of others stirring, she promptly got out of bed. Today, she had deliberately taken a day off to tidy up the storage room, hoping to finish early for her own comfort. Last night, she had already separated her food supplies, so she would not be having breakfast today. After greeting Lin Ju and the others, she dove straight into organizing the storage room. While tidying up, she used her mental focus to cook 2 eggs and brew a cup of milk in her space. Shortly after, the others left for work, and Miao Jiaojiao hurriedly ran ahead to close the wooden door of the educated youth dormitory. After shutting the door, she entered the space, consumed the eggs and milk, and then enjoyed a banana and a small piece of bread. Today's workload was substantial, so she needed to eat more to have the strength to work. The storage room was filled with a myriad of items, most of which were rusted and decayed remnants left by the previous owner, all of little use. Miao Jiaojiao removed these items, placing the larger ones in the corner of the yard and discarding the smaller ones in the designated garbage area. After moving all these items, Miao Jiaojiao was drenched in sweat and covered in dust. Fortunately, she had chosen to wear all black today, so she was not overly concerned about getting dirty. However, it crossed her mind that the original owner's wardrobe seemed to consist solely of black and gray clothing. Lacking any vibrant colors, her mother, in her frugality, never made her new clothes. Due to her plump figure, those garments were merely outdated clothes of her mother repurposed. This led Miao Jiaojiao to ponder. Was she truly their biological daughter? From childhood, she had endured beatings and scoldings, forced to do all the chores, yet had never received even a single new outfit, while her mischievous younger brother received new clothes and shoes every year. Such a stark contrast evoked a profound sense of injustice. Reflecting further, she concluded that many families prioritize sons over daughters, and some are even harsher than this. The original owner was somewhat fortunate to have completed high school and grown up in good health. Once she successfully lost weight, she intended to visit the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase some fabric and have someone make her several sets of clothing. Alas, with no one to care for or love her, she would have to take matters in her own hands. Living in this world, one must treat oneself well. That is the only true principle. After clearing the clutter, Miao Jiaojiao grabbed a broom and began to sweep, filling the dustpan 5 times before finally finishing. Glancing up at the ceiling and corners, she noticed cobwebs and dust everywhere. Without a ladder in the room, she summoned one from her space using her mental focus. Wearing her work hat and wielding the broom, she set about cleaning the ceiling. After completing a round of sweeping, she was out of breath and took a few sips of the spring water before resuming her work with renewed vigor. After diligently working for over an hour, the storage room was finally spotless. As Miao Jiaojiao sat on the threshold resting, she heard a knock at the door of the educated youth dormitory. "Little Miao, are you in there?" "Yes, yes," she hurriedly responded, rushing to open the door with a smile. "Uncle Li, you've come." This was Li the carpenter, who had agreed to come help her the day before. He had brought quite a few items on a cart, and together they carried everything to the backyard. Miao Jiaojiao decided to divide the 15-square-meter room into 2 sections. That on the left side, she placed a bed, hanging a large straw mat in the middle for separation, while the right side would serve as a kitchen. The door to the storage room was located on the right side, allowing anyone who entered to focus on the kitchen activities, ensuring better privacy for the bed area. Since a wooden bed was too expensive, Miao Jiaojiao had Li the carpenter help her create a simple bed using 2 long benches with 2 wooden planks on top. Beneath the bed, she placed the wooden boxes and basins she had brought. In the corner by the wall, she placed a small 2-tiered cabinet, which had a lock to store her clothing and valuables beside it. She set up a table and chair, where her enamel cup was placed, making meals and study much more convenient. Next came the kitchen arrangements on the right side. That on the inner wall, Miao Jiaojiao asked Uncle Li to help create a small window for ventilation while cooking. He also assisted in constructing a simple stove and chimney. Miao Jiaojiao enthusiastically lent a hand throughout the process. Against the wall, she placed a 2-tiered wooden countertop with the upper part for chopping vegetables and the lower part for bowls and utensils, along with 2 small stools and a water bucket nearby. Including the labor costs, Uncle Li mentioned that in consideration of the village chief's wife, he would charge Miao Jiaojiao a total of 17 yuan. Miao Jiaojiao felt the price was quite reasonable, albeit she was running low on funds. Moreover, she had also made arrangements with Lou the blacksmith for a small iron pot and knife for cooking, which she needed to pick up tonight, further straining her finances. Additionally, there were several more items she required. However, she could not directly retrieve items from her space, so it seemed imperative to devise a way to earn some money. Fortunately, the original owner had maintained some reservations about Jiayu and had not disclosed her circumstances at home. Thus, he remained unaware of how much money and tickets she had brought when she came to the countryside, and he would naturally not suspect anything when she purchased items. The furniture Uncle Li brought was quite sturdy, and he worked diligently, only taking a single water break throughout the morning. After sending him off, Miao Jiao immediately took a bucket to draw water from a nearby well. Upon returning with the water, it coincided perfectly with the lunch break that as she squatted down with a rag to clean the furniture. A surprised voice rang out at the door. "Dado, this room has changed dramatically." A figure peered in, addressing Miao Jiao. "May I come in?" Miao Jiao stood up. "Of course, welcome." Lin Ju entered with a smile and asked, "Have you eaten lunch yet?" Miao Jiao, with her eyes wide open, replied with a fib, I just went to the front to cook some porridge that in truth, she had not eaten yet and was feeling hungry by this hour. However, she was accustomed to organizing everything meticulously before indulging in a meal, as it provided her with a sense of fulfillment. Thus, she planned to finish her tasks and take a stroll in the town. Intending to stealthily enjoy a meal in a secluded spot along the way, "I ask that all the bedding you have," Lin Ju remarked, surveying the room and commenting, "The walls are covered in dirt. We need to paste some newspaper on them." Miao Jiao nodded. "I've dried some straw outside. It should be more comfortable once I lay it down." Although there was plenty of cotton bedding in her space, she could not retrieve it, as the quality varied significantly in this era. Purchasing cotton required cotton tickets, and acquiring enough for a quilt was quite challenging. Therefore, Miao Jiao intended to spread a layer of straw on the bedboard, place a mat on top, and then cover it with the old quilt. She would think of a solution once the autumn harvest came and the weather turned cold. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju frowned slightly and then said, "I happen to have an extra thin quilt. If you need it, I can lend it to you." Miao Jiao was taken aback. Although her sister was kind-hearted, she did not seem this generous. Indeed, the next words confirmed this. "But I won't lend it for free. You need to paste some newspaper around the muddy area by the bed that I still have some starch left. I'll go cook it into a paste and bring over some newspaper. If you could give me a little something for my trouble, that would suffice." "All right, then that would be a great help." Miao Jiao agreed without hesitation. She appreciated those who spoke plainly, without hidden agendas, as it made cooperation straightforward. "All right, I'll fetch it for you," Lin Ju replied before turning to leave. When she returned, Huang Daidi, Wang Gang, and Cui Zhuang had also come along to AT that moment. Bai Yin and Ma Fong were busy cooking, while Jiayu excused himself for feeling unwell. The group looked around the room, and Wang Gang remarked with a smile, "Comrade Miao Jiao, your little room is quite nicely arranged." "It looks much better." Huang Daidi nodded in agreement, enviously adding, "Indeed, it must have cost a fair bit." Cui Zhuang scratched the back of his head, saying, "Though it looks good, you'll surely have mice. Be careful they don't crawl onto your head at night." Miao Jiao replied, "Brother, could you choose your words more carefully? Come, let us not just stand around. Help me paste the newspaper." Lin Ju dipped a small brush made of straw into the paste and smeared it on the wall, turning to urge, "Hurry up so we can eat." "Okay." Everyone stepped forward, each taking a piece of newspaper to help. Miao Jiao followed behind, a smile flickering in her eyes. It seemed that this big sister had quite the charisma. In the memories of the original owner, due to Ma Fong's instigation, these people had been rather cold towards her. Perhaps now they felt a tinge of sympathy seeing her alone, which prompted their assistance. In less than 15 minutes, the group had completely covered the two sides of the wooden bed against the wall with newspaper. Once finished, Miao Jiao used her thoughts to retrieve some hard candy from her space, distributing 3 pieces to each, and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you all. This candy is from my hometown and tastes quite good. Please give it a try." Everyone accepted it with smiles. Candies were indeed a rare treat, and it was only fitting to offer a little something as thanks for their help. After the others departed, Miao Jiao looked up at Lin Ju, saying, "Sister Lin, about the payment for your help." Lin Ju unwrapped a piece of candy and popped it in her mouth, chewing thoughtfully. "This candy is quite sweet. If you could spare me a few more pieces, that would suffice." In response, Miao Jiao chuckled and took out a handful of hard candy along with 50 cents. handing it over. Please accept this. Thank you for your assistance today. The candy was to express her gratitude for Lin Ju bringing people to help, while the 50 cents served as interest for borrowing the quilt. Miao Jiao Jiao had never been fond of incurring favors, and she felt this was sufficient. All right then, I shall not be polite, Lin Ju said, raising an eyebrow, but not rejecting the offer. Her family was fairly well off. But one should never refuse gifts when they come knocking. In the future, she could assist this girl in other ways. Sister Lin, it's time for dinner. Ma Fong called from the front yard, to which Lin Ju responded before heading over. Miao Jiao Jiao wiped down the furniture twice, then circled around the yard to bring back the dried straw to prepare her bed. Once she finished, she locked the door, changed into clean clothes, and could not resist rolling on the wooden board with excitement. The wooden bed creaked under her weight, unable to withstand Miao Jiao Jiao's enthusiasm. She finally had her own private room, where she could indulge in her meals without reservation. Initially, she had planned to eat in her space on the way to town, but feeling quite hungry, she opted to enter her space directly. With no time to cook, she boiled about 10 cabbage dumplings, grabbed a crisp cucumber, and quickly devoured everything. After eating until she was about 70% full, she locked the door, informed the people in the front yard, and stepped outside. Shirshir village was relatively close to the town, taking a little over half an hour to walk. With the sun shining brightly, Miao Jiao Jiao had applied sunscreen in her space, so she felt no apprehension. Although she had the benefits of spiritual spring water, she still could not afford to neglect her skin. Previously, while working in the fields, she had secretly applied sunscreen, and at night, she would hide under the covers to use some moisturizer and lotion. Now that she had her own space, applying face care products would be much more convenient. With some time still before reaching the town, Miao Jiao Jiao pondered how to earn money as she walked. Currently, she had only 12 yuan left. That evening, she needed to buy a small iron pot and a kitchen knife. Iron items were quite expensive, costing at least several yuan. Moreover, there were plenty of other items she needed to purchase. A water bottle to carry spiritual spring water, so she wouldn't have to share a gourd with everyone else. She also needed a thermos. Although she could wash up in her space every night before sleeping, guests occasionally came to visit, and she ought to provide them with some tea. It would be unseemly not to have even a container for tea. Additionally, a kerosene lamp was necessary, as her room was rather dim. During the day it was fine, but at night, without a lamp, it was completely dark. These were just the basics. Today she would focus on acquiring these items, and later she could gradually replenish everything else. After all, she would be living here for 3 years, and she needed to ensure her comfort. As for how to earn money, Miao Jiao Jiao had read many historical novels in modern times and recalled the money-making schemes of the heroines in those stories. This era was rather peculiar, as trade could not occur openly and had to be conducted clandestinely. Thus, the heroines often ventured into so-called black markets or wandered near hospitals or factory dormitories to find opportunities. Miao Jiao Jiao pondered for a moment. For safety's sake, she would avoid the black market for now. With her current physique, if she were caught there, she would have no chance to escape. Although she had some martial arts skills and the aid of spiritual spring water, her body was not the same as in modern times, and it would take several months of training to regain her former agility. Moreover, her plump figure would stand out in a crowd. She might easily attract unwanted attention from enforcers. It would be wiser to carry a basket and stroll around the factory dormitories, hoping for a stroke of luck that if confronted, she could claim she was visiting relatives in town. The items in her basket could be stored in her space at any time, leaving no evidence against her. Once she slimmed down and improved her physical prowess, she could then venture into the black market to earn substantial profits. With this determination, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a surge of motivation rise within her. For the sake of a brighter future, she was ready to charge ahead. Chapter 15. Selling goods in town. As she approached the town, Miao Jiao Jiao veered off into a secluded spot on a small hillside, then entered her space for a brief interlude. It is prudent to disguise oneself while selling goods to avoid potential complications later on. She retrieved some cosmetics from her space, darkened her complexion, and shaped her eyebrows into a straight line. She untied her braids, gathering all her hair at the back of her head, and wrapped it with a deep blue scarf. Subsequently, she found a gray shawl to cover her upper body, significantly altering her appearance compared to before. Upon reaching the town, Miao Jiao Jiao first visited the grain station to check the prices. She had already contemplated that selling essential goods would be the best approach. Ordinary rice was priced at merely 0.13 yuan per jean, while the more refined flour was slightly more expensive at 0.18 yuan. Soybean oil cost 0.60 yuan per jean, all requiring tickets for purchase. After observing the prices, she hurried next door to the butcher shop to assess the meat prices. Meat prices were exorbitant, as they only received fresh supplies a few times a year. Lean pork was priced at 0.80 yuan per jean, and chicken at 0.70 yuan per jean, both necessitating meat tickets that in fact, these prices were considered reasonable here. On the black market, they could soar to 4 or 5 times that amount. If she were to sell along the factory's family quarters, even slightly undercutting the black market prices would ensure brisk sales. Miao Jiaojiao recalled that there was a large steel factory within Hongqi Town commune, which employed many workers. Therefore, she inquired about directions under the guise of seeking family, eventually making her way to the vicinity of the steel factory's residential quarters. Upon arrival, she used her mind to place some items in her basket, covering them with a layer of gray cloth, and began to stroll leisurely. It was just past the start of the afternoon shift, and the streets were relatively empty, making her rather conspicuous with her ample figure. Before long, an older woman approached her. The two exchanged glances and immediately understood their roles in this little charade. The woman cheerfully called out, "Oh, dear girl, there you are. I've been looking for you. Come, let's chat at my home." In these times, everyone seemed to have an abundance of relatives, and one could easily find a connection on the street. Miao Jiaojiao's lips twitched. "Dear girl, must you be so honest?" "Annie." "Oh, haha, all right." Despite her reluctance, she followed along. They walked to a hidden alley, where the woman quickly leaned in and asked in a hushed tone, "My dear, what do you have in that basket?" Miao Jiaojiao responded mysteriously, "Sister, I have all sorts of good stuff: rice, flour, soybean oil, pork, and chicken. What do you need?" The woman immediately brightened at the mention of meat. "Really? Pork and chicken are hard to come by. Tell me your price. If it's reasonable, I'll buy several jean." Upon hearing this, Miao Jiaojiao's eyes sparkled. This woman inquired about meat first, indicating her family had ample grain. She must be well off. Thus, she aimed to sell more. "Pork is 2.40 yuan per jean at the butcher's, while I sell it for 2.20 yuan. A whole chicken weighs 5 jeans, and I offer it to you for 9 yuan. These prices don't require tickets, but if you have other tickets besides grain ones, like industrial coupons, I can give you a further discount." The woman's eyes gleamed. This seller's prices were cheaper than those on the black market. 6 months prior, she had paid 6 yuan for 2 jeans of pork without a ticket. Though the prices were low, she still sought to haggle. "Oh, dear girl, your prices are a bit steep. Could you lower them? I have an extra industrial coupon and a cotton ticket at home." These were tickets she had saved for a long time and had hesitated to use. Had it not been for her daughter-in-law giving birth to a hefty grandson recently, she wouldn't have dared to part with them. Feigning deep thought, Miao Jiaojiao replied, "All right, I'll sell you pork at 2.20 yuan per jean and the chicken for 7.50 yuan if you give me those 2 tickets." She aimed to propose a middle ground, prompting the woman to finalize the deal. As expected, the woman eagerly exclaimed, "You see, dear girl, our meeting must be fateful. Several of my sisters are in need of grain. Why don't you give me a whole lot? I'll take you to my home, and I guarantee you'll sell everything in that basket." Miao Jiaojiao smiled slightly. "All right, sister, we are both straightforward people. Then it will be 2 yuan per jean for pork and 7 yuan for the chicken." "Excellent. Come, let us head to my home for some tea." The woman cheerfully pulled her along towards the residential quarters. Once they arrived and set down the basket, Miao Jiaojiao quickly used her mind to fill it with 80 jeans of goods, 30 jeans of rice, 20 jeans of flour, 10 jeans of soybean oil, 10 jeans of pork, and 10 jeans of chicken. Her basket was neither too large nor too small, perfectly accommodating these items without revealing her secret. The woman first bought a chicken and 3 jeans of pork, pouring her a bowl of warm water and smiling. "Wait here. I'll call my sisters over." Shortly, 4 or 5 women entered, one of whom called out urgently, "Dear girl, I heard you have grain. What's the price per jean?" Miao Jiaojiao smiled as she lifted the gray cloth, exposing the contents within, and began her pitch. "Rice is 0.25 yuan per jean with a ticket, and 0.40 yuan without. Flour is 0.50 yuan with a ticket, and 0.70 yuan without. Soybean oil is 1.80 yuan with a ticket, and 2 yuan without. Pork is 2 yuan per jean, and a whole chicken is 7 yuan. Both requiring tickets, but I don't need grain tickets. Other tickets are acceptable. Upon seeing the goods, the women immediately became animated. Oh wow, these prices are fantastic. I'll take 10 jeans of rice and 5 jeans of flour. How fortuitous. I have an industrial coupon. Give me a whole chicken. My grandson hasn't had meat in ages. I'll run home to fetch an oil jug for 5 jeans of soybean oil. Thus, a lively exchange ensued, and Miao Jiao's basket was soon emptied. As they prepared to leave, several women urged her, be sure to return with more good goods next time. Miao Jiao naturally agreed with a cheerful nod. From this venture, she earned a total of 80 yuan along with several tickets, a considerable haul. Her first attempt at selling goods had gone exceedingly well, significantly boosting her confidence. Subsequently, she employed the same strategy in 2 more distant alleys, successfully selling a substantial amount of merchandise. By the end, she had amassed over 200 yuan and a collection of miscellaneous tickets. With enough funds to purchase many necessities, Miao Jiao decided to call it a day. Her current strength was insufficient for risky endeavors, and with plenty of time ahead, there was no need to rush. In a secluded spot, she entered her space to remove her makeup, then set off to the supply and marketing cooperative with her basket. After purchasing the few items she needed, she placed them in her basket and hummed a cheerful tune, feeling quite pleased as she made her way home. Just as she was halfway there, a distant cry for help echoed from a nearby small forest. Help, is anyone there? Please save me, sob sob. Chapter 16. Meeting Meng Bao curious, Miao Jiao followed the sound and soon found its source, a large tree. Looking up, she spotted what appeared to be a person perched among the branches. Upon noticing her, the girl exclaimed in a high-pitched, sweet voice, Comrade, comrade, please help me. The girl's voice was bright and melodious, indicating she was likely a young woman. However, her figure was obscured by the thick foliage, making it difficult to discern her features. How do I help you? I can't climb trees, Miao Jiao replied, her lips twitching. Wah, I climbed up, but now I can't get down. My legs are shaking, and I have no strength left. Meng Bao's nose turned red, and she lamented pathetically, shedding golden tears. She deeply regretted her decision to indulge in the wild fruits on the tree. While she had been quite bold in climbing, looking down from such a height had frightened her into immobility. Oh dear, if her parents knew of her cowardice, they would surely scold her. No, she must be brave. She couldn't remain so timid. Comrade, I don't want you to save me anymore. Why don't you stay and chat with me for a while? Once I regain my strength, I'll climb down myself. Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow at the girl's amusing demeanor. Despite her predicament, she still wished to chat. Suddenly, Miao Jiao thought of a solution. She could simply go to town and find someone to help bring a ladder to rescue the girl. However, since the girl didn't want her help, she felt no need to rush back. With plenty of daylight still left, she had been busy all day, so resting for a bit seemed quite agreeable. All right, let us chat, Miao Jiao said as she set her basket down and leaned against the tree. What made you climb up there? To pick wild fruits to eat, Meng Bao replied, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. She was simply too greedy. Miao Jiao, intrigued, asked, did you manage to eat any wild fruits? Meng Bao huffed. I did, but they were awful, sour as can be. I regret it so much. Miao Jiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. So, how long have you been up there? As soon as the subject came up, the girl became animated. It's been quite a while. Fortunately, you have arrived. Otherwise, I would have been utterly bored alone. Miao Jiao shook her head and chuckled. You truly possess remarkable audacity. Meng Bao replied with a proud smile. Indeed, my courage is the greatest in the military compound. I have loved climbing trees since childhood. Miao Jiao queried, military compound. Meng Bao, swinging her feet on the tree branch, responded, yes, I am a young intellectual who has just come to the capital. For the sake of our beautiful motherland, I specifically ventured to the countryside to assist in rural development. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Miao Jiao's eyes. This little girl displayed quite a high level of ideological awareness. However, she felt that this person was somewhat naive. To be frank, when the call for intellectuals to aid the countryside was initially issued, a significant number of passionate youths responded. Yet, after enduring the hardships of rural labor, who would wish to remain in such a place where one toils daily in the dirt without achieving anything? Over the years, many young intellectuals intentionally fell ill to return to the city, while others ruined their health or engaged in scheming against one another. Now, in 1974, everyone was well aware of the hardships faced by those who had gone to the countryside. Were it not for the limited job openings in the city, the policies from above, and the turbulent circumstances, it is likely that many would be unwilling to venture to the countryside. Who could say when this would end? Thankfully, she had come from a future where she knew circumstances would improve in a few years. Otherwise, she would have truly sought a way to leave this place. Unexpectedly, while many wished to escape the countryside, this little girl had plunged right in. Such a pure heart was indeed commendable. Miao Jiao gazed into the distance and sighed. Well, you are quite remarkable. Individuals like you will shine wherever they go. Feeling flattered, Meng Bao beamed. Hee. Thank you. I think so too. By the way, comrade, what should I call you? I am Miao Jiao, she replied, a slight smile gracing her lips as she leaned against the great tree, gently closing her eyes for a brief nap. Meng Bao cheerfully declared, I am Meng Bao. Comrade Miao Jiao, your name is lovely, and your voice is delightful. You must be quite beautiful, since the other party had complimented her. It was only natural for her to reciprocate. Upon hearing this, Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow and smiled with pride. Of course, you won't find anyone like me within 10 miles, after all, since they would likely never see each other again. Boasting a bit was harmless. Wow, you must be stunning, Meng Bao mused about her beauty, exclaiming, I really want to see you just a moment. I will climb down right now. Now that her legs were steady, the allure of a beautiful young lady was far more enticing than any fear. Upon hearing this, Miao Jiao immediately opened her eyes. This scene of her boast being shattered was rather awkward. She needed to escape quickly. She vaguely saw the girl clambering down the tree trunk, and it seemed she would manage to descend safely. Miao Jiao hastily rose and said, I have matters to attend to. So I will be leaving now. As soon as she finished speaking, she made a swift exit. After running for a while and ensuring no one was following her, Miao Jiao slowed her pace. She wiped the sweat from her forehead with her sleeve, thinking, how ridiculous. I have worked up a sweat just from boasting. I will have to change my clothes when I return, reflecting on having changed into a fresh outfit at noon. She realized she would need to wash 2 sets of clothes that evening. Unable to suppress her frustration, Miao Jiao lamented, forget it, I must refrain from such idle boasting next time. It is hardly worth the trouble. Upon returning to her room in the backyard, she visited the blacksmith to purchase a small iron pot and a vegetable knife, and she also acquired a small iron can with a lid specifically for cooking porridge and rice. After neatly arranging all the items, Miao Jiao proudly strolled around her room 3 times. Now, this feels like a home. My little life will surely improve from here on out. The mud stove and chimney she had constructed that morning were now dry. So it was the perfect time to test her cooking skills. She still had half a bag of brown rice and most of a bag of cornmeal left. Miao Jiao rolled up her sleeves and, with great enthusiasm, used the tin can to prepare corn porridge. She then ventured to her garden and picked a handful of green peppers, along with 2 eggs, using the small iron pot to whip up a green pepper and egg dish. Complemented by the fragrant beef sauce from her space, Miao Jiao sat comfortably on a small stool, relishing the most satisfying meal she had ever had. No need for stealth. No need to rush. How wonderful! After finishing her meal and cleaning the dishes, Miao Jiao heard the young intellectuals in the front yard returning from work. She locked her door and approached Wang Gang, saying, Brother Wang, may I borrow your iron axe? I will go chop some firewood on the nearby mountain. Wang Gang replied, let us go together. We are running low on firewood for the kitchen. Cui Dezhuang joined them, saying, let us go, together, aware of their kind intentions. Miao Jiao smiled and nodded. All right, let us go. Chapter 17. Eagerly seeking food at the entrance of the mountain forest, Cui Dezhuang was chopping a tree trunk with the iron axe while Wang Gang and Miao Jiao collected and bundled branches. The 3 worked together seamlessly, and in less than an hour, they had already gathered 2 large bundles and 1 small bundle of firewood. Miao Jiao said, Brother Wang, could you please take this small bundle of firewood back and leave it at my doorstep? I will take a stroll at the foot of the mountain and return later. Sure, just be careful, Wang Gang replied as he and Cui Dezhuang carried the firewood away. Once they left, Miao Jiao hurried to a concealed spot and entered her space. Today marked her 2nd day of exercising in the space. As usual, she drank a few sips of spring water, used the restroom, and then removed her shoes to weigh herself. 158 Jin. Upon seeing this number, Miao Jiao immediately felt disheartened. How could her weight still rebound? It seemed she hadn't exercised enough during the day. She needed to push herself harder. Time to get moving. Meow Jiao Jiao lifted her feet and began to run, calling out, "Hey, hey, hey, I will lose weight. I will become beautiful. I will become a heartthrob." After running for a while, her spirits lifted considerably. Indeed, exercise was a great remedy for stress. Here comes the stationary bike. Meow Jiao Jiao hopped onto the bike and began pedaling furiously. Charging ahead, her legs became mere blurs in the air as she pedaled for 30 minutes, leaving her drenched in sweat and unable to lift her legs. After sipping some spring water, she proceeded to do sit-ups. After completing 3 sets, Meow Jiao Jiao felt as though her waist no longer belonged to her. What a struggle! Losing weight is truly difficult. Yet for the sake of beauty and to enhance her strength, she had to keep moving. With a flicker of her eyelids, she summoned a wooden stick with her thoughts. Holding the stick, Meow Jiao Jiao lay on the ground and suddenly became interested in trying a move often seen in modern times: the carp leap. She lifted her legs high, raised her hips, and then swiftly swung down. Plop! She failed to maintain her balance and landed with her plump bottom hitting the ground. "Ouch, my bottom!" Meow Jiao Jiao grimaced, covering her rear as she stood up. Realizing her flexibility still needed improvement, it seemed she had to practice more. Next, she practiced wielding the stick, striking a sandbag, and hitting a wooden dummy. After a solid 2 hours of exercise, Meow Jiao Jiao weighed herself again and discovered she had lost 2 jin, now at 156 jin. Seeing this number, she could hardly contain her joy, grinning from ear to ear at this rate. If she lost 1 to 2 jin daily, she would soon be slim. How delightful! When she exited her space after exercising, the night had fully descended. It was now 9 o'clock, slightly earlier than the previous night. Just in time for her to study ABIT. As she walked along the dark path, Meow Jiao Jiao heard rustling sounds from the nearby bushes. Peering through the moonlight, she spotted a wild chicken. While she had all sorts of poultry in her space, she lacked any wild game. Could it be that heaven was compensating her for missing out on the wild chicken by sending one her way? Meow Jiao Jiao's heart leapt with joy as she quickly summoned a catching net from her space. She stealthily approached, swiftly attempting to capture it. Alas, she missed. The wild chicken flapped its wings and dashed into the nearby forest. And Meow Jiao Jiao, unwilling to let this opportunity slip away, hurriedly pursued it. Huffing and puffing, Meow Jiao Jiao chased the wild chicken through the woods for a while, but fatigue soon set in after a long workout in the space. Had she been in better shape, she would have caught that creature in no time. Watching the wild chicken dart ahead, Meow Jiao Jiao furrowed her brow and came to a halt. It was unsafe to venture deeper into the woods at night. "Forget it, I won't chase it anymore. Catching it is futile." With a heavy heart, Meow Jiao Jiao turned back, feeling a twinge of regret. What a pity! That wild chicken, along with the one struck by lightning, made for 2 missed opportunities. Clenching her small, chubby fist, Meow Jiao Jiao encouraged herself. "One day, I will catch all the wild chickens around here and host a wild chicken feast to celebrate." Cackling, the wild chicken dashed away in fright. As it reached another hill, it suddenly plummeted into a deep pit. Shortly after, a tall figure slowly approached, gazing down at the prey in the pit. His eyes glimmered slightly, and the corners of his thin lips curved into a faint smile. "What good fortune! This wild chicken is quite plump. It will be perfect for nourishing my grandparents that I in the room." Meow Jiao Jiao first took a bath in her space and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Subsequently, she washed 2 sets of dirty garments right there in the space. After all, no one was keeping an eye on her movements in the backyard. It was unlikely anyone would be bored enough to notice when she bathed or laundered her clothes. As for cooking, with a chimney present, she had to put on a semblance of activity, lest others grew suspicious. Typically, she could prepare some rice or porridge. The more elaborate dishes were crafted in her space. When the door was closed, no one would know what she was consuming. Once she finished washing the clothes, she had a bite to eat in her space before heading to the front yard living room to read with everyone else. Although she had purchased a kerosene lamp, she preferred to save resources. Studying together would yield better efficiency. The others barely acknowledged her presence, each absorbed in their studies. The textbooks she had brought from home happened to be high school materials. But due to the sheer volume, she had only managed to carry along the literature and mathematics books. Meow Jiao Jiao intended to master the existing material before heading to the town's recycling station to retrieve the remaining textbooks. Hoping to unearth some good finds along the way, Around 11 o'clock at night, the group finally emerged from the ocean of knowledge. The eldest, Wang Gu, spoke up. Let us conclude our studies for today. Everyone should turn in early. The others nodded, rising to gather their books and notes. Miao Jiao Jiao carried her books towards the backyard when she sensed someone following her. Turning to see the person's face, she frowned immediately and asked, "What do you want?" "Your room is in the front." Jia Yu wore a face of lament. "I heard you fed Wang Gu and the others some hard candy at noon. Why wasn't I included?" Miao Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Was this person truly foolish enough to seek handouts? He hadn't contributed anything yet expected to partake in treats. How brazen. Wang Gu and Lin Jie helped me at noon, so it was only right I shared with them. Pray tell, what have you done to deserve such a request? Jia Yu's face paled at her retort, attempting to explain. I wasn't feeling well, which is why I couldn't help you. Enough, you needn't explain. Miao Jiao Jiao interrupted, rolling her eyes dramatically and coldly stating, I have no relationship with you. Keep your distance from me. With that, she swung the door shut with a resounding clap. Jia Yu stood there, stung and simmering with anger. Fine, if he wanted to play games, he would wait for the day Miao Jiao Jiao came crawling back, begging for his help. Chapter 18. A Matchmaker's Proposition for a While. Miao Jiao Jiao's life followed a predictable routine. Working during the day and retreating to her space in the evening for exercise and study, each day filled with purpose and activity. On one particular workday, while crouched in the field pulling weeds, a neighborly woman approached her with a smile and whispered, Little Miao, are you looking for a partner? Startled from her thoughts about lunch, Miao Jiao Jiao quickly deduced the woman's intent. Rather than respond directly, she inquired, Annie, is there something you need? The woman, beaming, remarked, I've noticed how adept you've become at your work, and you're looking quite lovely. I thought of mentioning my nephew to you, that he works as a clerk at the grain station in town and earns over 20 yuan a month. This stable job is far easier than toiling in the fields every day. If you were to be with him, you'd surely enjoy a life of comfort that if you're interested, we could arrange for you to meet. No, thank you, Annie. Miao Jiao Jiao replied, her polite smile masking her true sentiments. I am still young and not looking for a relationship, that a stable job. Nothing could compare to her ethereal space. She relished her independence and saw no need to invite a burden into her life. The woman, with a gaze that seemed to convey concern for her well-being, insisted, Oh dear, at 18, you're not a child anymore. By your age, I had already given birth to a child. Let me tell you, with your nephew's qualifications, he has quite the catch around here, that if you don't seize this opportunity, you might miss out. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but scoff internally that if he were truly in demand, he wouldn't be seeking her out among the youth. After all, these educated youths were from the city, and the local girls had the advantage in farm work. Moreover, there were always gossiping women discussing the shortcomings of the educated youths, criticizing their inability to adapt to rural life, or their delicate constitutions and bad tempers that in their eyes, these intellectuals, despite their education, were reduced to working the fields just like everyone else, perhaps even less free than the local folk. Consequently, many villagers were wary of their children mingling with the educated youths, fearing they would lead them astray. Although some of the older educated youths had become adept at farm work over time, they were often preoccupied with thoughts of returning to the city, leaving little room for genuine connection. Generally, matchmaking in the village would steer clear of the educated youths. Thus, if someone approached them, it was likely not for a favorable reason. With the memories of the original owners still fresh in her mind, and having spent over half a month in this peculiar era, Miao Jiao Jiao understood the situation well. She promptly refused. I'm not in a hurry. My mother said she would introduce someone to me when I'm older and back in the city. The woman, still smiling, pressed on. Finding a good family, here isn't such a bad idea. My nephew is rather stubborn. He insists on marrying an educated girl. Since you've all been to school, you'd have common ground. Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, so he graduated from high school? The woman grimaced. In this day and age, education doesn't mean much. He finished middle school and was sent to work at the grain station right after. He has been working there for 5 years and has saved a good amount of money. So you'd certainly live well with him. Hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao coldly refused once more. No, thank you. My family is waiting for me to return to the city. I won't be looking for someone here. Please drop this matter. Given the conditions of the young man, finding an educated girl in town shouldn't be too difficult. Something must be amiss. However, Miao Jiao Jiao chose not to pry further. She had no interest. Lest she be misunderstood as having intentions that, you're missing out on a prime opportunity, the woman exclaimed, rising without a hint of hesitation. Observing the woman's familiarity with her pitch, Miao Jiao Jiao speculated that she had likely approached other educated youths, only to be turned down as expected. After lunch, Lin Ju pulled her aside. What did that chubby-faced woman want from you? Miao Jiao Jiao shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, she wanted to introduce me to someone. But I turned her down. Lin Ju rolled her eyes. That woman is truly annoying. She approached me just the other day, and I rejected her as well. I can't believe she has come to you next. Miao Jiao Jiao blinked in surprise, realizing that Lin Ju had also been approached. Lin Ju was quite the formidable character, known for her fierce reputation in the village. Few dared to cross her. Intrigued, Miao Jiao Jiao asked, How did you refuse her? Me. Lin Ju scoffed. I've seen her nephew at the grain station before. He is short and plump, with eyes nearly squinting shut. His face is dotted with blemishes. And that nose, goodness, it's so large it could probably hold half a bun. I told her that even if he has good conditions, what good is it if I have to look at a pig-ass face every day? The moment she heard that, her face turned purple with rage. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but burst into laughter. You really do dare to speak your mind. Indeed, Lin Ju had a knack for striking where it hurt. Miao Jiao Jiao surmised the reason behind the young man's predicament. Perhaps he was proud, thinking that having only completed middle school and working at the grain station made him worthy of an educated partner. However, in this era, educated women were scarce. Any girl who had completed high school would likely be from a family with decent means or be well-loved, who would willingly marry someone with such an unappealing appearance. Even if a family thought the conditions were suitable, would the daughter, having seen so many ambitious young men, settle for someone like him? Thus, the young man found himself in a bind, and it was likely why he set his sights on the educated youths. Do you know if that woman has approached anyone else? Miao Jiao Jiao inquired. She hoped that if other clueless educated youths agreed to meet, it wouldn't lead to an awkward situation. Lin Ju shrugged. I don't think so. Ever since she approached me, I've kept an eye on her, and it seems she has only approached you once. That woman is quite shrewd. She only seeks the most outstanding among the educated youths, looking down on the rest. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. Wasn't that a backhanded compliment? Under her incredulous gaze, Lin Ju quickly added, Hey, don't doubt me. Among the educated youths, I'm the most efficient worker, and I'm also quite good-looking. It's only natural she didn't notice me. As for you, she scrutinized Miao Jiao Jiao thoughtfully and remarked, It seems you have caught someone's eye with your ample backside, and your recent efficiency in work has certainly not gone unnoticed. Wait a minute. Why do you seem so different from before? Chapter 19. Delicious spicy shrimp. Lin Ju drew close to Miao Jiao Jiao, examining her with curiosity, and then exclaimed, My goodness, Miao Jiao Jiao, how is it that your skin is so flawless? I never noticed this before. Your skin is so delicate that even the finest hairs are clearly visible. Miao Jiao Jiao chuckled dismissively. Yes, I've been exercising regularly at night lately. Not only have I lost weight, but my skin has improved significantly as well. After many days of nurturing with the spiritual spring water, her physical condition had nearly returned to normal. Coupled with her daily labor during the day and relentless exercise at night, she had managed to shed a total of 20 pounds in just half a month. Although at 160 centimeters tall, weighing 140 pounds was still somewhat plump, it was a vast improvement, allowing her to perform a graceful fish leap. Strangely, it seemed that others had not really noticed her transformation. Since the beginning at the educated youth dormitory, the original owner had been indifferent to everyone aside from Jiayu. After she arrived, she had separated herself, and during this time, aside from studying together at night, they had not spent much time together. Even when they crossed paths, they hardly scrutinized one another. Thus her changes went unnoticed. Moreover, her current appearance, while better than before, did not exhibit a stark contrast. Originally, she belonged to the category of being dark and plump. But now she had transformed into a slightly plump girl with a wheatish complexion. Without a closer look, one would hardly discern how good her skin had become. The 20 pounds she lost were primarily reflected in her waist, hips, and legs. The slight reduction in facial fullness was not particularly noticeable, so Miao Jiao Jiao felt no fear of being doubted. However, there was an unsettling feeling that something was amiss. Lin Ju scratched her head, utterly baffled. She attempted to recall Miao Jiaojiao's appearance from when she first arrived, but her memory was clouded, alas. This person had initially been rather unlikable, and she had not paid much attention later when the girl distanced herself. Lin Ju had approached her a few times, yet she had not meticulously observed her, never anticipating that this girl would possess such beautiful skin. Curiously, Lin Ju inquired, "Do you usually apply snowflower cream?" Miao Jiaojiao shook her head. "No, I've spent all the savings I brought from home and have no money left to buy any." The furnishings in the room were visible to everyone. How could she spare any money for snowflower cream? Lin Ju shot her an exasperated glance. "You are quite extravagant, spending all your money upon arrival. What will you do in the future? Your stubbornness is quite something. I couldn't dissuade you when you first distanced yourself." Miao Jiaojiao awkwardly smiled. "Dissuade me? It seems you didn't try at all." This elder sister valued her pride, and Miao Jiaojiao did not want to expose her in front of others. So she linked arms with her and cheerfully said, "It's all right, sister. I eat less during my diet, and I now earn 7 work points daily, so I won't starve." Lin Ju stiffened slightly at her affectionate gesture, but nodded with a somewhat unnatural expression. "Fine. If you find yourself in difficulty, come to me." Just as Miao Jiaojiao was about to express her gratitude with a smile, she heard the familiar phrase, "However, my assistance is not free of charge." There she goes again. Lin Jie is still Lin Jie, particularly perceptive when it comes to matters of money. Once home, Miao Jiaojiao immediately closed the door and began preparing a meal. During these days, she had been making only half a bowl of corn paste and 1 vegetable dish accompanied by a piece of fruit for each meal that in her endeavor to lose weight. Her meals typically consisted of eggs, greens, and tofu with minimal oil, and she rarely consumed meat. Time flew by, and it had already been half a month since she arrived. Her weight loss plan was progressing smoothly, so she decided to celebrate by preparing a pot of spicy shrimp for lunch today. As usual, she lit the fire and boiled the corn paste, then swiftly entered the space. Skillfully, she summoned 20 shrimp from the lake with her mind, humming a little tune as she happily cooked in the wooden kitchen. During her time in modernity, she had rented a simple room on her own while working part-time during high school, honing her culinary skills over those years. Although not exceptionally refined, her cooking was certainly competent and delicious. Miao Jiaojiao quickly prepared the shrimp, frying them until golden before removing them from the pan. She added a bit more oil, heating it before tossing in Sichuan pepper, scallions, ginger, garlic, and dried chili segments to release their aroma. Then, she added the shrimp, stir-frying them with salt, soy sauce, and cooking wine until evenly coated before serving. As she plated the dish, the kitchen was filled with the mouth-watering scent of spicy shrimp. Overcome by the aroma, Miao Jiaojiao felt her mouth watering. The corn paste was ready, so she hurriedly exited the space to serve herself half a bowl, then quickly returned. The scent of the spicy shrimp was so intense that she dared not bring it out to eat. Otherwise, it would surely tempt the neighboring children to tears. That on the dining table in the living room of the wooden house lay a plate of aromatic spicy shrimp, accompanied by several pieces of watermelon. Given that this dish contained quite a bit of oil, Miao Jiaojiao first drank a couple of sips of spiritual spring water to cleanse her palate before eagerly digging in. As she placed the shrimp in her mouth, her eyes instantly lit up. The flavor of the shrimp was not only spicy and fragrant but also succulent and crisp, with a hint of sweetness. Absolutely delectable. The shrimp were fresh and stir-fried, and combined with the lake water from the space, the taste was simply exquisite. Crunch, crunch. In less than 10 minutes, Miao Jiaojiao polished off the entire plate of shrimp. After finishing the bowl of corn paste and devouring the watermelon, she could not help but let out a satisfied burp. How delightful! Usually, she only ate until she was about 70 to 80% full, and this was only the second time she felt completely satiated since her first taste of chicken soup. Once she shed the extra weight, aided by the spiritual spring water, she would no longer gain weight and could indulge in whatever she desired. The mere thought of this filled Miao Jiaojiao with immense joy. After tidying up, she took a leisurely stroll in the space before returning to her real room for a nap. When afternoon work began, Miao Jiaojiao was full of energy, swiftly pulling weeds. The nearby aunties and older women exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with curiosity. This chubby girl, who had recently been so diligent, was almost keeping pace with them. They mused that such a hard-working girl would make a fine wife. But alas, she was an educated youth, rumored to wish to return to the city. Glancing at the now slimmer girl, It appeared she had lost weight through labor, her backside seemingly smaller than before, lacking the previous roundness. Never mind, there were plenty of capable rural girls who were far more obedient and docile than educated youths. Little Theater Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. You want me to be obedient and docile? Very well. Let me come down with a punch, and then you can tell me that again. P.S. The male lead makes an appearance in the next chapter. Chapter 20. Encountering a wild boar in the forest as soon as the afternoon work bell rang. Miao Jiao Jiao sprang to her feet with agility. After days of weeding, her palms were swollen and sore. After washing her hands and applying a bit of ointment from the space, she slung a small basket over her shoulder and set out. It was still early in the day, and she planned to gather firewood in the forest while also seeing if she could catch any wild chickens. She was no longer the plump figure she had been over 10 days ago. After half a month of exercise, her strength had increased significantly, and her body had become much more agile. This time, if she spotted a wild chicken, she would be swift, precise, and ruthless. Humming a little tune, Miao Jiao Jiao ventured into the forest. She first picked some wild mushrooms from her usual spot and continued on. After a short while, she heard a commotion in the distance. Her eyes brightened, and Miao Jiao Jiao dashed forward. In the forest, a tall and sturdy figure had a wild chicken strapped to his back. Brandishing a dagger as he faced off against a wild boar with bloodshot eyes, poised to charge. The man's expression was icy, his dark eyes glimmering with determination, and his thin crimson lips were pressed into a cold line. Gazing at the formidable beast before him, he felt no fear. Instead, his eyes sparkled with the resolve to capture it. He had chased this wild boar over a mountain, and he was determined to bring it down today. The wild boar glared with its bloodshot eyes, snorting angrily as it pawed the ground, preparing to attack. A battle between hunter and prey was about to erupt. Just as Miao Jiao Jiao rushed over, she stumbled upon this scene. Upon seeing the fierce wild boar attacking a human from 20 meters away, her smile froze. What luck! This is beyond belief. She had merely wanted to catch a wild chicken and had not anticipated stumbling upon such a terrifying creature. Now, in this situation, should she run back to call for help? The individual who fled is now in peril. Remaining in place may not guarantee her survival either. In mere seconds, Miao Jiao Jiao's mind raced with thoughts. In the modern world, she had developed a fondness for watching documentaries about the animal kingdom, particularly one that highlighted wild boars. A notable phrase from the program ranked the most dangerous animals in the forest. First is the boar, followed by the bear, and then the tiger. The wild boar's supremacy over the bear and tiger stems from the fact that both the tiger and bear reside deep within the forest, rarely venturing out to attack humans. In contrast, the wild boar, with its high reproductive rate and fierce temperament, charges and bites at the mere sight of a person. Though they may appear clumsy, wild boars are remarkably swift and possess immense force. A single bite or collision can inflict significant harm. This particular wild boar measured approximately 2 meters in length and weighed over 200 pounds, its deep brown coat bristling like steel needles. Its tusks glistened with drool, and its eyes, dark as beans, burned with an evident fury that if it charged with ferocity, and the man did not react swiftly, he would likely suffer severe injuries, if not death. Miao Jiao Jiao surmised that even if she ran back to call for help, it would be too late at this moment. Miao Jiao Jiao's emotions were tumultuous during the month when the apocalypse erupted in the modern era. As zombies roamed the streets and chaos ensued, her sole focus was survival, leading her to act with cold detachment. However, this was not that time. She was not in a position to sacrifice herself for another's sake or fall victim to an ambush. With her spatial abilities, she could easily lure the wild boar away and retreat into her safe haven, thus avoiding catastrophe that if she were capable but chose to turn a blind eye, it would haunt her conscience, something she wished to avoid. Resolute, Miao Jiao Jiao picked up a large stone and shouted to the man, "Comrade, run! I will divert the wild boar." With a resounding thud, she hurled the stone and turned to flee. The wild boar, poised to attack the man, was momentarily stunned by the impact. Upon regaining its senses, it let out a furious roar and charged towards the girl. Han Lingji, who had been preparing to confront the wild boar with his knife, paused in disbelief. Did it just run away? And was it scared off by a plump girl? Furthermore, he seemed to have been perceived as weak, with a glint of cold determination in his eyes. Han Lingji swiftly pursued the creature. Having maintained a safe distance from the wild boar, Miao Jiao Jiao, having trained in her spatial realm, was surprisingly agile in the forest. After running for a while, she glanced back to gauge the boar's distance, only to discover that someone was following closely behind her. Almost incensed, she thought, "Why is this man tailing me?" Just as she began to feel irritated, she witnessed him leap onto the wild boar. Initiating a chaotic struggle, Miao Jiao Jiao halted, astonished. After a brief moment, she squatted down, becoming an onlooker to the unfolding spectacle. The man's agility and ferocity were evident. He was clearly seasoned in combat, that in a matter of seconds. He had inflicted several wounds upon the wild boar, while sustaining no injury himself. That it was apparent that the boar would soon be subdued. Feeling a twinge of embarrassment, Miao Jiao Jiao mused that her earlier moral considerations had been in vain. This man's prowess far exceeded her own capabilities during her prime. That it seemed he had deliberately sought out the wild boar, making her intervention unnecessary. Overwhelmed by her embarrassment, she pondered escaping discreetly, for remaining would be quite humiliating. Deciding to act on her impulse, Miao Jiao Jiao turned to leave when a low, icy voice called out, "Wait!" Surprised, she turned to see the man striding towards her. As he approached, she discerned his striking features: short black hair, deep-set and refined features, a prominent nose, and eyes like ink. That he exuded a chilling aura that even his simple attire could not conceal. Miao Jiao Jiao momentarily lost her composure before regaining her clarity. It was evident that he possessed an extraordinary presence and background. As a mere commoner, she would do well to avoid provoking him. As he drew nearer, she offered a polite smile. "What can I do for you?" Han Lingji, his expression cold and indifferent, extended a package towards her. "Here, this wild chicken is for you, as a token of gratitude for your assistance today." Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes brightened. "Ah, I am quite embarrassed by this. Should she accept it or not?" Mini drama. Miao Jiao Jiao. "Fear not, I have scared off the wild boar." Han Lingji. "You scared off the wild boar I had cornered." Miao Jiao Jiao. "Ah, what should we do now?" Han Lingji. "Perhaps you could compensate me instead." Chapter 21. A thorough beating of the scoundrel. Miao Jiao Jiao hurried back to her residence at the youth commune. Once home, she promptly secured the door and stepped into her spatial realm. Gazing at the wild chicken flapping its wings on the kitchen floor, she couldn't help but smile. Ultimately, she had accepted the chicken. After all, the man had captured a substantial wild boar, providing ample meat. Later, she assisted him in constructing a makeshift stretcher, and he silently departed with the boar. Though the experience was not entirely pleasant, her actions could still be deemed commendable. Having just enjoyed a meal of spicy fried shrimp, she was not inclined to indulge in meat again, lest it disrupt her recent diet. With the autumn harvest approaching in a couple of days, she anticipated a busy fortnight ahead. She would roast the wild chicken once her labors were complete. After exiting her spatial realm, Miao Jiao Jiao prepared a bowl of porridge and sought a plate of wild mushrooms, completing her dinner. After eating, she secured the door and planned to take a stroll at the foot of the mountain when she was confronted by Jiayu at the corner of the courtyard. His expression was one of discontent as he addressed her. "Miao Jiao Jiao, you should know when to stop." Completely perplexed, Miao Jiao Jiao stared at him. Seeing her feigned ignorance only fueled Jiayu's frustration. Since their last quarrel in the courtyard, everything seemed to have changed. She no longer clung to him and frequently mocked him. When he had sought her out for hard candy, she had rebuffed him, which was unlike her previous behavior. Initially, he thought she was playing hard to get, but it became evident that she viewed him with disdain. Moreover, her prior remarks had led others to misunderstand him, resulting in their now indifferent attitudes towards him, which vexed him to no end. The root cause of all his troubles was her. Miao Jiao Jiao. He had been restless, waiting for her to apologize, but a month had passed, and she remained silent, acting as if nothing had happened. Enough of this nonsense, he thought. If she is stubborn, I shall simply take what I desired. He had long coveted several items in her possession. Why would a girl need so many things? He would rather she give them to him. He had not anticipated her modest attire, suggesting her family was relatively well off, able to afford such luxuries. Well, she's plump, he mused, which implies they must eat well at home, that if her family is well off, so be it. He dismissed his initial disdain for her weight, as long as she would yield to him. Just apologize, and we can wipe the slate clean and remain good classmates. Miao Jiao Jiao, having grown impatient with Jiayu's incessant monologue, chuckled in disbelief at his last statement. Did he truly believe she was oblivious to the tension between them? Her previous confrontations had made her intentions clear, yet he seemed utterly oblivious. Clearly, reasoning with this man is futile. She concluded, perhaps a good beating will suffice to make him understand. With a glint in her eye, she said, all right, let us take a walk to the foot of the mountain and have a proper conversation. She needed a secluded spot for their confrontation. If he chose to complain later, she would simply deny it. Jiayu, sensing an air of triumph at her response, took the lead. Very well, follow closely behind. The sooner we go, the sooner we return. He preferred not to be seen walking with her, lest others misinterpret their relationship. Miao Jiao Jiao, fully aware of his intentions, observed his retreating figure with a sinister smile. As you wish. May it be a journey from which you do not return. 15 minutes later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. The villagers' houses were now barely visible, and Jiayu slowed his pace. Awaiting Miao Jiao Jiao's arrival, he donned a familiar smile and said, all right, you may speak your mind here. Let us head to that small forest. It's quieter and more remote, even if your cries grow louder. No one will come to your rescue. Upon hearing this, Jiayu initially presumed that she might confide in him about some unspeakable secret, perhaps a confession of affection. Feeling a surge of pride within, he merely curled his lips in disdain and thought, fine, women are just so troublesome that as the two strolled into the small forest. Jiayu inquired, what do you wish to say? You may speak now. Of course, Miao Jiao Jiao's lips curled into a mischievous smile, her gaze slowly turning fierce. That I wish to say, how about I send you to your demise? What do you mean, Miao Jiao Jiao? Are you trying to play games with me? Bang, bang, bang. Miao Jiao Jiao did not afford him the luxury of words and launched a rapid series of punches to his abdomen. Her fists, honed through relentless training with over 100 pounds of sandbags and wooden dummies, struck with considerable force. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Miao Jiao Jiao refrained from hitting his face, targeting instead the most painfully sensitive areas of his body. Within 10 minutes, the defenseless Jiayu lay on the ground. Frothing at the mouth, his body curled in agony, that he wept softly, pleading, "Ooh, please stop hitting me. Spare me, I was wrong. I was wrong." A devilish smile danced upon Miao Jiao Jiao's lips as she leaned down and asked, "Where did you err? If you cannot articulate it, I shall continue to strike you." Jiayu's pupils constricted in fear as he cautiously ventured, "I was wrong. I should not have insulted you behind your back." "And what else?" Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. I should not have clung to you so persistently. Jiao Jiao, I genuinely apologize this time, that if you let me go, I promise I shall never dare again." Jiayu's tears and snot mingled, forming a pitiful mess. "You truly have no memory." Miao Jiao Jiao kicked him, her voice filled with menace. "That I have previously stated that you may only call me by my full name. Do you remember?" "Why, yes, I remember." Jiayu nodded fervently, like a chicken pecking at grain. Miao Jiao Jiao glared at him, threatening, "Additionally, I utterly despise you from now on. You must avoid me, that if you dare obstruct my path again, it shall not be as simple as today. Furthermore, this matter ends here. Do not entertain thoughts of reporting this. There is no one around, and no one would believe you. Do you understand?" Yes, I understand." Jiayu nodded vigorously, inwardly filled with regret. After this beating, he finally saw through this woman's true nature. She did not harbor any feelings for him. It had all been an act, leading him to folly and earning him a beating. How utterly infuriating. Miao Jiao Jiao rubbed her wrist, casting a glance at him. "Very well. Consider how you will explain this when you return. That I shall take my leave first." Once she departed, Jiayu finally relaxed completely. He took a moment to recuperate before succumbing to quiet sobs once more. Woo-woo. This woman is terrifying. I must keep my distance in the future. Not far away, behind a large rock, Han Lingji stood quietly, his dark eyes betraying no emotion, that he had merely returned to retrieve a fallen arrow but had stumbled upon this scene. However, none of it concerned him, nor was he interested. With a cold expression, Han Lingji slung the bow over his shoulder and silently retreated into the forest. Chapter 22. The pain of being beaten after such a ruckus. Miao Jiao Jiao lost all desire for a leisurely stroll. Instead, she opted to return early to read, planning to shut her door and practice in her space later. As dusk began to settle, others had already gathered in the living room, reading by the light of the kerosene lamp. Miao Jiao Jiao did not disrupt their gathering. She went to the backyard to fetch a book and settled down beside Lin Ju to study. Approximately 10 minutes later, Jia Yu limped into the courtyard. Cui de Zhuang, rising to fetch water from the kitchen, immediately noticed his disheveled appearance. Oh dear, what happened to you? Why are you limping? Did someone beat you up? Miao Jiao Jiao, who had been listening intently, couldn't help but twitch her lips. This fool is surprisingly perceptive. Cui de Zhuang's voice was loud enough for everyone else to hear. Upon seeing Jia Yu's woeful state, everyone except Miao Jiao Jiao hurried to express their concern. Wang Gang stepped forward to support Jia Yu, worriedly asking, "What happened to you? Should I fetch a barefoot doctor to take a look?" Jia Yu, looking weak, replied, "I apologize for the trouble. Wang Good and I merely intended to take a stroll in the forest but tripped over a rock. Now my leg and stomach are in pain. By Yin expressed concern, you should lie down. I will get you some hot water to drink." Gratefully, Jia Yu glanced at her and nodded, "All right, thank you." Together, they helped him to his room, and Wang Gang immediately left to summon the barefoot doctor. Lin Zhu and the others, being female-educated youth, felt it inappropriate to linger in the male dormitory, so they offered a few words of consolation to Jia Yu before exiting, leaving only Cui de Zhuang behind to watch over him. Once in the living room, Ma Fong couldn't help but murmur, "He really should be more careful. It's late, yet he is causing such a fuss." Ever since Miao Jiao Jiao had separated from the group, she had taken the opportunity to approach Jia Yu several times, assuming he would grasp her intentions and lend a hand during work. To her dismay, he feigned ignorance and offered no assistance whatsoever. After spending several days together, Ma Fong had begun to see through his true nature. He was merely a smooth talker who shirked actual work. Previously, he had even swindled a few hard candies from her, which had irked her immensely. Thus, upon witnessing his misfortune, she felt a twinge of schadenfreude but could not display it overtly, only able to complain a bit. Lin Zhu shot her a glare. "Be quiet for once. Do you never tire of running your mouth?" Ma Fong pouted and shrank her shoulders in submission. "Understood, Lin Jie." Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes flashed with derision. Ma Fong was truly a dim-witted individual, yet her tongue was sharp and her courage lacking. In the past, when the original character in the educated youth dormitory had a gloomy and unlikable disposition, it had overshadowed Ma Fong's shortcomings and no one had paid much attention. However, after Miao Jiao Jiao arrived and separated from the group, the most impulsive and impatient Ma Fong became the target of everyone's ire. She could hardly refrain from complaining daily, leading to a degree of dissatisfaction among the others. Lin Zhu, having a fiery temper, could not tolerate Ma Fong's incessant chatter, and whenever Ma Fong began to prattle, she would retort sharply for her to be silent. Over time, Ma Fong had developed a reflex. Upon hearing Lin Zhu's voice, she would flinch. Now, even when Ma Fong saw her, she shrank back in fear, worried that Lin Zhu might come forward to pull her hair. Miao Jiao Jiao recalled Jia Yu's tear-streaked face from earlier and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This person clearly has a penchant for masochism. Only through beating and scolding does he learn his lesson. Soon, Wang Gang returned with the village's barefoot doctor, and the others followed him into the room. The barefoot doctor examined Jia Yu's condition and declared, "There's nothing major. I'll prescribe some medicine. After drinking a bowl, just sleep it off, but I feel pain all over." Jia Yu grimaced, feeling utterly miserable. The previous hefty blows had been so severe. How could he possibly be fine? If it weren't for the fact that this barefoot doctor was brought by Wang Go, he might have suspected collusion between him and that woman, Miao Jiao Jiao. "Where does it hurt?" The barefoot doctor carefully examined the points of pain Jia Yu mentioned and slowly replied, "Though there are many red marks on your body, none affect crucial areas. That be why tomorrow morning, you should feel much better. There is no need for concern." Upon hearing this, Jia Yu finally felt a sense of relief. He discreetly lifted his gaze to catch a glimpse of Miao Jiao Jiao amidst the onlookers. Noticing her composed expression and lack of reaction, he couldn't help but feel perplexed. This woman had clearly been swinging wildly. So why was he in such agony while she seemed unscathed? It was indeed a mystery. Miao Jiao Jiao, observing the expression on Jia Yu's face, could roughly guess his thoughts, being a practitioner of martial arts. She had a thorough understanding of the body's meridians. Prior to the encounter, she had meticulously planned her strikes to ensure maximum pain without leaving any incriminating evidence, so there was nothing particularly strange about the situation. After the barefoot doctor departed, Jia Yu took his medicine and retired to bed, while the others returned to the living room to read. Miao Jiao Jiao spent about half an hour reading before returning to her room, shutting the door behind her to swiftly enter her space and commence her training for the day. After her workout, she took a refreshing bath in the space and then rolled about on the 2-meter-wide bed in the wooden cabin. Ah, this soft and cozy bed was indeed far more comfortable than the hard wooden bed in the storage room, which was so unforgiving that it hindered her sleep. Initially, she had tried to lie down outside, but eventually, she decided to sleep within her space. After all, the wooden bed in the storage room had no windows, and once the door was closed, no one could see where she was sleeping. So there was no fear of being discovered. Before drifting off to sleep, Miao Jiao Jiao reflected on the events of the past few days. The storage room had been somewhat damp lately, so she found a desiccant in her space, wrapped it in cloth, and placed it under the wooden cabinet, where it was small and private enough that others wouldn't notice. There were quite a few mice in the room. Just days ago, a small hole had been gnawed into the sack where she stored coarse rice. Upon noticing this, she swiftly purchased a food container from the supply team to store her grains. This container was neither too large nor too small, black and oval-shaped. After placing the coarse rice and cornmeal inside, there was still ample space left. At a couple of days prior, she had deliberately bought a mouse trap from the blacksmith to place under her bed, curious to see if it would catch any mice. With the autumn harvest approaching, she anticipated being able to diversify her diet, lest she lacked the energy to work, although her life was rather ordinary. Miao Jiao Jiao found a certain fondness for this tranquil, yet industrious existence that, of course, the credit largely went to this ethereal space, which provided her with a worry-free refuge, making her feel favored by fate. Thus, each day, she resolved to forge ahead, casting aside the unpleasant memories of the past. Lost in these thoughts, Miao Jiao Jiao soon succumbed to slumber. The following morning, the alarm in the space rang out. Miao Jiao Jiao opened her drowsy eyes, and without hesitation, she flung back the covers, exclaiming energetically, "Time to rise. Let us get to work." Chapter 23. The bustling autumn harvest. Miao Jiao Jiao did not anticipate that on the very first day of the autumn harvest, her waist would suffer a twist. The sensation was akin to the exhilarating relief of sipping an ice-cold cola after devouring spicy crayfish in winter. This incident began early in the morning. At the entrance of the warehouse, the team leader addressed the crowd, after which everyone collected their farming tools and set off for the fields. Under the bright morning sun, the sight that greeted them was a seemingly endless expanse of rice paddies. The golden fields swayed in waves with the gusts of wind, igniting a sense of pride within everyone present. This was the culmination of their hard work over the past several months. Another bountiful harvest awaited. Come, fellow members, let us get busy." With the team leader's impassioned call, the villagers bent down to their assigned plots and began to toil. The scene transformed into a flurry of activity, with everyone working up a sweat. The task assigned to the entire group of educated youth was to harvest the rice. The older members had swiftly adapted to the work, while the newcomers appeared somewhat bewildered, having never wielded a sickle before. They could only observe their peers before attempting to follow suit. The movement seemed quite simple. Miao Jiao Jiao glanced around and noticed that everyone appeared to be working with ease. It didn't seem overly difficult. Encouraged by this, she too began to move with haste. Initially cautious for fear of cutting herself, she soon gained confidence and quickened her pace. With each swing of the sickle, Miao Jiao Jiao felt more adept, her spirits buoyed by her newfound competence in farm work. However, this delightful sense of achievement was short-lived. 2 hours later, the sun blazed overhead like a furnace, seemingly intent on scorching the earth. All the diligent workers were flushed with heat and covered in rice husks, tirelessly bending their backs to labor. That moment, Miao Jiao Jiao was on the verge of tears. Being somewhat plump, she perspired more than most, and the sweat on her cheeks and neck itched unbearably. Yet scratching was not an option, or she would be left in an endless cycle of irritation. Initially, she endured the discomfort while continuing to work, but as the itchiness became intolerable, she set the sickle down, reached behind her back with her right hand, and began to scratch. After toiling for the better part of the morning, her waist could no longer withstand the strain. It ached terribly in the midst of scratching. She extended her arm a bit too forcefully, resulting in a tragic twist of her waist. Ouch! That hurts. Miao Jiao Jiao's features contorted in pain, her grimace revealing her distress. Just then, the signal for the end of work rang out, prompting her to grit her teeth against the pain and hastily make her way back. Once inside her room, she closed the door and quickly slipped into her ethereal space, prioritizing her itch over her back pain. She summoned the spring water and filled the bathtub, shedding her clothes before immersing herself in the soothing liquid. As her body submerged, the cool, refreshing water enveloped her, prompting a sigh of relief. Ah, this feels divine. This was her first indulgent soak in the spring water, and it truly felt like a miraculous remedy. While bathing, Miao Jiao Jiao kept herself occupied by cleansing her face and applying a hydrating mask. Followed by a light snack of fruit. 20 minutes later, when she re-emerged in the storage room, she radiated vitality. To avoid arousing suspicion, she applied a touch of makeup to mask her fatigue, then set about cooking a small pot of porridge. As the porridge simmered, she sat nearby, massaging her waist. The pain had significantly subsided after the spring water treatment, leaving only a mild soreness. Thankful for the spring water's restorative properties, she reflected on how arduous the task of harvesting rice truly was. She had never contemplated the effort involved until she became personally engaged in the labor. It dawned on her just how much dedication and sweat had been invested to bring these grains to their tables. Each bowl of rice served as a reminder of the hard work behind it. The tireless laborers deserved to be honored and their harvest cherished. In her heart, Miao Jiao Jiao vowed never to waste food again, pledging to treat every morsel with the respect it deserved. When the afternoon work shift concluded, Miao Jiao Jiao was filled with determination as she continued to harvest the rice. Bend down, cut the rice. Bend down again, cut the rice again. This routine persisted for several days until the rice was finally harvested. Next came the corn harvest, beginning with plucking the ears and placing them into the snake skin bags for transport to the elementary school playground. Everyone unanimously agreed to first strip the husks from the corn. This task proved less challenging, and as Miao Jiao Jiao skillfully peeled the husks, she was suddenly interrupted by the shrieks of Ma Fong and Bai Yin nearby. How many times had they screamed today? It was hard to count. With so much corn, every few ears revealed a worm. These two city girls from Jing City had never encountered such fearsome creatures. So each sighting elicited a startled cry. Each time they screamed, the nearby adults wore expressions reminiscent of a subway commuter distracted by their phone. To them, it was merely a worm. Why the fuss? They exchanged knowing glances, rolled their eyes, and shook their heads with feigned disdain. During these moments, the other educated youth felt somewhat awkward, unable to silence Ma Fong and Bai Yin's shrieks, and thus endured the brunt of the ridicule. Only Miao Jiao Jiao remained unfazed. Her thick skin shielded her from embarrassment. With a steady hand, she effortlessly extracted a caterpillar from the corn, crushing it underfoot before finishing the ear. Witnessing her swift and decisive actions, Jiayu couldn't help but shudder. This woman was ruthlessly dispatching worms. It was quite frankly terrifying. As he pondered, he felt a slight itch on the back of his hand. Upon closer inspection, he was startled to discover a wriggling white caterpillar resting there. With a sudden jolt, Jiayu shook his hand vigorously to dislodge the creature. The moment it hit the ground, he instinctively crushed it underfoot with considerable force. By the time he processed the event, he realized the caterpillar had been pulverized beyond recognition. The corner of Jiayu's mouth twitched as he glanced at the reactions of those around him, noticing that no one was paying him any mind. He exhaled a sigh of relief. After enduring the cacophony of screams, the group finally managed to strip all the corn husks clean. Subsequently, they laid the cleaned corn out on the playground to dry. While waiting for the corn to sunbathe, all the members of the collective hurried back to the fields to seize the chance to plant rapeseed and wheat. Once the tasks were completed, a large group settled down on the ground to begin shelling corn kernels by hand. During the initial frenzy of rice harvesting, Miao Jiao Jiao felt as though her waist was no longer her own. Now, as she shelled corn kernels, she felt as if her thumbs could ascend to the heavens. This agricultural labor truly was a battle against her own body. Yet, after a fortnight of effort and toil, the autumn harvest was finally completed splendidly. Chapter 24. She had indeed slimmed down following the harvest. The village chief granted everyone a day of respite. After much anticipation, Miao Jiao Jiao luxuriated in a long slumber, only rising at noon when hunger compelled her. She first simmered a corn and rib soup in her space, and upon stepping outside, she ignited a fire to cook a small bowl of rice. While the rice cooked, Miao Jiao Jiao took another trip to her space to assess her physical condition carefully. She had now spent a full month in this peculiar ERA.in the first half of the month. When agricultural tasks were less demanding, she had lost 20 pounds. Naturally, in the latter half, she shed even more weight. amounting to a total of 25 pounds. This meant her current weight had dropped to just 115 pounds. Her figure had transformed from plump to robust, and now to a curvaceous silhouette, subtly evolving day by day. What astonished her most was her eyes. When she was heavier, they merely appeared bright. Now, having slimmed down, her large, dark eyes sparkled with an almost conversational quality that if she were to lose another 20 pounds, her eyes would likely be even more striking. Her skin, once dull and sallow, had become fair and delicate after a month of nurturing with the spring water. However, during this busy harvest period, everyone else had become sun-kissed and darkened, that to avoid attracting suspicion. She had taken to deliberately darkening her face to appear fatigued. An incidental note. Her family had finally sent a letter a couple of days ago. It was written by her mother, who briefly described their situation and inquired about her well-being. The letter also mentioned that they had mailed a small package, urging her to remember to pick it up from the post office. Miao Jiao Jiao was quite surprised. She had expected to wait until after the autumn harvest to send a letter back home. To her astonishment, not only had the letter arrived, but her seemingly harsh mother had also sent a package. This afternoon, she planned to stroll around town, collect the package, and then visit the cooperative to purchase a jar of snowflower cream. By casually revealing this to others, they would likely assume her family had sent her another package and money, providing her with a convenient explanation for future purchases. She had no concerns about being exposed. Her parents would never come to see her, and when the educated youth returned to the city, they would all go their separate ways, likely never to meet again, making verification impossible. She could easily use the purchase of the snowflower cream as an excuse for her skin's transformation. If others applied it without noticeable changes, she would remain unperturbed, for everyone's skin is inherently different. She had simply neglected her health before. Now that she was taking care of herself, it was only natural that she looked better. Miao Jiao Jiao planned to gradually lighten her complexion over the next month, aiming to reach a stage where makeup would no longer be necessary. After a month of subtle transformation, she believed no one would harbor any doubts. Over the next month, she intended to shed another 20 pounds. Keeping her weight just above 90 pounds at that point, she would possess a perfectly curvaceous figure. The thought alone filled her with anticipation. In town, Miao Jiao Jiao and her companions were engaged in lively conversation as they strolled. Today, everyone from the educated youth dormitory had come to town together, seizing the rare opportunity to relax and enjoy some leisure time. Miao Jiao Jiao first visited the post office to retrieve her package, and the others, needing to send letters home, accompanied her. When Jiao saw her collect a rather large package, a flicker of envy danced in his eyes. Such a sizable parcel surely contained plenty of delightful items, yet he knew he would not partake of them. The group then proceeded to the cooperative store, where Miao Jiao Jiao promptly purchased a jar of snowflower cream. While the others dispersed to browse, she made her way to the second floor to check out the ready-to-wear clothing. Since she had fabric coupons from earlier, and her previous garments had become quite loose due to her weight loss, she planned to buy 2 new outfits. As she wandered about, she found the styles of the ready-to-wear clothing to be rather ordinary and predominantly loose-fitting, designed more for practicality than aesthetics. Miao Jiao Jiao was not picky. She understood that in the countryside, it was more important to be comfortable and decent than to look fashionable. She selected a set of army green long-sleeve trousers, a white cotton shirt, and a pair of black pants. Convinced that a shopping expedition warranted a stylish appearance, she changed into the white cotton shirt and black pants in the rudimentary fitting room. Descending to the lower floor, Miao Jiao Jiao carried her backpack as she searched for her friends. At that moment, Ma Fong was surrounding Bai Yin, sweetly asking, "Xiao Yin, are you buying snowflower cream? My bottle is from when I first arrived here, and I've long run out that if you're buying some. Shall we split the cost?" Bai Yin, preoccupied with her own thoughts, replied absent-mindedly, "I still have some snowflower cream left. Perhaps later." Ma Fong pouted. All right then, she had little savings and was reluctant to spend frivolously. Initially, being in Bai Yan's company had granted her certain advantages, but for reasons unknown, Bai Yan had gradually distanced herself. Now, Ma Fong felt like a transparent presence in the educated youth dormitory, unwanted wherever she went. Moments ago, that overweight girl had publicly purchased a jar of snowflower cream, clearly intending to mock her for being broke. That Ma Fong felt a wave of indignation rise within her. Just because her family receives subsidies doesn't make her superior. Being so overweight, wasn't it? Just then, someone approached and asked Sister Lin, "Where did they go?" Ma Fong blinked in confusion, wondering who this person was to be so familiar. However, after 3 seconds, her eyes widened in shock. Stammering, "Why, you are Miao Jiao Jiao. Goodness, how did this chubby girl suddenly lose so much weight?" Miao Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow. "It's me. Did you not recognize me just because I changed my clothes?" Bai Yin, overhearing their conversation, turned her head in curiosity and was immediately taken aback. How had Miao Jiao Jiao changed so drastically? Miao Jiao Jiao stood there with a beaming smile, allowing the two to marvel at her transformation. The white shirt accentuated her figure, and tucking it in her waistband elongated her legs considerably. Moreover, she had intentionally let her 2 braids down, with one side of her hair cascading in front to obscure part of her round face, while the other side was tucked behind her ear, making her face appear significantly smaller. During the first half of the month, when she lost 20 pounds, only Lin Ju had noticed her transformation. The others, not being particularly close to her, had not paid attention that in the latter half. The group had been preoccupied with the autumn harvest, laboring tirelessly during the day and lacking the energy to study at night, which left little opportunity for socializing. Furthermore, Miao Jiao Jiao had been wearing her previously oversized black and gray clothing, creating an illusion of no change whatsoever. Now, however, having donned a suitable new outfit, her significantly slimmer figure was on full display, causing the two to be utterly astonished. That moment, Lin Ju and the others arrived, and upon seeing Miao Jiao Jiao's appearance, they too were momentarily stunned. Chapter 25. Searching for treasures at the scrap station. Lin Ju was the first to recover. She exclaimed, "Miao Jiao Jiao. Well done, my goodness. You've managed to lose so much weight in just a month of exercise." Before them stood a young woman with elegantly arched brows framing a pair of sparkling, lively eyes, a finely sculpted nose, and rosy lips. The buttons of her white shirt strained against her ample bosom, while the slight excess around her waist was cleverly concealed by her belt. The black pants accentuated her curvy silhouette, subtly lifting her backside. She was undeniably a charming beauty, albeit with slightly darker skin. If she were to lighten her complexion a bit, her beauty would be even more pronounced. This moment, Jiayu stood there, utterly flabbergasted. He distinctly recalled that this girl was not supposed to look like this. A month ago, when she had been clinging to his side, her face had been as round as a plate, her skin dark and sallow with enlarged pores that made him feel nauseated. How had she suddenly transformed? Could it be that her daily runs and workouts had truly yielded results? He had previously fantasized about her slender figure, yet he was unexpectedly pleased with the result. If she could lose just a bit more weight, she would undoubtedly be even more attractive. In that fleeting moment, a whirlwind of emotions surged within Jiayu. He found himself regretting his past words of disdain towards her. Had he known her transformation would be so appealing, he would never have turned her down. Alas, it was too late to utter anything now. This individual harbored deep-seated prejudices against him, and with a hardened demeanor, he dared not provoke her lightly. Huang Dai circled around Miao Jiao Jiao, enviously murmuring, "That outfit must be quite expensive. It looks truly splendid." Wang Gang smiled, commenting, "Little Miao, you indeed look much more spirited after shedding some weight. You look quite lovely." Cui Dazhuang, scratching the back of his head, chimed in with a cheerful compliment. "Indeed, I reckon when you return, the young men in the village will be rendered speechless upon seeing you." Miao Jiao Jiao stood there, basking in their admiration. However, upon hearing this, her expression faltered. "Comrade Dazhuang, your humor remains as amusing as ever." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled slightly and replied, "Thank you all for your kind words. That I have dedicated a significant amount of effort to losing weight during this period, and thankfully, the results are quite gratifying. So, if you wish to accomplish anything, perseverance is key. That, oh dear, you've begun to lecture us now." Lin Ju laughed, playfully pinching her cheek and exclaiming, "Ah, being a few years younger truly has its advantages. Even your skin is so smooth." Seizing the rare opportunity to venture out, she urged, "Let us go, let us wander to other places." She took Miao Jiao Jiao by the arm and led the way, with the others hastily following suit. They strolled along the street. Ma Fong pouted and walked alongside Bai Yin at the back. She stomped her foot in dissatisfaction. "Xiao Yin, look at that person. Her pride is soaring to the heavens." Bai Yin, nonchalantly smiling, replied, "It's a fact that she has lost weight, but no matter how slim she becomes, she can never surpass your beauty." "That is certainly true." Ma Fong's spirits lifted instantly. She was slimmer than that plump girl, her skin fairer. She had every reason to feel superior. Bai Yin observed her demeanor with a hint of mockery in her eyes. This individual was far too impulsive to be trusted, but a little teasing served to pass the time. She glanced at the figure ahead before casually curling her lips. That it was merely a slight weight loss. There was nothing particularly remarkable about it, certainly not enough to instill any sense of crisis within her. Miao Jiao intended to make a trip to the recycling station to seek out some high school textbooks and materials. Everyone else had nearly exhausted their reading materials as well and contemplated searching for additional resources, prompting the group to head toward the recycling station in a grand procession. Upon arriving at the recycling station, they saw an elderly gentleman directing two individuals to carry out some books, declaring them to be remnants of capitalist running dogs, destined for incineration. The books were all bound together with ropes. And upon a cursory glance, Miao Jiao noticed several novels and poetry collections among them. She pursed her lips and averted her gaze. That in this peculiar era, such occurrences had become commonplace, and no one would find them problematic. Naturally, she would not step forward to intervene. That it was a pity that those truly talented and ambitious individuals had their fervor shattered, leaving them utterly disheartened. Miao Jiao took a moment to collect herself, her emotions gradually settling. Each person has their own destiny, predetermined by the heavens. That in this renewed life, she resolved to live it to the fullest. As for other matters, she would leave them to fate. At the entrance, the elderly gentleman sternly addressed the group. You may remain inside for no more than 1 hour. I will inspect the items you bring out. No hiding or stealing, or I shall not hesitate to be unkind. Understood, we know the rules. The group responded in unison. The recycling station was a repurposed warehouse, divided into 2 rooms. One contained discarded books and papers, while the other housed miscellaneous household items. Miao Jiao hurried to the room filled with waste paper and books. Having brought a backpack specifically to carry more items, after spending nearly half an hour, she finally gathered the remaining high school textbooks and picked up 2 additional exercise materials. Placing the items in her backpack, she ventured into the adjoining room, which mainly contained broken furniture and scrap metal. After a thorough search, she found nothing of particular value. She realized she had been misled by certain novels where the heroines always stumbled upon hidden treasures at recycling stations. Those scenarios were likely exaggerated, with so many people passing through daily. Any worthwhile items had either been destroyed or concealed long ago, making them difficult to uncover. She took another careful look and discovered small, blackened dressing table with a copper mirror. It was precisely what her room lacked, as it would be convenient for combing her hair and washing her face. Thus, as she left, Miao Jiao decided to take the dressing table along as well. At that moment, the elderly gentleman was resting with his eyes closed. Upon noticing Miao Jiao approaching with the dressing table, he immediately barked, "Put that down! You cannot take that!" Miao Jiao was taken aback for a moment, but complied. Setting the dressing table aside and offering her backpack for inspection, "Please take a look. Can I take these?" The elderly man maintained a stoic expression as he rummaged through her backpack, upon seeing that it contained only educational materials. His demeanor softened slightly as he looked up. "These are fine. You can take them for 30 cents." That he glanced at the dressing table again and furrowed his brow, asking, "What do you want that for?" Realizing there might be an opportunity, Miao Jiao quickly explained, "You saw that I came here with others, that we are educated youth sent to the countryside, and our kitchen lacks a place for bowls and utensils. I thought this table would be suitable and hoped it would be inexpensive." She refrained from mentioning it was for her own enjoyment, as that could lead to disapproval, with the others still inside. It was harmless to fabricate a story or two. That upon hearing her explanation, the elderly man relaxed his expression and nodded. "All right, since you intend to do a good deed, you can have it for 50 cents. "Thank you very much," Miao Jiao replied, her eyes gleaming with joy as she pulled out the money from her pocket and handed it over. Just then, the others emerged with their findings. And after everyone settled their payments, they leisurely made their way back to the village. Chapter 26. The longed-for-wild chicken finally within reach. As the group exited the town, they encountered another group of villagers who had come to explore. Although their clothing was rather plain, their spirits were high, and several wore pens in their pockets, clearly identifying them as educated youth from other villages. The group exchanged smiles and offered polite nods in greeting. Once they passed, Lin Ju turned to Miao Jiao and inquired, "Is that dressing table heavy? You seem to have carried it quite a distance. Do you need our help? Miao Jiao Jiao was about to assure them that she could manage when a lively and charming girl from the departing group dashed back to them, her large, bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Who among you is Miao Jiao Jiao? Upon hearing that familiar voice, Miao Jiao Jiao's expression froze for a moment. Could it really be such a coincidence? The small girl scanned the group, then leaned towards Bai Yin with a smile. Is it you? The beauty of the 10-mile radius? It seems you are still lacking a bit. Miao Jiao Jiao felt an overwhelming urge to cover her face and escape. This was truly an excruciatingly embarrassing moment. She hadn't expected the boast she made a month ago to be remembered so vividly. Noticing Bai Yan's darkening expression, Miao Jiao Jiao realized there was no way to evade the situation. Summoning her courage, she stepped forward, raising her chin and responding with unwavering confidence. I am indeed Miao Jiao Jiao. After all, she had a thick skin. Whether it was a joke or not, she would embrace it. Hey, it's you. I remember your voice. Meng Bao Bao turned to her, and upon recognizing her, a flicker of confusion crossed her eyes. What is going on with you? Miao Jiao Jiao quickly pulled her aside, whispering, what I said last time was just a joke. Please don't take it seriously. Oh. Meng Bao Bao tilted her head, blinking her eyes, and earnestly remarked, actually, if you were a bit wider and slimmer, you might look really beautiful. You weren't wrong in what you said. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle at the girl's charming words. Thank you. You are quite beautiful yourself. This girl had fair skin, exquisite features, and bright eyes that turned crescent-shaped when she smiled, with dimples adorning her cheeks. Truly a lovely young lady. Thank you. Meng Bao Bao's cheeks flushed from the compliment, and she asked, which village are you from? I'd love to come visit you sometime. Miao Jiao Jiao replied, I'm from Shishui village. What about you? Meng Bao Bao beamed. What a coincidence. I'm from Shidu village, which is just next to yours. Bai Yin, who had been waiting impatiently nearby, perked up at this revelation and stepped forward. What a coincidence. You are welcome to come visit us anytime. Miao Jiao Jiao furrowed her brow, slightly puzzled as to why this individual was approaching them. However, she refrained from voicing her objections. The girl named Meng Bao Bao seemed quite amusing, and she enjoyed chatting with her, so making a friend wouldn't be a bad idea. Meng Bao Bao is leaving. Hurry up, or else we'll be late getting home. Someone called from behind, urging her to hurry. The little girl waved enthusiastically at Miao Jiao Jiao as she ran back, calling out, Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao. See you later. Miao Jiao Jiao's lips curved into a smile, truly a lively little girl. After a pause, she exclaimed, What took you so long? We've been waiting forever. Ma Fong pouted in dissatisfaction. Miao Jiao Jiao addressed the group, saying, Sorry to keep you waiting. Let us go down on the way. Lin Ju curiously asked Miao Jiao Jiao, How did you get to know that little girl? You hardly ever visit the town, do you? Her voice was loud enough for everyone to hear, and curiosity piqued among the others. Miao Jiao Jiao's lips curled slightly. I met her the day I moved when I visited the town. Lin Ju, puzzled, responded, But how did she not recognize you and went to inquire about you from Bai Yin? Miao Jiao Jiao replied, Well, it was probably too dark for her to see clearly. She refrained from mentioning the embarrassing incident of the gluttonous girl who climbed a tree but was too frightened to come down. Lin Ju leaned in mysteriously. That little girl is quite a quirky personality. Did you see her face when she said Bai Yin wasn't much to look at? It was priceless. I nearly died laughing. Miao Jiao Jiao remarked. This sister seems to revel in the misfortunes of others, doesn't she? Upon returning to the educated youth dormitory, Miao Jiao Jiao shut the door and directly transported the dressing table into her space. Noticing the excessive dust and grime on the surface, she planned to wash it thoroughly by the lakeside. However, after a brief wipe, she sensed something was amiss. The water appeared unnaturally dark, akin to ink. A spark of realization flickered in her eyes, prompting her to hasten her cleaning. After 30 minutes, the dressing table was restored to its original state. That it was a small, two-tiered dressing table made of reddish-brown wood, featuring a spacious top surface and a central copper mirror flanked by two small drawers. The table exuded a dignified aura, its surface displaying intricate, age patterns that hinted at its vintage charm. Miao Jiao Jiao recalled having seen a similar piece while wandering through an antique street in the modern world. She lowered her gaze, reminiscing about that moment before abruptly lifting her head to scrutinize the table once more. To her astonishment, this was indeed a Wang Wali dressing table. worth at least several $100,000 in the modern era. Originally concealed under the darkened layer of ink, it seemed the previous owner had wanted to keep it hidden, never expecting it would end up at a scrap station. Miao Jiao couldn't help but exclaim in amazement, realizing she had stumbled upon such a valuable item for merely 50 cents. Truly, the world of vintage novels had not deceived her. She chuckled with joy, thinking, next time, I'll return to the scrap station for more treasures. After drying the dressing table, Miao Jiao placed it beside the wardrobe in the storage room, as it would raise questions if she kept it elsewhere after her hard-fought move. As dusk approached, she lit a fire outside to cook some porridge before making another trip to her space. She planned to prepare roasted wild chicken for dinner, a dish she had longed for. Skillfully, she dispatched the chicken, plucked its feathers, marinated it with sauce, and set up a roasting rack, placing the chicken atop it. As she turned the rack, Miao Jiao mentally scattered seeds across the fields in her space. Having already harvested 2 batches of crops, her storage was brimming with an assortment of vegetables and fruits. So she intended to pause planning after this harvest. Next, she spent some time in the orchard, gathering all the ripe fruits using her mental command. Once finished, she leisurely turned the rack to roast the wild chicken. After a while, the chicken was nearly done, sizzling as the fat dripped, filling the air with a rich, meaty aroma. Miao Jiao summoned 2 plates with her mind, one for the chicken and another for half a dragon fruit and some cherry tomatoes. She opened a bottle of ice-cold cola, gulping down a few hearty sips before tearing into a chicken leg. The taste was heavenly, bursting with flavor. Miao Jiao reclined in her chair, cola in one hand and chicken leg in the other, gazing at the azure sky in her space, marveling, life is indeed splendid. Chapter 27. Meng Baobao's visit. 30 minutes later, Miao Jiao, thoroughly satisfied, let out a contented burp. Exiting her space, she opened the storage room door and sat down to unpack a package that had arrived for her. Upon opening it, she discovered a letter atop the contents that it was from her mother, who had thoughtfully saved some cotton and urged her to find a way to make a quilt for the winter. Moreover, the letter emphasized that she had also sent the medicine Miao Jiao used to take regularly, reminding her to adhere to her schedule without any extra words of affection. Miao Jiao first retrieved a small medicine box. Weighing the cotton in her hands, which seemed to be about 3 pounds, no wonder it felt so light when she picked it up from the post office. Regardless, her mother had done adequately, sending something to help her stay warm. However, when she unfolded the cotton, she was taken aback to find it was yellowed, blackened, and sticky. Was this what she had specifically saved for her? This old, damp cotton, which had probably been used for many years, wouldn't even be picked up by a dog if tossed at the village entrance. Opening the medicine box revealed dark pills, exuding an unpleasant herbal odor. The original owner had suffered from recurrent illnesses after a severe childhood illness, leading her mother to consult a traveling doctor who prescribed these pills, which improved her condition significantly. The original owner had taken 1 pill monthly to prevent illness, bringing a few along when she moved to the countryside. But Miao Jiao had forgotten about them after her arrival. Counting the pills, she found 25, enough for nearly 2 years. However, her body had already been nourished by the spiritual spring water, making them unnecessary. Most importantly, her trust in this so-called mother was lacking. Her memories revealed a woman who was only kind when forcing the original owner to take her medicine, while otherwise, she was harsh and abusive. If she couldn't even spare decent cotton for her daughter, how could she genuinely care enough to send medicine? Frowning at the pills in her hand, Miao Jiao pondered that she would need to find a professional to examine them at some point. The next afternoon, shortly after finishing work, Meng Baobao, the lively little girl, came to visit. Miao Jiao, I'm here. Miao Jiao, who was about to close the door to retreat into her space to cook, thought, this girl has impeccable timing. Having just met yesterday, she had assumed Baobao would wait a while before coming over again. Welcoming her inside, Miao Jiao poured her a glass of water and asked, have you eaten yet? Meng Baobao's sparkling eyes blinked as she tilted her head and smiled. Not yet, I'm not hungry. Miao Jiao was astonished. You worked all day and you're not hungry? Baobao shook her head. I didn't do any work. I teach at our village's primary school that it's not tiring at all. Oh, how I wish I could work in the fields to experience it. But my uncle won't let me. Miao Jiao felt a bit speechless. That sounds rather pretentious. Raising an eyebrow, she remarked, so you have relatives here in the countryside? Baobao nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, my grandparents and uncle all live here. Otherwise, my family wouldn't have allowed me to come. My uncle is both the village chief and the brigade leader, and he treats me very well. But sometimes he can be too strict. I get annoyed and run out for a stroll, which is why I'm here to find you. Miao Jiao's lips twitched. It seemed the girl wasn't specifically seeking her out, which made her feel a bit foolish for being pleased earlier that I brought you some white rabbit candy. Bao exclaimed, pulling a handful from her pocket. Here, try it. It's delicious. Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow, impressed by Bao's generosity. Thank you, I'll just take 2. You keep the rest. Without allowing her to refuse, Bao stuffed all the candy into Miao Jiao's arms. Oh, there are only 6 pieces. This is a thank you gift for keeping me company last time. Just accept it. Seeing she couldn't refuse any longer, Miao Jiao said, All right, I want to be polite then. Stay for dinner tonight. And I'll take you into the forest to pick some fresh mushrooms. How about I make you an egg and mushroom soup? Sure. Let us go. Bao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she eagerly tugged Miao Jiao forward. As they reached the living room, Bai Yin emerged from her room. Where are you two headed? She asked with a smile. Bao replied enthusiastically, We're going to pick mushrooms in the forest. Miao Jiao promised to make me something delicious later. Bai Yin continued with a grin, I was planning to pick mushrooms too. Why don't we go together? Sounds great. Let us go. Bao exclaimed, pulling one of their arms as she rushed outside. Miao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. This girl was simply too lively. However, she cast a glance at Bai Yin, a hint of suspicion flickering in her mind. She had never seen this person so warmly approach her before. It felt a bit strange. And she decided to be cautious that on the way, Bai Yin and Bao exchanged names. Upon discovering that Bao was also from the capital, Bai Yin's face lit up with delight. What a coincidence. I'm from the capital too. We re fellow townsfolk. Indeed, it's quite a serendipity, Bao replied. Meng Bao nodded with a smile, while Bai Yin bit her lip and, raising her head casually, inquired, Are there any other educated youth from the capital in your village? It seemed there weren't, as I have only been here for a little over a month. The others come from different cities. Meng Bao tilted her little head in contemplation, and suddenly her eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, Oh, there is one more. According to my uncle, that person seems to have come 3 years ago as an old educated youth, but his personality is quite peculiar, and he never interacts with others. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin immediately became excited and asked, How does he look? Her question came out in a rush, causing Miao Jiao, who had been quietly listening to their conversation, to feel increasingly perplexed. She pretended to be curious and asked, Do you know that person? Bai Yin cast a glance at her, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes, and sighed, I do. He is the ex-fiancé of a good friend of mine. We haven't seen each other for a long time, and I only learned he was in the neighboring village when I came to the countryside. Miao Jiao replied, Seeing you so melancholic, I thought he was your old flame. No wonder he approached Meng Bao upon hearing she was from the neighboring village. He must be eager to learn something about that person. However, if they were friends, he would have visited long ago. Why would he need to probe indirectly? This led her to deduce that Bai Yin might not be very familiar with that young man, and judging by his demeanor, he seemed quite fond of him. Thus, harboring a crush on a best friend's ex-boyfriend seemed rather awkward. Chapter 28. Encountering the two in a tug-of-war, Bai Yin inquired again, Are you close to him? Do you know if he is in good health or if he has lost weight? Meng Bao scratched her head awkwardly and replied, I don't really know, that I've only encountered him a few times, but he has always been cold and intimidating that I was too scared to look closely at him. Bai Yin regretted her words as soon as she spoke. She realized she had overstepped. She softly said, I apologize. My question was a bit abrupt, but it's fine. You were just concerned for a friend. Meng Bao replied dismissively. Her curiosity piqued. Why don't you go to the neighboring village to see him? A flicker of unease crossed Bai Yan's eyes, but she smiled lightly, saying, I had originally planned to visit after the autumn harvest. How about I come find you to play in a few days? Sure, Meng Bao exclaimed joyfully, then turned to Miao Jiao, will you come along to play with Bai Yin as well? Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow. That sounds fine, that I'm not too busy right now. It will be a good opportunity to gossip and see what the person Bai Yin looks like. The trio gathered some wild mushrooms and collected firewood before heading back. Upon arriving at the house, Miao Jiao set about preparing a meal, while Meng Bao washed the mushrooms. Seizing the opportunity, she went to Aunt Wang's house next door to buy 5 eggs. Although there were eggs in their own space, they had previously kept the door closed during meals, and the others were unaware. Today, she had to treat Ming Bao Bao, so the eggs needed an explanation, forcing her to purchase them. After returning, she picked an eggplant from the backyard garden and prepared a garlic eggplant dish, followed by a pot of delectable egg and mushroom soup. Her culinary skills were quite commendable, and using spring water diluted with her mystical essence made the flavors exquisite. Ming Bao Bao devoured 2 bowls of rice before finally stopping, patting her belly with a look of vexation. Alas, I eat so much every day. I'm going to gain weight on my stomach, that it's so troublesome. Miao Jiao Jiao choked on her words. If anyone else heard that, they might want to hit you. She raised an eyebrow and chuckled. Then you can learn to lose weight like I do. Ming Bao Bao shook her chubby face vigorously. No way, my uncle says food is life. Eating is the greatest respect for it that if I were to diet. Wouldn't that mean I wasted my meals? Haha, that does make some sense. Being with his cheerful spirit, Miao Jiao Jiao felt her own smile broaden. After chatting for a while longer, Ming Bao Bao reluctantly took her leave. The neighboring village was only a 10-minute walk away, and since it was still early, Miao Jiao Jiao felt assured about her returning alone. After seeing Ming Bao Bao off, Miao Jiao Jiao locked the door and went for a stroll at the foot of the mountain. However, as she reached the base, she spotted a pair of individuals engaged in a tug-of-war. Squinting, she recognized the girl as the old, educated youth, Huang Daidi. This person was typically very taciturn and seldom spoke to her, resulting in a rather distant relationship. With no one else around, it was possible they were secretly in a romantic entanglement, so it would be inappropriate for her to interrupt. Just as she was about to turn away, a sudden shriek pierced the air. Turning her head, she saw a robust man pinning Huang Daidi against a large tree trunk while she desperately flailed her arms in protest, screaming. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyelids twitched, and she rushed forward to pull him away, admonishing, "What are you doing?" In broad daylight, how can you bully our female educated youth? This is outrageous. Wang Dahua, panting heavily, glared at Miao Jiao Jiao with bloodshot eyes. Gritting his teeth, Huang Daidi and I are in a relationship. Why should you interfere? Miao Jiao Jiao shot him a stern look. You are coercing a young woman in public. This is a matter of conduct, and I will naturally intervene. Wang Dahua protested loudly. We are openly dating, just taking a walk here to chat. Why did you come to eavesdrop? But what I saw was not as you described. Miao Jiao Jiao retorted coldly that if you continue to harass her, I will immediately report this to the village chief. I trust he will ensure justice is served. At the mention of this, Wang Dahua became anxious, casting a furious glance at Miao Jiao Jiao before hastily departing. Once he left, Miao Jiao Jiao breathed a sigh of relief. Such matters blown out of proportion would tarnish Huang Daidi's reputation, so she could only frighten him away for the time being. Huang Daidi was now curled up against the tree, her shoulders hunched as she quietly sobbed. Seeing this, Miao Jiao Jiao approached to comfort her. Sister Daidi, are you all right? I'm fine, thank you, Jiao Jiao. Huang Daidi lifted her gaze, managing a smile that was more sorrowful than tears. I'm so sorry for making you witness this. Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head. It's all right. But how did you get involved with Wang Dahua? That man, Wang Dahua, was notorious in Shishui village for being troublesome. He was impulsive and fond of drinking, often causing disturbances that in these times when everyone struggled to make ends meet. It was perplexing how he still had the means to indulge in alcohol. But his family's pig-slaughtering business afforded him the luxury of a little extra spending. Although Wang Dahua's character was questionable, he had inherited his father's exceptional pig-slaughtering skills, which were rare in the countryside. Villagers from surrounding areas would seek him out for celebrations or joyous occasions, ensuring he could eat well without laboring for work points. His violent temperament was well known. It was said that his previous wife had committed suicide by jumping into a river due to frequent domestic abuse. Consequently, despite his relatively good living conditions, no one dared to marry their daughters to him, leaving him in his 30s still unmarried. Miao Jiao Jiao didn't expect him to set his sights on the educated youth. Huang Daidi remained silent at her inquiry, continuing to weep quietly. Sensing her discomfort, Miao Jiao Jiao refrained from pressing further, understanding it was inappropriate to interfere in something they were not familiar with. However, she felt it necessary to issue a warning. This man has a bad reputation in the village. I've heard rumors he has connections with a widow at the village's edge. I advise you to think carefully. This wasn't mere gossip. She had overheard two elderly women chatting while working in the fields, mentioning they had seen Wang Dua leaving the widow's house one day, though she couldn't verify its truth. I know. But Huang Dadi began, but broke down into tears again. Miao Jiao Jiao, observing her plight, understood there were unspoken troubles, and suggested gently, "It's getting dark. Let me walk back with you." Once home, she would inform Lin Ju, as the two shared a close bond, and perhaps they could discuss something together. Huang Dadi nodded, biting her lip. "Okay, thank you." Chapter 29. Huang Dadi's tearful confession of being threatened upon returning to the educated youth dormitory. Miao Jiao pulled Lin Ju aside and subtly remarked, "I ran into Sister Dadi on my way back. She seemed troubled and unhappy. Since you two are close, perhaps you could talk to her more in the coming days." She refrained from mentioning the incident she had witnessed, as discussing such matters directly felt inappropriate. Lin Ju frowned upon hearing this. "Her mood has been off for over a month that I've asked her many times, but she hasn't confided in me that I'll try to talk to her later." Miao Jiao nodded yes. That's the only option, that if the person involved doesn't clarify, it's hard for anyone else to intervene. When Lin Ju returned to the room, she found Huang Dadi curled beneath the covers, quietly sobbing. The others were in the living room reading, and Lin Ju quietly closed the door and approached Huang Dadi, pulling down the blanket covering her head. "Dadi, why are you crying? What is bothering you? You need to tell me, so I can help you resolve it together." They have spent several years together, fostering a bond that has remained quite strong. She regards the other as a sister. Now, witnessing her in such distress, her heart aches profoundly. Alas, there is nothing to be done. You all are powerless to resolve this. Huang Dadi's voice was steeped in despair and anguish, and Lin Ju immediately sensed something was amiss. "Has someone been bullying you?" Upon hearing this, Huang Dadi paused, falling silent while tears streamed down her face in torrents. Lin Ju, seeing her in such a state, grew increasingly frantic, her temper flaring. "Which scoundrel has dared to mistreat you? You must tell me at once. How dare anyone bully her sister? She would settle the score with that person." Huang Dadi buried her head in the pillow, weeping uncontrollably. "I cannot say. If I do, it will be the end for me." "Woo woo woo." Lin Ju sighed, furrowing her brow, and continued, "I truly don't know what to say in this situation, that we have known each other for 2 years. Akin to sisters. If anything were to happen to you, I would be frantic with worry. Moreover, I sense that this matter is quite serious, that if you do not speak up now, how will you handle any fallout that may arise?" Upon hearing this, Huang Dadi's sobs momentarily halted, and she lifted her swollen eyes, murmuring, "If it cannot be resolved, then I might as well end my life by throwing myself into the river." Lin Ju was taken aback by her words, her heart racing with alarm. "What nonsense are you speaking? You infuriate me. If you care so little for your life, how can you fear these matters? Tell me everything." "Indeed, in the grand scheme of things, death seems inevitable," Huang Dadi replied with a bitter smile, sitting up to face her. "Then allow me to share my story. A month ago, after returning from work, I changed out of my dirty clothes and went to the creek to wash them. I accidentally fell into the water, which wasn't too deep. Just as I stood up, a man approached me unsteadily. The man was Wang Dehua. He had clearly been drinking. Seeing me fall into the water, he made a mockery of me that I ignored him and simply carried my wash basin home. Yet he would not let it go, grabbing my wet clothes to prevent my departure, and then Lin Ju's face turned crimson with rage. "Damn it. That scoundrel is utterly revolting." Suddenly recalling something, she anxiously asked, did he do anything to you?" "No." Huang Dadi shook her head, continuing, "After he tore my clothes, fearing I would cause him trouble, he quickly fled." Lin Ju remained furious. "Why didn't you tell me about this sooner?" Huang Dadi replied with a bitter smile. "At that time, I thought it was merely an accident, and I was afraid you would mock me. So I kept silent. Little did I expect that 2 days later he would find me and mention a red mole on my back, that he then began to blackmail me, insisting that I enter into a relationship with him, which I, of course, refused. He threatened me, claiming that if I did not comply, he would spread rumors that I had seduced him, using the mole on my back as proof. Hearing this, I panicked. If such a thing were to spread, my reputation would be ruined, that I simply could not bear the shame. So I reluctantly acquiesced. How despicable! How can such a person exist?" Lin Ju gazed at Huang Dadi with compassion, her heart heavy with sympathy. Huang Dadi did indeed have a red mole on her back, something Lin Ju had previously noticed. Even if the rumors were unfounded, The mere correlation would lead no one to believe her claims. Furthermore, if someone were to see her back, it would undoubtedly tarnish her reputation, inviting scorn and derision. At this moment, the authorities were cracking down on issues of conduct, and if such baseless rumors were to emerge, it would ruin the other person's life. Initially, Lin Ju thought she could assist by reporting this to the village chief, but given the implications for Huang Daidi's reputation, such a course of action would be fraught with complications. Lin Ju sighed deeply. What happened next? He continued to invite me to secluded spots in the mountains or by the creek. Each time we met, he would become increasingly inappropriate, and I was nearing my wit's end. Huang Daidi's nose turned red as tears began to flow again. Her eyes filled with a simmering hatred. First, he restrained himself, but lately, he has become more brazen. Earlier, in the woods, he disregarded my wishes and nearly assaulted me. I was fortunate that Miao Jiaojiao came to my rescue. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju recalled Miao Jiaojiao's earlier hesitation when seeking her out, and it all clicked into place. That kind-hearted girl had likely refrained from revealing everything out of concern for Daidi's reputation. With this thought, a flicker of admiration crossed Lin Ju's gaze. That girl is truly kind-hearted. I shall express my gratitude to her later. Thank you, Lin Jie. Huang Daidi responded gratefully, wiping her tears. Wang Dahua has been relentlessly pursuing me, and I truly do not know how to rid myself of him. What shall I do at this point? Lin Ju was at a loss for what to do and could only offer comfort. Thank goodness you confided in me now. If this were to explode unexpectedly, it would be beyond repair. Miao Jiaojiao had encountered a similar situation, and over these past few days, Lin Ju had found her to be a decent person. How about we consult her? What do you think? Let us keep this matter between us for now, as it concerns your reputation, and it's best that fewer people know. Huang Daidi, her mind in a whirl, could only nod in agreement. Yes, that sounds good. Lin Ju patted her hand. Let us go find her now. We must clarify this matter and devise a plan together. In Chapter 30, the three of them would seek a solution together. Miao Jiaojiao was not in the living room. She was exercising in her space. Hearing the knock on the door, she quickly wiped the sweat from her body and opened the door. Upon seeing the two women at the threshold, she was not surprised. Come in. After closing the door, she approached with a smile. Lin Jie, Daidi Jie, what brings you here? Lin Ju, her temperament impatient, quickly recounted the entire series of events. Upon finishing, her face was flushed with indignation. Wang Dahua is truly despicable. He has turned the tables on you. What a beast. Huang Daidi covered her face, tears streaming down once again. Miao Jiaojiao sighed internally, handing her a handkerchief to dry her tears. In modern times, such matters could be resolved with a beating and a police report. But in this era, that was not an option. Although the customs were simple and honest, the prevailing mindset was overly conservative, particularly regarding a woman's reputation. Whenever there was any hint of impropriety between the sexes, the woman bore the brunt of societal scorn and contempt. Hence, even though Huang Daidi was the victim, it was likely that, even with a clear explanation, whispers would circulate behind her back. This era was indeed burdensome for women. Miao Jiaojiao, having come from the modern world, was more open-minded regarding reputation, but Huang Daidi and women of her time placed their honor above all else. If in a moment of despair she were to take drastic action, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. Daidi Jie, please stop crying. If you continue, your eyes will swell terribly that if others were to notice, it would be difficult to explain that we must think of a solution. Huang Daidi dabbed her tears with the handkerchief, her heart heavy. Oh, I deeply regret washing clothes so late. If I hadn't gone, this would not have happened. Miao Jiaojiao consoled her. This situation is not your fault. It is all the wicked doing of Wang Dahua. Consider how much you are crying now. He is probably laughing at you behind your back that we must not let him have the satisfaction. Exactly. Lin Ju gritted her teeth. That scoundrel is merely taking advantage of your gentle nature to bully you. I am tempted to take a knife to him. Miao Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow. Indeed, this bold demeanor suited Lin Ju well. She had also contemplated that perhaps giving Wang Dahua a few good thrashings would teach him a lesson, but then she reconsidered. Given his unscrupulous nature, he might escalate the situation, leading to even greater trouble for Huang Daidi. Having dealt with Wang Dahua for over a month, Huang Daidi understood his violent temperament. Hearing Lin Ju's words, she quickly interjected. Lin Jie, please do not act impulsively. Wang Dahua is tall and strong. We cannot possibly overpower him, Moreover, if a fight breaks out, he will certainly retaliate by spreading rumors. Lin Ju sighed. Do not worry. I will not act rashly, that I am merely venting my frustrations. Huang Daidi's eyes were red-rimmed. I truly feel powerless against such a rogue. I was afraid to tell you all along, fearing it would cause you worry. Miao Jiao cut straight to the point, but continuing to interact with him is not a viable option. I suspect his intentions go beyond merely dating. He likely aims to push the relationship further and force you into marriage. Upon hearing this, Huang Daidi's pupils dilated in fear, and she shook her head vigorously. No, I cannot marry him. I must return to the city. My family is waiting for my return. Her previous agreement to date Wang Da had merely been a stalling tactic. She had never entertained the idea of genuinely being with him. Though she had always harbored a faint suspicion of his ulterior motives, she had never dared to think too deeply about it. Now, with Miao Jiao's revelation, a wave of terror and helplessness washed over her. If it comes to him forcing me, I might as well throw myself into the river. Living with someone as unreasonable and brutishly odious as him, she might as well be dead. Look at you, spouting such furious words. Has anything truly happened yet? Lin Ju cast an ungrateful glare at her, admonishing, stop with the incessant talk of death, that if you were to die, others would continue to live joyfully, while only your family and friends would suffer. Sobbing, Huang Dadi leaned against Lin Ju, breaking down in tears. Miao Jiao refrained from offering consolation, for Lin Ju's words rang true. Dying for a scoundrel was utterly unworthy. She knew the only remedy was to scold her back to her senses. So she wouldn't dwell on such dark thoughts. Once Huang Dadi's emotions settled somewhat, Miao Jiao shared her plan with the two. Isn't Wang Da fond of making threats? We can turn the tables on him. Gathering evidence that will silence his reckless tongue. Lin Ju's eyes brightened with curiosity. What evidence? Miao Jiao replied, I overheard two Annies chatting about seeing Wang Da coming from the widow's house at the village's edge. We should investigate this matter. Lin Ju's eyes widened in disbelief. What? That widow at the village's edge is over 40. I've seen her several times, and she is, well, the widow, surnamed Liu, had lost her husband, parents-in-law, and all possessions in a devastating fire 5 years ago. Though she survived, her face bore severe burns, rendering her appearance somewhat grotesque. Coupled with the reputation of bringing misfortune to her family, no one dared to wed her, and thus she lived alone at the village's end. Wang Do, despite his foul temperament and the loss of one wife, was still in his 30s with decent means. He would hardly settle for such a partner. Miao Jiao, recognizing this, analyzed, given his lecherous nature. He must be hiding something. That I will start by investigating his connection with the widow to seek out clues. Furthermore, Lin Jie, you must accompany Dadi Jie at all times to prevent Wang Dahu from targeting her alone and causing any harm. Upon hearing this, Huang Dadi anxiously protested, No, that won't do. He has insisted I go on clandestine meetings with him every 3 days, that if I fail to show up, he will surely spread rumors. Miao Jiao reassured her. I will find evidence swiftly that if he insists on taking you out, let Lin Jie follow from a distance, that if anything happens, she can come to your aid. Lin Ju patted her arm and smiled. Exactly, don't worry. I have a loud voice. If he dares to bully you, I'll shout and rush in to scare him away. Huang Dadi couldn't help but chuckle through her tears, although she knew they were merely trying to comfort her with playful remarks. Their sincerity warmed her heart, bringing tears of gratitude to her eyes. Thank you, Lin Jie. Thank you, Jiao. I promise I will gather my strength to confront this scoundrel. Lin Ju and Miao Jiao exchanged knowing glances, both sharing a faint smile. Lin Ju said, That's the spirit. Don't let yourself be destroyed over a scoundrel. It is not worth it in the least. Miao Jiao added, Indeed, we are friends. No need for such formality. The trio continued discussing their plans moving forward. Once their conversation concluded, Lin Ju and Huang Dadi returned to the front courtyard. As soon as they left, Miao Jiao promptly closed the door behind her and began her training in the space. That night, several individuals found themselves unable to sleep due to various concerns. The following afternoon, upon finishing her work, Miao Jiao visited Widow Lu's home. Upon entering the courtyard, she greeted cheerfully, Aunt Lu, I heard your pickled radishes are delicious. I have 2 eggs. May I trade them for some of your pickles? Widow Lu, her left cheek marred by burns and her hair covering part of her face, was currently sweeping the yard. She paused, surprised to see Miao Jiao, and nodded slowly, I'll just give you some. No need to trade. Since the incident that left her disfigured, she rarely interacted with others. This was the first time a young girl had approached her for a chat. Miao Jiao Jiao placed the 2 eggs in an enamel cup on the table and insisted, "Annie, that won't do. We have many people at the commune, and I would like to exchange for more pickles. Please accept the eggs." Seeing her determination, Widow Lu relented. "All right, wait here. I will fetch some from the kitchen." She then hurried off to prepare to as Miao Jiao Jiao stood watching. She took in her surroundings. To the left, vegetables were growing, while to the right, a few chickens were kept. The house, though modest with just 3 rooms, a living area, and a kitchen, was well kept and tidy, indicative of a person accustomed to managing a household. It was said that the fire had consumed all of Lu's family's savings and possessions, and this house had been painstakingly built by her own hands. The burden of losing her loved ones and enduring the rumors of her misfortune was surely a heavy one. Miao Jiao Jiao recalled Widow Lu's humble demeanor and felt a stir of sympathy. Such a diligent and simple woman would not normally be associated with someone like Wang Dao. Shortly after, Widow Lu emerged from the kitchen with a large bowl of pickled radish. She handed 1 egg to Miao Jiao Jiao, saying, "This is all I have. You can take 1 egg back with you." Miao Jiao Jiao smiled. "Thank you so much. I'll take my leave now." After placing the egg in her pocket and carrying the bowl of pickled radish home, she shared some with Lin Ju and the others, saving the remainder for herself before returning the bowl. When she returned the bowl, she found the same man she had seen earlier now in Widow Lu's yard. His face flushed crimson upon seeing Miao Jiao Jiao, and he stammered, "I'm just here to trade for some eggs. Please don't misunderstand." Miao Jiao Jiao, bewildered, thought she hasn't even asked anything yet. "Why is he so nervous?" With an awkward smile, she replied, "It's all right, uncle, that I just came for some pickles myself, that I'm returning the bowl now, so I'll take my leave." After placing the bowl down and thanking Widow Lu, she hurried out of the courtyard. The man's demeanor indicated he had an interest in Widow Lu, and she had no intention of lingering as an unwanted spectator. Upon entering, Miao Jiao Jiao noticed Widow Lu smiling as she brought water from the kitchen for the man, suggesting they were quite familiar. This implied that there was likely no connection between Widow Lu and Wang Du. It seemed her plan would need to shift. As she pondered, Miao Jiao Jiao spotted a familiar figure approaching, Wang Dao. Quickly, she hid behind a clump of grass. She watched as he passed by Widow Lu's house and turned down a side path, disappearing from view. Miao Jiao Jiao followed him. Relieved her speed allowed her to keep sight of him from a distance. She trailed Wang Dao down the narrow path, weaving through the trees for about 10 minutes until she reached a patch of reeds. There stood a curvaceous middle-aged woman upon seeing Wang Dao. Her face broke into a smile. Miao Jiao Jiao crouched behind a rock, peering out, and witnessed a shocking scene. Wang Dao hastily tugged at the woman's belt and pushed her down into the reeds, engaging in an indecent act. Though much of the view was obscured by the reeds, the sounds of his heavy breathing and her gasps echoed, igniting a flurry of inappropriate thoughts in Miao Jiao Jiao's mind. Her cheeks flushed crimson. At just 18, she was still a girl and had never encountered such a sight before. She couldn't resist sneaking another glance. The scene was quite intense, and the woman's face appeared to be in a state of distress. Just as she was engrossed in this unexpected spectacle, a large frog jumped past her foot, croaking loudly. Miao Jiao Jiao jolted with a start, feeling a chilling gaze directed at her from behind. Turning around in a daze, she was met with a pair of dark, fathomless eyes that seemed to penetrate her very soul. This was the same man who had killed a wild boar and gifted her a wild chicken. He regarded her with a puzzled expression, but soon noticed the commotion in the distance, his countenance suddenly faltering. Seeing his reaction, Miao Jiao Jiao felt a surge of panic. What an unfortunate coincidence. She wished she could find a hole to hide in. How could she possibly explain this? Her reputation was at stake. Han Lingji's current emotions are rather intricate. He merely intended to venture into the reeds to catch a few frogs for a meal, yet unexpectedly encountered this plump girl. He recognizes her. She had chased away his wild boar half a month prior and even reduced a grown man to tears. It seems she has slimmed down considerably and has become somewhat fairer, but he still recognizes her at a glance. However, these details are not the crux of the matter. The real issue is why he invariably stumbles upon unpleasant situations whenever he sees her. Listening to the commotion in the distance, Han Lingji couldn't help but frown. This little girl, despite her tender age, possesses a rather bold heart, as she dares to hide here and observe such scenes. Noticing the increasingly disconcerted expression on the face of the man in front of her, Miao Jiao Jiao chuckled nervously at him. I mean, I just happened to pass by that do you believe me? Han Lingji's lips twitched. Happened to pass by? Wasn't she just peeping with great enthusiasm a moment ago? It appears this plump girl is not only impulsive, but also quite cunning that he silently regarded her for a moment before coldly stating, I too am merely passing by. After saying this, he grabbed a frog nearby and placed it into a snakeskin bag before departing in silence. Miao Jiao Jiao. Does this count as an explanation for her loneliness? Furthermore, what does he mean by that? Is he mocking her, in her frustration? Miao Jiao Jiao felt like pounding the ground in anger. Chapter 32. A savage beating of Wang De. 10 minutes later, the tumultuous skirmish ahead gradually subsided. The two individuals, having committed their misdeeds, showed no urgency to leave and instead lounged among the reeds, engaging in idle chatter. Lu Sanmei huffed disdainfully. Dao, you are truly wicked. Always treating people this way. If my husband finds out, he would likely want to take a knife to you. Having just relished a triumphant bout, Wang Dahu, feeling rather pleased with himself, laughed heartily at her remark. With your husband's frail build, can he truly contend with me? Besides, if he were able to satisfy you, would you still seek me out? You shameless scoundrel. Lu Sanmei playfully hit Wang Dahu on the shoulder, leaning against him with a feigned air of sorrow. Oh, I was merely speaking out of turn, that if you hadn't married that wretched woman back then, I wouldn't have had to marry him. Wang Dahu grasped her hand with a mischievous grin. It is not too late now. Sneaking around like this is far more thrilling. Lu Sanmei shot him a fiery glare. If anyone discovers this, it could spell disaster. And you're still laughing. Wang Dahu waved dismissively. Who could possibly find out? You aren't from my village, and I'm always exceedingly cautious when I come here. No one would suspect a thing. Lu Sanmei punched him lightly in the chest, raising her head to inquire. Are you certain we should continue like this? If not, I could return and divorce my husband, and we could be together openly. Wang Da's expression darkened slightly at her words. No way. How many times have I rejected that idea? If you were to divorce, there should be a valid reason that if your husband clings to you and later discovers our relationship, that would be even worse if he had never contemplated a genuine relationship with her. It was merely a dalliance. Besides, he had long set his sights on Huang Daidi from the educated youth compound. Though she was somewhat petite, she was young, industrious, and easily manipulated. He intended to marry her and have several robust children. What shall we do then? Lu Sanmei inquired, her expression filled with frustration. We can't go on like this, that I feel so uneasy, living in constant fear. Wang Dahu, growing impatient, retorted, then let us meet less often. My family is busy lately. Once things settle, I'll come to find you at that point. Once he married Huang Daidi, he would have no need for this free woman. Very well, Lu Sanmei acquiesced, but I promised my son yesterday that I would get him some meat from the town. If you acquire any, do remember to share a bit with me. After all, she had already given herself to him. It would be unwise not to gain something in return. All right. Wang Da nodded, finding it no trouble to appease her with a bit of meat to silence her incessant chatter. After a while of lingering affection, Lu Sanmei stood up to tidy herself before leaving. Once she was gone, Miao Jiao Jiao emerged, her expression dark and brooding. She glared at Wang Do, exclaiming, Wang Do, how dare you consort with a married woman? Engaging in such scandalous behavior, I shall report you to the village chief. Just as Wang Dao finished dressing, her thunderous proclamation startled him. Upon realizing that only Miao Jiao Jiao remained, he relaxed his expression. He cast a scrutinizing gaze over her, a smirk forming on his lips. Little girl, do you think anyone will believe you? It's just the two of us now. I could just as easily claim you're infatuated with me and deliberately came to the reeds to entice me. Miao Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes, scoffing, with your piggish appearance, who would ever find you attractive? It's utterly laughable. You're asking for it. Wang Da's temper flared instantly, and he raised his fist in threat. If you dare speak of this, beware my fists. Oh, you wish to strike me? Miao Jiao Jiao replied with a smile, a sinister grin playing on her lips. How about we have a little spar, having been in this tumultuous era for a month? Her martial prowess had significantly improved, and taking on 3 or 4 individuals was no issue. After hearing about Daidi's troubles yesterday, she had felt a strong urge to unleash her frustrations. Encountering Wang Da now, It would be remiss not to indulge in a satisfying bout. She had deliberately waited for Lu Sanmei to leave before making her appearance. All for this moment. Wang Dahu, perceiving her demeanor, felt an inexplicable chill. This girl was indeed formidable. Showing no fear at all, he had no desire to engage in further dialogue, simply stating, "I never strike women, but if you misbehave, I want to hold back. Be careful." With that, he prepared to leave hastily. But Miao Jiaojiao wouldn't allow him to escape. She swiftly picked up a clump of mud and hurled it at his face. Splat! The mud struck Wang Du's visage with precision, some even landing in his mouth. Wang Du's temper boiled over, and he charged at her, yelling, "You little—" Bang! Before he could finish his threat, Miao Jiaojiao executed a swift and graceful spinning kick, sending him flying a considerable distance. Before Wang Dahu could comprehend the situation, her formidable fists rained down upon him. One punch landed on his left cheek. Waste, another struck his right cheek. Scum! A third crashed into his nose. Beast! Yet another hit his chin. Lower than pigs and dogs. Want to beat me senseless? Fine. Let us see who can outlast whom. Bang, 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 bang. Her fists pounded relentlessly against Wang Dao's face and body, leaving him dizzy and gritting his teeth in pain. Initially, he managed to utter a few curses, but soon he was reduced to tears, kneeling and begging for mercy. 20 minutes later, Miao Jiaojiao finally felt satisfied. She stood up, rubbing her swollen fists, her gaze fixed on the prostrate figure of the pig-headed man below, smiling sweetly. "So, how does it feel to experience my punches? I isn't it more powerful than yours?" "Wah! Yes, you're powerful." Wang Dahu whimpered from the ground, wailing incessantly. Miao Jiaojiao kicked him a few more times. "Will you dare to bully others again?" Wang Dao pleaded. "I want tea, I promise. Please spare me." Seeing his pitiful state, Miao Jiaojiao felt no sympathy. On the contrary, she was quite pleased. This man had always picked on the weak, and now, after having boasted so arrogantly, he was utterly humiliated. It seems that sometimes a show of force is indeed effective. Miao Jiaojiao declared, "I am aware of your threats against Huang Daidi, that I specifically came to discuss this with you today." Upon hearing this, Wang Dahu's expression faltered, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. What do you intend to discuss?" Chapter 33. Capturing Wang Du's weakness, Miao Jiaojiao noted the coldness in his gaze, her tone growing even more frigid. "Huang Daidi is my sister. By bullying her, you are effectively bullying me. She has no ties to you, and you are to cease all harassment of her. If you dare speak ill of her, I will beat you again until you fear me. Moreover, I have gathered evidence against you today. Conveniently, I am good friends with the village chief's niece from the neighboring village. Just imagine, when I share a few words with her, who will the village chief trust more, you or his niece?" Prepare to be denounced and paraded through the streets. Wang Dahu, upon hearing this, finally panicked. "I beg you, spare me. I was wrong. I truly was. I promise never to bother Huang Daidi again. I swear I won't say a word." Seeing his sincere attitude, Miao Jiaojiao smiled menacingly. "Now you're being sensible that if you behave, I will forget today's incident. However, you must be cautious. If her husband finds out, it will not end well for you. Once the matter concerning Huang Daidi is resolved, she will undoubtedly feel compelled to disclose the details to her husband. As for the outcome, it will depend entirely on his actions." Wang Dahu promptly nodded. Yes, I will never seek her out again." "Very well. You should come up with an excuse for your injuries when you return home. As we have never met today," Miao Jiaojiao declared with a flourish before sauntering away. By the time they returned to the educated youth compound, twilight had nearly enveloped the sky. Linju approached her, noticing the late hour. "Jiaojiao, have you been up in the mountains again? Haven't you prepared dinner?" Miao Jiaojiao, her eyes sparkling with mirth, replied, "Something wonderful has happened. Please ask Daidi to come to my room. I have something to share with you both." 2 minutes later in the room, Linju inquired with curiosity, "What is it?" Miao Jiaojiao smiled mysteriously. "It pertains to a delightful occurrence regarding Daidi." Huang Daidi, feeling dejected, sighed. "What good fortune could possibly come my way?" Miao Jiaojiao grinned at her. "Today, I captured Wang Dahu in a compromising position. Would you like to know the outcome? Really?" Huang Daidi exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise as she grasped Miao Jiaojiao's hand. "Please tell me." Linju, eager as well, urged. "Jiaojiao, stop keeping us in suspense, and just spill it." "Hold on. Let me take a sip of water first," Miao Jiaojiao said. Drinking before slowly revealing, while I was buying pickled radishes at Lu Guafu's house, I happened to run into Wang Dahu, who was sneaking down a side path. I decided to follow him. Upon hearing this, Lin Ju became anxious. What were you thinking? Acting alone? We agreed to search for clues together. Wang Dahu is quite ruthless. What if he discovered you and harmed you? Huang Daidi stepped closer, inspecting her for any signs of trouble. Jiao Jiao, that was reckless of you. Are you unharmed? Miao Jiao Jiao chuckled and shook her head. Just wait for me to finish. All right. Both Lin Ju and Huang Daidi nodded in agreement. Miao Jiao Jiao then recounted the events, omitting the appearance of a man catching frogs and her confrontation with Wang Dao. She concluded, before I left, I made it clear to him that if he wanted me to keep his infidelity a secret, he must cease his pursuit of Daidi, and he readily agreed. Upon hearing this, Huang Daidi's expression softened, and she burst into tears of joy. Is it true? Oh, thank you so much, Jiao Jiao. I am eternally grateful. Lin Ju shared in the joy, but soon furrowed her brow. But if that's the case, Lu Sanmei's husband remains oblivious. Miao Jiao Jiao suggested. Let's hold off for now. To prevent Wang Dahu from acting rashly. We shouldn't inform anyone else just yet. Once Daidi's situation is entirely resolved, I will discreetly inform him, and how he chooses to respond will be his own affair. The two women seem to have been entangled for quite some time. It was implausible that the husband was entirely unaware. Moreover, from Lu Sanmei's words, it appeared that she frequently received gifts from Wang Dahu for her son, which should have raised suspicions. Thus, Miao Jiao Jiao believed the husband either chose to turn a blind eye or was genuinely naive, placing unwavering trust in his wife. Regardless of the situation, it was a matter for the individuals involved to address. They could not interfere in the private lives of others. Indeed, Lin Ju remarked, Wang Dahu is known for his violent temper. He will not let your threats slide easily. However, this incident should keep him subdued for a while, allowing us ample time to devise other strategies. Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. Yes, we must ensure he relinquishes any thoughts of pursuing this matter. Upon hearing this, Huang Daidi's face grew tense. What should I do? I truly fear him. Lin Ju patted her hand reassuringly. Do not fret. We will think of a solution together. Huang Daidi sighed. If only the birthmark on my back were gone. Lin Ju interjected. Do not say such things. The presence of moles bears significance. Your birthmark is auspicious and should not be removed lightly. Listening to their conversation, Miao Jiao Jiao suddenly conceived an idea. If several people were to notice Huang Daidi's birthmark simultaneously, it would no longer be a secret, and Wang Dahu could not use it against her. Yet, upon further reflection, she realized that such a plan could backfire and tarnish Huang Daidi's reputation, leading to disastrous consequences. Thus, a more prudent approach was necessary. Little did Miao Jiao Jiao anticipate how swiftly the situation would change. The following morning, while fertilizing the fields, dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky. And soon, torrential rain began to pour. The squad leader ordered everyone to rush home to avoid the downpour, and villagers sprinted toward their houses. That on the way, the village head's wife accidentally slipped into a puddle, instinctively grasping the arm of a nearby woman for support. This led to a chain reaction, with the woman pulling another, ultimately causing Huang Daidi to be caught in the fray. Ouch! The four women fell almost simultaneously, and others rushed to assist them. Since all had landed on their backs, they were in considerable pain, prompting their transport to the barefoot doctor. After examining them, the doctor found no serious injuries, providing a bottle of medicinal alcohol for them to apply to their sore backs. At that moment, Miao Jiao Jiao and Lin Ju were also present, stepping forward to assist with the application of the medicinal alcohol that as they tended to Huang Daidi's back. A sharp-eyed woman noticed the red birthmark on her shoulder blade and remarked, Little Huang, this birthmark is quite remarkable. It signifies a life of abundance and ease, suggesting you will be blessed. Upon hearing this, Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes glimmered with intrigue. Feigning curiosity, Auntie, are there other significant birthmark locations? The woman replied with pride, Indeed, I have a niece with such a birthmark who married into a good family. I learned this from her. How fascinating. Let me take a closer look. The other women gathered around in curiosity. The village head's wife chuckled. If this is true, then little Huang is destined for fortune. No matter whom she marries, alas, my son is already wed. Otherwise, I would be inclined to propose. Huang Daidi, lying on the bed and exposing only half her back, felt her ears grow warm as several women discussed her birthmark. With each comment, her face flushed crimson. Shortly after applying the medicinal alcohol, news spread through Shushui village that the educated youth, little Huang, bore a fortune-bringing birthmark on her back, one that would bring prosperity to whoever married her. As the news circulated, several families with sons began to show interest. That evening, Miao Jiaojiao, Lin Ju, and Huang Dadi gathered in her small room, chatting joyfully for an extended period. Miao Jiaojiao laughed. I never expected things to progress so smoothly. Wang Dahu can no longer use the birthmark against you. Lin Ju clapped her hands in delight. Indeed. We are finally free from worry. Ha ha. Oh, I am simply overwhelmed with joy, Huang Dadi said, tears streaming down her face as she looked gratefully at both women. Thank you, Lin Jia and Jiaojiao. I will forever remember your kindness. Lin Ju waved her hand dismissively. Oh, no need to be so formal. We are sisters, Miao Jiaojiao smiled in agreement. Yes, we are all friends. Please wait a moment. Huang Dadi wiped her tears and hurried to the front yard. Just as the two were puzzled by her sudden departure, Huang Dadi returned, clutching an item in her hands. That I have a pair of cloth shoes that I made myself but have yet to wear. And this piece of soft red fabric, which my family sent me, but I have not yet fashioned into clothing. These are my most cherished possessions, and since you have helped me so greatly, I wish to offer them as my token of gratitude. That I hope you will accept them. Lin Ju glared at her in disapproval. What are you doing? We are sisters, so why are you being so formal? Miao Jiaojiao added. Yes, Dadi, there is no need for such formality. Absolutely not. Huang Dadi, usually gentle, spoke firmly for the first time. You must each choose one. If not, I will not consider you my sisters. Oh, you, Lin Ju huffed, turning to Miao Jiaojiao. Jiaojiao, you choose. Since she insists on giving, we might as well accept. Miao Jiaojiao, feeling both amused and exasperated, replied, All right, Lin Jie, you choose first. I am indifferent. Very well, Lin Ju, not one to be coy. Quickly selected the piece of soft red fabric. This fabric is quite lovely. I shall make myself a short-sleeve shirt and use any leftover scraps to create some hair accessories for you both. Miao Jiaojiao took the cloth shoes, inspected them, and smiled. Dadi, your craftsmanship is impressive. I believe these shoes will last me for years. Seeing her friends pleased with her gifts, Huang Dadi's face lit up with joy. I am so glad you like them. Of course we do. Miao Jiaojiao and Lin Ju echoed in unison, their gazes meeting and erupting into a fit of laughter. Miao Jiaojiao had never anticipated that friendship could blossom so swiftly. Just 2 days prior, she had merely exchanged nods with Lin Ju, and her acquaintance with Huang Dadi was even more tenuous. Yet, due to an unforeseen incident, the bonds among the three had deepened significantly. She had always approached friendship and interactions with a laid-back attitude, never expecting to forge such close ties with Meng Baobao, Lin Ju, and Huang Dadi in such a short span of time. As she lay in bed that night, her spirits buoyant, the corners of her mouth were perpetually uplifted. She found herself increasingly looking forward to this delightful new chapter in her life. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Yin and Ma Fong were enveloped in discontent. Bai Yin was preoccupied with thoughts of meeting someone from the neighboring village, feeling a twinge of regret about how to communicate effectively when the time came. Ma Fong, on the other hand, was consumed by jealousy towards Miao Jiaojiao. Over the past few days, she had observed Lin Ju and Huang Dadi visiting Miao Jiaojiao's home daily. She couldn't fathom what spell Miao Jiaojiao had cast that made the two seasoned youths suddenly so chummy with her. Previously, Ma Fong had vented to Bai Yin about her frustrations, but Bai Yin had been so distracted that she barely acknowledged her. Now, feeling utterly isolated and increasingly irate, Ma Fong couldn't help but roll her eyes at Miao Jiaojiao whenever she crossed her path. Miao Jiaojiao, oblivious to Ma Fong's petty antics, would hardly have cared even if she had been aware. Such narrow-minded people were prone to overthinking everything. Perhaps it was the result of the current lull in agricultural chores. Had they been in the midst of the harvest, who would have the energy for such trivial matters? On the other side, after receiving a beating from Miao Jiaojiao that day, Wang Dahu limped home. Clutching his face today as soon as he entered the house, his mother noticed his injuries and immediately began to fuss. Oh dear, what trouble have you gotten yourself into this time? Fighting again, and you never give me a moment's peace. Wang Dahu, already frazzled, snapped impatiently. Enough already. I'm in pain. Please stop yelling at me. Seeing her son completely disregard her and head towards his room, Wang Pa stomped her foot in frustration. Oomph. You only bring me trouble every day. If your father were still around, he would have dealt with you long ago." Listening to his mother's tirade from outside, Wang Dahu paid little heed. He collapsed on his bed, closing his eyes in an attempt to sleep. However, the more he tried to rest, the more elusive sleep became, as the image of Miao Jiaojiao beating him replayed in his mind. Frowning, he slowly opened his eyes. Feeling increasingly incensed, he resolved that this beating could not go unpunished. He must repay that wretched girl in kind. Just as he was plotting his course of action, news spread through the village the next afternoon that Huang Daidi had a red birthmark on her back, signifying great fortune. Upon hearing this, Wang Dahu's heart sank. He realized that his previous threats against Huang Daidi could no longer be carried out. Now, Miao Jiaojiao held leverage over him, and that girl was not one to let things go easily. She would undoubtedly spread rumors. He figured he should preemptively discuss matters with Liu Sanmei to ensure he could deny everything later. The thought of losing control over a woman he could manipulate made Wang Dahu grit his teeth in anger. Miao Jiaojiao and Huang Daidi. Just you wait. I will not let you off the hook. Chapter 35. Going to visit Meng Baobao that night, Miao Jiaojiao took out the medication sent from home and examined it closely. Earlier that day, when everyone had fallen in the rain and been taken to the barefoot doctor, she had seized the opportunity to show the doctor the pills that he had admitted that, lacking expertise. He could not identify all the ingredients, but he confirmed that several were indeed tonics. The unpleasant odor wafting from the pills left Miao Jiaojiao feeling peculiar. Such tonics were not cheap, and she found it hard to believe that her so-called mother would be so benevolent. Nevertheless, she was not in a hurry to resolve this mystery and planned to seek the opinion of a skilled physician in the future. For now, she needed to eliminate the toxic presence of Wang Dahu from her life. Especially given his vindictive nature, one could never tell what mischief he might be concocting behind the scenes. With this thought in mind, Miao Jiaojiao decisively decided to visit the neighboring village the following day. After finishing work and having lunch the next afternoon, Miao Jiaojiao bid farewell to Lin Ju and the others before preparing to head to the neighboring village with Bai Yin to play with Meng Baobao. Ma Fong, suspecting that Bai Yin had also fallen under Miao Jiaojiao's charm, immediately insisted on joining them. Bai Yin did not refuse, and Miao Jiaojiao saw no reason to stop her. After all, in her eyes, that woman was of no consequence, and her antics were hardly worth her ire. The trio sauntered to the edge of the neighboring village, and upon inquiring about the village head's residence, they heard Meng Baobao's exuberant laughter long before they arrived. Miao Jiaojiao's lips curled into a smile. That girl was indeed full of energy. When they finally met, Meng Baobao joyfully rushed forward. "Jiaojiao, you finally came to play with me. That's wonderful. Come on, let's go inside." She grabbed Miao Jiaojiao's arm and dashed toward the courtyard, leaving Bai Yin standing awkwardly behind. Dame Fong, trailing behind, couldn't help but interject sarcastically. "Xiao Yin, look at us, we came all this way and are completely unwelcome." Bai Yan's face hardened. For the first time, she retorted, "You insisted on coming along. No one invited you." With that, she strode into the courtyard, leaving Ma Fong fuming and stomping her foot before following. Meng Baobao's maternal uncle, Liu Zhensheng, who was also the village head and brigade leader, greeted the young visitors with warmth. "Welcome, everyone. I'll prepare some brown sugar water for you. Just a moment." He hurried to the kitchen and soon returned with several bowls of sweetened water, to which everyone expressed their gratitude. That moment, Meng Baobao burst out of the room, carrying snacks and candies. Come, come. These are the treats my family sent me recently. They're delicious. You must try them." Ma Fong was the first to reach for a piece, examining the delicately floured pastry. "This looks exquisite." She took a bite, savoring the flavor, and after finishing half, she found herself wanting more, smacking her lips in delight. "This is truly delicious." Her eyes darted toward the pile of snacks, clearly yearning for more. Bai Yin, witnessing her gluttonous display, couldn't help but shoot her a disapproving glare, signaling her to tone it down. Miao Jiaojiao, unfazed, smiled as she unwrapped a piece of hard candy and popped it into her mouth. "Thank you. It's quite tasty." Meng Baobao beamed. "I'm so glad you like it. Eat up, don't be shy." Initially deterred by Bai Yan's earlier glare, Ma Fong was emboldened by Meng Baobao's encouragement and quickly grabbed another piece of candy to pop into her mouth. Bai Yin, feeling exasperated, decided to ignore her. With a smile, she turned to Meng Baobao. "Meng Baobao, do you know where the educated youth dormitory is?" I'd like to take a look. Meng Baobao nodded enthusiastically. Of course. But that person you asked about last time doesn't live in the dormitory. He resides by the cattle shed at the foot of the mountain. Bai Yin gasped in astonishment. What? Why does he live there? That person had substantial connections in the capital. How could he be living amongst individuals of dubious background? Meng Baobao shook her head. I don't know either. He was already there when I arrived. Should I ask my uncle for clarification? With that, she dashed out a call for Lu Jinsheng. Uncle, come here for a moment. I have a question. Ma Fong was entirely preoccupied with the treats on the table and had no interest in the unfolding conversation. Miao Jiao, however, was all ears. Her curiosity piqued as she noted Bai Yan's sudden change in demeanor. Lu Jinsheng, hearing his niece's call, walked in with a smile. What's up? Meng Baobao tugged at his arm, urging him to sit. Could you tell us about the oldest educated youth in our village? Why does he live in the cattle shed? Lu Jinsheng's brow furrowed at the question. Why are you inquiring about that? Meng Baobao explained. This is Comrade Bai Yin. She also comes from the capital and is a friend of that person. She just wants to learn about him before visiting. Lu Jinsheng's expression softened. Oh, I see that. I thought it was something serious. The people living in the cattle shed have quite impressive backgrounds. I wouldn't dare provoke them. Bai Yin, anxious, pressed. Yes, Uncle Lu, could you please share his background? I haven't seen him in years. And I want to know more. Lu Jinsheng nodded. He came to our village as an educated youth 3 years ago. When he first arrived, he sought me out, requesting to stay in the cattle shed to care for his grandparents. And I agreed. Bai Yin was taken aback, but his grandmother passed away a long time ago. Could there be a mistake? His name is Han Lingji, right? Lu Jinsheng confirmed. No mistake. His name is indeed Han Lingji. I heard that the people living in the cattle shed are his uncle's parents, so it's not incorrect to refer to them as grandparents. Bai Yan's expression softened, a smile gracing her lips. Ah, I see that he seems to be quite filial. Lu Jinsheng. Who could argue otherwise? He frequently roams the nearby hills to hunt, returning home at dawn and dusk, often with a bountiful catch that leaves the villagers envious. Meng Baobao, filled with curiosity, inquired, Doesn't Uncle have to work? A flicker of guilt crossed Lu Jinsheng's eyes as he cleared his throat and replied, Oh, he does work. Protecting the forest is his duty along with a few elderly men from the cattle shed. That counts as work, doesn't it? Those men are quite significant figures, and he dares not assign them strenuous tasks. Meng Baobao pressed further. But uncle, do you know anything else? Why does he always seem so peculiar and aloof? Lu Jinsheng shook his head. I'm not sure. He has been here for 3 years now. And aside from being somewhat amiable with those from the cattle shed, he maintains a stern demeanor towards others. That's just his nature, cold on the outside, warm within. Bai Yin smiled gently, a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. Then let us go see him now. Chapter 36. The one living in the thatched hut on the way to the cattle shed. Ma Fong asked Bai Yin, Xiaoyan, why don't I know this friend of yours? It seems you've never mentioned him during our 2 years in high school. Bai Yin cast a glance at her. Well, he's a friend of a classmate from middle school. We've only met a few times. She refrained from disclosing the intricate nature of their connection, as the individual in question happened to be her classmate's former fiancé. When she had inadvertently mentioned this in front of Miao Jiao and Meng Baobao, she had regretted it afterward. Typically, she kept her thoughts deeply concealed, and had it not been for her earlier excitement, her emotions would not have surfaced. The prospect of soon meeting the person she had longed for sent waves of nervous anticipation coursing through her. Miao Jiao walked beside Bai Yin, noticing the fluctuations of color on her face, alternating between flush and pallor, and raised an eyebrow. Her suspicions were confirmed. It was evident that Bai Yin had a fondness for the young man in question. Her curiosity regarding his appearance grew exponentially. As the four of them approached the foot of the mountain, they passed by several farmhouses. Whenever they spotted someone at the door, Meng Baobao would cheerfully greet them. Hello. Uncle Lu. Aunt Zhang. Have you eaten? Aunt Li, I'm off to play at the foot of the mountain. The elderly folk responded with warm smiles, clearly fond of the lively and charming young girl. Observing this, Miao Jiao remarked, Meng Baobao, you seem to be quite well-liked. Meng Baobao puffed out her chest proudly. Of course, I'm the most popular in Shida village. Both children and adults love to play with me. Miao Jiao teased her. Your uncle is the village chief and the brigade leader. I bet everyone wants to curry favor with you. That's not true. Meng Bao Bao retorted playfully, her eyes gleaming with mischief. I have a secret, Miao Jiao Jiao, intrigued, asked. What secret? Meng Bao Bao, with a sly glint in her eye, replied, I always carry a handful of candies with me when I go out. Whoever is nice to me gets a treat. And they all want to befriend me. Ha! Miao Jiao Jiao. This girl is truly foolish to M.A. Fong's eyes lit up, and she eagerly chimed in. Well, you are quite generous. Can I come to play with you often? Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but roll her eyes. It was rare to see someone so openly trying to take advantage. Sure, you can join us when Jiao Jiao comes over, Meng Bao Bao replied cheerfully. Ma Fong's expression faltered. She had no desire to associate with that chubby girl. Yet the thought of the exquisite pastries and sweet candies made her mouth water, overpowering her sense of pride. Consequently, she linked arms with Miao Jiao Jiao and beamed. All right. Jiao Jiao, and I will definitely come often. Miao Jiao Jiao was taken aback by Ma Fong's audacity. For the sake of some food, she had completely disregarded their past grievances. Without hesitation, she pulled her arm away and coldly stated, I'm not familiar with you. Dante crowd me. M.A. Fong's expression darkened, and she looked at Meng Bao Bao with a wounded gaze. I'm sorry, Bao Bao, did I didn't expect Miao Jiao Jiao to say that I guess I won't come anymore. She had anticipated that Meng Bao Bao would sympathize with her and reprimand Miao Jiao Jiao. However, the straightforward Meng Bao Bao surprised her by nodding. All right, since Jiao Jiao doesn't like you, you needn't come. To avoid upsetting her, Ma Fong. Turning to Bai Yin for solace, Ma Fong plaintively said, Xian. Before she could finish, Bai Yin coldly interjected, I'm not familiar with you either. She had long grown weary of Ma Fong's incessant chatter, which lacked any sense of decorum. That it was better to sever ties early on, lest any ensuing trouble befall her. Upon hearing Bai Yan's words, Ma Fong's face shifted between shades of green and white. Though they had been classmates in high school, their relationship had been mediocre, and she had thought they had been getting along well in the countryside. Confused by Bai Yan's sudden coldness, her heart felt shattered. Observing Miao Jiao Jiao's gloating smile nearby only fueled her frustration. It was undoubtedly that irritating chubby girl who had spoken ill of her, leading to Bai Yan's disdain. Anger boiled within her. One day, she would make that chubby girl pay for this slight. Ma Fong pouted petulantly. Fine, since you all dislike me, there's no point in my staying here, that I'm leaving. With that, she stormed off without looking back. The departure elicited little reaction from Miao Jiao Jiao and Bai Yin, while Meng Bao Bao sighed. Oh dear, that girl is too narrow-minded. She gets angry over nothing. It's truly baffling. Miao Jiao Jiao patted her shoulder. Don't mind her. That's just how she is. After walking a little further, Bai Yin spotted 3 thatched huts ahead and asked, Is that it? Meng Bao Bao, her curiosity piqued, replied, Yes, but I've never been here before. The huts look quite sturdy. It shouldn't be cold in winter, right? At the entrance of the thatched hut, a tall figure was chopping firewood. Upon hearing the lively chatter behind him, he set down his iron axe and turned with a cold expression. Upon seeing the group, he paused momentarily, taken aback. What brought this chubby girl here? Miao Jiao Jiao, equally bewildered, thought. Isn't this the same man from before? Their first encounter had been when she unintentionally scared away his wild boar while trying to help. The second meeting had been when she had caught him in a compromising situation. And now, this was the third time. She had merely come to see what the man Bai Yin admired looked like, only to stumble upon him again. A thought flashed through her mind. Fate is unstoppable. Cough. Let us not get carried away. That man might harbor ill feelings towards her. How could she entertain such fantasies? Bai Yin was now trembling with excitement. She took a couple of steps forward, her voice quivering. Brother Han, long time no see. Han Lingji furrowed his brow and replied indifferently. Who are you? Miao Jiao Jiao, eagerly eavesdropping, choked on her breath. This man's words are quite piercing. Watching Bai Yin's complexion pale further, Meng Bao Bao mischievously chimed in. She said you are the former fiancé of her good friend. You don't recognize her? She came specifically to find you. Miao Jiao Jiao wanted to cover her face. This girl truly had no sense of occasion, failing to notice that the man's expression had darkened. Han Lingji, catching the glint of schadenfreude in Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes, pursed his lips that he turned to Bai Yin and coldly stated, I'm not familiar with you. There's nothing to discuss. With that, he made to enter the thatched hut, but Bai Yin hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Han, Brother Han, I'm Bai Yin. We've met before, that I only wanted to see you, nothing more. Chapter 37. The elders in the thatched hut at this moment. Several elderly individuals inside the thatched hut heard the commotion outside and emerged. You must be here to see Lingji. Ha, welcome, spoke an elderly man. Robust and spirited. This gentleman was Wang Jiangsheng, the former director of the first hospital in the capital, who had fallen from grace due to betrayal by a longtime friend. That a kindly elderly woman beside him smiled warmly. Welcome. Everyone, please come in and take a seat. I'll brew some brown sugar water for you. This lady was Yun Rumu, a gentle soul who had previously served as the head of the literature department at a university in the capital, now residing in the countryside alongside her ailing husband. Hearing the commotion outside, he coughed softly. Lingji, let the guests in. Faced with the warm hospitality of the three elders, Han Lingji had no choice but to nod toward the group outside. Come in. In the leftmost hut, an elderly gentleman with graying hair and an air of elegance lay on the bed. Upon seeing the three girls at the entrance, he smiled weakly and said, Welcome. I am not feeling well enough to rise and greet you. Please forgive me. The Dio sit in the next room, enjoy some sweet water, and chat for a while. The individual known as Wu Minxian was formerly the president of the Beijing Foreign Languages Institute. But due to the circumstances of the world, he has been reassigned here. His son has married the daughter of the Han family, who happens to be Han Lingji's sister-in-law, and the two families have maintained an excellent relationship over the years. As a child, Han Lingji frequently visited the Wu household, where Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu treated him with the affection typically reserved for a beloved grandson. This moment, several young ladies have come to visit their grandson. Much to the delight of the elderly couple, Bai Yin quickly interjects, It's nothing, Grandpa. Your health is what matters most. Miao Jiao Jiao and Ming Bao Bao echo her sentiments. And Grandma Wu along with Grandpa Wang lead the three of them to sit in the adjacent straw hut. After a short while, Grandma Wu cheerfully brings over several bowls, saying, Come, some sweet soup. Thank you, Grandma. The three girls express their gratitude in unison. Grandpa Wang, seated nearby, chuckles. This is the first time girls have come to see Lingji. He's quite aloof, so thank you for visiting him. Grandpa Wang has been a decades-long friend of Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu, having watched Han Lingji grow up. Bai Yin, smiling as she tucks her hair behind her ear, responds with poise, It's no trouble at all, that I knew Han Gij before. I just happened to hear he was here, so I thought I'd come by. Oh, I see. Grandma Wu gazes affectionately at the girls. You are all educated youth from the countryside, correct? Ming Bao Bao nods, yes, that's right. Jiao Jiao and Bai Yin are from the neighboring Shishui village. They are my friends and came specifically to visit me today. Miao Jiao Jiao remains silent, feeling somewhat awkward. These elderly individuals exude an air of authority, and she suspects that the elder brother's family background is also quite formidable. Her previous encounters with him have been less than pleasant, so she prefers to remain inconspicuous. Grandpa Wang notices Han Lingji, standing at the door like a statue, and expresses his dissatisfaction. Lingji, they have come all this way to see you. Why don't you come over and chat with them? You all chat, Han Lingji replies, picking up an iron axe nearby and pursing his lips. I'll go chop some wood over in the mountains. With that, he strides out the door, leaving Grandpa Wang shouting after him in vain. Grandpa Wang, displeased, puffs out his cheeks and glares. This boy's temper remains as foul as ever. Seeing this, Grandma Wu sighs. Please forgive him. He has endured too much hardship in his youth, which has made him somewhat indifferent. However, he has a kind heart, and with time, he will become more amiable. Yes, I understand, Bai Yin nods obediently, softly adding, he is a genuinely good person. I have always known that. Grandma Wu smiles warmly at her and inquires, Could you tell me how you two met? Of course, Bai Yan's ears flush with a rosy hue as she recalls. It was a summer several years ago when I went shopping with classmates. And I was pickpocket. Just then, Han Gij happened to pass by and helped us catch the thief. This classmate was, of course, his former fiancée, E, but she preferred not to mention this in front of the elderly couple. Oh, that is indeed fate. Grandma Wu's smile widens. Grandpa Wang chuckles. Who would have thought this boy was so helpful in his youth? Miao Jiao Jiao raises an eyebrow, realizing that Bai Yin had only met him once. Yet she had already developed feelings for him. This rapid infatuation is quite remarkable. However, considering the man's exceptional appearance and physique, coupled with his heroic act of apprehending a thief, it is no wonder he captured the hearts of young ladies easily. Ming Bao Bao, intrigued, interjects, Hey, didn't you say you had met him several times? What happened afterward? Why didn't he recognize you just now? Bai Yan's expression stiffens. Miao Jiao Jiao's face turns crimson. This girl really knows how to strike where it hurts. She nearly bursts into laughter, unable to contain herself. Bai Yan awkwardly chuckles before explaining, the subsequent encounters were with friends, so it's not surprising he might not remember me after such a long time. Grandma Wu nods nonchalantly. That's just how he is. He's always preferred solitude. Meng Baobao, not only oblivious but also rather inquisitive, blinks innocently and asks, "Why is that? Doesn't he feel lonely without any friends?" This question stirs a pang of sorrow in Grandma Wu, and a shadow crosses her eyes as she slowly begins to speak. He was quite lively and adorable as a child, but sadly, after his mother separated from his father, and due to some unfortunate circumstances, his personality changed. Oh, Meng Baobao notices Grandma's somber expression and refrains from pressing further. Bai Yan feels a wave of sympathy wash over her. It is no wonder he has always been so solitary. Miao Jiao Jiao takes a leisurely sip of her sweet soup, feeling little emotional resonance. Having grown up in a modern orphanage, she has experienced the harsh realities of life and has developed a tough exterior. This person should be more fortunate. At least he knows who his parents are and has relatives by his side, which is a far better circumstance than her own. After chatting for a while longer, as dusk approaches and their host is yet to return, Bai Yan reluctantly stands to bid farewell. "Grandpa and Grandma, I will come to visit you again when I have the time." Grandma Wu smiles and nods. "Very well, we welcome you." Grandpa Wang glances outside, grumbling, "This boy truly doesn't know how to return home when there are guests." Bai Yan then goes next door to say goodbye to Grandpa Wu, while Miao Jiao Jiao follows her closely, politely saying a few words as well. Meng Baobao walks them to the village entrance, waving goodbye with reluctance. "Jiao Jiao, Bai Yan, be careful on the way back. I'll come visit you next time." Miao Jiao Jiao urges her, "Okay, you should head back now." On the way, Miao Jiao Jiao plucks a foxtail grass and chews on it, humming a tune absent-mindedly. She doesn't speak to Bai Yan. They aren't really familiar with each other, so there isn't much to discuss. Midway through their walk, Bai Yan suddenly asks out of the blue, "Jiao Jiao, what do you think of Han Gij?" Chapter 38. Bai Yan falls to the ground. Bai Yan's gaze carries an inquisitive intent, causing Miao Jiao Jiao to frown. She can easily discern the thoughts swirling in Bai Yan's mind. That it seems she assumes that Miao Jiao Jiao would have some opinion of Han Lingji based on his looks, and is deliberately testing her. How amusing. That man didn't even spare them a glance. Yet Bai Yan still finds the time to engage in such antics. Well then, since the question has been posed, Miao Jiao Jiao decides to add fuel to the fire. With a beaming smile, she replies, "He is quite good, tall and handsome, and it's clear he has many admirers." Bai Yan's eyes flash with disdain as she looks at her. "So you wouldn't also be fond of him, would you?" "Umph, with someone like you, how could you even think of it?" "Of course not." Miao Jiao Jiao shakes her head and continues, "Someone like him would probably only be suitable for a girl who resembles a celestial being." Upon hearing this, Bai Yan's expression lights up with pride. Indeed, he deserves the very best. She is determined to seize future opportunities and endeavor to win his affection. "Yes, I think so too." Miao Jiao Jiao turns to look at her, raising the foxtail grass in her hand playfully. "Are you perhaps in love with him?" Bai Yan's face momentarily falters before she boldly admits, "Yes, I like him, since there is no one else around." Revealing this is of no consequence. It serves to deter Miao Jiao Jiao. "Hello?" Miao Jiao Jiao sizes her up thoughtfully, then remarks, "But with your looks, you are quite far from being a celestial being. I doubt you have much hope." In truth, Bai Yan is quite attractive, tall and slender, with fair skin and gentle, captivating almond-shaped eyes. However, she always seems a bit too ordinary compared to the divine countenance of Han Lingji. "You," Bai Yan's face flushes crimson with indignation. "What do you think makes you so beautiful? You're just a fat pig." Miao Jiao Jiao dismisses her words with a laugh. "Are you embarrassed because I've hit the nail on the head? No matter how angry you get, it won't change the truth. And don't think I'm oblivious to the little schemes you've been plotting behind my back. Do you really think I'm that easy to bully?" Initially, when the original owner was still around, Miao Jiao Jiao had been looked down upon by Bai Yan, who often sowed discord in Ma Fong's ear, causing Ma Fong to always confront the original owner. After Miao Jiao Jiao arrived and separated herself from the original owner, Bai Yan had quieted down for a while, but she would still occasionally provoke Ma Fong, prompting her to complain. Miao Jiao Jiao hadn't paid much attention to these matters at first. After all, She had only seen Ma Fong act up a few times in her presence, while Bai Yin had always treated her with an air of arrogance and indifference. However, just a few days ago, she happened to overhear a conversation between the two, where Ma Fong lamented Bai Yan's recent aloofness, and A Fong reminisced about how close they used to be and how they had once laughed at the original owner together. Questioning why Bai Yin now completely disregarded the changes in her, it was then that Miao Jiaojiao realized that Bai Yin had played a part in Ma Fong's disdain for her. Although she didn't understand why this young lady from Beijing harbored such animosity towards her, Miao Jiaojiao became more cautious. Had it not been for promising Ming Baobao to visit Bai Yin together, she would never have agreed to accompany her. Bai Yan's complexion shifts from red to pale, and she retorts defiantly, "Miao Jiaojiao, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean." Miao Jiaojiao, weary of dancing around the subject, directly seized the collar of her adversary, her eyes glinting with a menacing chill. "You know full well the misdeeds you've committed. Only that foolish Ma Fong is oblivious to your manipulation. If you dare to engage in any more of your petty tricks behind my back, I shall not spare you. Let go of me," Bai Yin exclaimed, terror-stricken by Miao Jiaojiao's fearsome gaze, struggling in a fit of indignation. "Will you let go or not? If you persist, I will report you." Yet, Miao Jiaojiao's strength far surpassed hers. After a futile struggle, she found herself at an impasse, noticing Bai Yan's eyes brimming with tears. Miao Jiaojiao, in a fit of frustration, hurled her to the ground and threatened, "Stay away from me in the future. If you dare to provoke me again, I assure you, I won't be so forgiving." With that, Miao Jiaojiao departed with an air of nonchalance. Bai Yin sat there, seething with rage at Miao Jiaojiao's retreating figure, her teeth clenched in a near-fractured snarl. How dare Miao Jiaojiao strike her? No one had ever dared to treat her with such insolence throughout her life. It was infuriating. From their very first encounter, Miao Jiaojiao had been insufferable, grotesquely unattractive, an affront to her very vision. Initially, Bai Yin had dismissed her, seeing her as a pitiable figure, but Miao Jiaojiao, oblivious to her own insignificance, persisted in flaunting herself before Bai Yin. After receiving praise from the squad leader for her diligent work one day, she ingratiated herself with others the next, distributing hard candy and boasting shamelessly. Thus, Bai Yin had discreetly stirred trouble for Ma Fong, encouraging her to deal with that insufferable fatty. Although Ma Fong had consistently come up short, Bai Yin relished the satisfaction of her machinations. Recently, Miao Jiaojiao had lost considerable weight, yet her average appearance remained unworthy of Bai Yan's attention. However, during their visit to the thatched hut to see Han Lingji, Bai Yin had witnessed him casting a glance at that fatty while completely disregarding her presence. How could she possibly endure such a slight? After yearning for so long for a moment with him, he treated her as if she were invisible. Though she recognized he might have merely glanced without intention, her vexation surged, and naturally, she sought to vent her frustration on Miao Jiaojiao to her dismay. Instead of venting her anger, she had been bested by that fatty. Gritting her teeth, Bai Yin vowed, "Miao Jiaojiao, just you wait. One day, I shall exact my revenge." Meanwhile, Miao Jiaojiao felt a twinge of regret. She had intended to visit the neighboring village but had become so engrossed in gossip that she completely forgot to seek out Lu Sanmei's husband. This matter could not be postponed. She resolved to return to the village in a couple of days to discreetly inform him about the situation. Upon returning to the educated youth dormitory, dusk had settled, and the others were gathered in the living room, reading by the flickering kerosene lamp. Noticing her solitary return, Lin Ju asked curiously, "Where is Bai Yin? Wasn't she with you in the neighboring village?" "Oh, she's behind me," Miao Jiaojiao replied, heading to her room to fetch a book before joining the others in the living room. Beside her, Ma Fong pouted and huffed, her gaze involuntarily drifting outside. Moments later, Bai Yin entered, her expression deceptively serene, a smile gracing her face as if nothing had transpired. "Everyone's studying. I'll join you shortly," she chirped cheerfully. Miao Jiaojiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The contrast between Bai Yan's current demeanor and her earlier frantic state was stark, revealing the depths of her hidden emotions. That it seemed prudent to keep a closer watch on such a person, for one never knew when they might bite back. However, Miao Jiaojiao was unafraid. She would confront any challenge head-on. Should Bai Yin dare to provoke her again, she would retaliate fiercely. Chapter 39. Wang Dahou commits murder after their evening study session. Lin Ju called Miao Jiao into her room, presenting her with 2 vibrant red hairpins. I had some leftover fabric from Dai Di, so I made 4 hairpins. You and Dai Di can each have 2. They will look lovely when you wear them to town or on a journey. Miao Jiao gazed at the 2 quaint hairpins in her hands and with a hint of insincerity, replied, "Thank you, Sister Lin, that I truly appreciate it." Lin Ju patted her shoulders, saying, "As long as you like them. That's all that matters. Get to bed early." After chatting for a while longer, Miao Jiao returned to her room in the back courtyard, shutting the door before immediately stepping into her space. She had yet to begin her workout for the day and needed to seize the opportunity to exercise and shed some weight. 2 days later, after finishing her work and dinner, Miao Jiao headed directly to the neighboring village. She did not inform Lin Ju or Huang Daidi, knowing they would worry. It was best to keep it to herself. With her own strength, she felt no fear of danger, and bringing them along would only be a burden. There were 2 routes to the neighboring village. The first was the main road, which she had previously taken with Bai Yin. This time, Miao Jiao chose a smaller path that led to the back of Widow Lu's house. A route that was slightly shorter. As she passed by Widow Lu's home, she noticed an inquisitive elder peering into the yard. Her eyes glinting with gossip. Miao Jiao pressed on, eager to resolve the matter concerning Wang Dahu, her interest in the elder's curiosity waning. Upon reaching the reeds where Wang Dahu and Lu Sanmei had previously engaged in their illicit affair, Miao Jiao spotted 2 familiar figures, Wang Dahu and Lu Sanmei. A wry smile tugged at her lips. Wang Dahu truly had the audacity to continue his escapades at the very spot where she had caught him before. Yet today, they appeared to be embroiled in a heated argument rather than their usual tryst. Miao Jiao discreetly concealed herself behind a nearby rock, intent on eavesdropping on their quarrel. Lu Sanmei, her face flushed, shouted, "What did you mean by what you just said? You can't just say you won't see me again. You still owe me the meat you promised." "What meat? Haven't I given you enough already?" Wang Dahu replied, his impatience palpable. "I just told you a girl from our village found out about us that we can't meet again." Lu Sanmei was unconvinced, firing back, "No way. How do I know you're not just tired of me and trying to brush me off? If you truly want to end things, you owe me at least 5 pounds of meat and 3 pieces of big unity. Having been used for so long, it was only fair that she demanded some interest in return." "You wish." Wang Dahu's temper flared, and he stepped forward, glaring at her menacingly, "that I'm just here to give you a heads up. If you want anything else, forget it. And if that girl from our village tells your husband anything bad, you better not confess, or we'll both be damned." With that, he turned to leave, but Lu Sanmei swiftly grasped his arm from behind. "You heartless man, after all these years, you think you can just walk away." Wang Dao shoved her roughly, causing Lu Sanmei to tumble to the ground, crying out in anguish, "Ah, Wang Dao, you're inhuman. Keep your voice down. If you attract attention, you'll regret it," he barked, preparing to depart once more. Seeing his determination to leave, Lu Sanmei's eyes darted, and she quickly wrapped her arms around his waist, declaring fiercely, "You can't leave. If you won't give me meat, then at least 3 pieces of big unity. I don't have a single cent." Wang Dahu had just been thoroughly beaten by Miao Jiao and was still simmering with rage. He had not anticipated this persistent woman would cling to him so tenaciously, only fueling his ire further. "Let go of me," he demanded, straining to free his waist from her grasp, but Lu Sanmei held on tightly, refusing to relent. "That I won't let go. If you don't give me money, you won't leave." "Fine. Don't blame me for being rude." Wang Dahu snapped, suddenly stepping back and using the momentum to violently pry her arms apart before turning sharply to push her away. Bang! Lu Sanmei crashed backward, the impact resonating loudly. She lay on the ground, suddenly silent. The entire incident unfolded in an instant, leaving even Miao Jiao, who was observing from a distance, momentarily stunned that a wave of unease washed over her as she watched. Wang Dahu assumed Lu Sanmei was merely feigning unconsciousness and kicked her lightly, demanding, "Stop pretending. Get up." However, after a few kicks, he sensed something was amiss. He crouched down to investigate and was met with the sight of Lu Sanmei's wide-open eyes, blood trickling from her head, which lay upon a large stone. Wang Da's pupils dilated in horror, a cold chill creeping up his spine. Trembling, he reached out to check for her breath, but found none. Oh no, he had killed her? No, this couldn't be known. He needed to escape quickly. Upon contemplating this, Wang Dahu hastily scrambled to his feet and rushed along the narrow path towards Miao Jiaojiao. His demeanor fraught with panic. At this moment, Miao Jiaojiao had already discerned that Wang Dao had committed murder, and she could not allow him to escape. Thus, she swiftly summoned her martial arts practice stick from her spatial realm, leaping forth to deliver a forceful blow to the back of the astonished Wang Dao's neck. Thud. He collapsed to the ground, unconscious. After stowing the stick away, Miao Jiaojiao found a nearby wooden stick to place beneath Wang Dao's neck, crafting the illusion that he had fled in a panic only to stumble and faint. Once she had finished her ruse, she began to scream dramatically, running towards the entrance of the neighboring village. A murder has occurred. Wang Dao has killed someone. At the village entrance, a group of elderly women were engaged in idle chatter beneath a large tree when they heard Miao Jiaojiao's shrieks. They immediately rose in alarm, clamoring, "What do you mean someone has been killed? Where? Lead us to see." Miao Jiaojiao clutched her chest, gasping for breath, and tremblingly pointed towards the direction of the reeds, saying, "It was over there. I just saw Wang Dao from our village kill a woman. I believe her name was Lu Samei." "What? Samei? Let's hurry and take a look." The group of elderly women hurried towards the reeds without hesitation. Miao Jiaojiao, however, did not follow. Instead, she ran to Meng Baobao's uncle's house, exclaiming, "Villager Lu, come quickly with me. Someone has been murdered." Chapter 40. Wang Dao was captured at the scene within the reeds. A crowd had gathered, encircling the area in eager anticipation. Though Wang Dao remained unconscious, Meng Baobao's uncle, Lu Jinsheng, had called for help and bound him with rope. Meanwhile, Lu Samei lay on the ground, her eyes wide open in death's grasp. Beside her, a gaunt man cradled a 5- or 6-year-old boy, both of them kneeling and weeping in despair. "Wu Sanmei, your death is such a tragedy. You've taken my heart with you." The boy cried, "Mommy, please wake up. I want to eat meat anymore. I promise to be good. Just come back to me." The heart-wrenching cries resonated deeply, causing all present to have red noses and tear-filled eyes. Lu Jinsheng frowned and looked over. Sighing, "Comrade Miao, please recount the events for everyone." Leaning against Meng Baobao, Miao Jiaojiao feigned tears, her eyes red. I had intended to visit Meng Baobao today, thinking the shortcut would be quicker. However, upon arriving here, I discovered an altercation between Wang Dao and Lu Dajia. Wang Dao pushed Lu Dajia, and she fell to the ground. Motionless and in a panic, Wang Dao attempted to flee, but accidentally tripped over a stick and fainted. I was so frightened that I ran to the village entrance to seek help. She refrained from disclosing the peculiar relationship between Lu Sanmei and Wang Dao, believing that since the woman had passed, there was no need to further torment those still living. "Wu Baobao, I am so scared." After finishing her tale, Miao Jiaojiao buried her head in Meng Baobao's embrace, her shoulders trembling uncontrollably. Her pitiable appearance evoked sympathy from those present. "Poor girl. She is just a child and has stumbled upon such a gruesome scene. She will likely bear the shadows of this trauma for a long time." Lu Sanmei's husband, upon hearing her words, was instantly consumed by rage that he lunged at Wang Dao, delivering several powerful kicks to his body. "You murderer! I will make you pay with your life." The surrounding villagers offered no resistance. Wang Dao, having brazenly taken a life, deserved punishment that if any of their kin had been slain, they would undoubtedly have been unable to restrain themselves from retaliating with violence. After receiving several kicks, Wang Dao slowly regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he spotted Miao Jiaojiao standing nearby. Not yet fully aware of his surroundings, he gritted his teeth. "You little wretch, how dare you strike me? I will make you regret it." Only then did he realize the gravity of his situation. As he suddenly became aware that he was bound, the villagers surrounding him glared with hostility. What do you intend to do?" Wang Dao sensed an impending doom, realizing his murderous actions had likely been exposed. "What do you think? I want your life for my wife's." Lu Sanmei's husband, his eyes ablaze with fury, picked up a stone and hurled it at Wang Dao's head. Initially, no one intervened, but soon some villagers stepped forward to restrain him, saying, "Enough, Dogwa, stop. If you continue, someone might actually die, and that would be difficult to explain to the authorities." Wang Dao, unable to move due to his bindings, was struck repeatedly, blood streaming from his head. Despite knowing he had taken a life, he stubbornly shouted, "Who told that woman to extort me? I didn't kill her on purpose. She merely fell." Lu Sanmei's husband, "Dogwa, angrily kicked him again. "Shut your filthy mouth. My wife was a good person. Why would she extort you?" Wang Dahu, feeling reckless, revealed the truth. "Huh. Why would she extort me? We were having an affair, and afterwards she would often take things from me. When I refused to give her anything, she caused a scene. The villagers surrounding them were taken aback, disbelief etched on their faces. To hell with you." Dogwa's face turned crimson with rage as he punched Wang Dahu squarely in the face. "I want to allow you to speak ill of my wife." Wang Dahu spat out a mouthful of blood, disdainfully chuckling. "She is just a lustful harlot. But if you don't believe me, ask that dead girl. She saw us together the last time we were intimate." Following his gaze, all eyes turned to Miao Jiao. Dogwa, trembling, turned to her comrade Miao. Is what he said true? Nearby, the young boy ceased his sobbing, gazing at her with wide, innocent eyes filled with anxious curiosity. The atmosphere was thick with tension as everyone awaited her response. Should Miao Jiao utter a single word of affirmation, a wave of disdain would wash over the lifeless woman. Observing Dogwa's heartbroken expression and the child's innocent gaze, Miao Jiao felt a heaviness in her heart. After a long pause, she shook her head. "That is not true. I didn't see anything." Her words instantly diffused the tension in the air. Dogwa collapsed onto the ground, relief washing over him. If his wife had indeed been unfaithful, all honor of the Liu family would have been lost. Thankfully, this was not the case. "That you're lying," Wang Dahu fumed, nostrils flaring. "You were there that day, and afterwards, you even beat me." A nearby woman spat at Wang Dahu, cursing, "You heartless monster. You've already taken a life and still dare to insult the deceased. You beyond redemption." Meng Bao chimed in. "What nonsense. My Jiao is so kind-hearted and petite. How could she have ever harmed you?" Others joined in, hurling stones at him. "Exactly. You're so much larger. How could a young girl possibly harm you? It's downright ludicrous." Wang Dahu was pelted with stones until his head was bruised, and despite his desperate cries, no one would believe him. Eventually, the authorities summoned by Liu Jinsheng arrived on the scene. After documenting the events, they promptly took Wang Dahu into custody. The villagers then constructed a makeshift cart to transport Liu Samai's body back to Dogwa's home. Before Miao Jiao departed, Dogwa approached her, tears streaming down his face. This man in his 30s clasped his hands together in gratitude. "Thank you, comrade Miao, thank you." His son had just informed him that his wife had indeed been clandestinely meeting with Wang Dahu. The meat they had consumed at home on several occasions had not come from her family, but rather from Wang Dahu. The innocent child was too young to understand, and Dogwa felt no anger towards him for not revealing the truth. Remembering Wang Dahu's deceitful demeanor, he realized that Miao Jiao must have known something. Yet, in order to preserve his dignity, she had refrained from exposing the truth in public. He was deeply grateful for her discretion. Miao Jiao sensed this unspoken understanding in his eyes and sighed. "It's all right. Just focus on living well. To endure life's trials, one must carry the burden of secrets. Perhaps this is the reality for many unfortunate families." Chapter 41. The Selfless Saint. I just passed by her doorstep and noticed Wang Posey weeping at the entrance. Truly a sight of distress. The crowd once again extolled Miao Jiao's courageous call for help, leaving her in a state of bemusement, alternating between laughter and tears, upon returning to the educated youth dormitory. Huang Dadi sprang up as soon as she spotted her, exclaiming, Jiao, you're finally back. Are you all right? I'm fine. What could possibly have happened to me?" Miao Jiao reassured her with a comforting glance. Lin Ju stood up and beckoned her to sit, inquiring with curiosity, "Quick, tell us what happened." Consequently, Miao Jiao recounted the events with practiced ease, and upon finishing, the group expressed their murmurs of sympathy. Lin Ju looked at her speechlessly, remarking, "You truly possess remarkable courage." Thankfully, Wang Do fell and lost consciousness while fleeing. Otherwise, if he had discovered your presence, it could have ended poorly. Huang Dadi patted her chest, lamenting, "Indeed, just thinking about that scene makes my heart race." Wang Gang furrowed his brow, stating, "I've encountered Wang Dahu a few times before. He is indeed quite volatile, though we are fortunate to have avoided provoking him." Upon hearing this, Huang Daidi's expression faltered, her fingers instinctively tightening. Miao Jiao gently patted the back of her hand, softly saying, "He truly is quite fearsome, but he has already been apprehended by the authorities, so there's no need for anyone to be afraid anymore." This was also meant to comfort Huang Daidi. With Wang Dahu in custody, he would no longer be a source of harassment. Them, a Fong snorted dismissively, yet inwardly mused that had she been present at the time, she might have been frightened into fleeing. Never expecting this plump girl to boldly seek help, Jiayu, distracted, pressed his forehead, but remained silent. Ever since Miao Jiaojiao lost weight, he had been regretting his earlier decisiveness in rejecting her. Would things have been different had he not been so resolute? Alas, it was too late for such musings. Bai Yin harbored resentment towards Miao Jiaojiao, and upon hearing her recount the incident, she abandoned her usual poised demeanor and sarcastically remarked, "You saw Wang Dahu and Lu Sanmei arguing and pushing each other. Why didn't you step in to mediate? If you had, perhaps Lu Sanmei wouldn't have died. Don't you feel any guilt?" As soon as Bai Yin spoke, the others exchanged awkward glances, yet no one dared to retort. Primarily because Bai Yin had always been polite and never engaged in conflicts. Her beauty and generosity had earned her a favorable impression among the group. Thus, they momentarily failed to grasp the underlying tone of her words, assuming she was merely overthinking. However, Miao Jiaojiao was not oblivious to her insinuation. Wasn't she essentially blaming Lu Sanmei's death on her? This line of reasoning only served to infuriate Miao Jiaojiao, as it implied that the victim's demise was the fault of an onlooker rather than the perpetrator. Oh, should one risk their safety to assist a stranger? Moreover, she had never anticipated such an outcome. Everything transpired in an instant. Who could foresee that? As for guilt, she felt none. She had merely happened upon the situation. Had she not been present, the outcome would have remained unchanged, that if Wang Dahu had not been so volatile or if Lu Sanmei had not been so relentless, today's tragedy would never have occurred. Yet Bai Yin, instead of holding the culprits accountable, shifted the blame onto others, truly embodying the archetype of a self-righteous individual. It seemed that her earlier harsh words had fallen on deaf ears. If she did not take further action, others might think her easy to bully. What do I have to feel guilty about? I did not take a life. Why should I feel remorse? Miao Jiaojiao retorted without hesitation. Continuing, Wang Da's violent nature is well known. How can you dare ask me to intervene? Had I attempted to help and gotten hurt, would you not have criticized me for acting impulsively? I would never. Bai Yan's face flushed with embarrassment, that I just believe that as educated youth, we should be willing to help others. When we see someone in need, we ought to lend a hand. Miao Jiaojiao smiled slyly. Oh, so you would rather risk being assaulted to engage in altruism. Is that it? Bai Yan straightened her back, exuding righteousness. Of course. If someone needs help, I would gladly step forward. Miao Jiaojiao nodded in feigned understanding. Oh, your sense of duty is commendable. So, tomorrow when Sister Zhang next door has another quarrel, you should go and mediate. Then, we all can learn from your spirit. The neighboring Sister Zhang and her mother-in-law constantly bicker over trivial matters, sometimes escalating to physical confrontations. This mother-in-law and daughter-in-law duo were notorious in Shishui village for their fierce tempers and high verbal combat skills. Anyone attempting to intervene would likely face a verbal onslaught. Miao Jiaojiao was confident that Bai Yin would be too cowardly to intervene. Hence her taunt, as expected. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin stuttered in refusal. Well, that's their family matter. How could I possibly interfere? Miao Jiaojiao raised an eyebrow. But we, as educated youth, need peace and quiet. Sometimes the noise is unbearable. Can't you think of others? Did you not say you were eager to help? Bai Yin was at a loss for words. But this situation is truly difficult to manage. No one has lost their life or anything. This statement subtly alluded to the Wang Dahu incident. Miao Jiaojiao scoffed. What about Wang Mazi's family at the village entrance? Every time he gets drunk, he beats his wife, and several times she has ended up in the town hospital, nearly resulting in a tragedy. Surely, you must intervene there. Bai Yin grew flustered. How could I manage that? Wang Mazi is violent. What if he turns on me? Before she could finish, her complexion paled, and she fell silent. Oh dear, had she not just contradicted herself? The others, having overheard the exchange, began to comprehend the sarcasm in Bai Yan's tone, and their gazes towards her shifted. Bai Yan, under the scrutiny of their peculiar looks, felt a heat rising to her cheeks. Ashamed, she prepared to retreat to her room, but the simpleton Cui Dezhuang chimed in. Comrade Bai Yan, I believe in your character. You must be willing to help others. Upon hearing this, Bai Yan's heart warmed. Think. Before she could complete her gratitude, Cui Dezhuang interrupted. By the way, I've run out of food recently. Could you lend me some grains? Bai Yin. Miao Jiao Jiao could not help but secretly give a thumbs up to comrade Shui Dazhuang. Chapter 42. Miao Jiao Jiao's martial arts skills ever since the Wang Da murder incident. Miao Jiao Jiao frequently visited the front yard to chat with Lin Ju and Huang Daidi, further strengthening their bond. During this time, Miao Jiao Jiao intentionally emphasized the benefits of using snowflake cream, preparing the ground for her subsequent radiant complexion. Look, in just a week, I feel my skin has become much fairer. Lin Ju scrutinized her closely, nodding in astonishment. Indeed, your skin was once a bit yellowish and dark, but it appears to have lightened somewhat. How did you achieve this? I've been applying snowflake cream daily, yet I don't see such significant results. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled smugly. With winter approaching, farm work has slowed down, and I haven't been exposed to the sun as much. Everyone's skin is different. I previously neglected care, but now that I apply snowflake cream daily, it's only natural that the change is substantial. Lin Ju expressed her admiration. Your skin was already delicate. Just a bit dark. If it turns white, you will surely look stunning. Huang Daidi chimed in. Jiao Jiao, you're not lacking at all. You seem to have lost a bit more weight, and your figure is becoming increasingly alluring. A week ago, during her trip to town to purchase snowflake cream, Miao Jiao Jiao weighed around 115 J. To expedite her facial slimming. She specifically sought out a facial massager from her space and used it nightly. Additionally, her leg exercises had intensified, allowing her to shed an extra 5 gene, primarily from her face and thighs, making her face visibly slimmer. Lin Ju inquired curiously. Jiao Jiao, how come your exercise has such remarkable results? You've lost weight so quickly. Miao Jiao Jiao rubbed her cheeks, smiling brightly. Before I came to the countryside, I unexpectedly saved an elderly man with a white beard. He felt we had a connection and taught me some martial arts staff techniques. I practiced them repeatedly during my workouts. Perhaps that's the reason. This laid the groundwork for her future display of martial arts skills, ensuring no one would question her abilities. What? You could perform martial arts? Lin Ju exclaimed, clapping her hands in excitement. Quick, show us a bit. At this moment, the three of them were seated in the front yard chatting, and Lin Ju's loud voice drew the attention of others. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled modestly. I only know a little. It's just some rudimentary practice. Huang Daidi was equally intrigued. No worries, just give us a demonstration. Wang Gang and the others also gathered around, urging, let us see. All right, I'll just show a little with a stick, Miao Jiao Jiao said reluctantly, feeling a bit shy. Please don't laugh if I do poorly. Lin Ju shook her head repeatedly, exclaiming, no, I will definitely cheer you on. Huang Daidi chimed in with a cheerful smile. So will I. In the corner of the yard, amidst a pile of branches, Miao Jiao Jiao selected a suitable stick, leaning the stick against her leg. She performed a respectful fist salute towards everyone. Then, under the curious gazes of the crowd, she gently flicked her foot, sending the stick soaring into the air. Miao Jiao Jiao spun her body and extended her right hand, effortlessly catching the stick as it fell into her palm. Wow, amazing. Lin Ju immediately began to clap enthusiastically. Following this, Miao Jiao Jiao showcased a series of martial arts moves she practiced regularly. Her movements were incredibly swift, akin to a butterfly dancing gracefully, leaping and striking with agility. Every action was crisp and decisive, her sweeping kicks and strikes fierce, stirring up clouds of dust around her. The audience was left in awe, their eyes wide with astonishment. Wang Gang and Shui Dazhuang exchanged glances, both utterly amazed. Lin Ju and Huang Daidi were already joyfully embracing each other, bouncing in the yard to cheer for Miao Jiao Jiao. Jia Yue appeared increasingly pale. He was grateful he hadn't gone further in his actions, for if that stick had struck a person, it would undoubtedly have hurt. Although Ma Fong pouted, the excitement in her eyes could not be concealed. She hadn't anticipated that Miao Jiao Jiao possessed such skill. Suddenly, she realized perhaps she wasn't so detestable after all. Bai Yin watched the lively scene with a smile, but a flicker of disdain crossed her eyes. What if she could wield a stick? What future could a girl from a small town possibly have? As Miao Jiao Jiao concluded her performance amidst the varied expressions of the crowd, Shui Dazhuang boomed, all right, and began to clap joyfully, prompting others to join in with smiles. Miao Jiao Jiao, grinning, put away the stick and joked, looks like I won't need to clean the yard for the next few days. I've swept all the dust away. Laughter erupted among the crowd, in that moment. Past quarrels and grievances were cast aside, and the atmosphere in the youth commune reached an unprecedented high. The wooden door of the yard creaked. and Miao Jiao caught a glimpse of a child darting past. She paid it no mind, informing the others that she was heading to the foot of the mountain to train, and stepped outside. Not far along her path, she sensed someone trailing behind her. Turning around, she found a small, emaciated girl in patched clothing. Miao Jiao asked, "Little one, why are you following me?" Wang Daniu, with her dark little face and grape-like big eyes, revealed a nervous expression as she replied, "Sister, you know martial arts. Could you teach me?" Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow. "Oh, why do you want to learn martial arts?" Wang Dania bit her lip and earnestly replied, "I want to protect my mother and sister. Today my father got drunk and went on a rampage, hurting my mother and causing her head to bleed, yet he wouldn't let her seek help from the barefoot doctor." Feeling distressed, she had secretly gone to fetch some medicine from the barefoot doctor, and on her way back, she heard laughter emanating from the youth commune. Curiously, she hid and peeked through a gap in the door, witnessing a beautiful sister performing martial arts in the yard. Envious of the graceful and fierce movements, she longed to possess such skills herself, dreaming that if she could learn martial arts, she could protect her family and prevent her father from hurting them again. Upon hearing the little girl's reasoning, Miao Jiao's gaze softened. "What is your name? How old are you? Whose child are you?" Wang Dania hesitated, then said, "I'm from Wang Mozi's family, and I'm 8 years old." She disliked talking about her father in front of others, as it always invited sympathetic stares, which she found uncomfortable. Miao Jiao scrutinized the little girl. At 8 years old, she appeared as frail as a 5-year-old, clearly malnourished, despite her small stature and tattered clothing. The girl stood tall and unyielding, her clear gaze revealing a stubborn and strong-willed spirit. Miao Jiao recalled the village gossip about Wang Mozi's family, who often spoke of his disdain for his wife for not bearing a son, leading him to frequently drink and abuse her. Seeing such a small child wanting to learn martial arts to protect her family touched Miao Jiao's heart. "I can teach you, but not for free. You must help me with something first." Chapter 44, Teaching Wang Dania Martial Arts. Wang Daniu exclaimed excitedly, "What is it?" "I will do anything I can." Miao Jiao thought for a moment. "I've been wanting to eat some wild vegetables. Why don't you teach me how to identify which ones are edible? I'll go pick them myself in the mountains." Many wild vegetables have an ordinary taste and can be slightly bitter, but they are fresh, and Miao Jiao has plenty in her space, so she was merely finding an excuse to engage the little girl, wanting to convey that nothing comes without effort. Wang Daniu's eyes lit up. "I can do that. I often go to the mountains to dig for wild vegetables that if you want to eat, I can bring them to you." Miao Jiao shook her head. "No need. You teach me to identify the wild vegetables, and I will teach you martial arts. That way, we'll be even. All right, I will come find you later in the mountains." "I need to go home first," Wang Dania said, turning to run home, then paused and called back, "Wait for me." She needed to bring some hemostatic medicine to her mother before practicing martial arts. Miao Jiao watched the little girl's retreating figure, a subtle smile playing at the corners of her mouth as she hummed a tune and headed towards the mountains. After a while, Wang Daniu came running back, her face brimming with excitement. "Sister, I'm here." Miao Jiao replied. "Daniu, my name is Miao Jiao. You can call me Sister Xiao Miao from now on." "Okay," Wang Daniu nodded obediently. "Can we start now?" "Let us go." The pair walked to the entrance of the forest, greeted by tall trees and lush greenery. Wang Daniu excitedly tugged at Miao Jiao, introducing each plant they passed. "This is milkweed. It's edible for people and can also be fed to pigs. The village chief's dog loves to come here for pig feed. And this is bitter herb, and that's Qing Ming vegetable. Both are edible, though a bit bitter. That's why mother loves them. And over there." Wang Daniu eagerly explained every wild vegetable she recognized, revealing her familiarity with the area, indicating that she often foraged for food. After wandering in the shallow part of the forest for a while, Miao Jiao decided it was enough. There were too many vegetables for her to remember. "Let us head to that open area over there and start our training." Wang Daniu's eyes sparkled with anticipation as she nodded vigorously yes. Miao Jiao looked at her and asked, "You want to protect your mother and sister because your father gets drunk and hits you, right?" "Yes," Wang Daniu replied, her eyes reflecting a hint of fear, yet she stood tall. "I want to protect them." Miao Jiao gently ruffled her dry hair, assessing the girl's small frame, then shook her head. "You're too frail right now for intense training. Here is the plan. I'll first teach you some basic moves to defend against your father, and then you should practice horse stance for half an hour every day. If you can persist for a month, I'll teach you more advanced techniques. Though Wang Dani didn't fully grasp what horse stance meant, the prospect of being able to defend herself against her father made her eagerly respond. Okay, I will practice diligently. Miao Jiao Jiao demonstrated a series of basic martial arts moves, explaining to her the vulnerable points on the human body. You're quite small, so the best targets for you are the waist and the hollow of the knees. If your father attacks you, strike those spots with your fists. It will momentarily daze him, giving you a chance to escape. Wang Daniel listened attentively, her eyes brightening at this advice. Got it. My father only hits us when he is drunk. If we escape to the side for a while, we can return once he sobers up. Seeing her earnestness, Miao Jiao Jiao nodded in satisfaction. All right, practice these basic moves a few times, and then you can do half an hour of horse stance. I'll guide you through it. Wang Daniel nodded earnestly. Thank you, Sister Xiao Miao. The two began to practice in the clearing of the forest. After teaching Wang Daniel, Miao Jiao Jiao picked up a stick to train by herself. From now on, she would practice her staff techniques and running here. Once Wang Daniel returned home, she would go into her space for further training. Before long, an hour had passed, and Wang Daniel finished her first day of practice. As it was her first time doing horse stance, her movements were not yet precise, leaving her waist and thighs sore. Miao Jiao Jiao helped massage her muscles and advised her to use a warm towel when she returned home. Wang Daniel nodded seriously. I'll head back now, Sister Xiao Miao. Go ahead. The young girl's home was conveniently nearby, and although darkness had fallen, she felt unperturbed about returning alone. Once the others had departed, Miao Jiao Jiao stealthily slipped into a secluded thicket, entering her hidden space. Meanwhile, when Wang Daniel returned, her father, Wang Mazi, lay drunkenly in bed, snoring soundly. Her mother cradled her younger sister, Wang Ernyo, against the door frame, dozing lightly. With a cloth wrapped around her forehead, she looked at Wang Daniel with affection in her eyes and said, You're back. Where have you been playing? It's already dark. You mustn't come home so late in the future, do you understand? Comma. The 2-year-old Wang Ernyo, slender as a little monkey, joyfully opened her arms upon seeing her sister. Wang Daniel embraced Wang Ernyo, planting a couple of kisses on her cheek before turning to her mother. Being straightforward and disliking deceit, she candidly remarked, I want to learn martial arts from the educated youth sister. Learning martial arts from the educated youth sister? Upon hearing this, Daniel's mother slightly furrowed her brow. They come from the city. How could they possibly know martial arts? Don't go there and cause trouble. They do know. That little Miao sister taught me just now. Wang Daniel proudly declared, placing Wang Ernyo in her mother's arms and puffing out her small chest. Mom, I'll show you right now. With that, Wang Daniel demonstrated the basic moves Miao Jiao Jiao had taught her. However, as it was only her first day of practice, she hadn't yet mastered the movements. The series of actions appeared rather whimsical, resembling a clumsy dance, which made Wang Ernyo clap her hands and laugh heartily. Sister, so fun, Daniel's mother, initially troubled by her husband's behavior, couldn't help but chuckle at her eldest daughter's antics. When Wang Daniel finally ceased her performance, she noticed that both her mother and sister were stifling their laughter. Her ears turned crimson as she straightened her neck and earnestly declared, Today was just my first day practicing. I didn't do it well, that I'll improve and become really strong. Her mother praised her. You were wonderful today. As long as you're happy, that's what matters. Wang Daniel's eyes sparkled with delight at her mother's commendation. I have even more impressive moves. I'll protect you both in the future. Hearing this, Daniel's mother understood her daughter's intentions but felt a deep sorrow. From a young age, she had taught her that once married, a woman must obey her husband, though she endured her husband's mistreatment for not bearing a son. The thought of her 2 daughters suffering alongside her was unbearable. With a heavy heart, she pulled her daughters close, embracing them tightly. Good. Daniel is remarkable. Thank you, my dear. Chapter 45, Slimmer and More Beautiful. Gaining popularity in the following days, Miao Jiao Jiao's life was fulfilling and vibrant by day. She worked, and by night, she taught Wang Daniel martial arts in the woods, returning to her hidden space to train after the others left. During this time, she also made a point to appear in the front yard regularly. Initially, her complexion was sallow and dark, but it gradually lightened, giving her a more radiant appearance. First, The residents of the educated youth dormitory were taken aback by her transformation. But they soon grew accustomed to it. Since purchasing the snow flower cream about half a month ago, Miao Jiao Jiao had lost a total of 15 pounds, now weighing only 100 pounds. To the outside world, she had undergone a complete metamorphosis since her arrival in the countryside. The most notable change was in her face. Once round and flat, it had now become oval. Her skin, previously coarse and dull, had become delicate, smooth, and luminous. Although it still retained a hint of darkness, which she intentionally downplayed, it did not detract from her beauty. As her face slimmed down, her striking features became more pronounced. And with the aid of the spiritual spring water, she exuded an ethereal aura. Having shed a total of 50 pounds from her once barrel-shaped waist and elephantine legs, her figure became notably more graceful and alluring. The villagers of Shui village observed her transformation, with some of the older women initially curious about the reason behind her significant change. Upon learning that she consumed only half a bowl of porridge for lunch and dinner, and spent hours exercising in the woods after work, they scoffed at her choices. Isn't that detrimental to her health? Why buy snow flower cream? As long as her face looks decent, why bother with all that fuss? And working tirelessly all day while eating so little, she must be starving. Some question her, why do you eat so little yet appear so energetic? Miao Jiao Jiao replied, I may eat less, but I consume plenty of vegetables. I can pick several handfuls of wild greens in the woods every day to fill my stomach. Moreover, her family had sent her some nourishing pills, which helped strengthen her body and improve her complexion, producing quite remarkable results. Just recently, she had shown those pills to the barefoot doctor, and several women had overheard him mention that they contained several nourishing ingredients. This connection led them to believe her claims. Others asked how she still had the energy to exercise and lose weight after such exhausting days of work. That extra weight looks good on you. Why lose it? Miao Jiao Jiao countered. Do you think the old me was more attractive or the current me? Before the person could respond, other women chimed in, laughing. Of course, the current you is far more beautiful. You used to be as plump as a black bear. Miao Jiao Jiao laughed along, saying, which woman doesn't love beauty? It's this very desire that has allowed me to shed the weight that a few envious voices questioned whether her family was particularly well off. Able to afford the snow flower cream, Miao Jiao Jiao smiled silently, feeling no need to disclose her family's circumstances. Let them speculate. It mattered little, for her family would not come looking for her. P.S. Just to clarify, I mistreat the female lead, and her family come looking for her, so please refrain from any unfounded assumptions. Thank you. The aforementioned inquiries were made amidst the toil of field work, where casual banter flourished, and with the current lull in labor, everyone found ample time to engage in idle chatter. Otherwise, Miao Jiao would scarcely possess the energy to indulge in gossip with these chatty matrons. Following this elucidation, the villagers were hardly surprised by the subsequent transformations in Miao Jiao. In truth, the other young women in the educated youth courtyard were familiar to all, with only Jing City's Biyn standing out for her beauty, albeit lacking in industriousness and often feigning illness due to her frail constitution. LNJ, though possessing a pleasant appearance, was overly headstrong, deterring many from crossing her path. Huing of average looks and a somewhat sullen demeanor, bore a beauty mark that attracted suitors, yet all were rebuffed under the pretext of returning to the city. Mfing, too, appeared unremarkable, and her boisterous nature rendered her unpopular. Thus, amidst all, it was Miao Jiao, transformed through her weight loss into a vision of beauty, who garnered the villagers' admiration. She was not only exceedingly polite and efficient in her labor, but also possessed a congenial disposition. Consequently, several unmarried young men in the village began to harbor romantic notions. Each time they glimpsed Miao Jiao, they found themselves stealing furtive glances, flushing with embarrassment if caught. Her newfound beauty and shapeliness, complemented by her ever-smiling demeanor during conversations, left no young man unmoved in the presence of such a considerate and understanding girl. Although many villagers believed that female educated youths were delicate and extravagant, making them unsuitable for marriage, the affection from the young men could not be easily quelled. However, before any action could be taken by the village youth, an unforeseen incident occurred, extinguishing their budding hopes. One evening, after finishing work and dining, Miao Jiao went as usual to the mountain road to wait for Ing Dioni. Yet, after a prolonged wait with no sign of her, an unsettling feeling crept over her, prompting her to proceed directly to W. Ngdioni's home. As she approached, she could hear W. Ngm's drunken shouts and the cries of W. Ngdioni's mother and children from afar. Anxiously, she quickened her pace. That W. Ngdioni had been training in martial arts with her for the past week. The young girl was not only sensible, but also remarkably intelligent, mastering the techniques swiftly and never shirking her stances. Mio-ji enjoyed their time together immensely. Just days prior, W. Ngm's wife had privately gifted her 5 eggs as a token of gratitude for guiding their child. The little W. Ng would often come to play with Dioni, obediently calling her sister and flashing a sweet smile, displaying her endearing nature, despite W. Ngm's reckless behavior. Mio-ji had a generally favorable impression of the family. Previously, she had not interacted much with them, finding their domestic affairs difficult to manage. However, having developed a bond with W. Ngdioni, she harbored a genuine wish for their well-being. During this period, W. Ngmz had largely refrained from drinking, primarily due to financial constraints, thus avoiding previous violent incidents. Yet, unexpectedly, within just a week, he succumbed to his old vices once more. Upon her arrival, Mio-ji witnessed W. Ngmz violently yanking at Dioni's mother's hair, slamming her head against the wall, leaving a sizable bruise on her forehead. W. Ngdioni, fists clenched, glared furiously at her father, while W. Ng, terrified, wailed in the corner. The Mio-ji's gaze darkened as she turned to W. Ngdioni and said, "Dioni, do you remember what I taught you? You know what to do." Chapter 46. Gaining renown in the village initially, W. Ngdioni felt trepidation, uncertain of how to act. However, upon hearing Mio-ji's encouraging voice, she found her resolve. With fierce determination, she charged at W. Ngmz, fists raised to strike at his lower back. Oblivious to Dioni's actions, W. Ngmz remained consumed by alcohol. His fury directed at her mother. It was not until he felt a sudden numbness in his legs that he realized what had transpired. Collapsing to the ground, he released his grip on his wife's hair. Mio-ji hurriedly assisted Dioni's mother to her feet, while Dioni embraced her crying sister. The 4 of them made their way out of W. Ngmz's home, taking a nearby path. Perhaps due to Dioni's inexperience in targeting her father's vulnerable spot, her blows were not particularly forceful. That W. Ngmz quickly regained his composure and pursued them, cursing as he went. "You worthless scum! How dare you strike me? Have you no regard for your life?" As he lunged forward to shove W. Ngdioni aside, Mio-ji, still assisting the injured mother, could not withdraw her hand in time. Consequently, W. Ngdioni and her sister were both knocked to the ground, with Dioni hitting the ground hard, nearly losing consciousness. Although W. Ng was unhurt in her sister's arms, she was frightened to tears. Witnessing this, Mio-ji's eyes flared with fury. She set down Dioni's mother and delivered a swift kick that sent W. Ngmz sprawling. At that moment, villagers were gathered for their evening meal, and the commotion from W. Ngmz's home had become a familiar occurrence. They had long grown accustomed to the ruckus, having previously witnessed the village head and other concerned matrons attempt to intervene. When sober, W. Ngmz could be quite amiable, promising to abstain from alcohol, yet he invariably succumbed to temptation, procuring liquor from who knows where, transforming into a different person under its influence. As a result, the villagers had long since ceased to intervene. However, if the disturbances grew too loud, some would still venture to mediate, for the potential for tragedy loomed large, as the onlookers witnessed Mio-ji's decisive kick. They were momentarily stunned at W. Ngmz, momentarily dazed, quickly regained his senses and, seething with indignation, rose to retaliate, shouting, "You wretched girl, I will kill you." Mio-ji, her expression icy, stepped forward and swiftly delivered several punishing blows to W. Ngmz's abdomen, followed by a sharp uppercut to his chin. The force of her strike sent him crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach and groaning in pain. Gasps of shock filled the air as the spectators watched, eyes wide in disbelief. Who could have imagined that this typically cheerful girl harbored such ferocity? Moreover, it appeared she possessed noteworthy martial skills that had gone unnoticed until now. The young men among the crowd turned pale at the thought of marrying such a fierce woman. fearing they might one day find themselves on the receiving end of her wrath. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the crowd, Myoji approached to help Dioni and W-ing Reni to their feet, guiding them back to their mother. Turning to the gathering, she spoke, "While this incident is inherently a family matter for W-ing MZ, I could not stand idly by as a grown man bullies his wife and children. We are now part of a new society, where outdated notions of male superiority have no place." Upon my arrival at W-ing MZ's home, I overheard his vile insults directed at his family. If the leaders from the commune were to hear such conduct, there would undoubtedly be repercussions, potentially affecting our village's standing in the community. Do you not agree that his behavior is unacceptable? At this, the gathered villagers grew agitated. Although many held traditional views, they had never voiced them openly. They had never considered the implications of such beliefs, and while they disapproved of W-ing MZ's actions, they had not actively intervened. Yet, Myoji's words sparked a realization. The current society differed significantly from the old ways. Misdeeds could lead to severe consequences, including public humiliation. The villagers, valuing their collective honor, began to voice their dissent. "This is absolutely wrong. W-ing MZ, you must cease this abuse immediately. Should you continue, I shall be the first to stand against you. Indeed, you have repeatedly promised to change. Yet never once have you followed through. That if this persists, we will drag you to the authorities. W-ing MZ, consider the trouble you are causing. That if this affects the community, I will not let you off easily." As the villagers took turns chastising him, W-ing MZ's face turned crimson. The beating he had received from Myoji had sobered him, and hearing the villager censure filled him with regret. Stammering, he managed to say, I promise it won't happen again. I swear I will never drink again." Myoji scoffed, "And who would believe such empty words? You have made this promise countless times before." Her remark elicited disdainful looks from the villagers, who turned their scornful gazes upon W-ing MZ under the weight of their judgment. He felt a twinge of resistance, but ultimately insisted. "I swear I shall never touch alcohol again. If I do, may lightning strike me down. Stop making such ridiculous claims." Upon hearing his words, the mother of the girl gasped in shock, exclaiming aloud. Although her husband often struck her when intoxicated, he treated her quite well during his sober moments, and she harbored no desire for any misfortune to befall him. Heaven's wrath. As Myoji repeated this phrase, she was suddenly reminded of the moment she was struck by lightning in the modern world when she had traversed into this realm. It seemed she felt nothing at all, not a hint of pain. However, people in this era placed great importance on making solemn vows, and she found Wang Mozi's words rather dubious. Thus, she felt compelled to assert, "Today, let us all come together for a verification. Should you ever resort to drunken violence again, we shall deliver you to the commune leaders for a fair judgment." A boisterous matron thumped her chest and declared, "Fear not. Young Myoji, I live next door to Wang Mozi. Should he dare to repeat such behavior, I shall be the first to report him." Others echoed her sentiments. Indeed, Wang Mozi has nearly caused fatalities on multiple occasions. We cannot allow him to continue. Seeing the unanimous support, Myoji felt a slight relief. While the words of a drunkard were unreliable and domestic abusers were despicable, it was ultimately someone else's family matter, and she was reluctant to interfere. The over-involvement might lead to accusations of meddling, and she could only offer assistance when the situation arose. That as for household disputes, change would only occur when the individuals involved recognized the need for it. She would discuss the matter with the girl's mother at an appropriate time. In the end, under the scrutinizing gazes of the villagers, Wang Mozi, with a face full of remorse, apologized to his wife and daughters, and the family reconciled, heading together to the barefoot doctor for a checkup. Thus, the matter came to a close, yet Myoji gained considerable notoriety in the village due to this incident. It was said that she had feigned kindness previously, but in truth, her temperament was quite fierce. Anyone who crossed her would face a severe beating, even more tempestuous than Lin Ju in the youth commune. Henceforth, no young man dared to linger in her presence, perfectly aligning with Myoji's intentions. Chapter 47. Encounter in the cave. As the rain poured relentlessly, Myoji found herself taking refuge in a cave, feeling rather helpless. Just as she was returning from her exercises in the forest clearing, she noticed movement in the adjacent thicket. Assuming it to be something of interest, she pursued the trail. only to discover it was merely a small snake. Unwilling to consume snake meat, she abandoned her pursuit. On her way to the cave's exit, the skies suddenly opened, unleashing a torrential downpour. With no other option, Miao Jiao retreated to her space for a brief respite. Yet, after 30 minutes, the rain showed no signs of abating, and remaining stationary was not feasible. Thus, she retrieved an umbrella from her space, intending to make a dash for the forest edge and then sprint home. To her surprise, she caught sight of a figure in the distance. The downpour was so intense that she feared being exposed, prompting her to close her umbrella and seek refuge in a small cave. As she gazed at the rain outside, a tall, imposing figure rushed into the cave. Upon spotting her, he halted abruptly before moving to sit on the opposite side. It was already past 9 o'clock at night, the sky heavy with clouds and devoid of moonlight, rendering the stranger's features indistinguishable. He offered no greeting, and Miao Jiao had little inclination to initiate conversation. Thus they sat in the dim cave, accompanied only by the sound of the rain outside, enveloped in silence for some time. A sudden sneeze escaped Miao Jiao, breaking the stillness. It was early November, and the chill in the air was palpable. Though she wore a thick coat, having been slightly drenched, she felt a shiver run through her body. Hearing the girl's voice, Han Lingji's eyes flickered with recognition. From the moment he entered the cave, he had sensed a familiarity in her silhouette, and now, with the confirmation of her voice, his suspicions were validated. To his surprise, they had crossed paths multiple times, each encounter a serendipitous coincidence. Is it cold? He inquired unexpectedly. Miao Jiao was taken aback. Of course, it was cold. Why else would she sneeze? Yet there was something strangely familiar about his voice. After pondering, she widened her eyes in realization. Wait, aren't you the guy from the cow pen in the neighboring village? What brings you to this mountain? Remarkably, they had only met 4 times, yet exchanged fewer than 5 words. The first encounter was when he had offered her a wild chicken, and after she expressed her gratitude, they had jointly fashioned a stretcher to carry a wild boar, after which he had silently departed. The second time was during her covert observation of Wang Dahe's infidelity, where he had left her with a mocking remark before walking away. The third instance occurred when she accompanied Bai Yin to the cow pen, during which he had barely acknowledged her presence. And now, here they were again, in rather awkward circumstances. A match struck, illuminating the dim space and disrupting Miao Jiao's thoughts. She glanced across to see Han Lingji had built a fire with some wood. Come sit closer, it will warm you, he said coolly. All right, thank you. She edged forward, noticing a small backpack behind him, presumably containing the firewood. As the flames grew larger with added fuel, Miao Jiao finally felt a semblance of warmth. Given his kind gesture, she felt compelled to engage in conversation. We've met several times now. Let us introduce ourselves and befriend one another. I'm Miao Jiao, a sent-down youth from Ning City. And you? Han Lingji replied coolly. Han Lingji from Beijing. She was already aware of his terse nature, so she didn't mind his brevity and asked, is that elderly gentleman from the last time feeling better? She referred to an old man bedridden in the straw shed during her previous visit with Bai Yin and Meng Baobao. Upon hearing this, Han Lingji recognized she was speaking of old man Wu and replied in a softened tone. Yes, improved. Thank you for your concern. That's great to hear, Miao Jiao responded, and silence enveloped them once more. The crackling of the fire filled the air as Miao Jiao rested her chin on her hands, gazing at the sweet potatoes roasting in the flames, urging them to cook faster so she could leave. As lingering here felt increasingly awkward. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the cave, followed by a thunderclap that echoed in her ears, instantly transporting her back to that moment in the modern world when she was struck by lightning, crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Amidst the ominous rumble of thunder, Miao Jiao instinctively grasped the nearest person, throwing herself into his embrace. Little goldfish. At this very moment, I feel like a gopher wanting to scream. Ah. The female lead is having an intimate encounter with the male lead. Oh haha. Chapter 48. Afraid of thunder, she directly leaped into his arms. When the girl collided into him, Han Lingji was momentarily stunned. Just as he intended to push her away, he lowered his gaze to find beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, her delicate face pale with fright. She had her eyes shut, long lashes quivering gently as she murmured, I don't want to be struck by lightning. It appeared she was genuinely terrified, unlike someone feigning fear. Yet he found it puzzling that this girl, who had previously outrun wild boars, mercilessly beaten a man to tears, and boldly spied from the reeds, would be so frightened by a mere clap of thunder. Her petite frame trembled against him like a frightened little puppy. Han Lingji pressed his lips together, ultimately refraining from pushing her away. With a resounding rumble, another thunderclap sounded, prompting the girl to squeeze her eyes shut tighter and snuggle closer. Her soft body pressed against him, a faint yet alluring fragrance wafting into his nostrils, causing the tips of Han Lingji's ears to redden imperceptibly. That he paused for a moment before raising his hand, gently resting it on Miao Jiaojiao's back, offering a comforting pat. His deep, magnetic voice resonated. "It's all right. Don't be afraid. I'm here." The word sent a wave of warmth coursing through Miao Jiaojiao, making her feel as though she had never been so tenderly consoled before. After a while, as the thunder diminished, Miao Jiaojiao finally emerged from her startled state. To her astonishment, she realized she was nestled in the embrace of the stoic Han Lingji. Oh dear, she had never been this close to a boy before. And it was she who had taken the initiative to fling herself into his arms. Such utter embarrassment. Blushing furiously, Miao Jiaojiao scrambled to her feet, her voice trembling with anxiety. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." With that, she prepared to flee, wanting to escape the awkwardness of having taken advantage of him. Just as she was about to dash out of the cave, an arm barred her way. The voice was calm and indifferent. "The sweet potatoes are ready. Eat before you leave." Miao Jiaojiao averted her gaze, her lips pouting in a desire to decline, yet she ultimately could not refuse. After all, it would be too awkward to leave without acknowledging his invitation. Reluctantly, she raised her eyes, offering an embarrassed smile as she approached the fire pit. Han Lingji, witnessing her shy demeanor, felt a fleeting smile flicker in his eyes. Finding her blush surprisingly endearing, that he sat down, using a stick to retrieve the roasted sweet potatoes, wrapping one in broad leaves and handing it to Miao Jiaojiao, saying, "Be careful, it's hot, to go ahead and eat." "Thank you," Miao Jiaojiao replied sheepishly, her gaze fixed downward as she accepted it. The two remained silent, quietly consuming their sweet potatoes. Once they finished, the rain outside had ceased. Before parting, Miao Jiaojiao expressed her gratitude. Thank you for today." Han Lingji maintained his icy composure, nodding expressionlessly, and replied, "Be careful on your way." After bidding farewell, they departed in opposite directions. It wasn't until Miao Jiaojiao returned to the youth hostel that her emotions finally settled. It was quite late, and she opted not to read in the common room, instead shutting the door and entering her spirit's spring space. Concerned about catching a chill, she first drank a few sips of spring water to refresh herself, then took a hot bath. While playing with bubbles during her bath, Miao Jiaojiao suddenly recalled the scene from the cave, where she had nestled against that person, feeling quite warm that he seemed to have a commendable physique. Though she regretted not having had the chance to feel his abs. Stop right there. What was she thinking? Abs and whatnot. Such lewd thoughts, as she pondered, a flush crept up her ears. Speaking of which, Han Lingji was indeed quite handsome. Cough, cough. Although she had taken advantage of him, she had also been at a loss herself, so they canceled each other out. With this thought, Miao Jiaojiao felt a sense of equilibrium return. After her bath, she lay down on the large bed in the wooden cabin, falling into a deep slumber until dawn. The next morning, she lingered in bed, for she had taken a day off to buy some supplies in town and send a letter home. Allowing her to forego an early rise to work, it was nearly noon by the time she stirred from the soft embrace of her bed, and she promptly prepared a pot of red date and white fungus soup using spring water, steamed a base with ginger and scallions, and then went outside to cook a bowl of porridge. Once everything was ready, she entered the space again to stroll around, having been preoccupied with weight loss. She had only entered the space for meals and evening exercises, and it had been a while since she had taken a good look around. The space was divided into 4 main areas: the living area, lake area, forest area, and plain area. In front of the wooden cabin in the center of the living area, she had previously sown some flower seeds, which had now all matured and bloomed. Pushing open the cabin door, a breathtaking sea of blossoms greeted her, swaying gently in the breeze. Red, yellow, white, and purple flowers of all hues dazzled the eyes, enveloping her in a riot of colors. The unique, fragrant aroma of the blossoms wafted through the air. And Miao Jiao Jiao closed her eyes briefly, inhaling deeply and feeling utterly entranced. The shimmering spring water flowed gently, and as she cupped it in her hands and took a sip, a refreshing sensation enveloped her entire being. Instantly transported to the lake area, she beheld the crystal-clear expanse of the thousand-acre lake, where fish frolicked joyfully, that a small crayfish brandished its claws, competing with a crab for a tiny fish, while a black turtle peered curiously from the side. A frog croaked loudly from a lotus leaf in one corner of the lake, that in the forest area. Birds chirped melodiously. In the orchard, plump red apples, chubby fragrant pears, and glistening purple grapes hung heavily from the branches. With a smile in her eyes, Miao Jiao Jiao plucked a bunch of grapes, munching as she leisurely strolled around. The plain area lay vast and barren, having been harvested several times, now stripped bare. Nearby, a farm housed free-range chickens. Ducks, geese, pigs, cows, and sheep, all scampering towards her as they sensed her arrival. After playing with the little animals for a while, Miao Jiao Jiao teleported back to the wooden cabin to be why this time. Her meal was ready. After finishing half a bowl of porridge, devouring the base, and sipping half a bowl of white fungus soup, she stepped out of the space, feeling immensely satisfied, dressing in her newly purchased army green long-sleeve shirt and trousers. Topped with a thick black coat, Miao Jiao Jiao prepared to head to town. It was now noon, just as the workday ended, and as Jiao Yu stepped into the courtyard, he caught sight of her striking figure. Upon recognizing her attire, a flicker of astonishment crossed his eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Miao Jiao Jiao, are you planning to go out?" Chapter 49, Disguised as a Boy in Town. Miao Jiao Jiao cast him a fleeting glance, responding with a single word, They were not well acquainted, so there was little to discuss. Just then, Lin Ju and several other female youth volunteers returned together. And upon seeing Miao Jiao Jiao, Lin Ju smiled warmly. "Jiao Jiao, you look really lovely today. Planning to go to town?" Miao Jiao Jiao smiled back. "Yes, Lin Jie. Do you need me to bring anything?" Lin Ju waved her hand dismissively. "No need. No need, just go and come back early." Huang Daidi, standing nearby, added with a smile, "Be sure to leave early. Pay attention to safety on the road." "All right, I'll be off then," Miao Jiao Jiao said, stepping toward the door. As she departed, Lin Ju remarked, watching her retreating figure, "Jiao Jiao is becoming more beautiful by the day. That I never expected she would look this good after losing weight and becoming fairer. Every time I see her these past few days, I can't help but marvel." Huang Daidi concurred. "Indeed, she must be a natural beauty. We just didn't notice before that I doubt anyone in the vicinity can match her beauty." This remark by Yin, who had been following behind, darkened visibly. Having always prided herself on her looks, she never anticipated being overshadowed in beauty by someone she once looked down upon. To make matters worse, Ma Fong, who loved to poke fun, chimed in. "Who would have thought? She used to be a plump pig, and now she looks like a celestial being." Bai Yin felt an uncontainable surge of anger rising within her, unable to suppress a scoff. What use is beauty? Can good looks fill your stomach? With that, she shoved past Lin Ju and Huang Daidi, striding directly into her room, leaving the two bewildered by her bitter words and actions. Was this still the same modest and polite girl they once knew? How had she become so acerbic? However, when recalling the previous incident involving Wang Dahua, Bai Yan's boastful words that left Miao Jiao Jiao speechless, the two found it rather unsurprising. Such is human nature. Knowing faces but not hearts. It would be wise to limit interactions in the future. As for Ma Fong Xian, she felt little of this. She had grown distant from everyone, focusing solely on her own efforts to earn 7 work points a day to satisfy her hunger. This was a stark contrast to her earlier eagerness to take advantage of others upon her arrival in the countryside. After all, no one is foolish. Relying on oneself is the only viable option. Standing idly by, Jiao Yu felt a deep bitterness in his heart. Initially, he harbored a strong disdain for Miao Jiao Jiao, but for the sake of his own petty interests, he endured his disgust and engaged with her. Over time, he came to take her kindness for granted. After coming to the countryside and encountering the beautiful educated youth Bai Yan from the capital, he felt an undeniable urge to approach her, only to find that she completely ignored him. Instead, it was the boisterous Ma Fong who kept trying to get close to him, subtly asking for his assistance with various tasks, all of which he deftly avoided. He never anticipated that ever since Miao Jiao Jiao moved into the back room, she had transformed entirely. At first, he thought she was playing hard to get, seeking to attract his attention, which gave him a sense of pride. However, after enduring several confrontations and rebuffs, he realized he might not understand her as well as he believed, or perhaps she was not as easy to bully as he had thought. Over the past 2 months, he had watched her grow slimmer and fairer, her speech becoming confident and articulate, a far cry from the gloomy, dowdy figure she once was. Witnessing her transformation into a more accomplished and beautiful woman filled him with regret. If only he had treated her better before, perhaps things would have turned out differently. Alas, it was too late. Nothing could change that. When Wang Gang and Cui Dazhuang entered the courtyard, they found Jia Yu in a daze, causing them to shake their heads in disbelief. This man seemed bewitched. Why had he been so absent-minded lately? Meanwhile, in the town, Miao Jiao Jiao first stopped by the post office to send a letter. It had been a month since she received her family's first letter, and this was her first response. The letter briefly described her life here, concluding with a reassurance to her mother that she would take her medication on time. She knew she must clarify the matter of the pills sooner or later, but for now, she needed to ensure her family was at ease. Once that was settled, she slipped into a secluded alley and entered her space. Her trip to town was not merely for shopping and mailing letters. She was primarily eager to explore the long-anticipated black market. Over the past 2 months, she had practiced martial arts in her space. And with the aid of the spiritual spring water, her combat skills had recovered to about 70 to 80% of her previous life's capabilities. She could easily handle 7 or 8 men without breaking a sweat. Moreover, with her spiritual spring space at her disposal, she could evade any real danger by simply retreating into TOB on the safe side. She decided to disguise herself as a young man. Having collected various supplies from several supermarkets, she found some men's wigs among them. After slicking her hair back and donning the wig, she darkened her face, neck, and hands, thickened her eyebrows, added a few small black moles, and even sported a couple of small mustaches, transforming herself quite convincingly. The only drawback was that her chest was a bit too prominent. While she had slimmed down, this was the only downside. After some thought, Miao Jiao Jiao put on a chest binder, changed it to a loose black long-sleeve shirt, layered a black coat over it, donned military green trousers, and slipped on an old pair of cloth shoes. In no time, a nondescript young man with a small stature emerged, gazing at her transformed reflection in the mirror. Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but chuckle. Her first attempt at cross-dressing was unexpectedly amusing. Encouraged, she spoke to her reflection, motivating herself. Time to make money. I must earn a fortune to buy a house and a courtyard. 5 minutes later, she stepped out of the secluded alley, a large backpack on her back, covered with black cloth to obscure its contents, strolling casually down the street. Miao Jiao Jiao intended to head to the steel factory's residential area 2 months prior, when she first visited the town. She had sold a batch of goods there, and she vividly recalled the enthusiastic reception from the group of aunties. Currently, she still had over 100 in cash, but her other tickets were spent. So this time she needed to collect both money and tickets. Arriving at the familiar old spot, she soon spotted a familiar figure approaching from across the way. Miao Jiao Jiao recognized her instantly and felt a surge of joy. It was the same auntie from before. Because her appearance had drastically changed, she hesitated to approach directly, not expecting such a serendipitous encounter. With a quick mental shift, Miao Jiao Jiao devised a plan. She approached the auntie and in a low, deep voice said, "Auntie, I'm the one that Pangya introduced to you." Pangya? The auntie was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at the backpack, suddenly recalling. Her face lit up with excitement. "Oh, you mean that chubby girl? What is your relation to her? It's been 2 months since I last saw her. We've all been waiting for her." Miao Jiao Jiao feigned a deep voice, replying, "I'm her brother. Things have been a bit hectic at home lately, and she specifically mentioned your kindness, which is why I'm here waiting." Flattered by the praise, Aunt Neo beamed with pride. "Of course, who doesn't know that Aunt Neo here has the warmest heart in the steel factory compound?" She scrutinized Miao Jiao Jiao closely, then awkwardly added, "You really care for your sister. She is looking quite well fed, while you look as skinny as a monkey." The mention of both Pangya and Skinny Monkey left Miao Jiao Jiao momentarily speechless. Haha, yes, noticing the full backpack. Aunt Neo's eyes sparkled as she urged her to come home. "Come to my place for a bowl of sweet soup." Once inside Aunt Neo's home, after serving a bowl of brown sugar water, she smiled and asked, "What good stuff do you have in that backpack? Is the price still the same as last time?" Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. The items are priced the same as before: rice, flour, cooking oil, pork, and chicken, all 5 varieties. However, Annie, I need to ask you something. Last time, she had sold rice for 2.5 yuan per pound with a ticket and 4 yuan without, flour for 5 yuan with a ticket and 7 yuan without, soybean oil for 1.8 yuan with a ticket and 2 yuan without, pork for 2 yuan per pound and 1 chicken for 7 yuan. All of these required tickets. These items were in high demand. And once she sold out here, she intended to inquire about the black market location before heading there to check the situation. Upon hearing that the prices remained unchanged, Aunt Nyo immediately responded enthusiastically. Sure. What do you need to know? Meow Jiao Jiao let out a feigned sigh that my elderly relative is ill, and the doctor advised me to find some good ginseng to make soup for them. But I can't find a way to purchase it to do. You know where I might find some? Aunt Nyo chuckled. You came to the right person if you head left from the steel factory and walk up that small path. There's a hidden alley that if you're looking for rare goods, you might find something there. Meow Jiao Jiao smiled, relieved. That's great. I'll check it out. What do you need to buy? Aunt Nyo waved her hand grandly. Bring me 5 pounds of flour, 5 pounds of cooking oil, and 3 pounds of pork. Once Aunt Nyo completed her transaction, she hurried outside to call a few of her close friends. While she was out, Meow Jiao Jiao quickly stuffed a few more items into her backpack, bringing the total to 100 pounds. 40 pounds of rice, 20 pounds of flour, 15 pounds of cooking oil, 15 pounds of pork, and 10 pounds of chicken. Having sold 80 pounds previously, she now, as a young man, could easily carry a bit more without raising suspicion. Before long, a group of jovial aunties entered, giggling and chattering. Upon seeing the goods in Meow Jiao Jiao's backpack, their eyes lit up, and they immediately began to snatch items. Within 10 minutes, everything in her backpack had been sold out, netting her over 90 yuan along with a few tickets. Before leaving, the enthusiastic aunties grabbed her hands, showering her with advice and urging her to come back soon. Meow Jiao Jiao nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to everyone before stepping outside. This time, she didn't linger around other residential buildings but headed straight to the location Aunt Nyo had mentioned. At the alley entrance, a burly man stood chatting with a thin fellow, while 2 others kept watch nearby. Upon spotting Meow Jiao Jiao approaching with her backpack, the burly man exchanged a knowing glance with the thin fellow, who then stepped forward, sniffing the air. New face, entrance fee is 5 mao. Meow Jiao Jiao handed over 6 mao, speaking in a somewhat ingratiating tone. Comrade, this is my first visit that I'm not familiar with this area. Could you please enlighten me on any rules? The thin fellow, pleased with the extra mao, whispered, no rules. Just quietly trade your goods and exit through the back, but we have someone keeping an eye out. Generally, no red armbands will come around, so don't worry. Meow Jiao Jiao nodded with a smile. That's good to know that I'll head in now. Meow Jiao Jiao entered the alley with a burden on her back. At this time in the afternoon, the black market was relatively quiet with few people around. Each individual moved with swift footsteps that as she ventured deeper, she spotted some audacious vendors setting up stalls along the street, primarily selling grains, vegetables, and eggs, with meat being a rare commodity. However, there were also those offering gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques. Seizing the opportunity, Meow Jiao Jiao exchanged her supplies for several items. After taking a brief tour to gauge the market, she located a corner near the exit, set down her burden, and lifted a corner of the cloth to reveal a glimpse of pork, patiently waiting for potential buyers. Before long, an observant elderly gentleman passing by noticed the pork in her basket. His eyes lit up, and he quickly approached her, exclaiming, Comrade, is that pork you have? Meow Jiao Jiao nodded and replied in a hushed tone, Yes, I have 15 jin of pork here. Her basket contained a total of 100 jin of goods, consistent with what she had previously sold to the group of women. However, she intended to raise the price slightly for the black market, accepting cash only without tickets. The meat shop only stocked fresh pork a few times a year, and it was always in high demand. Upon hearing her offer, the old man was immediately intrigued. He quickly inquired, What is your price? Meow Jiao Jiao responded, I'm selling the pork for 3 yuan per jin. No tickets required. Upon hearing this, the old man frowned, but pork at the meat shop is only 0.8 yuan per jin. This seems rather steep. Meow Jiao Jiao countered, yet you hardly get to enjoy it throughout the year. And the meat shop requires tickets. She then unveiled a piece of the pork for him to see. Look, this pork is fresh and crimson, just slaughtered this morning. It's very fresh, and the price is quite reasonable. Quality products must be fresh. Earlier, when she had kept her basket covered, no one had noticed the treasures within, but now, as she unveiled it, she attracted the attention of several onlookers. "Comrade, is it 3 yuan per jean?" "I'll take 3 jean." A burly man immediately declared that a few months prior, he had purchased from here for 3.2 yuan per jean, and the quality was inferior, having gone without meat for quite some time. He was not about to let this opportunity slip away. "All right, let me weigh it for you," Miao Jiao said, eager to serve the customer. Swiftly, she cut off 3 jean of meat, wrapped it in newspaper, and handed it to him. "Here you go." The man paid her with a large denomination note, and she returned 1 yuan in change, successfully completing the transaction. Seeing this, the elderly gentleman felt compelled to buy as well and promptly ordered 5 jean. Miao Jiao raised her eyebrows, noting his generosity. Even the wealthy would carefully manage their finances. After concluding her deal with the old man, other bystanders, intrigued by the contents of her basket, began to approach her with inquiries. "How much for the rice? What is the price of the flour? How much for the chicken?" In less than half an hour, Miao Jiao sold every item in her basket, given that these goods were priced higher than what she had sold to the previous group of women. She earned over 100 yuan, adding to the 90 yuan she had previously made, totaling more than 200 yuan for the day. Coupled with her earlier savings of over 100 yuan, she now had more than 300 yuan, alongside some tickets and a few antique items. However, this was still insufficient. Should she wish to purchase a sihiyuan in the capital, even a modest one would cost several thousand yuan. Thus she needed to work diligently to earn more. Just as she hoisted her basket and headed toward the exit, the scrawny figure she had seen earlier approached her hurriedly. "Comrade, wait!" Miao Jiao turned. "What is the matter?" The thin man smiled broadly. "Our boss wants to discuss business with you. Please follow me." Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow, calmly responding, "Lead the way." The two of them walked out of the alley and turned into a narrow lane on the right. After nearly 5 minutes of walking, they arrived at a courtyard that a large man stood at the entrance. The same one she had seen earlier. He nodded to her and then ushered her inside. The large man respectfully addressed the individual seated in the living room. "Boss, I brought the person. You may go about your business," replied the man, who was in his 30s and wore black-rimmed glasses that he held a book in his hands, and upon noticing Miao Jiao's entrance, he promptly stood up. "Comrade, please take a seat." "Monkey, prepare some tea." "All right." The thin man hurried to the kitchen and soon returned with a cup of tea, placing it on the table. "Thank you," Miao Jiao said, sitting beside the cup without taking a sip. She raised her gaze and inquired, "What business do you have with me?" The boss, noticing her demeanor, continued without hesitation, "I am the head of the black market here. Our people have discovered that the goods you sell are of excellent quality, and I would like to propose a collaboration." Miao Jiao's interest was piqued. "What kind of collaboration do you have in mind?" The boss crossed his arms. "I need to see what you have and how much you can supply." Miao Jiao pondered for a moment. "I have an abundance of grains, vegetables, and fruits, along with various other food items. The sources are quite reliable. It all depends on what you need." Upon hearing this, the boss's eyes sparkled with excitement. "All right, I'll prepare a list for you. You can take a look at in such a large town with so many residents." Acquiring scarce goods was no easy feat, especially since he was connected to the city and provincial capital, that if he could indeed establish a good source, future opportunities would abound. He didn't concern himself with where this young lady procured her goods. In these times, everyone had their secrets, all in the name of survival, as long as it was profitable. Miao Jiao nodded. "Sure, let me see it." The boss then bent his head and swiftly wrote a lengthy list with a fountain pen. Handing the paper to Miao Jiao, "Take a look. Mark what you have, so we can discuss pricing." As she examined the list, she noted that he required a variety of items, including rough rice, fine rice, white flour, soybean oil, vegetables, brown sugar, various fruits, and meats. Coincidentally, these were all in ample supply in her inventory, so she looked up and stated, "I can provide all of these. Just quote your price." The boss, eager not to miss this opportunity, candidly replied, "If you can maintain a long-term partnership with me, I'll offer you a high price. Rough rice at 0.3 yuan per jean, fine rice at 0.9 yuan per jean, white flour at 1 yuan per jean, soybean oil at 2.5 yuan per jean, vegetables at 0.2 yuan per jean, brown sugar at 0.8 yuan per jean, various fresh fruits at 2 yuan per jean, and meat at 2.5 yuan per jean, all without tickets." Although these prices would be higher if sold individually on the black market, he needed to lower the price for wholesale purchases, Yet overall, the prices were still quite reasonable. Miao Jiao understood this logic. She was seeking a way to earn substantial money without the risks associated with selling in the black market. With this opportunity laid out before her, she readily agreed, nodding, "These prices are acceptable. But I still require some tickets. I need all tickets except for grain tickets. Moreover," she mentioned, "I'm also interested in stamps, gold, silver, jewelry, jade, and paintings. Perhaps you could help me collect them. Whatever you gather can be deducted from our transactions." The tickets would facilitate future purchases, while the stamps and such were merely for investment purposes. She certainly did not wish to overlook any valuable items. "Sure, if you want them, I'll keep an eye out." The boss nodded with a smile, though he found it puzzling that at a time when stamps and jewelry were considered less valuable, someone still had an interest in collecting them. Seeing a straightforward response, Miao Jiao continued, "Typically, I receive a large shipment every month or two. The next one is due in a month that we can arrange to meet in the small grove on the outskirts of town. And I'll bring whatever I have." The boss nodded. "All right, I'll make a note of it. I'll be there on time." Before leaving, Hao Ge had intended to establish a written agreement, but was turned down by Miao Jiao. In this day and age, leaving behind such documents is hardly a secure endeavor. Should the other party's home be searched, any implication could lead to dire consequences for her. She was not particularly concerned about the possibility of betrayal, as managing such a vast black market with connections to higher-ups should ideally require a certain level of integrity. Nevertheless, she decided to minimize her initial dealings by bringing out a smaller quantity of goods, ensuring that if she were to be deceived, she could swiftly reclaim her merchandise and make a hasty retreat. Once the terms were settled, Miao Jiao left the courtyard and made her way to the recycling station. Previously, she had discovered a valuable Wang Wali dressing table there. So this time she meticulously searched the premises and unexpectedly found something worthwhile. That in a room filled with discarded books and papers, she uncovered a piece by a painter from the Republic of China, which she discreetly stored in her space. Along with that, she also collected a few illustrated books and some study materials for the elderly gatekeeper, who accepted her to Jiao and allowed her to depart. Afterward, Miao Jiao discreetly removed her makeup in a concealed spot and proceeded to the supply and marketing cooperative to purchase 2 sets of ordinary clothing, as the garments she had previously acquired were now too large for her slimmer figure. Once she had completed her errands, she placed her belongings in her backpack and strolled back home. Upon her return, the others had yet to finish their work. After organizing her items, Miao Jiao prepared a simple meal of meat porridge and vegetables. Once she had eaten, activity in the front yard began to stir. After greeting Lin Ju and the others, she set out to visit Meng Bao in the neighboring village. Meng Bao had visited her several times before, and she had promised to return today. This time, she took the small path from Widow Lu's to the neighboring village, but as she finished the path, she spotted 2 figures standing not far ahead in the reeds. Both were familiar to her. One, with her back turned, was Bai Yin, an old acquaintance who often opposed her, while the other, standing at an angle, was the ice-faced young man who had roasted sweet potatoes for her the previous night. What a coincidence! It seemed fate had a sense of irony, as these 2 had both been entangled with her. Caught in a moment of indecision, she contemplated whether to linger and eavesdrop or to take a different path home. Just then, she noticed Han Lingji glance in her direction. Perhaps it was a pang of guilt, but Miao Jiao instinctively jumped into the nearby reeds that as she concealed herself, she overheard Bai Yan's voice from a distance. "Han de Ge, I wish to speak with you." Han Lingji's expression was one of evident impatience as he replied, "What is it?" Bai Yan gazed adoringly at the handsome man before her, her cheeks flushed as she stammered. I like you. I have liked you for a long time." Ever since she learned from Meng Bao that he occasionally ventured into the reeds to catch frogs, Bai Yan had been waiting for this moment. And today she finally had her chance. Having spent 3 months in the countryside, she felt compelled to express her feelings before someone else could capture his heart. 3.5 years ago. During that summer when she first met him, she had already harbored feelings for him. Aware that he was her friend's fiancé, she struggled to suppress her emotions, caught in a tumultuous mix of envy and admiration. Despite her humble background as the daughter of a small market manager, while he belonged to a prominent family, they seemed perfectly matched. She had thought her secret affection would fade with time. But when news broke 3 years ago that he and her friend had called off their engagement, her heart soared with joy. However, her excitement was short-lived when she learned shortly thereafter that he had chosen to go to the countryside as a sent-down youth. The thought of such a remarkable man wasting his potential in the rural expanse deeply saddened her. Initially, she had wished to accompany him, but her family had refused, deeming her too young to venture into the countryside. After many pleas during her high school years, her family finally relented, arranging for her to join him in the countryside, thanks to her deep infatuation. Before leaving, she had promised her family she would bring back this exceptional son-in-law. And thus, she was determined to win his heart. Hidden among the reeds, Miao Jiao Jiao could not help but smirk at the unfolding scene that she had stumbled upon a confession. Well, since she was already here, she might as well indulge in a bit of gossip. Curious, she peeked out, eager to see how the ice-faced man would respond. That moment, Han Lingji turned slightly, catching sight of the little girl peeking out from her hiding spot. Indeed, he had not misjudged. The gossip-loving girl was truly concealed there. His eyes flickered momentarily before he returned his focus to Bai Yan, coldly stating, "I am sorry, but I have no feelings for you." But Bai Yan's eyes welled with tears as she bit her lip, unwilling to yield. "That I traveled all the way from the capital just to be with you. Can't you give me a chance?" She understood his cold demeanor, yet believed that one day she would warm his heart. Han Lingji's expression darkened further as he replied, "I do not know you well, nor do I harbor any feelings for you. I urge you to reconsider your persistence." With that, he turned to leave. "Han de go!" Bai Yin cried, her eyes streaming with tears as she tugged at his sleeve, her voice filled with despair. "Are you still thinking about Shuyu? She has ended your engagement. Why can't you forget her?" How infuriating! Despite their long separation, why could he not accept her? Han Lingji, initially merely annoyed, grew increasingly somber at the mention of Shuyu. Miao Jiao Jiao, witnessing this scene, could not help but imagine a grand drama unfolding before her. It appeared that this ice-faced man was a pitiable soul, abandoned by his former fiancée. It had such striking looks and physique. And yet someone had deemed him unworthy. "You think too highly of yourself." Han Lingji had no desire to engage further. He shrugged off her grip, casting a cold glance over his shoulder before departing without a backward glance. Seeing this, Bai Yin slumped to the ground, unable to suppress her sobs. "Han de go, how cruel your heart is." Yet she vowed not to give up. She would persist until she won his heart. As an onlooker, Miao Jiao Jiao found the unfolding drama quite entertaining. After witnessing the spectacle, she quietly made her exit. Retracing her steps through the small path, she soon arrived at the neighboring village. She refrained from passing judgment on Bai Yan's failed confession. Although she had her own grievances with Bai Yan, she did not intend to mock her. It was best to act as though nothing had occurred. Upon reaching the entrance of the neighboring village, she spotted Meng Bao Bao looking around eagerly. As soon as she caught sight of Miao Jiao Jiao, the little girl dashed over with joy. "Jiao Jiao, you finally made it. I've been waiting for you." Sorry for the delay, Miao Jiao Jiao smiled, affectionately ruffling her hair. She reached in her pocket and pulled out a handful of fruit candies, presenting them to her. "Here, I bought these at the cooperative this afternoon, but they're very sweet and delicious. Do try one." "Wow, thank you, Jiao Jiao, you're the best." Meng Bao Bao beamed as she took a piece and popped it in her mouth. "Let's hurry to my uncle's house." The two of them linked arms, walking hand in hand toward Lu Jiansheng's home, exchanging greetings with the villagers they passed. Recently, Meng Bao Bao had been visiting Miao Jiao Jiao frequently, and the villagers were well aware of their close friendship. As they walked, some young men couldn't help but blush at the sight of the two girls, who were animatedly chatting and laughing together. Upon reaching the doorstep, Lu Jiansheng and his wife greeted them with warm smiles. "Jiao Jiao, have you eaten yet?" Meng Bao Bao was delightful in every way except for her rather naive and overly generous nature, especially towards the female sent-down youth in their village. Lu Jiansheng and his wife had been troubled by this issue for some time, struggling to teach her moderation. However, since she had befriended Miao Jiao Jiao, she had slowly begun to save her best items for her, neglecting others in the process. As a result, some villagers, feeling left out, ceased their attempts to curry favor with her. Miao Jiao Jiao, in turn, always reciprocated, teaching her not to give away her possessions indiscriminately. It was then that Meng Bao Bao finally realized who truly cared for her, and her previously careless generosity began to wane. Lu Jiansheng and his wife felt a deep sense of gratitude towards Miao Jiao Jiao for the positive change in their niece, and thus welcomed her warmly each time she visited. Miao Jiao Jiao smiled and nodded. "I have eaten. Uncle Lu, Aunt Lu, now come, I have something wonderful to show you. Meng Bao Bao tugged at her hand, hurriedly making her way into the room. Seeing this, Lu Jinsheng and his wife couldn't help but shake their heads and chuckle. This lively girl seemed perpetually young at heart. In Chapter 53, inside the room, Meng Bao Bao cheerfully brought over 2 small round boxes from the table. She handed one to Miao Jiao and said, "This is a fragrant balm sent from home, said to be a gift from relatives in the Shanghai area. The scent is delightful. Just apply a little on your wrist and behind your ears. My family says it can last for several hours, and those around will surely catch a whiff of it. That I'll give you one. See which fragrance you prefer." Miao Jiao examined the box. Palm-sized and adorned with an illustration of a beauty in a qipao from the Republic era, with jasmine scent written beneath it. The one in Meng Bao Bao's hand was labeled rose scent. It was akin to modern perfumes, and although she had many in her space, she had no inclination to use them. Such items were quite precious in the present day, and she felt it unreasonable to accept them. Thus, she firmly declined. "Both are lovely, but I cannot accept them. You should keep them for yourself." Meng Bao Bao, hearing this, grew anxious. "Why not? Just a moment ago, you gave me fruit candy. This is what we call reciprocity. You must accept it." Miao Jiao replied, "No, these are far more valuable than my candy. This is an unequal exchange, and I will not accept it. Besides, I do not enjoy using such products." But Meng Bao Bao was about to protest when a single glance from Miao Jiao silenced her. "I have told you countless times that good things should be kept for oneself. Do not think of giving them away indiscriminately." With a pout, Meng Bao Bao sat sulkily to the side. "You are not just anyone." Observing her, Miao Jiao shook her head. This girl was merely 2 years younger than her, yet her thoughts were so innocent. Though being spoiled by family was a form of happiness, life was long. And one could not rely on family forever. That if the little girl remained this naive, she might suffer greatly in the future. That yes, her friend, Miao Jiao, felt it necessary to communicate and guide her a bit further. Miao Jiao posed a question. "Let me ask you, if one day we accidentally fell into a cave and could not escape, and you had only one pastry, would you share half of it with me?" Meng Bao Bao nodded eagerly. "Of course," Miao Jiao continued, "but what if we had been in that cave for 2 days without food, and the pastry was nearly gone while you were starving? Would you still be willing?" After a pause, Meng Bao Bao nodded again. "I would, because you are my good friend, and we will get through this together." Miao Jiao smirked. "But I would not share. I would snatch your pastry and eat it all." Meng Bao Bao's expression shifted to alarm. "You wouldn't do that. You're too kind." "Not necessarily." Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow and continued. "In dire circumstances, people are often selfish and will resort to any means to survive." Crossing her arms defiantly, Meng Bao Bao retorted, "Humph. You're just trying to scare me. You would never do that to me." Miao Jiao felt a pang of frustration. This little girl truly was single-minded. Yet seeing the trust in her eyes brought a smile to her heart. "I want to convey that people are inherently selfish. One must prioritize oneself. These items were sent from your family, not earned through your own labor. Do you think your family would be pleased to see you giving away their gifts to outsiders?" Meng Bao Bao pouted. "They wouldn't know. Even if they did, they wouldn't mind since you are my good friend." Miao Jiao shrugged. "Before I met you, didn't you often share good things with others? Were they all your close friends?" "Not really. Back in the village, I only shared cheap hard candies and pastries with the locals or the educated youth," Meng Bao Bao replied, blinking innocently. "Every time I shared, they were always helpful to me, very obedient. Since I met you, I've only given good things to you and slowly distanced myself from them." Miao Jiao paused, realizing. So this girl is not foolish. She has a mix of innocence and cunning that, oh dear, she had just imparted another lesson. Meng Bao Bao cheerfully leaned closer. "We are true friends. You always give me good things too, so don't be so polite. Just take a box of balm." When they first met, Miao Jiao had chatted with her under a tree. Although they hadn't seen each other's faces, she had a strong feeling that this person was wonderful. Indeed, her intuition had proven correct. The real Jiao was not only kind and generous, but also had a delightful personality. She worked hard every day to maintain her fitness and was rumored to practice martial arts. Meng Bao Bao envied her greatly. Moreover, she was a true foodie, and Jiao's cooking was fantastic. Each visit left her completely satisfied. She admired Jiao's culinary skills immensely. Jiao would often share wisdom about life. caring for her like an older sister. With only a wooden brother and a fierce sister-in-law at home, she had never experienced such concern from an older sister. She truly cherished Jiao Jiao. They were destined to be lifelong sisters. "All right, I appreciate your kindness," Miao Jiao Jiao said, pinching her chubby cheek playfully. "You keep it for yourself. I really don't like using these things." She exuded a natural fragrance akin to spring water, rendering external fragrances unnecessary. She simply did not fancy them. "Fine," Meng Baobao huffed. "Then I shall apply more for myself and make you smell it." Upon hearing this, Miao Jiao laughed, teasing, "Really? Then I shall call you Fragrant Baobao from now on." "Ha ha ha, yes." Meng Baobao burst into laughter, her earlier gloom instantly evaporating. After some playful banter in the room, Meng Baobao suggested taking her to a fun place, just behind our village's educated youth dormitory. "There's a little grove I discovered a few days ago. Let me show you," Miao Jiao, curious, asked. "What is so enjoyable about it?" "Sure," Meng Baobao said, grinning mischievously. "It's a secret. You'll find out when we get there." Seeing the little girl's smug expression, Miao Jiao could only chuckle and nod in agreement. "All right then, let us go." After exchanging greetings with her uncle, the two girls walked hand in hand towards the educated youth dormitory. Just as they passed the entrance, two young women emerged from inside. The first, a thin girl with dark complexion, spotted Meng Baobao and Miao Jiao and rolled her eyes dramatically. Before Miao Jiao could react, Meng Baobao had already placed her hands on her hips, shouting, "Who are you rolling your eyes at? Is your eyesight failing you? I suggest certain individuals see a barefoot doctor if you go blind. That would be unfortunate." This was the first time Miao Jiao had heard Meng Baobao curse, leaving her momentarily stunned. Goodness, this girl has quite the talent for insults. There was no doubt about it. Meng Baobao was truly a mixture of sweetness and spice. That I end Chapter 54. A hair-pulling altercation unfolds. Hearing this, the thin girl, Wang Hong, immediately fired back. "Who are you talking about? Meng Baobao?" Meng Baobao huffed. "I speak of whoever deserves it." Wang Hong's face flushed with anger as she retorted, "Have I done anything to you? You're just hurling insults without reason." Meng Baobao, undeterred, shot back. "Hey, then why did you roll your eyes at us? Is your eyesight really that poor?" Wang Hong, incensed, moved to confront her, but was held back by another girl nearby. All right, let us all just calm down." Jiao, let us go." I one-T stooped to her level. Meng Baobao pulled Miao Jiao's arm and marched forward. With a raised eyebrow, Miao Jiao smiled. It seemed she no longer needed to worry about this girl being bullied, with such formidable retorts. Few could withstand her. Just a couple of steps later, a small stone suddenly struck Meng Baobao on the head. "Ouch!" she cried, crouching down and clutching her head. "Who threw that stone? Let me see." Miao Jiao quickly inspected the area where she had been hit. The back of her head was bruising. Looking at the stone on the ground, which was about the size of half a fist, she thought that if it had been a bit larger or thrown with more force, it could have caused serious harm. Miao Jiao's expression darkened as she glanced back, only to find no one behind them. Woo. "It hurts, Jiao," Meng Baobao whimpered, her eyes brimming with tears, which tugged at Miao Jiao's heartstrings. "All right, let us go see a barefoot doctor first," she comforted, "then we can come back later to settle the score with the culprit." Meng Baobao refused, standing up in a huff. It must have been Wang Hong. She must have slipped back into the courtyard. "I cannot let this go." Miao Jiao shot her a stern look. "Are you out of your mind? Do you still have the energy to fight? It doesn't hurt anymore." Meng Baobao wiped her tears and, with a determined expression, declared, "I'm going to settle this right now." "Fine. Then let us go." Miao Jiao is not one to shy away from trouble. After all, when someone has already laid hands on you, wouldn't it be cowardly not to retaliate? In the living room of the educated youth dormitory, a young woman accompanying Wang Hong expressed her concern. "Sister Hong, what you did just now seems a bit excessive. If Meng Baobao decides to pursue this, considering her uncle is both the village chief and the brigade leader, you will surely face consequences." Wang Hong scoffed. "What do I have to fear? As long as you keep quiet, no one else will know it was me. Everything hinges on evidence, doesn't it?" The young woman bit her lip. "But, what are you trying to say?" Wang Hong shot her an irritated glance. "Meng Baobao is just a fickle person. She used to be so close to us, and now she is ingratiating herself with that Miao Jiao from the neighboring village, completely disregarding our friendship. Are you still siding with her?" Wang Hong was someone who relished taking advantage of others. When Meng Baobao was on good terms with her, she had eagerly sought her favor. Now that Meng Baobao had distanced herself, Wang Hong naturally felt resentful for the lost benefits, and no, the young woman bit her lip, lowering her head in silence. Just then, Miao Jiaojiao and Meng Baobao entered the room in a hurry. Overhearing the conversation, Meng Baobao immediately lunged at Wang Hong, pulling her hair and shouting, "You vile woman! When you can't get anything from me, you resort to violence. Today I'll make you pay." "Ouch, that hurts." Meng Baobao, let go. Wang Hong frantically clawed at her. Miao Jiaojiao, however, would not allow Wang Hong to harm Meng Baobao. With a frigid expression, she swiftly locked Wang Hong's arms behind her back, rendering her immobile. Seizing the opportunity, Meng Baobao yanked Wang Hong's hair and delivered several blows to her head, like a child cracking chestnuts. "Da-da!" "Meng Baobao, you venomous woman!" Wang Hong cried out in pain, tears welling in her eyes. "Stop! Stop fighting!" The young woman beside them jumped up anxiously, wanting to intervene, but was intimidated by Miao Jiaojiao's fierce gaze. Hearing the commotion, other educated youths hurried out of their rooms upon witnessing the scene. Several male educated youths looked awkward and helpless, while a few female educated youths exchanged glances and rushed forward to separate Miao Jiaojiao and Meng Baobao. Miao Jiaojiao and Meng Baobao, sensing the situation, quickly let go and retreated to the side. That moment, Wang Hong's hair was a disheveled mess, resembling a bird's nest, and one side of her head was nearly bald from the pulling, leaving her in a state of utter disarray. Upon touching the bald spot, she let out a shriek and collapsed into the arms of a female educated youth, sobbing uncontrollably. Her cries were so pitiful that they evoked sympathy from the others. One indignant young woman immediately stepped forward. "Meng Baobao, you are being utterly unreasonable. Are you really going to let an outsider bully us?" Others chimed in. "Exactly. That was too ruthless. You even pulled her hair out." Meng Baobao disdainfully tossed the hair she had collected on the ground, placing her hands on her hips. "She threw a stone at me first. I have a huge bump on my head. If I don't fight back, who will?" Wang Hong, with tears and snot mingled on her face, defiantly retorted, "You're lying. I didn't hit you. What proof do you have?" "I saw it." Miao Jiaojiao, her expression icy, stepped forward, speaking with an air of seriousness. "That I still have the stone. It's smeared with chicken droppings. Anyone who picks it up will have a stinking hand. That if you don't believe me, just smell her hands. This." The others present exchanged incredulous looks. "Who has the peculiar hobby of smelling chicken droppings?" Wang Hong, not the sharpest tool in the shed, quickly extended her right hand to check, grinning with satisfaction. "Clearly, there's no chicken droppings on my hand. Even if you saw it, there's no evidence." The others stared at her, baffled. "Excuse us, we just wasted our sympathy." Wang Hong regretted her impulsive words. She wanted to argue further, but upon seeing the impatience in everyone's eyes, she fell silent. In the end, Meng Baobao, linking arms with Miao Jiaojiao, strutted out of the courtyard like a victorious rooster, humming a tune. Once outside, Meng Baobao eagerly pulled Miao Jiaojiao toward the small forest beside the courtyard, exclaiming, "Let us hurry. It's getting dark. We must go check out that special place." Miao Jiaojiao mused. "I must admit, this girl has boundless energy." P.S. Some have pointed out that they often see the female protagonist getting into trouble and fighting, but she never instigates trouble herself. It is always others who provoke her first. As I mentioned in the introduction, Miao Jiaojiao is a force to be reckoned with. Anyone who dares to trouble her will surely face her wrath. That if anyone dislikes this setup, they may choose to step back. Thank you. In a secluded corner deep within the small forest stood a grand tree, upon which a quaint wooden house had been surprisingly constructed. Meng Baobao, brimming with excitement, led Miao Jiaojiao beneath it, pointing up at the wooden house. "Jiaojiao, look! This is what I was talking about. Isn't it unique? Let us climb up and take a look." Miao Jiaojiao's mouth twitched. She had expected something more impressive, only to find it was just a wooden house. She replied, "This is likely a resting space built by others. We shouldn't recklessly disturb someone else's property." Meng Baobao shook her head vigorously. "No, I've observed for several days, and no one has come here. It must have been abandoned by others. Let us just take a peek." Miao Jiaojiao was about to decline, but Meng Baobao tugged at her arm playfully. "Please? I've never seen a treehouse before. We'll just look inside and come right back down. With no choice but to relent, Miao Jiao Jiao nodded. All right, I'm at your mercy, yay. Ming Bao Bao clapped her hands joyfully. You climb first, and I'll protect you from behind. That I'm quite good at climbing trees. Fine, fine. Miao Jiao Jiao shook her head, chuckling at her friend's enthusiasm. Miao Jiao Jiao carefully wrapped her arms around the tree trunk and stepped onto the branches, climbing leisurely upward with Ming Bao Bao closely following. The treehouse was not very high, and before long, Miao Jiao Jiao reached the entrance. However, just as she peered inside with a smile, her gaze met a pair of icy, piercing eyes, causing her to freeze momentarily. Hey, Jiao Jiao, why aren't you climbing? Ming Bao Bao curiously poked her head out, and upon recognizing the familiar figure inside the treehouse, she gasped, "Oh, it's you, my apologies, I didn't mean to intrude." With that, she quickly scrambled back down and dashed away. Abandoned, Miao Jiao Jiao was left dumbfounded. She is still hanging in the tree. Ming Bao Bao, you traitor, come back here. Chapter 55. This damn fate. Miao Jiao Jiao was livid. She had previously regarded that person as a friend. And now, when trouble arose, she fled faster than a dog. Fine, their friendship boat had capsized. Han Lingji was somewhat bewildered. He had seen this treehouse in a book, a tedious creation from 6 months prior. Sometimes, when he felt down, he would come to this treehouse to rest his eyes. Recently, he had not visited in quite some time. Today, he was unexpectedly approached by a woman he didn't recognize, whose mention of someone reminded him of an incident from 3 years ago, stirring up a wave of irritation. Thus, he had come to the treehouse for a brief respite from his thoughts. Yet, scarcely had he closed his eyes when a cacophony of voices broke the tranquility. Opening his eyes, he was met with a pair of sparkling, star-like eyes. That moment, his heart raced a little faster. Oh, it's this girl, but how did she end up here? Seeing the puzzled look in Han Lingji's eyes, Miao Jiao Jiao wished to cover her face and disappeared. This damn fate. Why was every encounter with this cold-faced person so awkward? Stupid Ming Bao Bao. Leaving her all alone here was utterly mortifying. Miao Jiao Jiao chuckled awkwardly at him. I was just curious and wanted to take a look. I'm sorry for the intrusion. I'll be on my way now. Just as she prepared to descend, Han Lingji fixed his gaze on her and suddenly asked, "Were you by the reeds earlier?" Huh. Miao Jiao Jiao paused, her eyes blinking nervously. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Though she spoke those words, her heart raced with anxiety. Could it be that he had actually noticed her hiding in the reeds? It is unlikely, as she merely peeked out with half of her head. P.S. The female protagonist is too engrossed in the play, believing she remains undetected, that if he were to discover that she had overheard the details of his rejection, it would undoubtedly be quite embarrassing for him. Thus, Miao Jiao Jiao generously fabricated a lie, claiming she withheld the truth for his own good. Observing the girl before him, her eyes darting with a clever glint, Han Lingji found his mood inexplicably lifted. Every encounter with her seemed to bring forth a unique surprise. Initially, he regarded her as a bothersome plump girl. Upon their subsequent meeting, when he witnessed her reducing a frail man to tears, he felt a flicker of astonishment, but chose to dismiss it. Their next encounter found her hidden among the reeds, thoroughly captivated by an illicit affair. The cunning girl showed no sign of panic upon seeing him and concocted a lie about merely passing, but he paid her little mind, merely offering a sarcastic remark before departing. Again, she had followed others to the cow shed to visit him, yet their unfamiliarity precluded any meaningful conversation that he had presumed their paths would never cross again. Yet a month later, fate intertwined them once more. Last night, he had chased a wild rabbit from one mountain peak to another, nearly capturing it before a sudden downpour disrupted his plans, allowing the rabbit to escape. Upon finding her in the cave, he was somewhat surprised but didn't dwell on it as she caught a chill, and he felt a pang of hunger. He kindled a fire to roast sweet potatoes during this time. He scrutinized her features with newfound attention, astonished at how her complexion had lightened and her figure had slimmed, rendering her unexpectedly beautiful, though he was unaware of the reason behind her rapid weight loss. It was evident she had undergone rigorous training. In this light, the girl exhibited a commendable side. His impression of her had shifted from a chubby girl to a fierce one, then to a sly trickster, culminating in a sense of admiration that he had never contemplated a relationship with her. Yet after the thunderous storm last night, when the girl had flung herself into his arms, he found himself inexplicably flustered, his heart racing and cheeks flushed, a sensation he had never experienced before. Upon returning home, Memories of their time in the cave replayed in his mind, each recollection intensifying the peculiar feelings within him, depriving him of sleep and clarity. Earlier, when he had spotted the girl eavesdropping among the reeds, he felt a twinge of anxiety rather than the disdain he had previously harbored. After dismissing the woman, he had glanced at her, noticing only a glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, devoid of any ulterior motive, which left him feeling inexplicably dejected. Feeling somewhat irritable, he had originally sought solace in the treehouse, only to be surprised by her sudden appearance. The clever girl, upon spotting him, attempted to feign ignorance and make her escape, but he deliberately engaged her with questions, compelling her to stay. With a smirk, Han Lingji teasingly exposed her fib. "I saw you hiding in the reeds. What were you doing there? Were you eavesdropping on purpose?" This marked the first time he had spoken so much to her. Curious about her response, Miao Jiaojiao's lips twitched as she feigned confusion. "I'm still up in the tree. Should I come down first to explain?" "Explain what?" If she descended, she would undoubtedly flee. After all, they were hardly acquainted, and there was little to discuss. "Very well," Han Lingji replied, a knowing look in his eyes. "You may come down. I shall follow shortly." That he initially intended to invite her into the treehouse, but he thought better of it, wary of being seen alone together. Miao Jiaojiao paused, confused by his frosty demeanor, but decided to set aside her thoughts and descend. Just as she reached the ground, the timid Ming Baobao returned. Having encountered Han Lingji several times before, she had always been intimidated by his icy demeanor, prompting her to flee upon seeing him. Realizing Miao Jiaojiao had not followed, she steeled herself and returned. Upon spotting Miao Jiaojiao waiting beneath the tree, she rushed over, concerned. "Jiaojiao, are you all right?" With a playful tug on Ming Baobao's ear, Miao Jiaojiao scolded, "You coward! You actually returned." "Hee, I'm back now." Ming Baobao replied sheepishly, rubbing Miao Jiaojiao's arm in a gesture of goodwill. "I'm sorry. I want to do it again." Miao Jiaojiao shot her a disapproving glare. "You better not have a next time." "If there is, we're no longer friends." Ming Baobao quickly reassured her. No, I promise." Just as Miao Jiaojiao was about to pinch the little coward's cheeks again, she caught sight of a tall figure out of the corner of her eye. Her expression changed. Trouble was brewing, as the icy face awaited her inquiry. In a flash of inspiration, Miao Jiaojiao seized Ming Baobao's arm and declared, "Let us go back and sort you out." Ming Baobao, believing her to be afraid of Han Lingji, readily complied, and the two fled in unison, disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, Han Lingji stood by, watching helplessly as the girl slipped away from under his nose. Thus, he pondered, had he just been outsmarted by her? Chapter 56. The big girl brings her meat pie. Miao Jiaojiao hurriedly pulled Ming Baobao back to her uncle's house. Once there, after Ming Baobao reassured her multiple times, Miao Jiaojiao pinched her chubby cheeks several times before finally forgiving her. Interestingly, pinching her own cheeks felt quite different from pinching someone else's. When Miao Jiaojiao was plump, she had found her own cheeks unappealing, but now, squeezing Ming Baobao's little face was amusing. Ming Baobao was not excessively overweight. Standing at about 163 cm, she likely weighed around 100 pounds, with most of her weight concentrated on her round face and upper body, while her legs were unexpectedly slender. Standing together, they resembled a pair of beautiful sisters. One a delicate beauty, the other a charming darling. After bidding farewell to Ming Baobao, Miao Jiaojiao returned home, but by the time she arrived at the educated youth compound, night had completely fallen. "Big girl, what are you doing here?" Upon spotting the small figure squatting at the entrance of the compound, Miao Jiaojiao was taken aback. She had specifically told Wang Dania the day before that she wouldn't be exercising today. Why had this little one come looking for her? Wang Dania joyfully stood up. "Little sister Miao, you're back." The little girl opened her cotton jacket and pulled out a newspaper-wrapped item from deep inside, presenting it to Miao Jiaojiao. Her soft, bright eyes gazed up at her. "Little sister Miao, this is a meat pie my mother made, still warm. Please try it." Miao Jiaojiao was momentarily stunned. "So you came specifically to bring me food?" Wang Dania nodded obediently. "Yes, we finally had meat at home today, and since you've been so good to me, I wanted to wait for you to return and eat together." Miao Jiaojiao affectionately stroked her soft hair, telling a little white lie. "You eat it yourself. I'm not hungry. I just had a meal at the state-run restaurant in town. Oh, okay." Wang Dania carefully unwrapped the newspaper, revealing part of the meat pie. She took a bite, her eyes crinkling in delight. "It's really delicious." Sitting together on the threshold, Miao Jiao smiled and asked the little girl, "Your father hasn't he been drinking lately, has he?" "Not anymore," Wang Daniu exclaimed excitedly. "Ever since that incident, he hasn't he touched a drop." Curious, Miao Jiao inquired, "Did your father buy this meat?" "Yes," Wang Daniu replied happily. "My mother was just examined by a barefoot doctor yesterday and found out she is having a little brother. My father was so delighted that he went out specifically to buy some meat." Miao Jiao was taken aback. "Your mother is expecting again. How do you know it's a little brother?" It seemed that the alcoholic Wang Matzi still harbored hopes of having a son. It was not surprising. Even in contemporary times, the preference for sons over daughters persisted among many. "It must be a brother." Wang Daniel lowered her head shyly. "I hope it's a brother, so my father will be happy." Hearing this, Miao Jiao pressed her lips together, choosing not to contradict her. Such deeply ingrained traditional beliefs had already taken root in the little girl's heart, influenced by her family, making it impossible for her to alter her views. Perhaps it would be better to focus on teaching her self-defense skills, ensuring she could protect herself. Speaking of which, Wang Daniu had been practicing with her for over 20 days now. The little girl had shown remarkable diligence and had nearly mastered the foundational techniques, becoming quite familiar with the acupoints on the human body. Should Wang Matzi resort to violence again, Wang Daniu would likely not falter as she had before. Watching the little girl devour the meat pie in a few bites, Miao Jiao commanded, "You should run a few laps around this entrance and practice your horse stance for half an hour before heading home." "Okay," Wang Daniu nodded obediently, her expression one of innocence, before she leisurely began to run. Miao Jiao retrieved a wooden stick from the courtyard and commenced practicing her martial arts in the open space at the door. Initially, she had chosen to exercise in the nearby mountains, where the terrain was rugged and allowed for easier access to her hidden space. It also served to expedite her weight loss. After all, if she were to train indoors and then suddenly appear slimmer, others might become suspicious of her sudden transformation. Now that she had finally shed the excess weight with the aid of spiritual spring water, she was confident that the previous bulk would not return. Thus, she no longer needed to train as rigorously as before. A mere half-hour of martial arts practice outdoors each day, followed by some time in her space at night punching a sandbag and practicing with a wooden dummy, sufficed. The location of her training was quite casual, as the residents of the educated youth compound were already aware of her martial skills and no longer found it remarkable. Once Wang Daniu completed her routine, Miao Jiao watched her depart before entering the educated youth compound. Inside, everyone was gathered in the living room, reading by the light of a kerosene lamp. Miao Jiao washed her face in the backyard and then took a book to the front courtyard's living room. During this period, she had self-studied all of her high school textbooks. Although her first pass was somewhat hasty, she had gained a general understanding of the literature of this era. Moving forward, she would focus on each book with meticulous attention. After finishing her studies for the evening, Miao Jiao entered her space to practice with a sandbag and wooden dummy for 30 minutes. Once she completed her training, she took a bath, using her mental focus to sow grains and vegetable seeds in the fertile lands across the plains. Then moved to the orchard to harvest fruits and irrigate them with the spiritual spring water to hasten their ripening. Earlier that afternoon, she had already negotiated business with the leader of the black market in town. So all these preparations were for her future supply. In the following days, Miao Jiao continued her orderly life, refraining from visiting Meng Baobao in the neighboring village. She harbored concerns about encountering Han Lingji, especially since she had yet to explain the incident of eavesdropping into reeds, which would undoubtedly be awkward. One morning, half a month later, while fertilizing the fields, Miao Jiao heard the sound of gongs and drums. The village had announced over the loudspeaker that all villagers should gather at the village entrance. The villagers hastily set down their tools and stored them in the warehouse before rushing to the entrance. Upon arrival, they found 2 officers in police uniforms, accompanied by 2 militia members, escorting a despondent Wang Do, who disembarked from a tractor with the others. "Do, my son," Wang Da's mother, upon seeing this, collapsed onto the ground, pounding the earth and weeping. "You heartless wretch, this will surely take my life. How am I to live from now on?" The onlookers exchanged whispers. "Isn't Wang Dao a murderer? Why is he being brought back now?" They speculated that the police had intentionally brought him to their village as a warning against crime. "Look at how distraught his mother is. This Dahu is truly vile. not only cruel, but also dragging his mother into his misfortune. They murmured, "It's shocking to see how he has wasted away after just over a month in prison. Truly frightening." Silence. "Everyone, quiet down. Let us hear from our police comrades first," the village head shouted, signaling for calm. Before respectfully addressing the two police officers, "Comrades, please share your instructions." The two police officers were dispatched from the county, one named Wang, a stern-looking middle-aged man, and the other named Chun, a young fellow. This was Chun Sheng's first time accompanying Uncle Wang on a case, and he felt a small sense of pride at the curious and envious gazes of the villagers. Officer Wang spoke with a composed demeanor. "Wang Dahu is a resident of Shishui village that he has committed murder, and today we have brought him back to identify the crime scene." Then he continued, "I must also remind everyone that a group of notorious bandits has been causing havoc in Yinshan County. If anyone spots suspicious individuals, please report them promptly to the town's armed forces that if the information proves valid, there will be a reward." Yinshan County comprises 5 towns, each housing 6 to 8 villages, with Shishui village situated within the jurisdiction of Hongqi Town. Officers Wang and Chun were stationed at Hongqi Town by the County Police Bureau. These bandits were known for their nefarious actions. Their movements widespread, and despite a month of efforts, the police had yet to capture them due to the rugged terrain of Yinshan County. To avoid inciting panic among the populace, the county police had refrained from making the situation public until now, as the urgency of the matter could no longer be concealed. Thus, they dispatched officers to each town to warn the rural communities. After listening to Officer Wang's words, the crowd erupted in indignation. "These criminals are truly despicable. Just as we were beginning to live a little easier, they come to disrupt us. Indeed, I wonder how much the reward will be. That it would be an honor to help catch these bandits. But what if they come knocking at our doors in the dead of night? I'm not worried. My family is so poor we can barely put food on the table. Why should I concern myself with them? Yes, with so few mouths to feed, we have nothing of value. Even if the bandits came, they would find no profit here. That it's not as simple as you think. That I've heard that these criminals can be ruthless. They commit all sorts of atrocities, even harming the elderly. How dare you speak like that? Are you looking for a fight?" As the crowd erupted into chaos, 2 men began to brawl, inciting the villagers to cheer. The scene quickly devolved into disorder, prompting Officer Wang to darken his expression, while Officer Chun felt awkward, realizing the villagers' lack of civility. The village head, noticing the officer's discontent, anxiously stomped his feet. With the police present, blatant criminality was unacceptable. He quickly arranged for the 2 men to be separated and shouted to the crowd, "Silence. If anyone continues this foolishness, I will deduct all your work points." At his words, the crowd fell silent, each person covering their mouths and wide-eyed in shock. The matters of bandits, honor, and brawls paled in comparison to the importance of earning a living. Relieved to see the villagers obeying, the village head turned to the police officers, apologizing. "I'm sorry, comrades. Please excuse the ruckus. Let us proceed to the nearby reeds." "Very well." Officer Wang's expression softened. He had witnessed such scuffles among villagers countless times and was now unfazed. Officer Chen followed behind, still feeling somewhat embarrassed. Having just been assigned to Hongqi Town, he was accustomed to managing conflicts among factory workers, who were generally of higher social standing compared to the rural folk, who easily resorted to brawling over trivial matters. As they moved forward, the educated youth at the back of the gathering observed the unfolding drama. A Fong immediately set her sights on the tall, slender Officer Chun. With his youthful appearance and position as a police officer, it was clear he hailed from a well-off family, that if she could win his favor, she would undoubtedly enjoy a life of comfort. With this thought in mind, Ma Fong felt a surge of excitement, her face betraying her eagerness. Miao Jiao Jiao, standing nearby, noticed Ma Fong's infatuated expression and followed her gaze to the tall officer, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Previously, Ma Fong had always sought to curry favor with Bai Yan and had tried to ingratiate herself with Jia Yu, hoping to gain something from them. However, her brash nature had turned others away, leaving her isolated. During the recent days, Ma Fong had indeed been diligent in her work in the fields, and Miao Jiaojiao had thought she had finally matured. Little did she know, it was merely the absence of a more enticing target that had caused Ma Fong to behave herself. Now it seemed Ma Fong had set her sights on a new goal. As Officer Chen passed by, Ma Fong suddenly exclaimed in surprise, stumbling sideways and crashing into his embrace. Miao Jiaojiao felt embarrassed to witness such a clumsy display. However, the tactic proved effective. Officer Chun, likely inexperienced in romantic entanglements, flushed crimson at the unexpected contact, flustered and unsure of where to place his hands. "Comrade, are you all right?" he stammered. Seizing the moment, Ma Fong quickly regained her composure. Biting her lip with a feigned, innocent expression, "I'm sorry, officer. I didn't mean it. I think I might have suffered from heat exhaustion, and I'm feeling a bit dizzy." Miao Jiao Jiao couldn't help but smirk. It was mid-November, deep into winter. Heat exhaustion? What nonsense! Setting aside her previous boisterous demeanor, Ma Fong now appeared bashful, successfully evoking the sympathy of the unsuspecting officer. Indeed, Officer Chin's expression softened with concern as he cleared his throat. "It's all right. Make sure to rest properly." A Fong feigned a bashful smile and said, "Thank you." As this episode passed, a throng of villagers surged towards the reeds to witness the commotion. After all, the morning work was not particularly pressing. And the village chief had said nothing. Except for Ma Fong, the other educated youth showed little interest and opted to return to the youth dormitory. By afternoon, the villagers were laboring in the fields when suddenly a child's distant cry pierced the air. "Village chief, come quickly help. I just saw a group of strangers at the foot of the mountain, abducting 2 educated sisters into the deep woods." Chapter 58. The village chief organizes a search in the forest. What? Upon hearing this, the village chief sprang to his feet in alarm. "Which direction did you see them?" "From the foot of the mountain." The frightened boy, Dogwa, replied, "It was near the foot of the mountain by the youth dormitory. I was going there to gather some wild vegetables when I heard Ma Jiqing calling for help from afar. Terrified, I hid in the grass and peeked out, only to see a dozen strange men dragging Ma Jiqing and Bai Jiqing away." This afternoon, Bai Yin and Ma Fong had both taken a half-day off, claiming they needed rest, while the other educated youth were still working in the fields. Upon receiving this news, the remaining youth grew anxious, realizing it was undoubtedly the gang of thugs mentioned by the police in the morning. Wang Gang, the composed elder among the educated youth, displayed uncharacteristic agitation as he turned to the village chief, urgently stating, "Village chief, please organize a search party to the mountains. If we delay, Bai Yin and Ma Fong might meet with disaster." Lin Zhu and Huang Dai exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. "Yes, village chief. Let us go in search of them." Cui de Zhuang clenched his teeth, brimming with righteous indignation. "These thugs are utterly outrageous." Jiayu trembled slightly, too intimidated to speak. Miao Jiao Jiao remained stoic, choosing to observe how the village chief would respond. Other villagers, despite feeling a sense of righteous anger, did not share the same urgency as the educated youth, as their relationships were not as close. The village chief, seasoned by the storms of life, waved his hand decisively, instructing everyone on what to do. "All male educated youth, follow me along with some villagers to search the mountains. Dogwa, Man 2, you two go to the Communist Armed Department and request some militia to come over and notify the police as well. As for the rest of you, continue working in the fields. Do not worry. We will certainly bring them back." Although he felt uncertain, he was the village chief that if he panicked, the others would surely descend into chaos. Upon hearing the village chief's orders, Dogwa and Man 2 hurriedly dashed towards the town. Given Dogwa's report of a dozen assailants, the village chief immediately summoned 20 strong men to accompany him. However, upon being called, the families of the selected men protested vehemently. "No, my head of the household has elderly and young dependents. If something happens, how will we survive? My son is still young. In a few years, he will have to enlist. If he encounters danger and gets injured, it would be disastrous. I do not agree either. If those thugs are armed, they would surely strike true." Voices of dissent erupted, with some women clutching their husbands, crying out in distress, and the scene quickly descended into chaos. The village chief raised his voice repeatedly, attempting to restore order, but to no avail. Even his wife approached, urging him, "Dear, why not wait a little longer until the armed department sends reinforcements? We are just honest villagers. If we were to confront those ruthless thugs, how could we stand a chance?" Her words caused the village chief to hesitate. However, considering that Bai Yin and Ma Fong were from their village, he realized that any delay could lead to dire consequences, and he could not let everyone blindly rush into danger. Thus, he gritted his teeth and said, "All right, this matter cannot be forced upon anyone. Everyone can choose voluntarily, those who wish to ascend the mountain. I will record your names, and I will apply to the commune leaders for an additional 20 work points for each of you." At this proclamation, silence enveloped the crowd. 20 work points equate to the labor of 2 days. The search might not yield results, but if danger arose, they could always flee. After all, one should seize opportunities where they arise. With this thought, several villagers raised their hands eagerly. "Village chief, I'll go." Ultimately, 15 villagers volunteered to accompany the search, not including the educated youth. The village chief turned his gaze to the male educated youth, Wang Gang and the others, inquiring, "Will you join us?" "Of course," Wang Gang and Cui de Zhuang replied in unison. Both were warm-hearted and willing to assist, even in the event of trouble befalling the villagers. Jia Yu, feeling guilty and hesitant, remained silent. The village chief nodded. "Good. I knew you all were exemplary individuals. Let us set off now." Jia Yu was taken aback. He had not even voiced his agreement, yet he was already included. However, with no choice but to comply, he steeled himself to go along, for fear of being ridiculed by others. Lin Ju, though quick-tempered and disapproving of Bai Yin and Ma Fong, recognized their shared experiences as educated youth living together. In such a critical situation, she could discern the gravity of the matter. Thus, she and Huang Daidi also wished to join the search, but the village chief declined their request, understanding that such matters were no trifling matter, and that having women accompany them could potentially hinder their efforts. Miao Jiao Jiao, observing this, refrained from voicing her desire to join. Firstly, her relationship with Bai Yin and Ma Fong was not particularly close, and given that the thugs had operated with impunity in Yunshan County, they were likely armed with lethal weapons, such as firearms. She could not risk her safety for 2 individuals with whom she had little connection. Secondly, although she had previously claimed to possess martial skills, many regarded it as mere bravado. The last incident with Wang Matzi when he was drunk had led many to believe she had merely been fortunate, and thus her proposal to join would likely be dismissed, leaving her with little choice but to observe the unfolding events. Moreover, the group heading to the mountains already numbered nearly 20, and with reinforcements from the armed department on the way, she felt little concern for the situation. Under the village chief's leadership, the group, armed with various agricultural tools, set out towards the mountain foot. Within less than an hour, the armed department dispatched a dozen militia members, equipped with rifles and riding tractors. Accompanied by Officer Wang and Officer Xiao Chun, who had visited in the morning, as evening approached and the workers returned from the fields, those searching in the forest had yet to return. After dinner, Miao Jiao Jiao went to the front courtyard and found Lin Ju and Huang Daidi seated there, sighing deeply. Lin Ju lamented, "Sigh, my heart is in turmoil," although those two were not particularly likable. "We are all women, and if they fall into the hands of those thugs, regardless of what happens, their reputation will be tarnished." Huang Daidi nodded. Indeed, such a fate is exceedingly difficult for women to bear. Having experienced the ordeal with Wang Dehu, she harbored deep-seated fears. When she saw the militia escorting Wang Dehu earlier that day, she felt a mix of relief and gratitude, thankful to have escaped his clutches. Lest she become the next Liu Sanmei, Miao Jiao Jiao remained silent, offering no words of comfort, knowing that at such a time, one could only wait, and no matter how much was said, it would not quell the anxiety in their hearts. As night began to fall, Wang Gang and Cui de Zhuang hurriedly returned. Lin Ju immediately rose and inquired, "Did you find them?" Wang Gang, looking despondent, faced her with a sorrowful expression. "We encountered the thugs. They were too formidable. They even captured Jia Yu, that we only managed to escape thanks to the militia's cover." Chapter 59. Meng Baobao is also captured. Huang Daidi gasped, clutching her face in shock. "Oh no! Does that mean Bai Yin and the others are in grave danger?" Miao Jiao Jiao's expression darkened, realizing the situation was worse than she had anticipated. Yet it did not end there. Wang Gang continued, delivering news that sent Miao Jiao Jiao into a state of panic. "Just as we were about to exit the forest, we encountered the village chief from the neighboring village, who informed us that Meng Bao Bao has also been captured by that gang of thugs." "What?" Miao Jiao Jiao leapt from her seat, taking a few anxious steps forward. "Did you see her when you encountered those thugs?" Wang Gang shook his head, sighing. "No, the forest is too vast. By the time we reached the end, De Zhuang, Jia Yu, and the others had separated and searched for ages without finding any sign of them." As we prepared to return, we unexpectedly came across several thugs that it was only with the militia's assistance that we managed to escape. Alas, Jiayu was too slow and fell behind, and in the confusion, he was captured by those thugs. Some of the militia were injured, and we took them to the town's clinic before returning. Lin Ju frowned, asking, "But don't the militia have rifles? How could they get hurt?" Cui de Zhuang responded with a look of helplessness. Those thugs were armed too, firing rapidly and fiercely. We were nearly hit. Lin Ju pressed, "Have the village chief and the others returned yet?" Wang Gang nodded. When we returned from the town to the village, they happened to be descending the mountain. Fortunately, they did not encounter any bandits, so they were unharmed. Huang Daidi, with a sorrowful expression, lamented, "What are we to do? This group of ruthless bandits has seized so many people. It is utterly despicable." Miao Jiao clenched her fists tightly, her gaze darkening as she inquired, "Where did you encounter those bandits? Can you give me a general idea?" Meng Baobao was the first true friend she had made since arriving in this era, and one of the few people she truly cared about. That girl was lively and cheerful, akin to a joyful spirit who brought her immense happiness. Though her previous life had been content, it had been monotonous and colorless. Ever since Meng Baobao burst into her life, everything seemed to become clearer. The mere thought that that girl might be facing peril dimmed the light in her eyes and caused her heart to ache. She could overlook others, but Meng Baobao, she had to rescue her. Before Wang Gang could respond, Lin Ju became anxious. "Jiao, what do you intend to do?" Meng Baobao frequently visited Miao Jiao to play, and everyone knew of their close relationship. Seeing Miao Jiao's unusual demeanor, Lin Ju's heart raced. "I understand that Meng Baobao is your good friend, but you cannot take the risk to find her. Your meager fighting skills are no match for firearms." Miao Jiao's eyes glimmered with unwavering determination as she pressed her lips together and replied, "As her friend, if I am aware of her danger, yet do nothing, I would regret it for a lifetime if anything were to happen to her." Her combat abilities could handle 7 or 8 individuals, and she had also amassed a collection of firearms in her modern life. If the situation escalated to the point of gunfire, she would seize the opportunity during the chaos to defend herself, as both the bandits and the militia were armed. Thus no one would suspect her. Moreover, she had the means to retreat into her hidden space at any moment, ensuring her safety. As for rescuing Meng Baobao, she would wait for the right moment to act. However, Lin Ju and the others were unaware of her circumstances, so their concern was understandable. Thus, she explained, "You all know I frequently venture into the mountainous area, and I am quite familiar with the terrain. Should I encounter any danger, I will take refuge in a concealed spot. Rest assured, I am merely scouting the area. The armed forces will surely send militiamen over, and I will inform them of the specifics, making it much easier to locate her." Upon hearing this, Lin Ju's expression softened. Yet she remained somewhat apprehensive, saying, "But I truly cannot rest easy. Perhaps we should wait for the armed forces to send someone first." Huang Daidi added her encouragement. "Indeed, Jiao, it is far too dangerous for you to venture into the mountains alone at this hour." Wang Gang and Cui Devang echoed in agreement. "Yes, why not wait a bit longer? No worries. I will scout ahead. If I leave early, I may return sooner," Miao Jiao said, her heart racing with urgency. With each passing moment, Meng Baobao's danger intensified, and having others accompany her would hinder her ability to enter her space at will. She did not wish to elaborate further. After confirming the general location of the bandits with Wang Gang, she hurriedly departed from the youth commune. Lin Ju called after her, but could not catch up. She had just retrieved a kitchen knife to give to Miao Jiao for self-defense, only to turn around and find her already gone. This stubborn temper is infuriating. Lin Ju fumed, stamping her foot before turning to the others. "Let us hurry to the village chief's house and inform him of this situation. When the armed forces arrive, we will be prepared to explain." Meanwhile, deep within the mountains, in a vast cave, Jiayu slowly regained consciousness, realizing he was bound and lying at the entrance of the cave. A fire crackled in the center, illuminating his surroundings. Terrified, he looked around and spotted Bai Yin, Ma Fong, and Meng Baobao from the neighboring village, all unconscious not far from him. That a chilling, biting wind swept through the dark cave, causing Jiayu to shiver uncontrollably. That he immediately cried out for help. "Help! Is anyone there? Please come save us. What's all the noise?" So annoying. From the depths of the cave emerged a figure who appeared to be in his 20s. With a sharp face and a rather unattractive demeanor, he rubbed his bleary eyes, and upon noticing Jiayu had awoken, he approached and kicked him a few times, saying, "What are you yelling about? You're disturbing my sleep." Jiayu, filled with fear, quickly apologized. I'm sorry. Please spare me." The man scoffed derisively, scratching his ear dismissively. "Spare you? Did you not come here seeking trouble? If those people had not suddenly appeared on our turf, my brothers wouldn't have been injured." At that moment, his older brother and second brother were venting their anger, and he had found a flimsy excuse to check on the prisoners in the neighboring cave to escape a scolding. Just as he had managed to close his eyes for some rest, this fellow had woken him up. Jiayu trembled. "I didn't mean to. I was forced." He truly intended to venture into the mountains. Had he known, he would have outright refused the village chief, and now he regretted it deeply. What a coward!" The man sneered, seeing Jiayu huddled in a corner. With a sinister smile, he taunted, "Don't be afraid. In the end, it's just a quick slice to the throat. Nothing to fear." Upon hearing this, Jiayu was instantly petrified. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Please, let me go." His desperate shout awakened the other three girls. Chapter 60. Please spare us. Bai Yin was the first to open her eyes. Upon realizing she was still in the cave, she bit her lip, trembling, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Today, she and Ma Fong had been cooking, and since they had the afternoon off, they decided to gather wild mushrooms at the foot of the mountain. Little did they expect to encounter a group of fierce-looking men. The moment those men laid eyes on her and Ma Fong, their faces lit up with malicious intent, and they dragged the two of them into the forest. She was too weak to resist and could only plead for them to let her go. But they remained unmoved, even taking the opportunity to grope her. Ma Fong, who was shouting for help, was met with a few harsh slaps, and after that, she dared not make a sound. Subsequently, the group brought them to this cave. And after a while, another group captured Meng Baobao from the neighboring village. This was the girls' first encounter with such a situation, and they were terrified, crying uncontrollably. The bandits, seeing their tears, showed no mercy. Instead, they roared with laughter. Among them, a short, stout man with buck teeth made lewd comments and approached with the intention of assaulting her. At that moment, Bai Yin resolved that if that disgusting man dared to touch her, she would bite her tongue and die. However, before the man could reach her, a sudden commotion erupted outside. Hearing that noise, Bai Yan's eyes brightened. Surely, someone had come to rescue them. Just as she was about to call out for help, she felt a sharp pain in her neck and lost consciousness. When she awoke, she found herself in the current predicament that it seemed the bandits had knocked them out to prevent them from alerting anyone. As she cried, she pondered in confusion why, amidst all that commotion outside, no one had come to their aid. Glancing around, she spotted Jiayu bound nearby. That a fleeting moment of disappointment crossed her mind. Oh, so it was this person who had come to save them. Though he was brave, Bai Yin felt no gratitude. How could a grown man be so feeble? Not only had he failed to rescue anyone, but he had also landed himself in trouble. Ma Fong, with a swollen cheek, was the second to awaken. Upon realizing it was dark outside and that they were still not saved, she couldn't help but scream at the top of her lungs. "Help! Help! Someone come save us!" Amidst her cries, she noticed Jiayu beside her, and her eyes lit up. "Brother Jia, you were captured too? That's wonderful. Are the others on their way to rescue us?" Jiayu's lips twitched. Why did her tone sound so gleeful? He sneaked a glance at the laid-back man standing nearby, Ma Gong, and shrank his neck, choosing not to respond to Ma Fong, although he was terrified to be bound. He still had a clear sense of right and wrong, that he absolutely would not divulge any information to these bandits. Otherwise, the villagers and the militia would be in danger, and they would have no hope of rescue. However, Ma Fong was utterly oblivious. Seeing Jiayu's silence, she continued to stomp her feet. "Brother Jia, what's wrong? Speak to me. Is anyone coming to save us?" Jiayu's brow twitched as he gritted his teeth. "I don't know," Ma Fong screamed. "How could you not know? Otherwise, how would you have found us here?" "Shut up!" Bai Yin could no longer endure it and snapped at her, gritting her teeth. "Brother Jia is in no position to rescue you right now. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Upon witnessing the scene, Meng Baobao's pupils dilated in sheer terror. She could hardly fathom that her innocent endeavor to gather wild mushrooms at the foot of the mountain for her beloved uncle would lead to her abduction by a gang of thugs. Throughout the journey, a bespectacled man, Ming Guo, regarded her with a perpetually cheerful gaze. However, when a corpulent man attempted to take advantage of her, Minggu swiftly kicked him away, issuing a stern warning that no one was permitted to harm her, prompting the others to relent. Meng Bao, clinging to the hope that he might be a misguided soul with good intentions, implored him for mercy during their journey. Yet, this seemingly cultured and courteous man delivered a chilling refusal that plunged her into a frigid abyss. He remarked, "Do you know, you bear a striking resemblance to a dear acquaintance of mine, my first love that we studied abroad together, but she betrayed me that I, in my anguish, I used a fruit knife to sever her flesh alongside her paramour." And their cries were as excruciating as the satisfaction I felt within. With a smile that belied his sinister intent, he continued, his eyes glinting with a malevolent possessiveness, "If you dare to disobey me or attempt to flee, I would not hesitate to repeat that experience." From that moment on, Meng Bao was utterly petrified into silence. Typically vivacious and bold, she would have courageously called for help in such dire circumstances. Yet she spent the entire afternoon curled up in a corner, mute. The man's gaze, akin to that of a venomous serpent, followed her relentlessly. Any attempt to meet his eyes sent her into tremors of fear. Ironically, the more she feared, the more the dread seemed to manifest. Suddenly, the man approached her with a gentle smile, striding gracefully towards her, declaring, "Do not be afraid. As long as you obey me, I shall not cause you harm." Meanwhile, on the other side, Ma Gan, with a lascivious grin, seized Ma Fong by her collar and dragged her towards an open area. Then A Fong, terrified to the point of losing her senses, screamed, "Ah, don't touch me." At that critical moment, a figure suddenly burst forth. Chapter 62. "Officer Xiao Chun to the rescue, put your hands up." Officer Xiao Chun brandished his gun, aiming it at the leader of the gang. Huang Ge, his teeth clenched in a threatening manner. "Everyone, stand down. Otherwise, my gun will not discriminate." Earlier that afternoon, following Uncle Wang and a militia team into the mountains to rescue individuals in peril, they had encountered 3 youth in danger, leading to a fierce confrontation. Subsequently, Uncle Wang and several militia members sustained injuries, and he, accompanied by 2 of the youth, transported the wounded to the town's clinic. Once the situation was resolved, he quickly returned with a larger contingent of militia. However, the treacherous terrain of the mountains was unfamiliar to him, and as darkness enveloped the landscape, he became separated from the others. Trusting his instincts, he unexpectedly stumbled upon the gang's hideout and marked the area, initially planning to wait for reinforcements. Yet he could not bear to witness the heinous acts unfolding before him in broad daylight. Thus, disregarding his own safety, he charged forth, determined to take down a few of the perpetrators, even at the cost of his life. Huang Ge, poised to tear away by Yan's blouse, was taken aback by the sudden turn of events. He slowly raised his hands, his expression darkening as he barked at his accomplices. "Everyone stop! Cease immediately!" The second in command, Minggu, was the first to react. He quickly stood and drew a pistol, aiming it at Officer Xiao Chun. Known for his patience, he relished the psychological breakdown of his prey before striking. Thus, he refrained from direct harm to Meng Bao, opting instead for verbal provocation. Meanwhile, Ma Gan, having scarcely laid a finger on Ma Fong, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction but was compelled to hold back. Recognizing that their leader was in jeopardy, that I in the cave, Jiayu suffered the most, his hands and feet bound, pants half removed, nearly subjected to an unspeakable violation. Upon hearing the commotion outside, he burst into tears, exclaiming, "Whoever you are, I thank you. Oh, heavens, my savior has arrived. You all should cease hostilities now. You can lower your weapon, right?" Huang Ji's muscles quivered, for he was deathly afraid. After enduring over a decade in prison, he did not wish to be forced into an early grave by a single bullet. "Release those hostages and let them go." Officer Xiao Chun gritted his teeth, terrified of revealing his anxiety. "If you do not comply, I will not hesitate to fire." These were ruthless individuals. He dared not take unnecessary risks. "Boss," the third in command, Gangu, called out, unwilling to relinquish their prize so easily. "Let us fight. This coward won't dare pull the trigger." Known for his violent temperament, Gangu had never entertained the notion of surrender. He only became more emboldened in the face of adversity. "Brother, I will cover you." Minggu also refused to abandon Meng Bao, who possessed innocent eyes reminiscent of his lost love. Having missed one chance at love, he was determined not to lose another. "Very well. If you refuse to comply, I will fire. Officer Xiao Chen's forehead pulsed with veins. Swiftly chambering around and disengaging the safety, ready to pull the trigger at a moment's notice, he could not afford to rush. Haste would lead to failure. Wait, wait, wait. Huang Ji's anxiety escalated as he hurriedly urged his men. Release the hostages. Anyone who disobeys me will face immediate execution. Upon hearing this, all present froze in place. Ganggu, incensed, flared his nostrils, ready to retaliate, but Minggu silenced him with a glance. Fear not, brother. We shall release them at once. He commanded the underlings. Did you not hear the boss? Hurry up. Yes, the underlings, fearing the wrath of Minggu, promptly set to work to at that moment. Ma Fong was overwhelmed with gratitude, tears streaming down her face. She had never anticipated that the officer she had only briefly encountered that morning would risk his life to save her. Such selflessness was a rare and admirable quality. Had it not been for him, she might have fallen victim to a heinous fate. She vowed to express her heartfelt gratitude to Officer Xiao Chen once this ordeal was over. Bai Yin, too, bore an expression of relief, having narrowly escaped the clutches of a loathsome man. As he nibbled at her neck, despair consumed her. She had contemplated ending her own life, but thoughts of her family waiting for her return ultimately steered her away from that dark path. When her top was stripped down to just a single garment, she closed her eyes, surrendering to hopelessness. Yet unexpectedly, hope emerged anew. Surely, the heavens were on her side. She, Bai Yin, would never be defeated. At that moment, Meng Baobao felt an overwhelming sense of J.O.Y.S. Ming Ji's terrifying words echoed in her mind. She felt as though she were on the brink of death, plunged into an abyss of fear and darkness. The timely arrival of this stranger rekindled a glimmer of light within her. Oh, Dad, Mom, Uncle, Anne, and Jiao Jiao, I'm still alive. I'm still here. They would surely be overjoyed to see her. Once the four were simultaneously untied. The elation of their narrow escape propelled them to flee with wild abandon. However, as Officer Xiao Chen prepared to retreat, Minggu seized the opportunity to block his path. Bang! After the sound of a gunshot, Officer Xiao Chen collapsed, having been shot in the abdomen, falling into unconsciousness. Huang Ge first commended Minggu, then swiftly ordered his men to recapture the ones who had escaped, initiating a frantic game of cat and mouse. Under the pitch-black sky, the frigid wind howled through the mountains, biting at the skin that Meng Baobao ran. The sound of gunfire echoed nearby, causing her heart to race. The thought of her savior being besieged by the brutal thugs filled her with dread. Just as she hesitated, contemplating whether to return, she heard voices behind her. Her pupils contracted. She recognized those voices. They belonged to the gangsters. Stimulated by fear, Meng Baobao sprinted forward, but the men behind her soon noticed, shouting for her to halt, threatening to shoot if she did not comply. Just as panic set in, a petite figure emerged, pulling her into a thicket of dense bushes, bathed in moonlight, as she recognized the newcomer. Meng Baobao gasped in joyous tears. Jiao. Jiao. Chapter 63. Miao Jiao Jiao confronts the thug Shu. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with joy as she gently shushed her companion, signaling for silence. Ever since she learned that Meng Baobao had been captured, her heart had been lodged in her throat, that in the depths of the forest, she had desperately raced about searching and had followed the vague route indicated by Wang Gang, but to no avail. Eventually, she encountered a group of militia who informed her that Xiao Chen from the Public Security Bureau had gotten separated from them. They intended to have her accompany them, but Miao Jiao Jiao declined, insisting she would return immediately, prompting them to cease their persuasion. Once they departed, she hastened back to the location Wang Gang had mentioned. This time, she searched with utmost patience and finally uncovered some traces. Several patches of underbrush and grassy areas appeared trampled, as if someone had deliberately stepped upon them. As darkness fully enveloped the land, she retrieved a flashlight from her supplies and illuminated the underbrush. Discovering bloodstains on the grass and bullet holes in several large trees, it seemed this was indeed the site where the young militia had clashed with the ruthless bandits. Miao Jiao Jiao meticulously examined the area. The previous night had seen a downpour, leaving the ground slightly muddy and imprinted with footprints. Some tracks led towards the forest exit, while others diverged onto another path. Her eyes widened with determination as she immediately pursued the latter trail. This narrow path wound through a thick expanse of shrubs and was obscured by several large trees, making it nearly undetectable without careful inspection. However, she had not gone far when she heard distant shouts of intimidation and the sounds of frantic footsteps. Miao Jiao swiftly concealed herself behind a large tree, and upon catching sight of a girl's silhouette, she dashed forward and pulled her into the underbrush to hide. To her astonishment, the girl was none other than Meng Baobao. How could this not fill her with delight? Yet this was not the time for reunion. She suppressed her excitement and urged Meng Baobao to remain silent. The two of them lay low in the underbrush, watching as four men approached, each armed with a firearm, led by Ming Guo. Meng Baobao's pupils dilated. It was highly likely that this man was the one pursuing her. The thought of falling into his hands sent shivers down her spine as memories of her harrowing experiences flooded back. Noticing Meng Baobao's distress, Miao Jiao quickly patted her back and whispered, "Baobao, what's wrong? Did any of them bully you?" It's that one wearing black-framed glasses." Meng Baobao whimpered quietly. "He said if I didn't obey and tried to escape, he would slice my flesh piece by piece." Woe Jiao, "I'm so scared." "Don't be afraid, I'm here now. You don't have to worry anymore." Miao Jiao gently reassured her, her tone tender, though her eyes burned with righteous fury. How could someone utter such deranged threats to Meng Baobao? If it were a mere joke, it would be one thing. But if it were true, she would not let him escape easily. Regardless, she needed to capture these men first to eliminate a few troubles. "I told you before that I practice martial arts. Do you remember? I will go out and subdue them one by one, that you stay hidden here and make sure not to make a sound." "And no, Jiao, they have guns." Meng Baobao's eyes widened as she shook her head vigorously. "That it's fine. I'll be very careful. Trust me, all right?" Miao Jiao pinched her cheek playfully, trying to lighten the mood. "Watch closely as I show off my martial arts skills. Don't you dare blink." At that moment, the four men had already walked past the thicket. Miao Jiao seized the opportunity to stealthily ambush the last man from behind. With a swift motion, she locked his throat and knocked him unconscious, concealing him behind a tree. Seizing the firearm from his grasp, she dashed forward and quickly hid behind a rock. "Grab the gun. Aim. Fire." Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out, and the 3 men ahead collapsed, struck down by bullets. Miao Jiao felt a surge of triumph. It seemed her month of practice during the apocalypse had not been in vain. Before the 3 could react, she swiftly kicked their weapons away and collected them, stashing them at her waist. Then, she aimed at Mingo, a smirk curling her lips, her gaze cold and fierce. "That I heard you plan to slice my dear friend's flesh piece by piece." Chapter 64. She remains as impressive as ever at this moment. Meng Baobao was utterly dumbfounded. In just a matter of seconds, Miao Jiao had ambushed and incapacitated 4 men single-handedly. Her large eyes transformed into stars of admiration, filled with infinite reverence. Wow, Jiao was simply amazing. She adored her so much. She was overjoyed. All fear and trepidation were cast aside. Meng Baobao's mind was now filled with the image of Miao Jiao's graceful figure. She secretly thought, if only Jiao were a boy, she would surely fall in love with her. Minga gazed at the stunning woman before him with infatuation. She was extraordinarily beautiful, particularly her sparkling eyes that shone with brilliance. How he longed to gouge out her eyes and see if she would weep inconsolably. Upon hearing her question, he realized, she was here for that little girl. That it seemed the girl was nearby. With that thought, he struggled to prop himself up and surveyed his surroundings. "Don't move." Miao Jiao was repulsed by his gaze and pointed the gun directly at his head, declaring with disdain, "If you move again, I will shoot you without hesitation." Ming Ji's expression faltered as he suddenly grasped his precarious position, especially since he had been shot in the back. Indeed, beauty could lead a man astray. He had previously fallen victim to women in such a manner. He would not repeat his past mistakes. With a resolute glare, he snatched a stone from the ground and hurled it at her. Smack! The stone struck Miao Jiao's gun hand, causing her to fumble and drop the weapon. Ignoring the pain in his back, Mingus sprang to his feet and swung a fist at Miao Jiao, intent on knocking her down and savagely overpowering her. After losing her gun, Miao Jiao had no time to retrieve it before she saw him move. She swiftly kicked the gun into the underbrush, and before his fist could reach her, she bent low and struck back. Fighting, that was her forte. Let's see who could outmatch whom. Bang, 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 just as Ming Ji's fist was about to connect with Miao Jiao's face. A sudden pain shot through his waist. He stared in disbelief at the girl before him, still processing what had just happened when her punches rained down upon him. Thud. 2 minutes later, he collapsed to the ground. Utterly spent, that in an instant, everyone present was left dumbfounded. When Han Lingji arrived, he happened to witness this scene, that he had gone to the town for some errands earlier that afternoon and returned only after nightfall. Upon reaching the village entrance, he overheard villagers discussing the bandits. As he approached the grass shed, he found the village chief sitting there, looking utterly defeated. The moment the chief saw him, his eyes lit up. Pleading for Han Lingji to rescue Meng Baobao from the forest. Familiar with the nearby hills, having traversed them daily, and having received considerable care from the village chief, Han Lingji readily agreed and immediately set off into the woods to search for her. Relying on the instincts of a forest hunter, he quickly tracked the bandits' trail. However, as he neared their location, he stumbled upon the unfolding scene. Under the moonlight, he saw the girl with obsidian-like eyes, executing her punches with remarkable precision. Instantly capturing his attention, the man fell completely defeated before her. A smile unconsciously crept onto his lips. She remained as formidable as ever. It seemed there was no need for him to intervene. Bao Bao, come here. Miao Jiao Jiao, having bound the men, beckoned Meng Baobao over to don't be afraid. I have subdued them all. Meng Baobao eagerly approached Jiao Jiao. You're amazing. Without hesitation, she kicked Ming Gu, exclaiming, that'll teach you for scaring me. Now that she had someone to back her up, she felt utterly fearless. Ming Gu, nursing a gunshot wound and having just endured a beating from Miao Jiao Jiao, was in agony. Watching how the prey he had coveted was treated, his eyes darkened with malevolence and fury. Gritting his teeth, he spat, little girl, one day, I will make you willingly submit to me. Meng Baobao's eyelids flickered, and she instinctively cowered behind Miao Jiao Jiao. Bang, bang, bang. Miao Jiao Jiao's eyes turned frigid as she stepped forward and delivered a fierce kick to his groin. Sneering, I think you will never have that chance. Chapter 65. Together, we shall return witnessing this spectacle. Han Lingji's eyes twitched slightly. Her movements were swift and precise, capable of incapacitating a person with a single kick. Glancing at the man writhing in pain on the ground, he found a strange sense of satisfaction. The timing was right, so he decided not to remain hidden any longer and stepped into view. Openly revealing himself, that it's you? Miao Jiao Jiao was taken aback to see Han Lingji emerge from behind the tree, ready to draw his weapon. Han Lingji nodded. Yes, the village chief asked me to find Meng Baobao. I just tracked her here. Upon hearing this, Meng Baobao immediately exclaimed in distress, Is my uncle all right? He must be very worried about me. Don't worry, I will take you back right away, Miao Jiao Jiao reassured her. Turning to Han Lingji, she added, Can you wait here for a moment? I need to return and inform the armed forces to send someone to take these individuals away. Among them, only Ming Gu retained a strong will and had not yet succumbed to unconsciousness. The other three had long since fainted. With just these three, it was impossible to drag the others away. Han Lingji nodded. Sure. Miao Jiao Jiao expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Before leaving, Meng Baobao quickly recounted the ordeal of her capture and what followed. As she reached the final moment of her tale, her eyes brimmed with tears. That time, we were all on the brink of despair, but fortunately, a young man in a police uniform wielding a gun suddenly appeared and saved us. However, in our panic, we all fled in different directions, and I didn't encounter anyone else. Later, I heard gunshots, which likely meant that the police officer who saved us was injured. She refrained from detailing the humiliating experiences they had endured, as such matters were sensitive to a woman's reputation. In truth, only Bai Yin suffered the indignity of having her outer garment torn and her neck bitten, which was quite severe. She was uncertain about Jia Yu's situation in the cave. But Ma Fong had resisted so fiercely that the assailant had not succeeded in his intentions. As for herself, aside from being verbally provoked, she had not sustained any injuries. It seemed that the group of bandits had split into 4 directions to pursue their targets. Miao Jiao Jiao furrowed her brow. It's fortunate that those few managed to escape, but it's crucial that the police officer receives timely medical attention if he has been shot. The young officer was likely Xiao Chun, whom she had seen earlier that morning. Before entering the mountains, she had heard Wang Gang mention that a group of militia, among them police officers, had come to their aid. It was quite possible that after escorting other injured individuals to the town clinic, Xiao Chen hurriedly returned with others to rescue them, inadvertently saving Meng Baobao and her companions. Indeed, I am also somewhat worried. Meng Baobao said with a pained expression. Sighing, he saved me. Yet I possess no means to return the favor. Just thinking about it makes me feel miserable. Miao Jiao Jiao patted her shoulder. In such matters, one must act according to their abilities. Since we cannot directly rescue him, we should hasten back to find someone who can. In truth, she could have let Meng Baobao stay behind while Han Lingji guarded the captives, thereby protecting Meng Baobao. She could have ventured ahead alone to seek help. However, this thought was swiftly dismissed. Although they had eliminated 4 individuals, 11 bandits remained, armed and dangerous. While she could retreat into the cave if danger arose, unforeseen circumstances could still occur, and she valued her life highly. Most importantly, she could not bear to place Meng Baobao in further peril. The forest could harbor lurking threats, and should other bandits arrive, despite Han Lingji's skills, he would be too preoccupied to safeguard Meng Baobao. Despite having met Han Lingji several times, they were hardly familiar with one another, and she had no reason to entrust her friend to him. After much contemplation, Miao Jiao Jiao resolved to first escort Meng Baobao back before bringing help for the others. Yes, let's hurry back. Meng Baobao nodded vigorously. Let's go quickly. Just as they prepared to leave, a sudden thud echoed from not far ahead, and a figure collapsed. Miao Jiao Jiao and the others rushed forward, turning the person over. Upon recognizing the face, Meng Baobao exclaimed in joy, "It's the police officer who saved us." The person was indeed Xiao Chen. After being shot in the abdomen and losing consciousness, the bandit leader, Huang Ge, had assigned a lackey to watch over him while the others pursued the fleeing individuals. Recently, he had awakened from his pain-fueled stupor and had exerted great effort to deal with the lackey. Stumbling his way over, yet again his consciousness had blurred, causing him to faint once more. Now, due to excessive blood loss from the gunshot wound, his complexion was ashen and ghastly that if he did not receive prompt medical attention, his life would be in jeopardy. Thus, Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingji quickly fashioned a makeshift stretcher, each lifting one end, while Meng Baobao followed closely behind. The immediate priority was to transport him back. As for the 4 captives, they would be bound and secured around a large tree. Soon, their figures vanished into the night. Meanwhile, Bai Yin was fearfully stumbling deeper into the mountains, after running for a short while. The sound of chaotic footsteps echoed behind her, causing her heart to race. In a panic, she found a large tree and swiftly climbed up. When she reached the top, she saw the group pass beneath her. Bai Yin breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from her brow. However, a casual glance downward revealed to her horror that she had climbed to the very top of the tree. Bai Yin was instantly petrified, her face turning pale. "Oh my God, I have a fear of heights." In her earlier panic, she had climbed without a second thought, but now she was terrified at the prospect of descending. How would she manage to get down? The cold night wind blew mercilessly, and Bai Yin clung to the tree trunk, shivering uncontrollably. Tears glistened in her eyes as she silently wished for someone to come and rescue her. On the other side, Ma Fong and Jia Yu had initially been running separately, but upon realizing they were being followed, they hurriedly fled and unexpectedly crossed paths. Now, they found themselves hiding together in a dark cave, trembling as they listened to the sounds outside. The crunching of leaves underfoot echoed ominously. Jia Yu, startled, instinctively clutched Ma Fong's arm. Ma Fong was momentarily taken aback. Am I being taken advantage of? Should I move or stay still? Fortunately, the small cave was partially concealed by underbrush, preventing others from discovering them. After a considerable time, the sounds outside gradually faded. Jia Yu could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. Ma Fong quietly gritted her teeth. "Can you let go of my arm now?" "Oh, my apologies." Jia Yu withdrew his hand, feeling embarrassed. The cave fell silent once more. After a while, Jia Yu could no longer hold his tongue. "You didn't see anything earlier, did you?" In the midst of the prior chaos, he had not had time to think, but now, in the quiet, he recalled many distressing memories when he had been dragged to the cave by that burly man. He had nearly despaired. The thought of several female companions witnessing such an event was utterly humiliating. Thus, he was probing to see if Ma Fong held any bias against him because of it. After all, he was also a victim and wished to avoid such encounters. See what? Ma Fong was somewhat bewildered in that tense moment. She had been too frightened to pay attention to anything else. "Never mind." Jia Yu forced a smile, feeling somewhat relieved. I hope we can all return safely. Ma Fong lowered her head in silence. She needed to completely forget that unpleasant experience and ensure no one else learned about it. Otherwise, her reputation would be tarnished. Just as Ma Fong was lost in thought, she suddenly felt a chill on the back of her hand. Upon closer inspection, she discovered a small black snake. Ah, there's a snake. Ma Fong leaped up in fright, frantically shaking her hand. The black snake fell to the ground, hissing as it slithered toward Jiayu. Jiayu, noticing this, screamed, "Quick! Kill it! I'm scared. Why aren't you doing anything? You're a man." Ma Fong cried as she hurriedly recoiled, "Don't come any closer." Seeing the snake nearing her feet, Jiayu swiftly grabbed a stone from the ground and threw it. Bang! The stone missed the snake and instead struck Ma Fong's head. "Ouch, what are you doing, Jiayu? Were you doing that on purpose?" Ma Fong complained, clutching her head in anger. Thankfully, she had dodged just in time, suffering only a minor scrape instead of a serious injury. Before Jiayu could apologize, he hastily moved aside, only to see another small black snake emerge nearby. He focused on the spot from which the snake had come and was horrified to find a whole pile of them. Boom! Jiayu was instantly frightened out of his wits. Had they stumbled into a snake den? Run! They're all snakes. Jiayu couldn't care less about Ma Fong, fleeing in panic, although venturing outside was unsafe. It was even more perilous within the cave. Ma Fong was initially taken aback, but upon seeing over 10 black snakes slithering out from the corner, she let out a series of piercing screams and fled. The two of them bolted like wild horses, darting through the dark forest. After running a considerable distance, they surprisingly found themselves back at the bandits' previous stronghold at this moment, aside from the 4 captured by Miao Jiao Jiao. The other 11 bandits had returned to their former gathering place, where they were convened in discussion. The leader, Huang Ge, decided to send 3 men to search for the second-in-command, Ming Ge, while the others would relocate. However, the third-in-command, Gang Ge, opposed this plan. Despite Huang Ji's position as the leader, Ming Ge held a more prominent reputation among the bandits. Gang Ge held a profound respect for Ming Ge and insisted that all should venture out to search for him. This declaration garnered nods of agreement from half the men present, infuriating Huang Ge, whose complexion turned a deep shade of crimson. He recognized that this group of men did not hold him in the reverence they outwardly displayed. Had it not been for Ming Ji's unwavering loyalty, Gang Ge would have long since rebelled. Although he had spent the most time with Ming Ge and their bond was deep, the long-standing feeling of being overshadowed had driven him to the brink of obsession. Were it not for the lack of manpower to act covertly, he would have eagerly sought to eliminate both Ming Ge and Gang Ge. Removing these two would render the remaining ruffians inconsequential. Recognizing the opportune moment, he feigned a suggestion to keep his trusted subordinates to search for Ming Ge, planning for them to take advantage of the situation to eliminate him, while he would deal with Gang Ge on the way. To his surprise, Gang Ge, whether alerted to something or genuinely concerned for Ming Ge, insisted that everyone remain together to search. Huang Ji's mind raced, and he quickly devised a counterplan, with a furrowed brow and a serious demeanor. He spoke, "I share your concern for Ming Ji's prolonged absence, but the 3 men accompanying him are quite capable. The fact that all 4 have not returned indicates they have likely been intercepted by the militia. We have already wasted considerable time. If we do not relocate soon, we risk encountering unforeseen dangers." He continued, "Gang Ge, your reckless nature is well known, but if you intend for all the brothers to remain here risking their lives with you, I cannot agree." Upon hearing this, the room fell silent. Except for Gang Ge and a few allies who wore expressions of discontent, the others regarded him with disapproval, just as the atmosphere grew tense. Jiayu and Ma Fong stumbled upon the scene. Leaning against a large tree, they gasped for breath, elated to have finally escaped that dreadful place. However, upon lifting their eyes, they found themselves locked in the gaze of the assembled bandits. Jiayu, spotting Gang Ge among them, recalled the near-fatal encounter he had just escaped that a chill ran down his spine, and he began to flee to Ma Fong. Likewise startled by the sight, quickly followed suit. Gang Ge, already simmering with frustration, noticed the return of the previously escaped young man and scoffed, rallying a few men to pursue. "Fine, if you won't search for Ming Ge, I shall do it myself. This does not concern you, so you all head to the designated location, and we will catch up later." Once they departed, Huang Ge's countenance darkened instantly, but he dispatched 3 men to trail them, instructing them to act when the opportunity arose, while the others swiftly retreated from the area. Just as they left, the militia, having inadvertently spotted the markings left by Officer Chun, began to pursue them. A fierce gunfight ensued under the cover of the night. Meanwhile, Jia Yu and Ma Fong found themselves in dire straits. Their exhaustion had hindered their speed, and they were soon captured by Gang Gu and his men. Jia Yu wailed pitifully, while Ma Fong, in a state of panic, screamed incessantly. Their cacophony attracted unwanted attention from the lurking dangers of the night. Chapter 67. She and he joined forces against the wolves as Jia Yu and Ma Fong struggled. A sudden illumination appeared in the distance, revealing over 20 glowing points. Initially resembling fireflies, upon closer inspection, they turned out to be a pack of wolves with piercing green eyes. Ma Gong's face tightened as he turned to Gang Gu, exclaiming, "Gang Gu, we must retreat. Wolves are approaching." Gang Gu gritted his teeth and nodded. "Let us go." The four of them immediately retreated, abandoning the hostages. The three men assigned by Huang Gu hastily followed suit, leaving Jia Yu and Ma Fong momentarily bewildered. Upon hearing the wolves' howls, their faces paled, and they took off running. As they sprinted, the sounds of rustling grass echoed behind them, accompanied by a pungent odor that permeated the air. As if the wolves were right on their heels, poised to pounce, Jia Yu, feeling an urgent instinct, shouted to Ma Fong, "Climb the tree, quickly!" They each scrambled to find a nearby large tree and clambered up in a frenzy. By the time they had ascended a third of the way, more than 10 wolves had already gathered below, leaping and snapping at them. Ma Fong shrieked in terror, exerting all her strength to ascend rapidly. Jia Yu, equally terrified, climbed with remarkable speed. In a short while, they reached the treetop. The wolves, unable to reach their prey, resorted to ramming the tree. If they could topple the tree, the occupants would fall, allowing the wolves to tear apart the intruders. The sound of repeated impacts echoed as the branches and leaves rustled violently. Jia Yu and Ma Fong clung tightly to the trunk, despite their screams of fear, refusing to let go. A Fong sobbed. "Breathless, I don't want to die. I can't be torn to shreds by wolves. I have so many unfulfilled wishes. I can't die so soon." Jia Yu, equally frightened, replied, "Me too. My family is waiting for me to return. If I die, how heartbroken they will be." Ma Fong feigned calmness. "Don't be afraid. We will be okay. We will." Jia Yu nodded. "Yes, we must hold on." Their faces streaked with tears and snot. They exchanged a glance filled with mutual understanding. After 20 minutes, the two sturdy trees, having grown robust in the depths of the mountains, withstood the relentless assaults. Ultimately, the wolves, exhausted and defeated, retreated to pursue other prey. Witnessing this, Jia Yu and Ma Fong released a collective sigh of relief, their eyes reflecting the joy of having survived the ordeal. Meanwhile, Miao Jiaojiao, Han Lingji, and Meng Baobao swiftly exited the forest, first escorting Officer Chun to the town clinic. They then proceeded to the Armed Forces office of the commune, where, after explaining the situation, they gathered a group of individuals and hurried back to the village. After personally delivering Meng Baobao into the arms of her uncle, and amidst her tearful gaze, Miao Jiaojiao re-entered the mountains with the others. This time, Miao Jiaojiao did not hesitate. Having witnessed the bandits' terrifying nature and learned of their brutal deeds from Meng Baobao, she understood that these merciless criminals possessed no humanity. Should Jia Yu, Ma Fong, and Bai Yin fall into their clutches again, they would likely face an even more tragic fate. Despite having past grievances with them and their undesirable actions, she believed that their sins did not merit death. Thus, she chose to rescue them. With her impressive skills and a clearer understanding of the terrain, she could expedite the search for the missing individuals, especially with Han Lingji's involvement, which would bolster their chances of success. The group first headed to the location where Ming Gu and the others had been held captive, leaving 2 men armed to stand guard while the others formed several search parties. Han Lingji voluntarily requested to team up with Miao Jiaojiao. Although surprised, she did not refuse. The militia leader initially intended to assign 2 more individuals to accompany them, but Miao Jiaojiao declined. The 2 of them, capable of defeating 10 opponents each, did not require additional manpower. To reassure everyone, she swiftly incapacitated a burly militia member within 30 seconds, leaving the onlookers astonished. The militia, who had previously harbored doubts about the strikingly beautiful woman, now regarded her with awe, realizing she possessed genuine skill far surpassing their own. In an instant, the gazes of all present turned towards Miao Jiao, imbued with admiration and respect for Han Lingji. His mere presence radiated a palpable aura of intimidation, rendering others somewhat hesitant. Ultimately, the group allocated their members and dispersed in different directions to search for individuals. Miao Jiao and Han Lingji, however, headed towards the very location where Jia Yu and Ma Fong had previously fled. Under the luminous glow of the moon, the duo pressed forward, fortuitously encountering the scene where the bandit Gang Gu and his comrades were engaged in a fierce battle with wolves. The few individuals previously assigned by their leader, Huang Gu, had been covertly trailing Gang Gu, but were compelled to reveal themselves when discovered by the wolf pack, joining the fray to combat the wolves. Upon noticing the sudden addition of 3 individuals, Gang Gu immediately signaled to the others, urging them to seize the opportunity to eliminate these newcomers amidst the chaos of the wolves. Among the 3 accompanying Gang Gu, only Ma Gan remained capable of holding his ground. The other 2 had already succumbed to fatal bites from the wolves, lifelessly sprawled on the ground. More than 10 slain wolves littered the ground. Yet only 5 remained engaged in the struggle. Gang Gu and Ma Gan had exhausted their ammunition, resorting to desperate combat with their knives against the remaining wolves. With a pained growl, Gang Gu, enduring the agony of his shoulder being torn, swiftly slashed a wolf's throat with his dagger. In the following moment, another wolf lunged at his neck in a fit of fury. Almost simultaneously, Ma Gan was also silenced by a vicious bite. As Miao Jiao and Han Lingji arrived on the scene, they were met with a ferocious sight. 4 blood-soaked wolves, seething with rage over the fallen comrades, upon noticing the newcomers. Their green eyes glinted menacingly, baring their teeth and charging forward. In an instant, Han Lingji deftly produced 2 daggers from his attire, handing one to Miao Jiao with urgent instructions. "We shall tackle 2 each. Once I finish, I will assist you." "Thank you. Please be careful," Miao Jiao replied, meeting his gaze with a solemn nod. With daggers in hand, they charged into the fray. A wolf, its maw dripping with blood, leaped towards Miao Jiao, claws aimed at her face. Should she fail to evade in time, half her face could be left a mangled mess. Quickly bending and pivoting, Miao Jiao thrust her sharp dagger into the creature's abdomen. With a gruesome slash, the wolf's belly was torn open, blood gushing forth. Another wolf, witnessing this, rushed to assist, leaping from behind Miao Jiao with the intent to sink its teeth into her neck. With a swift roll, she narrowly evaded the attack, then propelled herself onto the wolf's back, driving her dagger towards its throat. The wolf, initially intent on biting her, found itself on the receiving end of a lethal strike. In excruciating pain, it writhed violently, attempting to dislodge her. Yet Miao Jiao clung on, determined to finish the job. Meanwhile, the wolf with a slashed belly, enduring its own pain, rushed to help, sinking its teeth into Miao Jiao's leg. In that critical moment, a sharp dagger was hurled through the air, striking the wolf squarely in the eye. With a howl, the gray wolf collapsed to the ground, writhing in agony. Seizing the opportunity, Han Lingji moved forward, extracting the dagger and plunging it into the wolf's neck. Just as Miao Jiao dispatched the wolf beneath her, she noticed the one that had fallen at her feet, along with Han Lingji standing nearby. In that fleeting moment, realization dawned upon her, and she expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, it's nothing. It is my duty," he replied, his tone calm, yet tinged with a subtle warmth that he had promised to protect her. And he had kept his word. After tidying up, the 2 continued their search, ultimately discovering Jia Yu and Ma Fong trembling beneath 2 large trees. Upon seeing Miao Jiao, they immediately cried out for help. Jia Yu, sobbing uncontrollably, exclaimed, "Miao Jiao, it's you, you've finally come to save us." Ma Fong echoed his excitement. "Miao Jiao, please, come and rescue us." Miao Jiao crossed her arms. "There are no ladders nearby. You will have to climb down yourselves." "What?" Jia Yu and Ma Fong paused, momentarily taken aback. Yet without further complaint, they gritted their teeth and gradually made their way down. Once finally on solid ground, their legs trembled uncontrollably, yet they sincerely thanked her. Miao Jiao raised an eyebrow, noting a subtle shift in their demeanor following this ordeal. Having never encountered Han Lingji before, Jia Yu and Ma Fong now regarded him with newfound interest. Jia Yu felt a pang of jealousy, realizing why Miao Jiao Jiao had looked down upon him. She had indeed found someone better than Ma Fong. On the other hand, was starstruck, having never seen such a strikingly handsome man before. Her eyes nearly sparkling with infatuation. Feigning curiosity, Ma Fong asked, Jiao Jiao, who is this? Miao Jiao Jiao shot her a glance, taking in the expression on her face, and replied coldly, this is the youth from next door, Han Lingji, who has come with me to rescue people. Oh, I see, Ma Fong said, her cheeks flushing as she gazed at Han Lingji. Thank you, Brother Han, for coming to our rescue. However, after waiting in vain, she received nothing more than indifference from Han Lingji, leaving her heart feeling somewhat deflated. Clearing his throat, Jia Yu awkwardly inquired, did you encounter any wolves on your way here? At this, Ma Fong's expression shifted, her anxiety palpable. Those wolves were terrifying. You surely didn't come across them. Did you? We did encounter them up ahead, but they are all dead now, Miao Jiao Jiao continued. Let us proceed and regroup with the others. That it was already late at night, and only Bai Yin remained unaccounted for. Likely in another direction. They should be able to find her near the militia. As the four of them retraced their steps, they passed the location where Ganggu and the wolves had clashed. Upon seeing the bloodied ground and severed limbs, Jia Yu and Ma Fong turned pale, their legs trembling as they fought the urge to vomit. Han Lingji glanced at Miao Jiao Jiao. Noting her unflinching demeanor, his eyes flickering with intrigue, in the heat of the moment, he had not given it much thought, but upon reflection, he found it peculiar. Such a gruesome sight would likely unnerve even the most seasoned soldiers, let alone ordinary individuals, that he couldn't help but wonder what harrowing experiences she had endured to render her so impervious to such horror. Unbeknownst to him, his attention towards Miao Jiao Jiao had intensified beyond measure. He, who once regarded everyone outside his immediate family with disdain and indifference, now found himself drawn to her resilience. Meanwhile, Miao Jiao Jiao continued forward, entirely unaware of his gaze, in the tumultuous month of the modern apocalypse. She had witnessed far too much bloodshed and carnage. The current scene was but a trivial affair, devoid of fear. After traversing a bit further, they finally reached the location where Minggu and the others had been bound. The three groups of militia that had entered the mountains previously had met with various fates. The first group had encountered the intellectual youths and assisted them in dealing with the bandits before retreating to the township medical station. The second, led by Xiao Qin from the Public Security Bureau, had split off and, upon encountering Huang Gu and his band, engaged in a fierce battle, ultimately defeating them and capturing them alive. The third group, led by Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingji, while searching for others, had discovered Bai Yin clinging to a large tree. After rendering assistance, they managed to rescue her, though she fainted from sheer terror upon touching solid ground. The militia leaders arranged for one person to carry her back to the location where they had bound the bandit Minggu. Upon arrival, they planned to rest and regroup. Upon seeing Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingji return with Jia Yu and Ma Fong, the militia members breathed a collective sigh of relief. All hostages had been successfully rescued, and after hearing that Ganggu and his men had been slaughtered by the wolves, they investigated and found no cause for concern. Once the unconscious Minggu and his companions were securely bound, they prepared to escort them out of the forest. It was at this moment that Bai Yin finally regained consciousness, her eyes lighting up upon spotting Han Lingji among the crowd. With renewed vigor, she rushed forward, beaming, Brother Han, did you come specifically to rescue me? I'm so thrilled. I never imagined you would be thinking of me. The militia members who had previously rescued Bai Yin were left in a state of bewilderment. How was this the same girl who had fainted at the slightest scare? How could she suddenly be so spirited upon seeing a handsome comrade? Miao Jiao Jiao pursed her lips, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Han Lingji had been called upon to assist her, yet somehow he had been transformed into Bai Yan's personal savior. However, she chose not to voice her thoughts, instead observing how the matter would unfold. As expected, Han Lingji maintained his characteristic cold demeanor, responding with a curt remark, Who are you? Pfft. Miao Jiao Jiao was attentively listening, unable to suppress a laugh that escaped her lips. The others, not to be outdone, exchanged glances and couldn't help but twitch their mouths. They had initially thought that Bai Yan's attempt to get close meant there was some connection between the two, but it turned out that Bai Yan was merely indulging in her own fantasies. What surprised them even more was Han Lingji's icy demeanor, showing no regard for the feelings of the young woman, who was clearly flustered, her face flushed from embarrassment. Beside them, Ma Fong couldn't help but smirk, relishing the moment. It's hilarious. She doesn't even know him, yet she's trying to get close. Upon hearing this, Bai Yin shot her an indignant glare, her anger simmering. We clearly know each other. But before she could finish her sentence, Han Lingji brushed past her, striding towards the forest exit. But he turned back momentarily to call out to Miao Jiaojiao. Let's go, it's too late. We should return to rest. All right, let's go. Miao Jiaojiao was momentarily dazed but swiftly fell in a step behind him. The group of militia glanced at them, then turned their eyes back to Bai Yin, inwardly comparing the two. Miao Jiaojiao, with her ethereal beauty, far surpassed Bai Yin, not to mention her impressive skills and lively personality. Who wouldn't be drawn to her? It was no wonder that Han Lingji ignored Bai Yin, with a gem like Miao Jiaojiao before him. Naturally, others would pale in comparison. Feeling the weight of their scrutinizing gazes and witnessing the two figures walking side by side, Bai Yin ground her teeth, a flicker of malice crossing her eyes. Ah, Miao Jiaojiao, you clearly stated that you didn't like Han Lingji. What do you mean by trying to steal him now? How infuriating! I shall not let this go. Chapter 69, Delivering Goods to the Town in the Educated Youth Dormitory. Lin Ju and others had not slept a wink. When they saw Miao Jiaojiao and the others return safely, joy illuminated their faces. So good to be back. So good to be back. A pot of sweet potato porridge was warming in the kitchen. Wash your hands. I'll bring it over. Lin Ju and Huang Dadi hurried into the kitchen to prepare. Wang Gang and Cui Dazhuang surrounded the group, inquiring about the events that had transpired. Bai Yin, feeling disgruntled and reluctant to speak, fell silent, while Ma Fong, wary of saying too much and spilling secrets, turned her gaze to Jia Yu. Ultimately, Jia Yu reluctantly recounted his experience, omitting the part where he faced humiliation from others. After listening to him, everyone sighed in sympathy. What a harrowing night it was. Thank goodness everyone is safe. Otherwise, it would have been heartbreaking. However, Jia Yu is fortunate. Primarily, the several young women who were captured by the bandits may suffer reputational damage. This was something the leaders of Hongqi Commune had also taken into account. Due to the successful capture of the notorious bandits from the county that had long evaded arrest, Hongqi Town was likely to be recognized as an exemplary town. And the village might even be selected as an advance team. Therefore, everyone needed to be cautious in their words and actions during this evaluation period. The following afternoon, the commune secretary and other leaders arrived at Shishui village, then proceeded to Shitu village. They first presented commendation banners to Miao Jiaojiao and Han Lingji, then convened a brief meeting with the villagers from both villages. Several militia members recounted the events, praising the heroic deeds of Miao Jiaojiao and Han Lingji in saving others. They emphasized that the hostages had all contributed to the militia's efforts to capture the bandits and reminded everyone to refrain from speaking indiscreetly. Hearing this good news, the villagers from both villages were overwhelmed with joy that if their brigade were recognized as an advance team, it would be a matter of great honor and pride. Everyone naturally vowed to keep their mouths shut. Anyone who dared to speak out of turn would be dealt with by the others. Simultaneously, the commune secretary had already applied to the county for commendations for Miao Jiaojiao and Han Lingji, with results expected within a fortnight. Upon hearing this, the gazes directed towards Miao Jiaojiao and Han Lingji were filled with envy and admiration. Following this incident, Miao Jiaojiao became the most beloved young educated youth in Shishui village. Anyone who saw her would greet her with a nod and a smile. Wang Daniu, after each workout at the educated youth dormitory, walked home with her chest puffed out in pride, exuding confidence. Many boys and girls in the village envied her close relationship with Sister Miao, which delighted her immensely. Previously, when her father had secretly indulged in a bit of alcohol, she had successfully subdued him using the method taught by Sister Miao. Furthermore, her mother had learned a bit about pressure points, so whenever her father attempted to strike her, she would offer mild resistance. Over time, her father no longer drank nor dared to be violent, and their home was filled with laughter and joy. She felt truly happy that as time flew by. In early December, the county's commendations were finally awarded. Miao Jiaojiao and Han Lingji each received a pair of heroic fountain pens, a book of quotes from great leaders, and 10 unity certificates. When they received these accolades, everyone in the educated youth dormitory bore witness. Upon seeing the stack of unity certificates, Jia Yu and Ma Fong's eyes sparkled with envy. Except for Bai Yin, everyone else felt genuinely happy for Miao Jiaojiao. Looking at the sincere smiles of her peers, Miao Jiaojiao waved her hand, announcing that she would buy some snacks for everyone the next afternoon in town, earning enthusiastic applause from Lin Zhu and the others. After finishing her workout that evening, Miao Jiaojiao scanned her spiritual space that a month ago, during her trip to town, she had made a deal with the black market boss. And during this time, she had harvested crops and fruits twice. Tomorrow was the delivery day, and she needed to prepare her goods. She had prepared 200 jin of coarse rice, 100 jin each of fine rice and white flour, 100 jin of soybean oil, 300 jin of vegetables, 100 jin of brown sugar, 300 jin of various fresh fruits, and 50 jin each of pork and chicken. For her first delivery, she decided to be cautious. So she took out a smaller quantity that if the person proved trustworthy, she would bring more goods next time. After packing the items into snakeskin bags and labeling them, Miao Jiaojiao went to the wooden house for a bowl of red date and bird's nest porridge. Since her weight loss, she had been using her mind to brew delicious soups or porridge daily, and with the assistance of spiritual spring water, she felt rejuvenated after each meal. Now, working in the fields was not too taxing. She spent her days grinding away at her tasks without feeling overly fatigued. In the evenings, she practiced her staff skills at the entrance of the educated youth dormitory, then went to the living room to read and study, later entering her space for some martial arts practice before enjoying some delicacies. This was how her days passed. Although this leisurely and simple lifestyle might dull her ambitions, Miao Jiaojiao relished it. Adhering to the philosophy of living in the moment and savoring each day, finding no fault in it. The next afternoon, after asking the village chief for leave, Miao Jiaojiao made her way to town. She turned into a secluded alley to freshen up, and after 20 minutes, a young, short fellow appeared. Miao Jiaojiao visited Aunt Nio at the steelworkers' dormitory as usual, successfully trading with several women before heading to the small grove where she had arranged to meet with the black market boss. Hao Ge. After placing her goods behind a small hill, Miao Jiaojiao sat quietly, waiting for her contact. In less than 30 minutes, Hao Ge arrived, accompanied by the burly man and the lean monkey she had seen last time, along with a few subordinates dragging a cart. Hao Ge surveyed the pile of goods on the ground, grinning broadly. "Sorry to keep you waiting, little two comrade." This nickname had been whimsically bestowed upon her by Miao Jiaojiao before her departure, and hearing it now almost took her by surprise. Miao Jiaojiao maintained a low tone, casually shaking her head. "No problem. Please inspect the goods." Hao Ge nodded affirmatively. "All right, let us skip the small talk and get to it." Subsequently, Hao Ge and his men approached, opening the snakeskin bags to examine the goods. Upon discovering the impressive quality of the various items within, their eyes gleamed with astonishment. This source was unexpectedly excellent, and it seemed they had struck gold. Hao Ge cast a glance at Miao Jiaojiao's silhouette, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration, regardless of where this person had sourced the goods. It was evident that considerable fortune had favored them, and he could not afford to be negligent towards such an esteemed guest. Although the items were somewhat lacking, Hao Ge remained quite content. He ventured, "To Ge, I have brought some receipts and other items you requested last time. After deducting these, there remains a total of 1,380 yuan. Miao Jiaojiao replied, "Just a moment ago, you were calling me Xiao Tu. And now you've switched to addressing me as Shang Ge. How delightful." Chapter 70. Ma Fong visits Xiao Chunggong, and this transaction proved to be remarkably successful, with both parties agreeing on the next delivery in a month. Miao Jiaojiao noted that Hao Ge had a rather straightforward demeanor, and she was quite pleased with the items he had gathered for her. It appeared that she could confidently procure more goods next time. After bidding farewell to her counterpart, Miao Jiaojiao tidied her belongings and swiftly entered her space in a concealed location. After removing her makeup, she emerged from the space, shouldered her basket, and leisurely strolled to the supply and marketing cooperative. Before meandering back home, in her space, she had discovered some simple pastries and a few hard candies, reminiscent of this era. After all, they were readily available in her space, and there was no need for her to spend money at the cooperative. Upon returning to the educated youth dormitory, Miao Jiaojiao shared some pastries and hard candies with Lin Zhu and Huang Daidi, and also offered a bit to Wang Gang and Cui Zhuang. Finally, under the eager gazes of Ma Fong and Jia Yu, she generously bestowed a small portion upon them. As for Bai Yin, she completely ignored her, and naturally, Miao Jiaojiao would not approach her to seek unwelcome attention. Once she had distributed the items, Miao Jiao Jiao retreated to her room and subsequently visited her space to tally her current savings. Previously, she had over 300 yuan, and with the 100 yuan awarded yesterday, plus today's 1380 yuan, she had approximately 1,800 yuan in total, along with a plethora of colorful receipts, several sets of stamps, and more than 10 pieces of jewelry, including jade. These accumulated assets position her as a modestly wealthy woman in this era. However, this was still insufficient. In a place like Jing City, purchasing a quadrangle courtyard would require several thousand yuan. Moving forward, she needed to earn a substantial amount of money to acquire multiple quadrangle courtyards, thus allowing her to live a carefree life without the burdens of struggle. At the county hospital, Xiao Qingong and had sustained a gunshot wound to his abdomen. Although he had lost quite a bit of blood, the injury had not inflicted any critical damage, allowing him to recover gradually over the course of a month in the hospital. During this time, Ma Fong took a day off to obtain a letter of introduction from the village chief. Seizing the opportunity to express her gratitude to her lifesaver by visiting the county hospital. After ascertaining his ward number, Ma Fong entered the room with a cheerful demeanor, carrying some pastries. "Brother Chun, I've come to visit you. How is your health?" At that moment, two of Qin Sheng's former colleagues from the county police station were present. Upon noticing a young girl entering, they exchanged knowing glances and quickly excused themselves. Xiao Qingong appeared somewhat fatigued, yet his spirits remained high as he nodded. "Thank you. I'm much better." Seeing his haggard appearance, Ma Fong's eyes glistened with concern that I truly cannot thank you enough. Were it not for you, I might not have survived. Only a few individuals were privy to the incident, with Chun Sheng being one of them, and Ma Fong trusted his character to refrain from spreading rumors. Hence her candidness. Xiao Qingong and shook his head. "It's nothing. That is my duty. The important thing is that you are all safe, that I knew you would say that. You are truly a wonderful person." Ma Fong said, stepping closer and whispering, "Brother Chun, I will wait for you to recover." Her words carried a hint of intimacy, leaving Chen Sheng momentarily speechless, uncertain of how to respond, and on the night, he was taken to the town health center by Miao Jiao Jiao and Han Lingji. He had briefly regained consciousness and, upon seeing her enchanting face, felt his heart skip a beat. Although he had lost consciousness again, the memory of her stunning visage lingered in his mind ever since he had awakened. He had inquired with the militia who had visited him and learned that it was a young woman named Miao Jiao Jiao, along with Han Lingji, who had saved him. Consequently, whenever he found himself lost in thought, he would reminisce about that extraordinary and magical night. Had Ma Fong spoken so boldly before, he might have blushed, but now he could not, for someone else had already taken residence in his heart. Chapter 71. Bai Yin instigates Ma Fong, noticing that Xiao Qingong and remained silent for a prolonged period. Ma Fong assumed he was simply shy. She lowered her head, her cheeks flushed, and said, "Brother Qin, please don't misunderstand." Her bashful demeanor was unmistakable to anyone. Qin Sheng frowned slightly, his tone growing cooler. "Comrade Ma Fong, I harbor no misunderstandings. Please do not overthink. He disliked leading others on and would not afford her any opportunity to speculate further." "Ah, you." Ma Fong looked up bewildered, struggling to comprehend his meaning. Upon seeing his indifferent expression, Ma Fong felt a pang of hurt and bit her lip. "Do you find me unappealing?" Given the circumstances of their previous encounter, he must have felt some distaste. Yet, he had not treated her poorly. After all, he had saved her life. How could he react in such a manner? "No, you are reading too much into it," Qin Sheng replied earnestly. "What I mean is we are not even friends and we hardly know each other. There is no need for such familiarity." But Ma Fong attempted to voice her thoughts, but was interrupted by Qin Sheng. "I apologize, but I am not feeling well and need to rest. Thank you for your visit." The implication was clear. He wished for her to leave. She understood this all too well, her face flushed with humiliation as she angrily exited the ward. Clutching the pastries. "Humph, since he is so oblivious, then these pastries, which I purchased with my own money, shall not be offered to him." Even upon returning to the educated youth dormitory, Ma Fong's anger had yet to dissipate. Having opened her heart to treat someone with kindness, she never anticipated that he would remain so obtuse. After drinking some water to calm her spirits, she glanced at the pastries on the table and felt a twinge of regret. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed saved her life. These pastries were intended as a gesture of gratitude, so how could she foolishly take them back? "Ah, forget it," Ma Fong sighed, shaking her head. since I've already brought them back. I might as well keep them for myself. That moment, the girls' dormitory door was left unlocked. Just as Ma Fong picked up a piece of pastry to take a bite, Jiayu peeked in from outside, remarking sarcastically, "Oh, back already. You rushed out early this morning, and now here you are, sulking alone in your room, indulging in pastries. Mind your own business." Ma Fong shot him a glare, taking a bite of the pastry and boasting, "These pastries were gifted to me by Brother Chun. Since he gave them to me, I must enjoy them all by myself." Feeling irked, she was in no mood to entertain his presence, after all. Chun Sheng was not there, so she could act as she pleased. Upon hearing Ma Fong's words, Jiayu's expression darkened immediately. That night, they had shared an intimate experience, having escaped danger together, which had inevitably fostered a unique bond between them. Yet he never imagined she had entirely dismissed those events, fixating instead on that Xiao Qinggong and suit yourself. Jiayu muttered, pursing his lips in annoyance as he turned to leave that Ma Fong, puzzled by his reaction, wondered if he was upset because she had not offered him any pastries. How petty of him! Days passed, and once Qinsheng's health had improved, he made a special trip to the county to purchase several types of pastries and candies. Heading toward Shishui village that it was noon, the time when workers were returning home, and Miao Jiao Jiao was just closing her door to prepare a meal when a knock echoed from outside. Upon opening the door, she was greeted by Chun Sheng's smiling face. "Comrade Miao Jiao Jiao, I have come to express my gratitude for your life-saving kindness. Do come in." Miao Jiao Jiao welcomed him inside, pouring a cup of brown sugar water and saying, "You need not bring such gifts. These are all tokens of gratitude." "Of course, I must bring something," Chun Sheng replied, careful not to scrutinize Miao Jiao Jiao's face too closely. Stealing only a furtive glance that a month prior, he had caught a fleeting glimpse of her that had left a lasting impression on his heart. To his surprise, in broad daylight, this face was even more enchanting than it had been that night. Just a single glance sent his heart racing and his cheeks flushing. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Miao Jiao Jiao inquired with concern, "Xiao Qinggongen, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" Chun Sheng raised his gaze, inadvertently locking eyes with her, and hastily looked down. "Oh no, it's not that. Perhaps it's just a bit warm," Miao Jiao Jiao remarked. "It is the bitterly cold winter, mid-December. How could you feel warm? Then do drink more of the brown sugar water to quench your thirst." "All right, thank you," Chun Sheng replied, lowering his head to sip the brown sugar water, feeling a surge of sweetness within. Their conversation at the back door of the courtyard was overheard by Ma Fong, who had hurried over upon hearing the news. She stood frozen in the hallway, while Bai Yin, standing behind her, smirked with disdain and whispered in her ear, "Look at that Miao Jiao Jiao, once again using her beauty to entice others. Xiao Qinggongen, who previously had such a good relationship with you, now hardly acknowledges you, all thanks to her meddling." Since the last time Han Lingji publicly humiliated her, Bai Yin had been harboring a deep resentment. No wonder he was reluctant to be with her. It was simply because he had set his sights on Miao Jiao Jiao's attractive visage, the very person she had almost managed to claim for herself. How could she allow that wretched girl to benefit from it? With that in mind, she resolved to find an opportunity to ruin that harlot's face. During this period, she had been contemplating various methods to sabotage her rival. After much deliberation, she concluded that it would be unwise to take matters into her own hands. It would be best to find a scapegoat to execute her plans so that any potential mishaps would not fall back on her. She quickly settled on Ma Fong, whose impulsive nature and lack of intelligence made her a suitable candidate. It was only natural for someone like her to blunder into trouble. Initially, Bai Yin had been considering how to stir up further discord between the two of them, and lo and behold, an opportunity presented itself. Noticing Ma Fong's seemingly indifferent reaction, Bai Yin casually added, "Ever since that Miao Jiao Jiao made a fuss and moved out, the relationships among everyone in the educated youth compound have soured considerably. Lin Ju and the others frequently mock both you and me. It must be that Miao Jiao Jiao has been whispering something behind our backs that I truly cannot comprehend why she harbors such animosity toward us." With each word, Ma Fong's anger intensified, especially upon catching a glimpse of Chun Sheng's radiant smile in the distance, which made her feel even more stifled. Just a few days ago, when she had visited him, he had appeared rather aloof, nothing like his current warm and jovial demeanor. This thought ignited her fury, and she gritted her teeth, muttering, "It's not as if we are the ones being envied for coming from the capital city. Humph, what is so great about being from a small southern town? In response, Bai Yan's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she fanned the flames further. It was tolerable when she was dark, plump, and unattractive, but now that she has slimmed down and become beautiful, her face is welcomed wherever she goes. Chapter 72. This fool is not so easily deceived initially. Ma Fong was incensed by Bai Yan's provocations. However, upon hearing that last remark, she paused slightly before admitting, "She really is good-looking. Sometimes I find myself mesmerized." Bai Yan, who had been smirking, suddenly faltered. How can this fool not comprehend human speech? Grinding her back teeth, she insisted, "That is not the point. What I mean is she takes advantage of her looks to do as she pleases." Indeed, Ma Fong conceded, glancing at the two in the distance, her teeth clenched. She used to be uglier than us. But now she is far more attractive. How infuriating! Bai Yin struggled to maintain her composure. Why do you have to include us? What's your problem? Why didn't I notice before how foolish Ma Fong is? Regardless, she decided to persist. Bai Yin feigned curiosity. Didn't T.U. visit Xiao Chen in the county a few days ago? Why didn't T.U. say hello when he came over? She had seen Ma Fong looking despondent when she returned that afternoon. Realizing she had faced a setback with Xiao Chen, Bai Yan's intention was to provoke Ma Fong's eye, or as expected. Recalling the events from a few days prior darkened Ma Fong's expression. Yet she did not wish to divulge too much to Bai Yan. Responding vaguely, maybe he was looking for Miao Jiao Jiao. If he has time later, he will naturally come to find me. Bai Yan shot her a glance, easily perceiving the lingering resentment on her face. She inwardly scoffed. Did she really think she could hide that from her? Xiao Chen is young and accomplished and quite handsome. He must be popular with many girls, including Miao Jiao Jiao. Ma Fong paused, then turned to inquire, "So you like him too?" Bai Yin was taken aback. This fool is not as easily manipulated as before. I hadn't even finished my sentence, and she interrupts. How could I possibly like someone from such a small place? Does she think I would compete with her? What a joke. You're overthinking it. I'm merely concerned for you. Bai Yin felt that if she continued conversing with this fool, she might shatter her teeth from clenching them. Yet, she had to execute her plan. That don't you find Miao Jiao Jiao bothersome? The blunt Ma Fong nodded. She is indeed bothersome. I've always thought so. However, I cannot overpower her, and she did save me once. Even though we don't get along, I am not an ungrateful person. She resolved not to intentionally oppose her anymore and could no longer harbor hatred toward her. That at most, she would mutter a few complaints in private. If it weren't for Bai Yan's deliberate instigation, she might not have felt this angry. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed through Ma Fong's mind. She turned to Bai Yin, skeptically asking, "I remember a few months ago you told me we weren't close. Why are you suddenly concerned about me now?" Bai Yan's eyelids fluttered, and she cleared her throat awkwardly. "What I said back then was out of anger. After all, we've been classmates in high school for several years. How could we not be familiar with each other?" Ma Fong persisted. "Oh, but you were quite indifferent to me afterward." "That is not true. I've always been this way." Bai Yin's eyes flickered with impatience. Had she ever seen her be close with anyone else? No. Ma Fong shook her head before suddenly recalling something. "But last time in the mountains, I noticed you seemed quite warm towards that guy named Han from next door." True enough, he was extraordinarily handsome, like a celestial being. Any girl would be smitten. Unfortunately, his demeanor was far too aloof, ignoring everyone completely, leaving her with no opportunity to strike up a conversation. After much contemplation, she concluded that Chun Sheng was a better fit, gentle and polite. Yet, she could not fathom why he had suddenly grown distant. She would have to find a chance to inquire further, upon hearing Ma Fong's comments. Bai Yin was reminded of that embarrassing night, a wave of irritation washing over her. It seemed today's plan could not continue. Conversing with this fool was utterly infuriating. Thus she declared, "That's untrue. I'll go check if Sister Lin and the others have finished cooking." With that, she turned to leave. Watching Bai Yin hastily depart, Ma Fong pouted. Humph, did she think of her as a fool? What was there to hide about liking someone? Upon learning that Xiao Chen had not eaten lunch, Miao Jiao Jiao made a point to invite him to share a meal. After all, he had traveled a long distance bearing gifts to see her. It would be impolite not to offer him food. Naturally, Chun Sheng was delighted by her invitation, but he had not anticipated that his visit would afford him the honor of enjoying a meal prepared by her own hands. Miao Jiao Jiao first simmered a pot of plain congee and then prepared 3 dishes: garlic greens, scallion omelet, and spicy pickled radish. The presentation was quite appealing. Qinsheng took a sip of the congee, and his eyes lit up instantly. The congee was sweet, soft, and melt in your mouth delicious. Truly exceptional. He then sampled the greens, which were fresh and crisp, the omelet flavorful and savory, and the radish spicy and appetizing. Each dish left him feeling thoroughly satisfied. Part of his satisfaction stemmed from his own psychological effect, while another part was due to Miao Jiao's culinary skills enhanced by the diluted spirit spring water. Moreover, engaging in lively discussions with her, where her various viewpoints shone through, made Qinsheng admire her even more. In summary, he found the meal utterly delightful. During their lunch and conversation, Qinsheng began to envision a future where every day after work, he would return home to a beautiful woman who had prepared delectable meals, ready to discuss real matters with him. What a blissful life that would be! Though he was eager to express his feelings to Miao Jiao, Qinsheng held back, for they were not yet very familiar with one another. Suddenly confessing might frighten her. It was better to gradually show her kindness, allowing her to sense his sincerity before he made any overt declarations. This would be the utmost respect for her. As he departed, Qinsheng felt a pang of reluctance, yet he waved goodbye. Just a short distance away, Ma Fong caught up to him. "Qindigo, wait a moment." Turning to face her, he frowned slightly. "What is it?" Ma Fong pouted, visibly displeased. "I was just in the front yard. Didn't you see me?" She had waited nearly an hour for him to emerge from the back. She had expected that upon seeing her, he would at least acknowledge her, but instead, he had completely overlooked her. "Oh, I apologize. I was in a hurry to find Comrade Han next door to express my gratitude, and I might not have noticed." Qinsheng replied with a straight face, lying smoothly. In truth, he had been preoccupied with thoughts of how to create opportunities to meet Miao Jiao again, leaving no room in his mind to notice anyone else. "All right." A Fong's expression softened as she gazed at him with a hint of friendliness. "Last time I visited you in the hospital, we didn't talk much. How about I accompany you to the neighboring village?" Chapter 73. He had never tasted the dishes made by Miao Jiao. Qinsheng was momentarily taken aback, discerning the implication in her words. During his tenure at the county police station, a few factory workers had subtly expressed their affections towards him, yet none had been as audacious as Ma Fong. But he had consistently adhered to his principles, remaining indifferent towards those he found uninteresting. Now that he had encountered the woman of his dreams, he was even less inclined to give others any delusions of hope. Thus, he resolutely rejected her, stating, "Comrade Ma Fong, I have made my position abundantly clear last time. We are not that familiar, and there is nothing worthwhile for us to discuss. That I shall go alone. Thank you." With that, he departed swiftly without a backward glance. Ma Fong, infuriated, stomped her feet in frustration. "Humph. Why run away? Just because we're not close? Does he need to wear such a disdainful expression?" Once again rebuffed by Qinsheng, her anger boiled over, and she finally came to terms with reality. It seemed that Officer Xiao Chun had no interest in her whatsoever. It was she who had harbored these feelings unilaterally. Ma Fong was not the kind of person who would be easily discouraged. After all, she had a thick skin, or rather, a strong disposition. She would eventually encounter someone better. With that thought, she felt a bit more at ease as she walked back towards the educated youth dormitory with her head down. She spotted Jia Yu standing at the entrance, his expression one of utter disbelief as he looked at her. It appeared he had overheard her earlier conversation with Officer Xiao Chun, and Ma Fong's face flushed with anger. "What are you staring at? What kind of expression is that? Eavesdropping is hardly an impressive skill. You two were chatting right there in the open. It's only natural I would hear you as I was about to leave." Jia Yu retorted with a scoff, deliberately provoking her. "It's truly amusing. You were so eager, yet he didn't even bother to acknowledge you. What nonsense are you spouting?" Ma Fong shot him a glare, nearly unable to restrain herself from scratching him, dismissively saying, "I have no time for your idle chatter." With that, she strode towards her room, leaving Jia Yu feeling quite unsettled. Previously, when he had been at odds with Ma Fong, he found her to be loud and bothersome. However, after the harrowing experience of being captured by bandits in the mountains a month ago and having escaped together, his perspective had shifted dramatically. They had shared the burden of a humiliating secret, embraced in a cave, fought snakes together, and faced wolves by climbing trees. When they had hidden in the trees and the wolves had attacked, it was Ma Fong who had encouraged him to hold on, and he had felt deeply moved. After their rescue, Jia Yu gradually realized that his feelings towards Ma Fong had transformed. This sensation was markedly different from how he had felt about Miao Jiao Jiao. Initially, he had found her lacking, but as she became more accomplished, he felt regret without much distress. Yet now, witnessing Ma Fong's attempts to win over Officer Xiao Chen stirred a pang of discomfort within him. Jia Yu was at a loss regarding his current emotional state and could only take it one step at a time. Did I in the room? Bai Yin noticed Ma Fong's gloomy demeanor upon entering and quickly approached her. I told you that Officer Xiao Chen is completely smitten with Miao Jiao Jiao. He doesn't even spare a glance for anyone else than M.A. Fong, already feeling stifled by Chen Sheng's cold rejection and aggravated further by Jia Yu's mockery. Snapped back irritably. What does Miao Jiao Jiao have to do with this? Officer Xiao Chen has eyes. Of course, he will look at whoever is beautiful. Although she harbored no fondness for Miao Jiao Jiao, she recognized that this situation had nothing to do with her. Why did Bai Yin always insist on needling her? Bai Yin was momentarily taken aback by the retort, her expression darkening. Fine, I see my good intentions have been mistaken for meddling. I won't concern myself with your affairs any longer. Ma Fong offered no grace, scoffing in response. Humph, as if you ever genuinely cared about me. Bai Yin. The topic could not be pursued any further. With a sigh of resignation, she decided to abandon the conversation altogether and contemplate other strategies to deal with Miao Jiao Jiao. On the other side, outside the cattle shed at the foot of Sherde village, Chen Sheng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Comrade Han, thank you for saving me last time. Please accept this as a token of my appreciation. Thank you, Han Lingji replied, unpretentious, accepting the pastries from Chen Sheng. What happened to that group of bandits afterwards? They have already been sent to the provincial capital. Chen Sheng responded. As they conversed, Grandma Wu emerged from the cattle shed, smiling. Comrade Xiao Chun, have you had lunch yet? If you don't mind, please join us old folks for a meal. No, thank you, elder. Chen Sheng politely smiled. I have already eaten at the home of the educated youth Xiao Miao in Shishui village. Han Lingji raised an eyebrow. Xiao Miao, is that Miao Jiao Jiao? Yes, you should know her. Chen Sheng's eyes sparkled as he spoke of her, unable to contain his praise. Her cooking is simply exquisite. I never expected her to be not only beautiful and kind-hearted, but also a remarkable chef. Upon hearing this, Grandma Wu nodded, saying, well then, Lingji, you keep our guest company for a while. I'll go have my meal. Dung. Han Lingji's expression darkened slightly, his mind preoccupied. They had only met once, yet Chen Sheng had already dined at her place. He had seen her several times and had never had the pleasure of tasting her cooking. Moreover, judging by Chen Sheng's demeanor, he seemed to harbor quite the fondness for her. Han Lingji furrowed his brow, a strange feeling bubbling within him. This sensation was undeniably peculiar. After Chen Sheng departed, Han Lingji donned his self-made bow and arrow and ventured into the deep mountains to hunt. Only through hunting could he momentarily escape his troubles and immerse himself fully in the task at hand. Old man Wang, observing this, couldn't help but murmur, that brat just returned from the mountains this morning. Why is he off hunting again? Beside him, Old Man Wu leisurely ate a few mouthfuls of vegetables and remarked, let him be. He is young and has boundless energy. Grandma Wu sighed. Alas, in a rural area like this, there is little in the way of entertainment. Poor Lingji suffers alongside us old folks. Old Man Wang concurred. Indeed, this lad had great potential, yet now he squanders his time with us. Who knows when it will come to an end? Old Wu, you must have another word with him. Old Man Wu's expression grew somber as he recalled their previous attempts to persuade him. When he returns, I shall have a serious talk with him. Grandma Wu nodded. Yes, we must communicate with him again. The family has written to urge him several times. Chapter 74. Han Lingji's past. Han Lingji remained occupied until darkness fell before returning. In truth, he was not in need of money. His family sent numerous supplies and funds every month. Over the past 3 years, he had earned a considerable amount by hunting in the nearby mountains and selling the game in the black market. His excursions into the mountains were purely a personal interest. Standing at the entrance of the grass hut, Old Man Wu addressed him directly. Lingji, you have been in the countryside for 3 years. It is time to return. Han Lingji pursed his lips. Grandfather, as long as you remain, I will not leave. He had sworn an oath at the graves of his aunt and uncle to care for his grandparents for life. His purpose in coming to the countryside was to look after them, and until that duty was fulfilled, he could not simply depart. Old Man Wu sighed. Are you still dwelling on that incident from 3 years ago? It has long passed, my child. Your grandmother and I have let it go, and you should too. While he said this, the memory of their tragically departed son and daughter-in-law, as well as the grandchild who had perished before birth, pierced his heart like a knife. Could one truly let go? Of course not. Yet what could be done about what had already transpired? It has been such a long time, and for the sake of Lingji, this child, he and his elderly companion must find a way to move beyond their sorrow. Han Lingji gazed at the gray-haired elders, his heart heavy with myriad emotions. His father and mother had parted ways when he was merely 5 years old, leaving him to be nurtured and educated by his younger aunt, Han Peiyun, who was 13 years his senior to him. His aunt was not just a relative. She embodied both sisterly and maternal roles, and he held her in deep respect and gratitude. After his aunt married, he often visited his uncle's home, where he was treated with great kindness, particularly by Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu, who regarded him as their own grandson. Sadly, his own grandparents had passed away when he was quite young, and it was in his uncle's household that he experienced the warmth of familial love that he had long missed. He had once believed that life would continue in such a heartwarming manner, but the tumultuous times shattered that illusion. His uncle, Wu Qinglang, had originally served as the chief translator at the central government, a man of integrity and patriotism. Little did he foresee that one day he would be unjustly labeled a capitalist sympathizer due to his position. Despite being suspended for investigation, he remained optimistic, diligently taking notes each day, hoping for a return to his former glory. And as time passed, 3 years ago, his aunt became pregnant, and the family was overjoyed at the news. This new life shone like a beacon of hope in their hearts, and everyone eagerly awaited the arrival of the child. However, an unexpected calamity soon obliterated the warmth of his uncle's family. One fateful morning, a group of young individuals donned in masks stormed into his uncle's home, ransacking it until they discovered a foreign classic novel hidden beneath the bed. Upon opening the first page, they read a line that translated to, "Happy birthday, may you always be as pure and beautiful as a blooming tulip." This single book, along with the fact that the tulip is the national flower of several foreign nations, led to his uncle being branded a die-hard capitalist. That in a fit of rage, the assailants dragged his uncle from his bed and mercilessly beat him. His aunt, heavily pregnant at 6 months, rushed to intervene but was inadvertently shoved aside. This shove not only cost her the child, but also led to her tragic death from excessive bleeding. Devastated by the shattering of his dreams, his uncle succumbed to despair and committed suicide. The grief-stricken grandparents, Grandpa Wu and Grandma Wu, mourned their son deeply, and after the funeral, they voluntarily retired to the countryside. At that time, Han Lingji had just completed an intensive military training program arranged by his father and was unaware of the calamity that had befallen his family. The moment he received the news, his heart shattered with unbearable anguish. His father, stationed at the border, remained oblivious to the tragic events. In secret, Han Lingji sent a telegram to inform him of the situation. Subsequently, he devoted himself to tirelessly gathering evidence, driven by a desire for vengeance for his uncle's family. Eventually, through a friend, he discovered the title of the foreign novel, Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. This book, he recalled, had been a birthday gift from his uncle to his betrothed, Miao Shiyu, a year prior. Moreover, the housekeeper, Wang Ma, had mentioned that Miao Shiyu had visited his aunt the day before the tragic incident. Thus, Han Lingji deduced that the book had been deliberately placed under his uncle's bed by Miao Shiyu. Though they were betrothed, their encounters were scarce due to his frequent military training, and naturally, he harbored no feelings for her. He had intended to discuss the annulment of their engagement upon his return from training. However, the realization that Miao Shiyu was implicated in the tragic fate of his uncle's family ignited a fierce rage within him. Yet, considering her youth, it was unlikely she could possess such cruelty. And the Miao family had no reason to target his aunt's family. There had to be a mastermind behind her actions that avoid alerting them. He discreetly monitored Miao Shiyu's movements. Eventually, one day, he witnessed her meeting with a middle-aged woman wearing a scarf by the riverside. When the woman removed her scarf, he was horrified to discover it was his biological mother, Jiang Man. Their conversation further fueled his rage. Miao Shiyu, in a state of distress, exclaimed, "Aunt Jiang, you previously mentioned your disdain for my aunt and asked me to scare her. I followed your instructions, but why did the authorities come to search the house? Now my aunt's family is in this state, and I feel so terribly guilty. What if Hanga finds out?" Jiang Man, equally sorrowful, replied, I never anticipated it would turn out this way. I merely invited a friend over. I had no idea it would lead to this. But do not worry. I heard that Lingji is still in military training and won't return for at least a month. By then, this situation will have passed, and he won't be able to hold it against you. Miao Shiyu wiped away her tears. I'm so scared about what has happened that I can't tell my parents. So I can only confide in you. Jiang Man embraced her gently, reassuring her. Don't be afraid, dear. Since it has already happened, let it go, that I will help you keep this secret that I have secured that cultural troop position you wanted. Soon, you will just need to go through the motions. Once you receive the official notice, your parents will surely be proud of you. Chapter 75. To avenge my aunt upon hearing this, Han Lingji could no longer contain himself and burst forth. The moment he appeared, both women froze in shock, their faces pale with fear. Jiang Man stammered, Ling Ji, how could you be back from training early? With a grim expression and eyes ablaze with fury, Han Lingji glared at her, grinding his teeth. If I had not come, how would I have known how this venomous woman schemed to bring ruin upon my uncle's family? No, it is not as you think. Jiang Man's eyes brimmed with tears as she hurriedly explained, I truly never anticipated the outcome would be like this. If I had known, I would never have allowed Shiyu to do this. Please, forgive me. Miao Shiyu trembled in fear, her legs shaking. Hangu, this was all Aunt's idea. I truly did not mean to cause this. I beg you to forgive me, forgive. Han Lingji shot them a cold glance, as if he had heard the most ludicrous joke. His gaze darkened, piercing through them with an icy intensity. Why not? I send you both directly to the underworld to join my uncle's family instead? Jiang Man screamed in terror. No. Han Lingji, I am your mother. You would never do this to me. From a young age. This son had never been close to her. After her remarriage, she seldom visited him, and each encounter was marked by his cold demeanor. Understanding this, Jiang Man feared that he might act on his terrifying words. Mother, what right do you have to call yourself my mother? Han Lingji's eyes blazed with rage as he retorted. The moment you abandoned your husband and child at the age of 5 to marry another, you ceased to be my mother, and now you dare to mention it before me? Tears streamed down Jiang Man's face as she stumbled back, her voice hoarse. Lingji, I have my reasons that I have explained this multiple times. It was all your aunt's machinations. Why won't you believe me? If it weren't for that wretched Han Peiyun stirring trouble, I would never have divorced your father. I became the laughingstock of the capital, leaving a prestigious military command to marry a newspaper editor. Thankfully, my husband has worked hard and now serves as the associate director of the literature department at Capital University. But that is not enough. Han Peiyun has outdone me, and her son treats her with affection while I receive nothing but indifference. That woman's mother-in-law is the head of the literature department at Capital University. Doesn't that overshadow my husband? All of this has ignited a burning jealousy within me. I have been searching for an opportunity to retaliate, and when the Wu family faced turmoil, and your aunt happened to be pregnant, I seized upon the chance for revenge that I never intended for anyone to die. I only wished to frighten Han Peiyun into a miscarriage, to make her suffer the disdain of her in-laws, so she would no longer look down upon me with such arrogance. Yet I never expected the situation to spiral out of control. For days, I have lived in fear, praying for peace of mind. If not for Miao Shiyu's message, I would not have dared to leave my home. But fate dealt me this cruel hand, and now I have been caught by you. How could I not be afraid? Enough of your deceitful words. Han Lingji's veins bulged on his forehead as he gritted his teeth and said, that incident was witnessed by both me and my aunt. Everything that has happened is entirely your own doing. Who can you possibly blame? When he was 5 years old, had it not been for him and his aunt witnessing their biological mother betraying their father, he might have still harbored a glimmer of hope for that irresponsible woman, dreaming that as he grew older and became more accomplished, she might finally notice him and care for him, sparing him from the daily sorrow and self-pity. Yet, upon witnessing that unforgettable and humiliating scene, all his fantasies were shattered. When his aunt could no longer contain her fury and confronted her, he fled, crying. That was the last time he shed tears for her. From that moment on, they became strangers. When his parents separated, they publicly claimed it was due to a lack of feelings. But only a few knew the true nature of the problem. To his astonishment, this woman audaciously reversed the blame and incessantly pushed the responsibility onto his aunt. which was utterly revolting. Lingji, you were too young to understand. Jiang Man feigned calmness, her eyes betraying her panic. I had no choice. Your father was always preoccupied with military affairs. Caring for you alone was exhausting, leading me to make mistakes. This has been so many years ago. Why do you still cling to it? Am I the one clinging to it? Han Lingji was incensed to the point of laughter. He had no desire to engage in further discourse with her, so he stepped forward and gripped her neck with ferocity. His eyes reddened as he growled, I had chosen to overlook the past, considering that you gave me life, but you absolutely cannot touch my aunt's family. This time, I will ensure you pay with your life for what you've done to them. Cough cough, Ling's son. Let go of me. Han Lingji's grip was crushing, turning Jiang Man's face crimson, making her roll her eyes back in distress. Miao Shiyu, standing nearby and still processing the earlier conversation, was horrified by this scene. She rushed forward, grasping Han Lingji's arm urgently. Hangu, please let go. If you truly kill Andy, your future will be ruined. Han Lingji shot her a cold glance, and in the next moment his left hand seized her neck too. His voice like a demon from the depths of hell. Join her. You deserve to die as well. Cough cough. Hangu. Miao Shiyu struggled desperately, but her efforts were futile. Both Jiang Man and Miao Shiyu's faces turned red as their breathing became increasingly labored, tears streaming uncontrollably from their eyes. Just when they were on the brink of unconsciousness and despair, a thunderous shout erupted. Lingji, let go now. The voice belonged to Han Guowei, his father, who had rushed in from the border overnight. At this point in his recollection, Han Lingji's heart was tumultuous, unable to calm for a long while. Had his father not arrived in time, he might have truly killed those two women, though he recognized his impulsiveness at that moment. He never regretted his actions, that he had even contemplated further means to eliminate them, but his father had intervened. Due to the Lin and Jiang families aligning with the most powerful factions in recent years, the higher-ups demanded the protection of Lady Lin, Jiang Man, upon learning of the incident that if anything were to happen to her, his aunt's parents, Grandpa and Grandma Wu, would be in mortal danger. Moreover, given the long-standing good relations between the Miao and Han families, if anything were to befall Miao Shiyu, decades of friendship between the two families would crumble, which would be detrimental to the Han family's situation at that time. For the sake of Grandpa and Grandma Wu, and for the Han family, Han Lingji ultimately abandoned his quest for vengeance. However, he did not let them off lightly. Though Miao Shiyu was misled and innocent, she had indirectly caused this tragedy, and he would never forgive her. After dissolving their engagement, he arranged an accident that pierced her left ankle, ensuring she could no longer dance das for Jiang Man, who fancied herself an elegant artist. Her greatest passion was painting, that he stealthily infiltrated the Lin residence one night and severed her right thumb and index finger with a knife, condemning her to a life where she could never hold a brush again. Once those two matters were accomplished, and before any repercussions could be pursued from above, he applied to be sent to the countryside as a youth worker, leaving them with no grounds to hold him accountable. The Lin and Miao families, aware of their own culpability, ultimately refrained from pressing charges against him. Upon arriving in the countryside, seeing the two elderly figures, gaunt and grief-stricken, Han Lingji could not help but kneel and confess everything. Though the two elders forgave him, he could never forgive himself. That year was 1971, and he was merely 17 years old that a 17-year-old lad, burdened by the sins of his biological mother, had vowed to care for the two elderly ones for the rest of his life. Originally, Han Lingji's nature was already one of indifference and ruthlessness, but this incident made him even colder. 3 years in the countryside flew by, and thanks to Han Lingji's care, the two elders gradually emerged from their sorrow. Meanwhile, the situation of the Han family in the capital had also been improving this year, prompting his father to write several letters urging Han Lingji to return, all of which were met with refusal. What would he return for? To continue serving in the military and defend his country. He had not even protected his dearest family. How could he possibly have the confidence to protect others? Furthermore, in this current world, what could he change? His refusal to return stemmed partly from his concern for his grandparents and partly from a desire to escape. Han Lingji thought, Grandpa, you are all here. Where else could I go? If I am to return, we must go back together. Grandpa Wu glared at him. We are not so old that we cannot take care of ourselves. Over the years, we have saved enough food, and our work is much lighter now. What are you worried about? Besides, the situation is far better than before, though we don't know when we will be able to go back. You can't spend your entire life in such a small place. Seeing that the two were still at an impasse, Grandpa Wong hurried out of the straw shed, exclaiming, "Ah, you stubborn little brat. You drive me absolutely mad." Grandma Wu followed closely, grasping Han Lingji's hand with tear-filled eyes, imploring, "Lingji, if you truly care for us, go back to the capital. Otherwise, I worry day and night, unable to eat or sleep. The deal you want to see me fall ill and unable to recover?" "Grandma." Han Lingji sighed, his expression filled with helplessness. Grandpa Wu urged, "Go back, child. You belong to that place." Grandpa Wong added, "If you don't listen, we old folks will no longer bother with you." Grandma Wu held his hand tightly, gazing intently at him. "You think too much. It's time to let go of the past. Please go back, all right?" Upon hearing this, Han Lingji felt a pang in his heart and ultimately nodded in agreement. "All right, let us do this. I will stay until after the new year with you. And then I will leave. That oh, wonderful." Grandma Wu's face instantly lit up with joy as she patted the back of his hand. "This is my good grandson. A fine young man should go out and make a name for himself." Grandpa Wu chuckled, teasing, "It seems Lingji listens to his old lady Dada. I have no weight in my words when talking to old Wong." Grandpa Wong smirked, stroking his beard, "As long as this brat is obedient. It doesn't matter whose words he listens to." "Haha, indeed." Grandpa Wu laughed heartily, and Grandma Wu joined in, resulting in all three elders smiling broadly, their faces creased with joy, observing their warm and affectionate smiles. Han Lingji felt a deep sense of gratitude and warmth within him. It was time to return. The past grievances had faded, and he should now live for himself. On the other side, Bai Yin had been devising ways to deal with Miao Jiao for days, and finally came up with an excellent plan. Since Miao Jiao enjoyed using her beauty to entice others, why not create a fire accident to disfigure her face? That would solve everything. Her mother had always told her that to obtain something, one must be willing to sacrifice something. Han Ge was the man she had set her sights on, and she absolutely would not allow anyone else to steal him away. If Miao Jiao were ruined, she would be the most attractive youth in the vicinity. She firmly believed that it wouldn't be long before she captured Han Ji's heart. As for how to set the fire, she had it all planned out. Just so happened that Miao Jiao was sleeping alone in the storage room of the backyard at midnight, while her target was lost in slumber. She could quietly ignite the flames on the other side of the courtyard wall and toss a torch through the window high above, perfectly setting ablaze the pile of firewood leaning against the wall. This way, it would be done stealthily, without anyone suspecting her involvement. Any subsequent investigation would merely conclude that Miao Jiao had carelessly left the fire burning while cooking. She had previously read in a book that alcohol was a flammable substance. So the day before, she had disguised herself and ventured into the town supply store, taking advantage of the bustling crowd to discreetly purchase a bottle of alcohol. After bringing it back, Bai Yin prepared some easily combustible wheat straw to make small torches and stashed them in a concealed spot. Everything was in place. She only awaited the midnight hour to execute her ambush. That night, after closing her door and finishing her exercises in the space, Miao Jiao took a bath. After her soak, she indulged in a bowl of snow fungus soup, then opened her tablet to watch a movie. This tablet was a second-hand computer she had purchased with her savings from her previous life in the modern world, filled with countless gigabytes of songs and unwatched films and TV shows. Upon arriving in this peculiar era, she had been preoccupied with losing weight and farming, leaving little time for entertainment, only beginning to devote some evenings to films last month. Regardless, her generator in the space had barely been used, and the tablet could be recharged at any moment. Reclining comfortably on the living room sofa, Miao Jiao held an apple in her hand, munching happily while engrossed in her show. Suddenly, she heard footsteps near the window of the storage room. Chapter 77. Hitting Bai Yin with a brick having been nourished by the spiritual spring water, Miao Jiao's senses were extraordinarily heightened. Thus, even within her space, she could swiftly detect any disturbances outside. At this late hour, everyone should have been asleep. Even if someone needed to relieve themselves, they would typically head to the latrine by the right courtyard wall. Why would anyone approach the left courtyard wall? Her eyelids twitched as she swiftly exited the space. Quietly descending from the wooden bed, she stealthily approached the kitchen, climbed onto a small stool, and peered out of the window. There, she spotted a figure bent over, striking a match, muttering, "Miao Jiao, if you truly die, Don't blame me. Who told you to have such a bewitching face that only entices others? Recognizing the voice and silhouette. It was undoubtedly Bai Yin that in the dead of night, she planned to set the house ablaze and kill her. What kind of deep-seated hatred did this person harbor? Just because of jealousy over her looks. She could resort to such crazed and malevolent actions? Fine. Since she had come to her door, Miao Jiao Jiao would not hold back. With a fierce glint in her eyes, she seized the rolling pin from the countertop and quietly opened the storage room door. Swiftly circling around the courtyard wall to Bai Yan's back, she struck her neck, causing Bai Yan to collapse to the ground. Miao Jiao Jiao rummaged through her space for a pair of gloves, then searched Bai Yan's person, discovering a bottle of alcohol in her pocket. This was likely to ensure the fire blazed brighter. She must have wished for her demise. With a cold expression, Miao Jiao Jiao returned the alcohol to Bai Yan's pocket and began to unleash a fierce assault on her body with a rolling pin. Just as Bai Yan regained consciousness, she saw Miao Jiao Jiao pick up a brick from the ground, slamming it down on her face. Help! Bai Yan's pupils constricted, and she screamed in terror. Not only could the entire youth dormitory hear her chilling cries, but even nearby houses were alerted. Having just finished her scream, the brick in Miao Jiao Jiao's hand came crashing down. In an instant, Bai Yan's face was left a bloody mess, seeing Bai Yan in a daze. Miao Jiao Jiao fixed a sinister gaze upon her, her lips curling into a smirk. Since you wish to kill me, is it unreasonable for me to ruin your face as a form of interest? Bon, please no. Bai Yan finally registered the excruciating pain on her face, weeping as the heat surged across her features. The moment she beheld Miao Jiao Jiao's eerie smile, she trembled in fear. This wouldn't do. A single blow might not suffice to disfigure her. Miao Jiao Jiao tilted her head with a grin, preparing to lift the brick once more to strike her face. Bai Yan, terrified, rolled her eyes back in fright and fainted from the pain. Once she was unconscious, Miao Jiao Jiao struck Bai Yan's nose with the brick again, subsequently storing the bloodied brick, the evidence, in her space. Wiping the blood from her hands, she began her performance. There's a thief, Miao Jiao Jiao screamed, tugging at Bai Yan's hair as she dragged her toward the front yard. As they reached the front yard, those who had been awakened by Bai Yan's earlier screams rushed over. Bundled in thick coats to see the commotion, several others, even without sweaters or long underwear, hastily arrived, seemingly unbothered by the biting cold of the winter night. Indeed, the speed of the onlookers was unparalleled. In no time, over a dozen people crowded the yard. Spotting Miao Jiao Jiao dragging someone, Lin Ju rushed forward in a panic, asking Jiao Jiao, "What happened? What thief? This person?" Miao Jiao Jiao exclaimed that I caught her sneaking around by the courtyard wall. And when I confronted her, I knocked her out with the rolling pin. She feigned a look of shock, patting her chest. Luckily, I know a bit of martial arts. Otherwise, she might have succeeded. As Wang Gang emerged from the living room, carrying an oil lamp. A few people flipped Bai Yin over, allowing everyone to finally see her face. It was Bai Yin. Ma Fong gasped in astonishment. Although Bai Yan's face was bloodied and a large patch of her hair was missing, her attire was unmistakable to Ma Fong. The sight of Bai Yin's gruesome state caused everyone present to gasp in horror. What happened to her face? It's terrifying. At this, Wang Gang wasted no time, quickly heading off with Cui Dezhuang to summon the village chief and the barefoot doctor. Lin Ju approached to take a look, anxiously glancing at Miao Jiao Jiao. "Jiao Jiao, you didn't do this. Did you? What are we going to do? She's injured so severely. Bai Yin will surely come after you." Feigning distress, Miao Jiao Jiao replied, "I don't know. I just hit her with the rolling pin a few times. Maybe her face scraped against the ground, that I never imagined I had such strength." Jiayu, who had once been dragged by Miao Jiao Jiao, shrank back, muttering, "That strength is extraordinary," noticing the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces. Miao Jiao Jiao seized the opportunity to say, "Bai Yin is truly something else. Why was she out at such a late hour, hiding by my courtyard wall and striking matches? It was pitch dark, and I thought she was a thief, which is why I accidentally hit her. Everyone, please vouch for me. It wasn't intentional." This statement ignited a flurry of murmurs among the villagers that, oh dear, what was she doing sneaking around at this hour? Surely she wasn't planning something nefarious? I suspect it's true. Bai Yin, this educated youth, may indeed harbor wicked intentions. Why? I always thought she was quite polite. Well, Who knows, perhaps she is just envious of Xiao Miao being praised by the higher-ups. Let me tell you, such people are the most dangerous. Miao Jiao Jiao smirked internally. Well, the excuse has been crafted for Bai Yin. Huang Di suggested, given the freezing temperatures, let us get Bai Yin inside. We can discuss matters once the barefoot doctor arrives. Miao Jiao nodded obediently. Sure, I'll help. This gesture garnered the goodwill of all present. Look at that. Little Xiao Miao is so righteous. Even after Bai Yin attempted to frame her, she does not hold a grudge. Miao Jiao. Hee, this isn't over yet. I will pursue this to the end. Soon after, the village chief and the barefoot doctor hurried over. Upon seeing Bai Yin's condition, even the seasoned barefoot doctor couldn't help but twitch his brows. Given the state of her face, it must be excruciating. It seems she might be disfigured. Treating this will be quite challenging. While the barefoot doctor tended to Bai Yin's facial injuries, Miao Jiao remained silent. The other villagers eagerly recounted the events to the village chief, as if they had witnessed it firsthand. Upon hearing the full story, the village chief's expression darkened, if it truly was as everyone claimed. And Bai Yin had deliberately aimed to harm the heroic figure of Miao Jiao from Shishui village, then he would certainly not let her off lightly. Chapter 78. Miao Jiao confronts Bai Yin after the barefoot doctor finished treating Bai Yin's wounds and the onlookers dispersed. Miao Jiao returned to her room. Once she closed the door, she entered her space, cleaned a brick, and quickly took a shower. After sipping some more spiritual spring water, she applied a hydrating mask and fell into a deep sleep. After all, she had thoroughly enjoyed herself today, and as for her grievances with Bai Yin, she could address them tomorrow. The following morning, Bai Yin gradually emerged from her pain. Her entire face was swathed in white gauze, leaving only her eyes and mouth visible, which lent her an amusing appearance. Upon noticing her awakening, Lin Ju hurriedly rushed out to summon Wang Gang, urging him to seek out the village chief. In pursuit of uncovering the truth of the matter, the village chief had taken the initiative to declare a day off early that morning. After all, there was little to do in the midst of winter, and missing a day's work posed no significant issue. Upon learning of Bai Yan's revival, he not only called upon all those who had gathered the previous night to return, but also dispatched someone to the town to report to the commune leadership, who in turn sent a junior official to ascertain the situation. Within half an hour, the youth commune was bustling with people, a mix of those who had been present the night before and many others drawn by the news to witness the unfolding spectacle.